In the capital, within the main hall of the Marquis of Yangon estate. Mother, fourth sister, I truly did not do it on purpose. Zhang Heng knelt on the ground, speaking pitifully. It was that wastrel from the Wang family who insulted father first, and only then did I, in a fit of anger, give him a shove. Who knew he could not keep his footing and actually broke his leg when he fell. After his explanation, Zhang Heng rose to his feet and said, "The one who does the deed shall bear the consequence. I will go to the Jingzhou prefecture myself to confess and enter prison. I will never implicate the family." "You must not speak such nonsense." Marchioness Qin Shuhua chided him. "You are the second young master of the Marquis estate. What status you hold? How could a filthy place like a prison be somewhere you go?" Zhang Heng's fourth sister Zhang Wanning spoke anxiously. "Mother Hengdi has been frail since childhood. The prison is damp and filthy. How could he possibly endure it? But the Wang family are imperial relatives, and they also have a generational feud with our Zhang family. If this matter is left without a proper explanation, I fear it will alarm His Majesty." Qin Shuhua wore a troubled expression. The Wang clan were not people easily provoked, as someone had to shoulder the blame. Zhang Wanning let out a cold laugh. "Let Zhang Yu go. Have him take the blame for his younger brother." After all, that night the sky was dark. The other side never saw Hengdi's face clearly. They only know it was a young master of the Marquis estate who struck. When she uttered the name, Zhang Yu, her face was full of disdain. Everyone in the estate knew that the eldest young master brought back from a rural manor 3 years ago was a thoroughgoing sycophant. In order to secure a foothold in the Marquis estate, Zhang Yu showed a fawning, obsequious face to everyone. If the Marchioness merely furrowed her brows, he could kneel all night. If Zhang Wanning sneezed once, he could run all over the capital searching for a physician. Such a spineless creature. Sending him to take the blame would be granting him an enormous opportunity to perform. He would very likely even feel grateful, thinking the Marquis estate was finally valuing him. Qin Shi, upon hearing this, felt her thoughts stir. Indeed, Zhang Yu had been raised on a rural manor since childhood, long accustomed to hardship. Spending a few days in prison would be nothing significant. If he took the blame, he would surely feel this was rendering a great service to the Marquis estate. A chance to integrate into this family. At worst, I will just praise him a few times, she thought to herself, silently making up her mind. Nanny Zhou. Regaining the composed dignity of the mistress of the estate, she instructed her trusted attendant, "Go invite the eldest young master here." "Yes." Nanny Zhou responded and withdrew, a flash of understanding and contempt passing through her eyes. She thought to herself that the eldest young master was about to have his wish fulfilled. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Heng curled his lips into a barely perceptible triumphant cold smile where no one could see. Zhang Yu, you have spent these 3 years groveling like a dog, lowering yourself in every way, all for this pitiful sliver of recognition, haven't you? Today I shall fulfill you. Go perform well in prison. Best if you stay there forever and never come out to be an eyesore again. About half a cup of tea's time later, a figure followed behind Nanny Zhou and silently stepped into the main hall. The newcomer wore a slightly worn indigo cotton long robe. His figure was tall and slender, his steps steady as he walked. This was precisely the eldest young master Zhang Yu, who had been brought back 3 years ago. "You have come." Qin Shi sat upright, her tone gentle yet distant, like a charity granted from above. It felt as though Zhang Yu were not her own son, but rather a servant. Zhang Yu stepped forward and offered a formal salute, his movements impeccably proper. "Your son greets mother and pays respects to fourth younger sister and Hengdi." His voice was steady, his tone respectfully humble, leaving no fault to be found. Looking at his docile demeanor, Qin Shi felt the last trace of discomfort in her heart dissipate. She lifted her teacup and, in the tone used to instruct servants, said, "I called you here today because there is a matter in which you must relieve the Marquis estate of some worry." She spoke lightly, as if mentioning something trivial. Zhang Yu replied with a respectful expression, "Please speak, mother. Your son will certainly exert his utmost." "It is not anything major," she said. Qin Shuhua then casually recounted what had happened and concluded, "Your younger brother has gotten himself entangled in a legal case, but he has been frail since childhood and cannot endure the suffering of prison. You are to claim responsibility for this matter and spend a few days in prison in his stead." Zhang Wanning folded her arms, watching at her leisure, waiting to see how this good elder brother would perform his loyalty and grateful devotion. Zhang Heng lowered his head slightly, his shoulders trembling, as though he were struggling to suppress guilt, when in truth he was desperately holding back the triumphant laughter rising in his throat. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yu slowly lifted his head. On his face there was none of the anticipated panic struggle or ecstatic joy of finally being needed. Naturally, Zhang Yu had no desire to go to prison. He was a transmigrator, the eldest young master of the Marquis estate, whom they had abandoned on the rural manor, had died 3 years earlier, starved to death. His birth parents had favored the younger son Zhang Hung. On the strength of a single false accusation from Zhang Hung, they abandoned their eldest on a rural manor for 10 years. The people there fawned on the high and trampled the low, exerting themselves to torment and mistreat Zhang Yu. The original body had been tortured to death by the servants 3 years ago. Even at the moment of death, the original one had hoped father and mother would come to see him once. After Zhang Yu transmigrated, he originally planned how to take revenge on the Zhang family and avenge the original owner. But by coincidence, Zhang Yu awakened a character system. The first persona was that of a people-pleasing flatterer, requiring him to flatter the entire Marquis household with all his might, as well as his childhood sweetheart fiancée, the white moonlight of his past. In that instant, Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. To transmigrate was one thing, but why should he also have to become a bootlicker to curry favor with those cold-blooded family members who had killed the original? His first thought was to refuse, even to flee at once. However, faced with the system's terrifying punishments, he could only bow his head. Fortunately, the system's rewards were abundant, somewhat soothing his unwilling heart. System, you are not really going to make me go to prison, are you? Zhang Yu wanted to negotiate with the system. He truly did not wish to be locked up. Ding, the host's people-pleasing persona progress is at 99%. A new task to please your family is now issued. Flattery task, the refinement of prison. Task objective, go to prison in Zhang Hung's place. First stage reward, for every full day spent in prison you will automatically receive an infusion of 1 year's worth of martial cultivation. Second stage reward, for every full 10 days spent in prison, you will randomly obtain 1 system martial art inheritance. Does the host accept the task? If you do not, persona progress will decrease, accompanied by electric shock punishment. Hearing the system's task, Zhang Yu's breathing quickened. He nearly shouted with excitement. Over 3 whole years he had completed countless bootlicker tasks, gaining innumerable god-tier skills, and amassing wealth rivaling nations. Relying on special skills and endless wealth, and under the banner of the Marquis estate of Zhang, you had secretly cultivated a vast intelligence and commercial network that spanned the capital and several provinces. He had, even through certain strange items rewarded by the system, established covert connections with some Jianghu factions and border army generals. Yet, in terms of martial cultivation alone, the system had been so stingy as not to grant him even a trace. He possessed vast resources, yet he himself was a mere ordinary person, who could not even restrain a chicken, forced for the time being to conceal his brilliance. Zhang Yu had wanted to cultivate on his own, but his innate aptitude was abysmally poor. After bitterly training for 3 years, he had barely become a first-rank martial artist. Compared with the other offspring of the Marquis estate, this difference was like heaven and earth. This was also an important reason why the household looked down on him. And now the opportunity had come. Prison. 1 day in exchange for a year's cultivation, 10 days for a martial art. How could this possibly be called a task? This was clearly a heaven-ascending ladder tailored by the system just for him, leading straight to the pinnacle of power. Zhang Yu felt that he absolutely had to stay in that prison until heaven and earth withered, until he became invincible under the heavens. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he shouted in his heart, "Accept the task." Whether it was to maintain his crafted persona or to obtain the reward that awaited him in prison, Zhang Yu had no choice but to agree to this matter. Mother, your son is willing to go. He raised his head and looked toward Qin Shi, his face full of submission, as he said, Hengdi is still young and frail. Naturally, he cannot go and suffer the torment of a prison cell. As his elder brother, it is only right that I share his burdens and ease mother's worries. Qin Shuihua, Zhang Wanning, and Zhang Hung exchanged knowing smiles at the same time. Zhang Yu's answer was entirely within their expectations. A bootlicker like him. How could he possibly refuse? Then let us go. I will see you to the door and explain matters to the officers from the Jingshuian Yamen, lest they make things difficult for you. For once, Qin Shuihua actually considered her eldest son's situation. With clear displeasure on her face, Zhang Wanning snapped at Zhang Yu. Why are you not thanking mother yet? She is lowering herself for your sake, setting aside her status to greet those lowly Yamen runners. This is a favor of immeasurable grace. She conveniently forgot that Zhang Yu was taking the blame for Zhang Hung. If thanks were to be given, it should be Zhang Hung expressing them. Mother, please be at ease. I will by no means bring disgrace upon the Marquis residence's name. Still wearing a face full of deference, Zhang Yu turned to leave, intending to go to the Jingzhou prefecture of his own accord to confess his crime. Qin Shuihua and the others nodded in silence, extremely satisfied with Zhang Yu's performance. A mechanical chime suddenly rang out in his mind, announcing that his voluntary fulfillment of the promise to take the blame conformed perfectly to the final requirements of his ingratiating persona. His progress in this persona had reached 100%. Another mechanical announcement followed, congratulating him on the complete success of the ingratiating persona task. From this moment onward, He no longer needed to curry favor with the people of the Marquis residence or with his fiancée. All subsequent choices the voice declared would be his to make. The cold mechanical sound was like thunder from the ninth heaven, exploding in the depths of Zhang Yu's mind. No need to deliberately maintain it anymore. My own choices. 3 years. For more than 1,000 days and nights, he had forced himself to wear the mask of ingratiating obedience, desperately flattering every person in the Marquis residence. And that damned fiancée. Now those days of going against his true heart were finally about to end. All of a sudden he slowly, exceedingly slowly, turned around and silently looked back at Qin Shuhua and the others. On his face there was no longer any trace of the former humility and ingratiating smile. Qin Shuhua was slightly stunned by his gaze. An inexplicable faint discomfort swept across her heart. That gaze. It was too still, so still it no longer resembled the ever-obsequious Zhang Yu. Zhang Wanning also frowned, feeling that this useless elder brother was somewhat strange today, though she could not say exactly how. When Zhang Heng met Zhang Yu's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. That gaze carried almost no visible emotion, yet it sent a chill creeping down his spine. Zhang Yu's lips moved slightly. Qin Shuhua assumed he was about to say some useless drivel like, "Mother, be at ease," or, "Your son will keep it in mind," and was already preparing to look away. Then she heard Zhang Yu say in a grave tone, "Mother, do you understand what it means if I go and take the blame?" For the sake of the cultivation reward, he still had to serve the prison term. Yet since he no longer needed to ingratiate himself with this pack of thankless curs, he no longer intended to be polite. "What are you implying?" Qin Shuhua shot to her feet, staring at Zhang Yu in disbelief. This son who had always accepted everything without complaint now dared to question her. It was as if the very heavens had been overturned. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth lifted into a cold curve, a smile devoid of warmth containing only frozen mockery. "Mother, do you truly not understand, or are you merely feigning ignorance?" His voice was not loud, yet every word was clear. "If I step out of this door today, enter the Jingzhou Prefecture prison under the charge of assaulting an imperial relative, then my future will be utterly ruined." Qin Shuhua's expression darkened. "Nonsense. It is only a few days in prison, how could it possibly be so serious?" "Not so serious." Zhang Yu cut her off, his gaze like a blazing torch stabbing straight toward Qin Shuhua. "Setting aside the damage to my reputation, let us speak only of the Wang family. They will never let me go. They have lost so much face, and a direct son has had his leg broken. How could they possibly let the matter rest?" He slowly swept his gaze across the crowd, his tone dark as he said, "They cannot touch the Marquis residence, and they cannot touch your dearly beloved second young master. But can they not touch me, the eldest son who voluntarily takes the blame? Once I am in prison, whether I live or die, whether I come out missing an arm or a leg. Have you ever considered that?" He took a step forward, and somehow his figure carried an oppressive momentum. "You! How dare you?" Driven back by his barrage of questions, Qin Shuhua's face turned pale, her chest heaving violently. The finger she pointed at Zhang Yu trembled faintly. She had never imagined that this ever-submissive son could utter such words that pierced straight to the heart, tearing open the bloody reality and laying it bare before her eyes. "I dare." The last trace of warmth vanished from Zhang Yu's eyes as he said icily, "No matter how presumptuous I become, I can never rival your partiality. Zhang Heng is the flesh of your heart. You fear he will break if you hold him in your hand, fear he will melt if you keep him in your mouth. When he causes trouble, the first thing you think of is not how to teach him to bear responsibility, but how to shield him, how to find a scapegoat. And me, just because of a couple of unverified slanders from Zhang Heng, you did not even bother to investigate before casting me out to the countryside, leaving me to live or die on my own. Even when you later brought me back, it was merely a means for you to display your so-called motherly kindness. And now you would have me once again stand in the way of calamity for your precious younger son. Am I not your son as well? Am I fated to be shoved out whenever blame must be borne? Am I really such an eyesore to you?" His thunderous reprimand left Qin Shuhua momentarily speechless. Her always compliant eldest son turning on her so abruptly left Qin Shuhua surprised, but even more so enraged. "Elder brother, how can you speak to mother like this?" Zhang Wanning cried shrilly as she took a step forward, intending to shield Qin Shuhua, but Zhang Yu's icy gaze pinned her where she stood. "Zhang Wanning." Zhang Yu turned toward her, his tone calm, yet all the sharper for it. "Is this a place for you to interject? Aside from fanning the flames from the sidelines and kicking others when they're down, what else are you capable of? Was it not your brilliant idea to have me take the blame?" Zhang Wanning's face flushed scarlet at his words, and she snapped angrily, "Hengdi's status is noble, his martial talent exceptional. How could he go to prison and ruin his future? And you are nothing but a useless waste with no talent for cultivation. Keeping you at home is pointless. I better to at least make some use of this waste." "Useless." Zhang Yu let out a derisive laugh. Every coin spent on the Marquis residence's food, clothing, and daily expenses. Tell me which one was not earned by me. Which of your cultivation resources was not gathered by my efforts? Without me, Zhang Yu, the entire Yong'an Marquis residence would have been gnawing on bran by now. His words were somewhat exaggerated, yet not entirely untrue. Before Zhang Yu's return, although the Marquis residence could still maintain its outward dignity, its resources were extremely limited, insufficient to fully nurture 4 daughters and Zhang Heng in their cultivation. After Zhang Yu came back, in order to sustain his ingratiating persona, he used various god-level skills granted by the system to earn vast resources for the Marquis residence. Only then could Zhang Heng and the others cultivate in peace, free from worries over resources. Such shameless boasting. Zhang Wanning scoffed. We are using the Marquis residence's resources. Your business dealings are all conducted under the Marquis residence's banner, using its shops. Without the Marquis residence as your backing, you would not earn a single coin. To put it bluntly, with our family's resources and background, even sending a dog out would bring in money. Zhang Heng added with dissatisfaction, Elder brother, that's where you're wrong. The Marquis residence's wealth and extensive connections are laid out for all to see. Whoever goes to manage these businesses would do well. How can the credit be counted as yours alone? I think someone has grown too used to basking in the platform's glow and mistaken it for his own ability, Zhang Wanning said with open ridicule. Over the years, in order to avoid drawing suspicion, Zhang, you had indeed always acted under the Marquis residence's banner, giving everyone in the household the impression that he was relying on the family. They did not realize that without Zhang Yu leveraging various god-level skills to attract connections, the Marquis residence's businesses would have collapsed long ago. Enough! Qin Shuihua's face was equally cold as she said, if you are unwilling to take the blame for hunger, just say so. There is no need to stand here flaunting your supposed merits. Besides, the Marquis residence's current standing rests on a century of accumulated foundation and connections. It has nothing to do with you, not even a single coin's worth. Zhang Yu, stop making a scene. I know this matter wrongs you. In the future, the Marquis residence will certainly compensate you doubly, and I will also regard you in a new light. Qin Shuihua thought Zhang Yu was merely a child throwing a tantrum for attention, and she placated him casually with a few words. Zhang Yu, this fuss you're making is nothing more than a bid to attract our attention, isn't it? With an expression that said she had seen right through him, Zhang Wanning added disdainfully, very well, we acknowledge your contributions. Now hurry up and go to the Zhao prefecture to confess your crime like an obedient child. Zhang Heng then put on the air of a benevolent peacemaker and said, Elder brother, I understand your desire to attract the family's attention, but you cannot resort to such extreme methods. Look at how upset you've made Mother. Hearing the self-righteous remarks of a few individuals, Zhang Yu let out a cold laugh, his laughter filled with irony and absurdity. Well, what a scene of vying for affection and sulking. Zhang Yu felt somewhat speechless, thinking that these people had problems with their minds, as if they could not understand human speech. He could only speak more bluntly. Today I, Zhang Yu, voluntarily go to the Zhao prefecture to bear the crime of injuring the Wang family's disciples, thus repaying the kindness of nurturing. From now on I sever all ties with the Yongan Marquisate, and there will be no further entanglement. After saying this, he turned and left without hesitation, heading alone towards the Zhao prefecture's yamen. He spoke those resolute and heartless words clearly and calmly, without a trace of petulance or agitation. However, these words fell into the ears of Qin Shuihua and the others, leading to a completely different interpretation. Qin Zuihua's tense expression relaxed a bit, even revealing a hint of sarcasm. Humph, isn't he just obediently going to take the blame? She whispered to Zhang Wanning beside her, her tone laced with disdain. I told you his fussing about is merely to display his importance while feeling displeased inside. Did you see that? No matter how fierce the words he uttered in the end, he still has to go and take the blame obediently. It's just a child throwing a tantrum. She did not take Zhang Ye's declaration of severing ties to heart, believing it was merely a tactic to attract attention. Zhang Wanning also pouted, wearing an expression of seeing through everything. Exactly, thunderous words but little rain. I thought he could stir up some waves, but in the end he still has to take the blame. Who is he trying to scare with talk of severing ties? Once he endures a few days of hardship in prison, won't he have to rely on the Marquis to bail him out? At that time, let's see if he still has the face to speak such tough words. Zhang Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. My elder brother is just like this, stubborn and fixated. Mother, sister, don't take him too seriously. Once he comes out of jail and experiences the hardships outside, he will naturally understand the goodness of home. There was nothing to be done. For the past 3 years, Zhang Ye's image as a people-pleaser had taken root, and no matter what he did, everyone would think he was trying to curry favor with the Qin family. Zhang Yu did not head straight to the Zhao prefecture after leaving the Marquis. Instead, he turned into a quiet street and entered a shop called Mo Yunjai that sold brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The shop was small and the shopkeeper looked a bit dull. However, upon seeing Zhang Yu, the shopkeeper's eyes immediately brightened, becoming very spirited. He quickly glanced at the door and lowered his voice. "Boss, what brings you here?" This person was Zhang Yu's own man named Li Dagong, who usually handled intelligence and business operations in the capital. Zhang Yu also lowered his voice, his expression serious. "My good brother Chen Heng has caused trouble, and the Marquis wants me to take the blame for him. Isn't that too much?" Li Dagong, who was promoted by Zhang Yu, couldn't help but defend him. "This has happened so many times. Since they are so heartless, why should the young master always put his warm face against their cold rear?" Li Dagong, who knew Zhang Yu's reputation as a people-pleaser, just didn't understand why Zhang Yu would go to such lengths to curry favor with that group of ungrateful wolves at the Marquis. As Zhang Yu's capable subordinate, Li Dagong knew how immense the power Zhang Yu held was enough to easily topple the Yangon Marquis. Therefore, theoretically, Zhang Yu really did not need to please the people of the Marquisate, which was something Li Dagong couldn't comprehend. Thus, he could only echo what others said, thinking that perhaps Zhang Yu was simply yearning for love in his youth, which is why he desperately sought approval from those around him. Zhang Yu silently nodded and said, "This is the last time. From today onward, I will have no further entanglement with the Marquis." "Really?" This time it was Li Dagong who was skeptical. After all, Zhang Yu's past actions were vivid in memory. "You talk too much." Looking at Li Dagong's disbelieving eyes, Zhang Yu said irritably, "Don't think too much about it. I have something important for you to do, and it needs to be done quickly. What are you going to frame yourself for a crime?" Hearing Zhang Yu's instructions, Li Dagong was completely stunned, more surprised than when he heard Zhang Yu say he would no longer curry favor with the Marquis. How could someone frame themselves for a crime? Could it be that the boss was driven mad by those people at the Marquis? After a long silence, Li Dagong advised, "Boss, this isn't a joke. Even if you want to attract the attention of the people at the Marquisate, there's no need to belittle yourself, right?" After some thought, Li Dagong arrived at the same conclusion as the others at the Marquisate, believing that Zhang Yu was merely looking for an excuse to seek favor. "Oh my!" Zhang Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing that his reputation as a people-pleaser was hard to shake off. "Stop the nonsense and just do it." Zhang Yu was too lazy to explain to him and directly instructed, "You go and gather a batch of evidence of wrongdoing. The charges cannot be too severe nor too light. It's best to be the kind that only involves imprisonment without any beatings." Li Dagong understood the boss wanted to serve a long term in prison to gain the Marquisite's favor. Although he felt that what the boss was doing was somewhat not worth it, he still helplessly agreed. "Understood, I will arrange it right away." "Very good." Zhang Yu nodded. "Also, during my time in prison, it cannot be too harsh. You spend some money to smooth things over with the head of the prison guards. I want a clean single cell, and the food and drink cannot be too poor, at least it must be clean." "Don't worry, boss, I will definitely arrange it well," Li Dagong promised. After explaining everything, Zhang Yu did not head directly to the Jingzhou Prefecture's Yamen, but waited until nearly dark before turning himself in, wanting to give Li Dagong some time to prepare. The next day, at the Marquisite's back garden, Zhang Heng stood tall like a pine tree, wielding his long sword with ease. He was 17 this year, and had already attained the 5th rank in martial arts, making him a standout among his peers. This was also a major reason for his parents' favoritism towards him. Next to him, Zhang Wanning skillfully wielded her brush, the canvas before her radiant, seemingly alive with the roar of dragons and tigers. She was a practitioner of painting, as a way of cultivation, communicating with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth through her art. The siblings, one practicing martial arts, and the other cultivating the way of painting, were both immersed in their own worlds, diligently working without distraction. As for the elder brother Zhang Yu, who took the blame for Zhang Heng, he had long been cast aside from their minds, as if he had never existed. Not only the two of them, but the entire Marquis seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally forgotten that name, as if erasing a trivial piece of dust. "It's been a few days since we last met, and your martial arts have indeed improved quite a bit. Very good." A bright and brisk female voice rang out. Accompanying the voice, a figure dressed in a red outfit gracefully descended into the courtyard, and this person was Zhang Yu's fiancée, Zhang Luohan. At just 21 years old, she was a year older than Zhang Yu, strikingly beautiful, yet her brows carried a sense of unyielding spirit. What was even more eye-catching was her cultivation level. At only 21, she had already reached the 7th rank in martial arts, hailed as the 3rd fastest cultivation genius in the history of the Great Wei Kingdom. Although she had a childhood engagement with Zhang Yu, she was extremely annoyed by her timid fiancé. Instead, she was very close to the handsome and sunny Zhang Heng, often hunting and sparring together, causing quite a stir in the outside world. Zhang Yu, constrained by the system, had to continue his people-pleasing behavior, becoming the target of ridicule, earning the nickname people-pleaser. "Sister Jiang." Upon seeing her, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, putting away his long sword and approaching with a bright smile. Zhang Wanning also set down her brush, revealing a smile. Sister Luohan, weren't you practicing in the military camp in the northern suburbs? What brings you back so suddenly? Zhang Luohan dusted off the non-existent dust on her clothes and replied, I heard news in the army that Xiao Heng had a conflict with the Wang family, and I couldn't rest easy, so I hurried back. On the way back, I heard that Zhang Yu had taken the blame for Xiao Heng. This time, he has shown some understanding. Her tone was one of undisguised closeness and affection towards Zhang Heng. As for Zhang Ye's act of taking the blame, it was only met with a faint acknowledgement of at least, he is not completely worthless. Zhang Wanning immediately snorted coldly, understanding. Sister Luohan, don't think too highly of him. You should have seen his face at that time. When Mother asked him to take the blame, he didn't just fail to express gratitude, but even said that Mother was biased and that the Marquis treated him like a tool. She elaborated on that day's scene with embellishments, her words filled with disdain for Zhang Yu. Zhang Luohan's spirited brows furrowed, revealing obvious displeasure and disappointment. Such a thing occurred. He has disappointed me greatly. In times of family crisis, it is precisely when one needs to step forward. Not only does he refuse to share the burden, but he speaks such heartless words. This is simply outrageous. She had little fondness for Zhang Yu to begin with, and at this moment hearing of his disobedience toward the Marquis only deepened her aversion. Seeing this, Zhang Heng quickly stepped in to smooth things over, wearing a tolerant yet helpless smile. Sister Zhang, please don't be angry. My elder brother, perhaps he just didn't think it through at the moment. It's just a tantrum. He seemed to be defending Zhang Yu, but in reality he affirmed Zhang Ye's characterization as immature, throwing a tantrum and vying for affection. Qin Shuahua, not knowing when she had arrived in the garden, heard Zhang Heng's words and showed an appreciative expression. Henger truly understands knowing to empathize with his elder brother. Unlike that mischief maker who cares nothing for the bigger picture, only knows how to be willful. She looked at Zhang Luohan, her tone soothing and apologetic. Luohan, I apologize for the embarrassment. That child Zhang Yu has been neglected in discipline since childhood. His temperament is indeed a bit off. You can rest assured the matters with the Marquis will definitely not implicate you and your father. Zhang Luohan shook her head, her tone cold. Aunt Qin, you overstate it. Zhang Yu's behavior is truly unworthy of a good match. Although I am engaged to him, I must also consider his character. Looking at it now. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was already quite clear. A few people were collectively disdainful of Zhang Yu when Butler Fu rushed in, bowing slightly as he reported in a low voice, Madame, the case of the young master has been sentenced. Qin Shuahua spoke in a flat tone. How long is the sentence? A few months? Or 1 or 2 years? She anticipated that the Wang family would exert pressure, but she thought that with the Marquis' influence a short imprisonment would suffice. Butler Fu swallowed hard, his voice dry, replying to Madame, it's 50 years. Moreover, there have been some changes in the case which was eventually transferred to the Dali Temple, and the young master has been imprisoned in the heavenly prison. This was naturally the work of Li Dagong along with the Wang family's covert manipulation, and now Zhang Yu was burdened with dozens of cases. With a crash, the blue porcelain teacup in Qin Zuewa's hand slipped and shattered on the ground, tea splattering everywhere. She stood up abruptly, her face pale. 50 years. This far exceeded her expectations. Although she didn't like Zhang Yu and even tacitly approved of Zhang Heng's various schemes, she never imagined wanting him dead or imprisoned for life. Zhang Wanning first covered her mouth in shock, then a trace of uncontrollable glee surfaced in her eyes. Serves him right. That eyesore of a useless older brother was finally going to disappear completely. Zhang Heng's gentle smile instantly froze, his pupils slightly constricting. 50 years. His original plan was to let Zhang Yu suffer for a few years in prison, enduring torment, ideally dying there. But he didn't expect the Wang family to be so ruthless, nor did he anticipate that the case would be escalated directly to the heavenly prison. In such a place, how long could that useless Zhang Yu last? Zhang Luohan's elegant brows furrowed tightly as she said solemnly, this matter is suspicious. The Wang family must have concocted other charges in the background, striking a fatal blow. Mother, it's all my fault. Zhang Heng was the first to respond, kneeling down in regret as he said, if it weren't for me taking the blame, how would the elder brother end up in such a predicament? He pounded his chest and stomped his feet, acting genuinely distressed, portraying a deeply regretful and affectionate younger brother. Seeing this, Zhang Wanning immediately stepped forward to defend him, her tone sharp. Xiao Heng, get up quickly. How can this be blamed on you? If anyone is to be blamed, it should be Zhang Yu himself, who told him to behave improperly and leave behind so many faults for the Wang family to exploit. Now, with multiple charges combined, sentencing him to 50 years and imprisoning him in the heavenly prison is entirely his own doing. He deserves it. She could hardly wait to nail Zhang Yu to the pillar of shame and push all the blame onto him. Zhang Luohan glanced at Zhang Wanning. Although she found her words harsh, she couldn't help but acknowledge that if Zhang Yu were innocent and blameless, the Wang family would find it hard to fabricate such numerous charges. Zhang Yu's downfall was likely his own fault too. She remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing. Qin Shuhua wearily closed her eyes and waved her hand, saying, "Perhaps. This is his fate." She attributed everything to fate, skillfully avoiding her responsibility for having decided to let Zhang Yu take the blame, and also evading a slight, unwilling guilt deep down. Indeed, it was Zhang Yu's bad luck. It was her destiny to face this tribulation unrelated to her or the Marquis' choices. Then, as if recalling something, she turned to Zhang Luohan, her face displaying just the right amount of difficulty and apology. "Luohan, look at this. Zhang Yu has now been imprisoned in the heavenly prison, sentenced to 50 years. It seems this life. You are his fiancé. What should we do?" Her words seemed to express concern for Zhang Luohan, but in reality they were a test and a prelude to the following conversation. Zhang Weining immediately interrupted, saying, "Mother, what is there to hesitate about? That useless Zhang Yu was never worthy of Sister Zhang. Now that he is trapped in the heavenly prison with his future ruined, should we still let Sister Zhang remain a widow for him and waste her life? This engagement must be dissolved." "Exactly." Qin Shuhua nodded in agreement, her tone becoming resolute. "I will take charge of dissolving the engagement between you and Zhang Yu. He is now a man with a guilty sentence and with my Marquis family. In short, you cannot be burdened by him any longer." Zhang Luohan had long had this intention and even secretly felt relieved. Zhang Yu's imprisonment provided her with an excellent justified reason to call off the engagement. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Zhang Heng, who was also secretly observing her, and both felt a ripple in their hearts. Zhang Heng was extremely excited. He had already prepared to formally take in Zhang Yu's fiancé. Zhang Weining's eyes flicked, and she continued, "Mother, Sister Zhang, the dissolution of the engagement is inevitable. But for Sister Zhang's reputation, shouldn't we meet Zhang Yu in person and have him personally write a letter to dissolve the engagement? This way it will be clear and indisputable, avoiding any future claims that Sister Zhang is kicking him while he is down." Her words sounded grand and dignified, but her heart was dark, wanting to see Zhang Yu's miserable state in the heavenly prison and then step on him. "Yes, Mother." Zhang Heng also raised his head in agreement. "Elder brother has encountered such a great disaster, both emotionally and logically. We should all go see him once. To clarify things also, could be considered as fulfilling the last bit of brotherly affection." His words sounded beautiful, but he was sneering in his heart. Go see Zhang Yu? Of course. He had already arranged a good show to completely shatter Zhang Yu's last bit of dignity and hope right before him in the heavenly prison. The struggle for the heir has always been a matter of life and death. He must ensure that Zhang Yu is left with no chance of a comeback. Qin Shuhua pondered for a moment, feeling that her children had a point. The dissolution of the engagement must be handled decisively, leaving no grounds for others to criticize. It was better to meet Zhang Yu and settle the matter. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, suddenly a clear, pleasant, yet somewhat distant female voice came from the entrance of the garden. "Mother Xiao Hung, fourth sister, Sister Luohan." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw a young girl dressed in a moon-white academy robe with a cold and ethereal demeanor walking gracefully toward them. She appeared to be around 18 years old, exceptionally beautiful, but emanated a cold aloofness like snow on a high mountain. It was none other than the third young lady of the Marquis family, Zhang Qingyue, a well-known talented girl in the capital who spent most of her time studying outside and rarely returned home. "Third sister, why are you back?" Zhang Weining was somewhat surprised. Zhang Qingyue nodded slightly, acknowledging them as her calm gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Qin Shuhua. "I returned as the academy is on break. I vaguely heard some words outside just now." Her tone was calm and unruffled, making it difficult to discern any emotions. "I have heard about the matter concerning elder brother. Since he has been sentenced and imprisoned and the evidence is conclusive, the law of the land will take care of it. As for the engagement, it should indeed be decided early to avoid implicating others and oneself." Her words were concise and calm. She neither expressed glee like Zhang Weining, nor pretended to be sorrowful like Zhang Heng, nor did she shift the blame to fate like Qin Shuhua. She merely stated the facts and offered the most rational suggestion. Cut ties as soon as possible. She had always felt indifferent toward Zhang Yu as a brother, and even held some disdain for his past flattering behavior. Now that Zhang Yu was in trouble, she saw it merely as a consequence of his own negligence and deserving of his fate. The Marquis family should cut him off decisively. Seeing her independent-minded and talented daughter say this, Qin Shuhua was even more resolute. She nodded. "Qingyue is right. Since that is the case, let us go to the heavenly prison together. We will say what needs to be said and handle what needs to be done. I see the sky is getting dark. Let's go tomorrow instead." Zhang Heng suddenly spoke, pushing the matter to the next day. Previously, he thought Zhang Yu would serve his sentence in the Jingzhou Mansion's prison, He didn't expect Zhang Yu to be sent to the heavenly prison, so he needed some time to rearrange his plan against Zhang Yu. In the evening, within the inner chamber of Mo Yun's studio, Li Dagong furrowed his brow, hurriedly writing at his desk. He was diligently following Zhang Yu's instructions, detaching and transferring those properties related to the Ho residence. It wouldn't be long before the people of the Ho residence realized that it was left with nothing but an empty shell. Since the facade had already been perfectly established, Zhang Yu had no intention of indulging that group of vampires any longer. Beside Li Dagong, a young man dressed in black attire lounged half-reclining on a grandmaster chair, one leg draped over the armrest, holding a wine gourd in his hand, and occasionally tilting his head to take a swig. He was Mo Zhai, the foremost expert under Zhang Yu and one of the earliest loyal followers of Zhang Yu. Only 20 years old yet, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. In fact, with Zhang Yu's financial resources, he could easily hire experts of the 9th rank or even innate masters. However, due to his own low cultivation level, he dared not recklessly recruit individuals of too high a level, fearing a backlash from his subordinates. Thus, he chose to carefully cultivate loyal individuals acting under the guise of the Ho residence. Suddenly, Li Dagong's communication jade pendant lit up. He looked down and his expression immediately became somewhat strange, even twitching at the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong?" Mo Zhai keenly noticed Li Dagong's change in expression and lazily asked, his gaze sharpening. Li Dagong, with a complex expression, handed the note to Mo Zhai, his tone carrying a sense of absurdity. "You take a look for yourself. Someone has their eyes on the boss chrysanthemum." Chrysanthemum? Mo Zhai was taken aback for a moment, then took the jade tablet, and immediately a fierce grin spread across his face. "Interesting, since the boss brother wants to see the boss chrysanthemum ruined. We might as well let him experience the sensation of being hurt himself first." "Old Li, you should do it this way," Mo Zhai whispered, and Li Dagong hesitated. "Isn't that too much?" The next day, at the Dali Temple's prison. This place mostly housed serious offenders, major criminals, or innocent people caught up in significant cases. However, inside the prison, it was not a uniform space of suffering. Here, money and power could still carve out a small gap, allowing a sliver of human light to seep through. The area where Zhang Yu was located was the paradise side of this ice and fire dichotomy. Thanks to the substantial silver that Li Dagong had arranged in advance, he was not thrown into the stinking, overcrowded shared cell like most prisoners. He had an independent small room. Although it was only about 10 feet square compared to the crowded and filthy large cells outside, it was already a VIP treatment. The cell had a relatively clean wooden bed covered with new bedding sent in by Li Dagong, and there was even a small wooden table and a stool. At that moment, Zhang Yu was leisurely lying on the cushioned wooden bed, his hands resting behind his head, crossing his legs, and even chewing on a stalk of grass he had found from somewhere. "Dinner is served." A lazy shout from the guard outside the prison door was accompanied by the sounds of clanking chains and dragged wooden barrels. Zhang Yu sat up upon hearing the voice. Soon after, a guard with a relatively kind expression came over carrying 2 food boxes. He did not treat Zhang Yu like the other prisoners, roughly shoving food through the bars, but instead took out a key, opened the small window on the prison door, and handed the 2 food boxes in one by one. "Young Master Zhang, your meal." The guard lowered his voice, carrying a hint of flattery. "As per your instructions, it is light and delicious, all freshly cooked." Zhang Yu nodded and took the food box. Upon opening it, he found a bowl of crystal-clear white rice, on top a plate of stir-fried vegetables, below a plate of braised meat, and a bowl of chicken soup, golden and fragrant. This was a home-cooked meal costing 50 taels of silver per serving. In the Dali Temple prison, as long as the money is sufficient and the background strong enough, one could still enjoy meals nearly as good as those outside. Zhang Yu ate leisurely, contrasting sharply with the curses and sounds of fighting from next door, which arose over a tiny portion of moldy gruel. His gaze occasionally drifted to the similarly sized cell diagonally opposite. That was said to be the regular haunt of the only son of the Jing Wang residence. That cell was even more spacious than Zhang Yu's, not only equipped with a bed and table, but also a bookshelf and a complete tea set. At this moment, that young prince was half reclining on a soft couch draped in brocade. Next to him stood 2 delicate young maidservants, one fanning him and the other peeling grapes for him. The curtain was half drawn, blocking most of the view, but the occasional teasing sounds and certain ambiguous movements made it easy to guess what was happening inside. With power and influence, even while imprisoned, one could still live a life of excess. Zhang Yu was leisurely eating his 50 tael prison meal when he picked up the last piece of meat, but his chopsticks suddenly paused. There seemed to be something unusual at the bottom of the bowl. He discreetly used his chopsticks to push aside the rice, his fingertips touching a small piece of oil paper. It was Li Dagong's communication. "I've already entered the prison, yet my good brother still won't let me go." He sneered inwardly, then tore the note into pieces. Just as he finished handling the paper, he heard a commotion of hurried footsteps at the end of the corridor, accompanied by the guard's deliberately raised voice and the clinking of keys. Before long, several guards were bowing and leading a group of people, stopping in front of his cell. The light was dim, but Zhang Yu recognized the visitors at a glance. Qin Shuahua had a complex expression carrying a condescending scrutiny and an imperceptible irritation. Zhang Weining did not conceal the glee and disdain in her eyes, looking at him as if he were some dirty trash. Zhang Qingyue still maintained her cold and ethereal demeanor, but her brows held a hint of impatience and alienation, as if stepping into this filthy place was already a significant grievance. And standing at the forefront was his fiancée Zhang Luohan. The guard swiftly opened the small window for visitation on the prison door, then respectfully stepped aside. Zhang Luohan took a step forward, first dressed in a simple, elegant dress, instead of her usual attire, which made her cold complexion stand out even more. Zhang Yu. Her voice was clear, carrying an undisguised disappointment and accusation which sounded especially jarring in this silent prison area. You have disappointed me greatly. She did not even give Zhang Yu a chance to speak, coldly saying, I once thought that despite your mediocre talent and soft disposition you at least had a good heart and understood the importance of family. But what about you? The Wang family's matter, Xiao Heng got into trouble and you were asked to take the blame, which was certainly unjust. But in light of the big picture, what do personal gains and losses matter? That was your opportunity to share the burden for the Ho residents and for Heng Di. But look at you. She grew increasingly angry, her slender finger almost poking the wooden bars. Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also express grievances, even uttering the nonsensical idea of severing ties with the Ho residents. Do you have any regard for your parents? Any for your siblings? Any for my face as your fiancé? Her harsh criticism positioned herself on a moral high ground, diminishing Zhang Yu to nothing, as if his imprisonment was entirely due to his own shortcomings, while her disappointment was only natural. Zhang Qingyue slightly furrowed her brows, her clear voice resonating like pearls falling on a jade plate, yet it carried an icy edge. Elder brother, your actions this time were indeed reckless. Regardless of the reasons, confronting mother and disregarding the family is not the way of a son or a brother. You should seriously reflect on your current situation. She said little, but each word cut like a knife, tightly fastening the labels of thoughtless and irresponsible onto him. Zhang Yu quietly listened, his face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Once they finished, he set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and moved with a calmness as if he were in his own living room. He raised his eyes, calmly scanning Zhang Luohan and Zhang Qingyue before finally resting his gaze on Qin Shuahua, suddenly letting out a soft laugh. That laughter was soft, yet it abruptly halted Zhang Luohan's accusations, and Zhang Qingyu's admonishments, rendering them somewhat ridiculous. Disappointed, not understanding the broader context. Zhang Yu spoke, his voice not loud yet clear and steady, echoing in the oppressive prison. Miss Zhang's second sister, as you stand here dressed in silk and fine clothing, smelling the stench of the prison, and telling this criminal dressed in prison garb, who eats prison food, about disappointment and understanding the broader context. Do you not find it laughable? He paused, turning his gaze to Zhang Luohan. Have you forgotten that this matter was instigated by Zhang Heng? I refuse to take the blame, which means I am disregarding the larger situation. Why should he not come forward to take responsibility for the situation he created? Zhang Luohan was momentarily stunned by his question, instinctively glancing at the frightened Zhang Heng. Beside her, her lips moved, yet she could not voice her thoughts. In her heart, she thought, with Heng Di's talent and prospects, how could he endure such injustice? Zhang Yu, not waiting for her to respond, looked at Zhang Qingyue. Second sister says, I disregard the family. Then let me ask you, has the family ever cared for me? Ignoring me for 10 years on the estate, is that caring for me? Bringing me back only to serve as a tool to display their benevolence, is that caring for me? Thinking of pushing me out as the first option to take the blame when something goes wrong, is that caring for me? Or do you mean to say that the family you speak of only includes those you approve of? And I, Zhang, you have never been considered a member of the Zhang family, merely an outsider who can be sacrificed at will and discarded after use. A flicker of emotion finally broke through Zhang Qingyu's icy facade, a flash of anger from having a certain unspoken truth exposed. But she maintained her composure, merely tightening her lips and turning her face away. Qin Zuewa's face turned ugly as she sternly said, You ungrateful wretch, how dare you argue? The family raised you and nurtured you. Their kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Making you take the blame was also out of necessity to preserve the foundation of the Ho residence. Not only do you fail to empathize, but you also harbor resentment, and now you are here spouting nonsense, biting back at your siblings. Have you gone crazy from being in prison? Biting back? Zhang Yu laughed this time, his smile carried unabashed sarcasm. Mother, do you truly not understand who is biting back at whom? As for kindness heavy as a mountain, the kindness of 10 years left to fend for itself on the estate is etched in my heart. Therefore, this prison disaster today, isn't it also a repayment of that nurturing kindness? From now on we can be clear, can't we? You. Qin Shuahua was left speechless, her chest tight with anger, pointing at him unable to form complete sentences. She had not expected that even in such dire circumstances her son would be so stubborn, even more arrogant than when he was at home. Zhang Weining, seeing her mother in distress, immediately shouted, "Zhang Yu, stop your nonsense here. You are useless and still blame the heavens and the earth. We are here today to have me sign the annulment of our engagement, right?" Zhang Yu directly interrupted her, turning his gaze towards Zhang Luohan, whose face was alternating between red and pale, then glanced at Qin Shuhua, who had a blank expression but was urging him, and finally swept over Zhang Heng, who was looking down to hide his expression. He had already guessed it from the moment he stepped into the cell, from the moment he saw Zhang Luohan's face of coming to question him. Qin Shuhua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, adopting a heartbroken yet forced expression. Since you are already trapped in prison with your future ruined, Luohan is in her prime, we cannot let her waste her life for you. This marriage should be called off. You write the annulment letter, and from now on let it be man and woman separated, each going their own way. This is for your good and for Luohan's good. Zhang Heng spoke. Elder brother, I know you can't bear to part with Sister Zhang, but you cannot be so selfish as to waste her entire life. Don't worry, after we annul the engagement I promise to take good care of Sister Zhang and ensure she suffers no grievances. He even took the initiative to hold Zhang Luohan's hand to provoke Zhang Heng. Zhang Luohan hesitated for a moment, surprisingly not struggling nor withdrawing her hand, and her meaning was already quite clear. Qin Shuhua felt that the two standing together were a match made in heaven, far more suitable than Zhang Yu, that disgrace. She interjected smoothly, Your brother is right. Luohan is a good child. She shouldn't really waste her life on you. Since your fate with Luohan has come to an end and Henger is truly devoted to her, I think after some time, when the storm has passed, we should annul your engagement with Luohan, allowing Luohan and Henger to get engaged, which would be a beautiful thing. Although you are in prison, I believe you would still wish to see Luohan have a good future, and Henger can also have his wishes fulfilled. She spoke lightly, as if arranging something trivial, completely ignoring Zhang Yu, the person concerned, and Zhang Luohan, his former fiancé. In her eyes, Zhang Yu had already become a useless person. Being able to facilitate his brother and former fiancé was the last bit of value he could provide. Suddenly silence fell both inside and outside the cell. Zhang Ye's gaze slowly swept over the tightly clasped hands outside the cell, over Zhang Luohan's shy and lowered face, over Zhang Heng's feigned concern but secretly proud eyes, finally settling on the seemingly justified face of Qin Shuhua. He felt no anger, no despair, not even a trace of sadness or jealousy. The expression on his face was one of extreme peculiarity, as if he had witnessed something absurd and ludicrously funny. Then he truly laughed. Not a cold laugh, not a sneer, but a kind of uncontrollable laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. The laughter started low but gradually grew louder, echoing in the eerie cell, filled with unabashed mockery and delight. Zhang Heng felt a chill from the laughter, forcing himself to remain calm. Elder brother, what are you laughing at? I know you are sad, but... Sad? Zhang Yu stopped laughing, wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, his gaze filled with mockery. Why should I be sad? I'm actually quite happy. He took 2 steps forward, approaching the cell bars, his gaze curiously scanning between Zhang Heng and Zhang Luohan, as if admiring a pair of performers. Zhang Heng, my dear brother, you truly are my dear brother. Zhang Ye's tone was light, as if complimenting. Here I am taking the blame for you and sitting in prison, and you can't wait to claim my inheritance. Even the item of an unwed wife you take over so naturally, so effortlessly. What do you think my used belongings are particularly fragrant? You. Zhang Heng's face instantly turned red, both surprised and angry. Zhang Luohan also abruptly raised her head, glaring at Zhang Yu with a mix of shame and anger, trembling with rage. Zhang Yu, however, ignored them, continuing to look at Qin Shuhua, his smile growing even brighter. And mother, your arrangement is truly thoughtful and considerate. You just put me in this heavenly prison, and then you hurried to have me wear a green hat and even let my own brother wear it. You're really not letting any outsiders benefit from it. Should I also write a thank you letter here, in this heavenly prison, to express my gratitude for your thoughtful arrangements? With each word he spoke, Qin Zuewa's expression darkened, turning more and more severe, her finger pointing at Zhang Yu, trembling. Disgrace, what nonsense are you speaking? I don't know what's good for me. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Yes, I truly don't know what's good for me. I didn't know that you consider betraying family, kicking someone when they are down, and taking advantage of a fire to rob as good, and that flattering the powerful, despising the poor, and turning one's back is bad. Your good and bad is truly something I cannot endure. He no longer looked at the furious and speechless Qin Shuhua, but returned his gaze to the new couple, his tone becoming lazy and casual. All right, stop acting. I understand your little thoughts very well. One has long coveted his brother's fiancée, while the other despises her fiancé's incompetence, and has long wanted to climb to a higher branch. Now it's just right, one useless person is in prison and one genius has a bright future, a perfect match just like wolves and tigers. Zhang Yu, shut up. Zhang Luohan finally couldn't help but shout, tears sparkling in her eyes, unsure whether it was out of anger or shame. Zhang Heng also gritted his teeth and said, "Elder brother, how can you tarnish the innocence of me and sister Luohan? We are just what? A match made in heaven? A mutual attraction? Or are you just a couple of adulterers?" Zhang Yu scoffed. "Save those words for outside to say to those who are unaware of the truth. In my eyes you are just a pair of dogs who took advantage of my misfortune to eagerly conspire together." This was said in an extremely unpleasant manner, completely tearing off the facade. Zhang Heng and Zhang Luohan turned pale, trembling with anger, but for a moment could not find words to retort. Zhang Yu's words, dogs and couple, were like thunder, leaving Zhang Heng and Zhang Luohan pale, and also making Qin Shuahua and others tremble with anger. However, this eerie, heavenly prison was not just home to them. This family drama had already attracted the attention of some special viewers in the nearby cells. In the luxuriously decorated single room across the way, the Prince of Jing had unknowingly put down his wine cup, leaning on a soft couch draped with brocade, resting his chin on one hand, watching the drama with great interest through the gaps in the bars. The two maidservants beside him had also forgotten about fanning and peeling grapes, equally curious as they peered over. Oh, how lively it is! The drama at the Marquis residence, brothers competing for a woman and the mother taking sides. It's even more exciting than the operas in the theater. He had always been lawless, and at this moment he was enjoying the chaos without any concern. Some other relatively ordinary but well-informed prisoners also perked up their ears, whispering in the spacious prison area, "My goodness, this is quite the eye-opener, taking the blame for his brother and ending up in prison," and the brother immediately grabs his fiancée's hand while the mother is quickly matchmaking. "This Marquis wife is really biased. Is the eldest son adopted? Tisk that Miss Jiang is not a simple character either. Her fiancé just fell into misfortune, and she quickly got involved with the younger brother. The eldest young master is right to scold them. Dogs and couples not wrong at all. Who says otherwise? This is simply bullying. They took all the benefits while the eldest young master bore the black pot. What Marquis noble family, pft, they are less dignified than us common folk." Although these whispers were intentionally lowered, they still faintly floated in the quiet prison like needles, stabbing at the faces and hearts of Qin Shuahua, Zhang Heng, Zhang Luohan, and others. They had never experienced such humiliation, being criticized and pointed at by a group of lowly prisoners. Qin Zuewa's complexion shifted from blue to purple, her chest heaving violently, feeling as if she had lost all her dignity today. Zhang Heng, holding Zhang Luohan's hand, unconsciously gripped tighter, his knuckles turning white both from anger and embarrassment. Zhang Luohan was even more ashamed and furious, wishing she could faint on the spot, tears finally spilling from her eyes, unsure whether it was out of grievance or anger. Zhang Qingyue and Zhang Wanning were also extremely embarrassed, their faces flushed red, feeling as if they were being pricked by needles, completely uncomfortable. They were the proud daughters of the Marquis residence. How could they have fallen to the point of being mocked by prisoners? Enough! Qin Shuahua finally could not endure this intangible humiliation, and the harsh remarks around her, shouting sternly, wanting to stop this farce and dispel the uncomfortable gazes and discussions aimed at her. However, Zhang Yu seemed to have not heard the surrounding noise, nor seen their ugly expressions. The smile on his face had already faded, leaving only a bone-chilling calm. "Want to annul the engagement? Simple." He spoke, his voice not loud but clearly overpowering the whispers, carrying an undeniable determination. "Just return all the gifts I gave you." Qin Shui listened as Zhang Yu demanded that Zhang Luohan return the gifts, her face filled with disdain and contempt. "You wretch, even at this point you still cling to wealth and riches." Zhang Wanning immediately chimed in, her tone sharp and cutting. "Indeed, big brother, you are truly vulgar and unrefined. It's a shame you read the classics yet your heart is only filled with money. Sister Luohan must have fallen into bad luck to be with you. To annul the engagement is one thing, but you still have the face to demand gifts. How could you even say that?" At this moment Zhang Luohan felt as if she had grasped a straw to save her face, her tone dripping with condescension. "It's just a trivial gift. Returning it is nothing, lest you think I, Zhang Luohan, covet anything from you." She indeed felt relieved inside. The Zhang family was also a family of officials, with her father serving as the Deputy Minister of Rights, and they naturally were not short on money. As long as she could immediately rid herself of Zhang Yu and sever ties, she was willing to pay this small price. "All right." Zhang Yu nodded, no longer looking at Zhang Luohan, but instead turning to a small table where ink and brushes were already prepared, picking up the brush to write. 3 years ago, 12 tiers of the merfolk pearls from the South Sea. These pearls are not ordinary but born from a 1,000-year-old clam essence, shining at night, beneficial for calming the mind and aiding cultivation. Priced at 30,000 taels. Zhang Luohan's eyelid twitched. She truly liked these pearls as they shone like the moon when placed in her room at night, but 30,000 taels. 2 years ago, the authentic work Zhang Fan Pavilion by the painting sage Li Sisun. This was his peak creation in his later years, containing a trace of the essence of landscape art beneficial for both the art of painting and for martial artists to comprehend the heavens, priced at 25,000 taels. Qin Shuihua frowned tightly. Indeed, Li Sisun's paintings were precious. Last year, the autumn water sword was crafted using heavenly black iron as the main material, mixed with 3 taels of star sand and 2 qian of 10,000 years cold iron essence, painstakingly forged by the 7th-generation disciple of the reclusive swordsmith Oyiz over 81 days. This sword has already begun to exhibit spiritual consciousness sharp and unmatched, and can enhance the power of water and ice attribute techniques. Materials, labor, and connections, priced at 50,000 taels. Zhang Hung gasped. 50,000 taels for a sword. This was practically highway robbery. Additionally, a 3-foot-tall blood jade coral from the Eye of the East Sea. This coral grows 1 inch every 100 years, containing pure blood energy, suitable for medicine and for ornamental purposes, priced at 8,000 taels. A pair of moonlight nightlight cups from the ancient kingdom of Lulan in the western regions, sculpted from moonstone. They emit a soft glow at night, and the wine they hold is sweet and refreshing, priced at 5,000 taels. As Zhang Yu continued to list item after item, Zhang Luohan's expression gradually shifted from pride to pale, while the brows of Qin Shuihua and the others furrowed tighter, and the surrounding discussions grew louder. This was no longer just a few gifts, but a fortune substantial enough to bankrupt an ordinary wealthy family. Yet this was merely the beginning. Zhang Yu dipped his brush and continued writing, his tone still calm. Furthermore, I present the following pills to assist Miss Zhang in her cultivation. 3 bottles of Ultimate Tranquil Jade Dew Pills, 3 pills per bottle. These pills, made from the heart of a 1,000-year-old snow lotus and calming herbs, have the miraculous effect of eliminating inner demons and solidifying one's realm, priced at 1,500 taels per pill, totaling 13,500 taels. 5 bottles of Ultimate Cultivation Solidification Pills, 5 pills per bottle. These pills use rare medicinal materials like 300-year-old mountain ginseng and solidifying fruit, effective for solidifying one's foundation and healing hidden injuries, especially suitable for stabilizing realms after breakthroughs, priced at 2,000 taels per pill, totaling 50,000 taels. 10 boxes of nourishing ointment made from 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. This ointment not only beautifies the skin, but also nourishes the meridians, compensating for the losses incurred during cultivation, valued at 800 taels per box, totaling 8,000 taels. The value of these pills has already far exceeded those jewels and artifacts. Zhang Yu paused, lifted his gaze to Zhang Luohan, and calmly stated the last item, which was truly the heavy blow, 1 Bodhi pill. At the mention of these 3 words, the entire cell became silent as a pin drop. The Crown Prince of Jing Wang suddenly sprang up from the soft couch, the wine gourd clattering to the ground, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yu, his face filled with disbelief, as if he were seeing this person for the first time. Bodhi pill. That was a legendary holy item, its effects deemed miraculous, capable of cleansing muscles and bones, reshaping foundations, significantly enhancing aptitude, and increasing the success rate of major breakthroughs by at least 30%. Its value could not be measured by ordinary gold and silver. It could be said that Zhang Luohan's current cultivation was entirely reliant on the effects of this Bodhi pill. Zhang Yu seemed to have not noticed the astonishment of those around him, continuing in a calm tone. 1 Bodhi pill, priced at 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels. Zhang Hung screamed in shock, his voice breaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Zhang Luohan stood frozen in place, her mind blank, her body cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. 500,000 taels. Just for 1 pill. How could this be possible? When she took it back then, she only felt the medicinal power was pure and overwhelming, assisting her in breaking through the bottleneck, making rapid progress, thinking it was an extraordinary spiritual pill, yet she never dared to imagine it was the legendary Bodhi pill. Zhang Yu. How could he possibly have such a thing? And he even gifted it to her. The Crown Prince of Jing Wang mumbled to himself, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. 500,000 taels. Bodhi pill? This kid. Is he really willing to give away something like this? Around them, the prisoners erupted in uproar, exclamations, gasps, and incredulous discussions filled the air. 500,000 taels. My goodness! Bodhi pill. I've only heard of it from storytellers. Is this young master of the Marquis family a reincarnation of a generous child? Zhang Luohan has swallowed a mountain of gold, and now she has to spit it out. Zhang Yu set down his brush, picked up the densely written list of gifts that could make anyone's heart race, and gently blew on the ink. He then handed it to the guard, who was already dumbfounded and trembling, indicating for him to pass it to the pale Zhang Luohan outside the cell. Miss Zhang, please take a look. All items have sources that can be verified. If there are no doubts, please return them according to this list at a discounted price. The autumn water sword and Zhang Fan pavilion must be returned in their original form, while the others can be exchanged for silver at market price. After removing the fractions, the total amounts to 768,500 taels. Zhang Yu's voice remained calm, yet it was like a thunderclap in everyone's minds. 768,500 taels. Zhang Luohan trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind, taking the heavy list that felt as weighty as a mountain, looking at the glaring numbers, and the line Bodhi pill 500,000 taels, feeling as if the world was spinning. Let alone the 500,000 taels for the Bodhi pill, she couldn't even come up with the nearly 270,000 taels for the previous gifts. You are talking nonsense. What Bodhi pill, what 500,000 taels? You are spouting lies and extorting. Zhang Luohan screamed in denial, her voice filled with despair. This was her last struggle. Zhang Yu seemed to have anticipated her response, calmly saying, "Whether it is extortion or not, there will be a fair judgment. The tears of the merfolk can be appraised by the chief manager of the treasure pavilion. The Zhang Fan pavilion can be evaluated by the doctoral scholars of the Hanlin Academy. The autumn water sword can be inspected by the great craftsmen of the Ministry of Works or people from the Tianjin Mountain Villa. The pills, especially the Bodhi pill, its residual medicinal power is special. The chief physician's office or an expert from the Medicine King's Valley can examine your meridians, and it will be clear with just one test. As for the prices, they are all based on recent auction results or recognized valuations in the industry fair and square." He paused, his tone turning cold. "If Miss Zhang insists on denying it, then we will have to go to court and invite the Jingzhou Yin or even the Supreme Court and the Inspectorate to judge." "You!" Zhang Luohan was furious but had no way to refute. "Wait, Zhang, you don't spout nonsense and extort my sister Luohan." Zhang Wanning suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Yu in the cell, her face filled with a sense of self-satisfaction and malice, as if she had exposed a lie. "You claim these gifts and pills are worth 760,000 taels. What a joke. You, a so-called young master who grew up in the countryside and has only been back for a few years, how could you afford to buy these things? Unless you are using the opportunity to manage part of the Marquis household industries, to embezzle, pocketing the Marquis wealth to please Sister Luohan." The more she spoke, the more she felt she had grasped the truth, turning to Qin Shuihua excitedly saying, "Mother, did you hear that? Zhang Yu is not only useless but also has dirty hands. He must have secretly misappropriated public funds from the Marquis household, and might even have forged accounts to embezzle large sums of money to buy these random items. What tares of the merfolk, what Bodhi pill, they were all bought with our Marquis money." She then turned to the pale Zhang Luohan and spoke in a tone of realization, "Sister Luohan, don't be afraid. These items are nominally given by Zhang Yu, but in reality all the money spent comes from our Marquis household, which means it is the Marquis gift to you. A mere embezzler, what right does he have to demand gifts for the Marquis? If there is a demand, it should be the Marquis household demanding back the embezzled funds." Zhang Wanning's words were vicious and extremely confusing. She directly twisted Zhang Yu's personal gifting behavior into bribing with the public funds of the Marquis household. She positioned herself on the moral high ground of recovering family embezzled funds, attempting to completely negate the legitimacy of Zhang Yu's demand for gifts, and even aimed to bite back, accusing Zhang Yu of embezzlement. Zhang Heng also reacted quickly, hastily agreeing, "Sister 4 is right. Big brother, honestly confess, where did the money for these gifts come from? Did you use public funds from the household? Or did you do something unspeakable?" He seemed to be questioning, but in reality he was guiding everyone to think of embezzlement. Zhang Luohan revealed a look of disdain. "Zhang Yu, you actually used the Marquis money to show off, deceiving me all these years. These items I want return. If I return, it will be to the Marquis household." The discussions around them shifted direction due to Zhang Wanning's words. Some began to waver. Embezzlement. This is indeed possible. The young master of the Marquis household using a bit of household funds to please his fiancée makes sense. If that's the case, then this list of gifts is really hard to say. The Crown Prince of Jingwang raised an eyebrow, revealing an amused expression, finding it all the more interesting. Zhang Yu faced the proud gazes of several people and nodded calmly. "That's right, I indeed do not have that much money." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanning's eyes instantly lit up with ecstatic delight, as if she had solidified Zhang Yu's guilt. She couldn't wait to exclaim, "Look, he admitted it himself. He does not have that much money. So how did these items worth 760,000 taels come about? It must be embezzling from the Duke's treasury." Qin Shuihua let out a long sigh of relief, her face once again displaying its usual authority mixed with a hint of disgust, as if to say, "I knew it." She looked at Zhang Yu as if he were a filthy creature that had finally been exposed. Zhang Luohan seemed to have cast off a heavy burden. She thought that once Zhang Yu was pinned for embezzlement, this astronomical debt could be shed. Even Zhang Qingyue, who had always remained indifferent, frowned slightly, her gaze towards Zhang Yu, now tinged with a subtle trace of disdain. Misappropriating vast sums from the estate to please women was, regardless of the reason, an exceedingly foolish and immoral act in her eyes. The discussions around them again shifted towards the Duke's estate. Admitting you have no money, then it must be using the estate's funds. There's no escape now, this is indeed embezzlement. Miss Zhang is also a victim deceived by an embezzler. The Crown Prince too curled his lip, feeling somewhat bored, thinking there would be some sort of reversal. However, just when everyone thought Zhang Yu was confessing and accepting punishment, he suddenly changed his tone, still calm and unperturbed. Although I have no money, I can borrow some. Borrow? Zhang Wanning laughed derisively, as if she had just heard the greatest joke, saying, Big brother, do you think we are 3-year-olds? 760000 taels who would lend you that much money? Even if it were a money house without sufficient collateral, they wouldn't lend such a huge sum to the young master of the Duke's estate. Who do you think you are? Qin Shuahua also said coldly, You wretch, at this point do you still want to argue? Zhang Yu looked at them as if they were a group of jumping monkeys and said leisurely, Naturally there are channels for borrowing money. As for who the creditor is and where the loan agreement is. He calmly produced a few neatly folded documents stamped with a bright red seal. It was a loan agreement, in black and white, with a huge amount, the borrower's name clearly written as Zhang Yu with a clear fingerprint. This? How is this possible? Zhang Wanning exclaimed, her previous smugness instantly freezing into disbelief. She couldn't understand how Zhang Yu managed to borrow so much money. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Qingyue, and Zhang Heng all displayed expressions of utter astonishment. That was over 760000 taels of silver. How could Zhang Yu really have borrowed it? How did he do it? To borrow over 760000 taels of silver is quite the accomplishment. The Crown Prince nodded silently. After the initial shock, Zhang Heng was the first to wake up. He knew this debt could not be acknowledged. If it were, Zhang Luohan would be in trouble, and the Duke's estate would be implicated as well. His expression instantly shifted to one of deep sorrow as he exclaimed, Big brother, even if this money is borrowed by you, so what? He stood on his moral high ground and earnestly said, Gifts given are like water poured out, how can one take them back? By acting this way, are you not making Sister Luohan uncomfortable, bringing shame to our Duke's estate, and causing Uncle Zhang to lose face? You are too inconsiderate of the overall situation, too shameless. Zhang Wanning immediately understood, chiming in sharply, Exactly. Zhang Yu, are you still a man? Do you think of reclaiming gifts after giving them? What a disgrace to the Zhang family. Our Duke's estate does not have such petty and vile descendants like you. Qin Shuahua steadied herself, maintaining a serious face, assuming her mother's authoritative demeanor. Where the essence of gift-giving is sincerity. Since it has been given, it belongs to Luohan now. If you insist on demanding it back, it is against propriety. Wouldn't this make our Zhang family a laughingstock, showing we lack grace and are capricious? They attempted to bind Zhang Yu with vague concepts like reason, face, and family reputation, denying the legitimacy of his claims. Seeing the Duke's estate's people speaking up for her, Zhang Luohan felt somewhat reassured, her greed and luck prevailing. She bit her lips, striving to sound righteous, though her voice trembled slightly. Zhang Yu, when I accepted those gifts, I had no idea you borrowed money to buy them. Now that you want me to return them, it is equivalent to asking me to pay off your debt. This is unreasonable in every sense. Your creditor should be the one to ask you for money, not me. The items, I will not return them. She decided to play the rogue, thinking to herself that with the power of the Duke's estate and the Zhang family, would any ordinary money house dare to come and press for repayment? The surrounding prisoners erupted into derisive jeers, refusing to return gifts but quick to evade debts, running away with her brother-in-law while clinging to her ex-husband's belongings. How audacious! The Zhang family of the Duke's estate is using their power to bully others. Zhang Luohan's cheeks burned with shame and anger in the face of these accusations. Yet, thinking of the astronomical figure of 768500 taels, she gritted her teeth, enduring without backing down. Unable to repay, she could only endure. Zhang Yu looked at their performance, his face devoid of anger, only a hint of cold mockery, as if he were watching a group of poor actors. He nodded, speaking in a calm tone. Miss Zhang seems to make a bit of sense. The debt is mine, and I suppose it shouldn't involve you. Zhang Luohan felt a sense of relief in her heart. But Zhang Yu changed his tone, however. When I borrowed the money, I not only signed a loan agreement, but also a supplementary agreement with the lender. He glanced over the suddenly tense crowd and slowly said, The agreement states that if I, Zhang Yu, fail to repay the principal and interest on time, the lender has the right to directly demand repayment from the actual recipient of the gifts, which is Miss Zhang Luohan, for the corresponding valuables purchased with the loan. Of course, they can also claim compensation from my family. What? Zhang Luohan screamed in shock, her face draining of color. Such an agreement exists. Then she couldn't just get away with it. Zhang Wanning immediately jumped out shouting in a threatening tone. Nonsense, the agreement was signed by you. What does it have to do with Sister Jiang and the Duke's estate? The money was borrowed by you. Why should you seek items from Sister Jiang and the Duke's estate? Do you think our Duke's estate and the Jiang family are mere decorations? I'll see which nearsighted money house dares to come to my Jiang family or the Duke's estate and cause trouble. She directly revealed their family power, intending to threaten potential creditors. Think it over. Do you want to offend the minister's residence and the Yangon Duke's estate for a bit of money? Qin Shuahua also forced herself to remain calm, saying coldly, You don't speak alarmingly. Even with some agreements, my Zhang family and the Zhang family are not easy to be manipulated. Ordinary money houses wouldn't dare to do this. This is a typical case of using power to bully others. They believed that with the might of the two estates they could easily scare off most creditors and suppress this debt dispute. Just as Zhang Wanning shouted, Who dares to come here? And Qin Shuahua emphasized ordinary money houses lack the guts. Zhang Yu nodded, as if he strongly agreed with them. In a voice so calm it felt cruel, he asked clearly word by word, Perhaps ordinary money houses do not have that courage. But what about the Wang family? The Wang family. Zhang Wanning's previous arrogance instantly froze, instinctively repeating the words. Zhang Yu picked up the loan agreement, lightly tapping the name Wang Bingquan with his fingertip, his voice not loud, but resonating like thunder in everyone's ears. I forgot to tell you, this money was borrowed directly from the old master Wang Bingquan. Inside the cell there was a deathly silence. The discussions from other prisoners in the distance seemed to fade away. Zhang Yu faced the wide-eyed onlookers filled with shock, fear, and disbelief, and continued in that calm yet heart-wrenching tone. Do you think the Wang family, who has made deadly enemies with your Duke's estate, and just had Zhang Heng break their legitimate grandson's leg, would they dare? Do they have the guts to come and demand repayment? Moreover, Zhang Yu added with a hint of playful sarcasm, based on the Wang family style, they would surely be very willing to make this matter widely known. Although Zhang Yu was compelled by the persona system to curry favor with Zhang Luohan and the Zhang family, he was by no means one to submit meekly to injustice. He had borrowed from the Wang family precisely because they were sworn enemies of both the Jiang and Zhang clans, awaiting exactly this moment. Moreover, every gesture of deference he had made toward Zhang Luohan and the Marquis had been meticulously hedged with safeguards. This was merely the beginning. Qin Shuahua recoiled as though struck by lightning. Her body swayed violently and would have collapsed outright had not Lady Zhou steadied her. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Yu, her lips quivering as she forced forth a shrill, distorted cry. How dare you? How dare you borrow from the Wang family? She finally understood this was no ordinary debt. It was a meticulously orchestrated scheme wielding the Wang family, the sharpest blade of all, as an instrument to flay the Marquisate and Zhang family's dignity alive, slicing through their very flesh and sinew. The Wangs would not merely dare. They would beat gongs and drums, eager to proclaim their claim to the entire realm. This was to strip the Marquis and Zhang family bare and parade their shattered honor in the town square. Zhang Heng was utterly undone, his mind a void. Elder brother, you've lost your senses. How could you bring such ruin upon the Marquis and elder sister Luohan? He realized at last that this was no act of folly, but a chillingly deliberate, ruthless, and far-sighted retribution. To borrow from mortal enemies for gifts to one's fiancée, and leave behind a contract seemingly forged for this very day, was to place Zhang Luohan and both noble houses alike upon the searing pyre of the Wang family's vengeance. Zhang Luohan's vision darkened, her limbs turned icy, as if plunging into an abyss 10,000 zhang deep. Her last flicker of false hope and brittle defiance shattered utterly. The creditor was the Wang family, their most implacable foe, thirsting for retribution yet lacking opportunity. The contract was lawful, the Wangs held power, influence, motive, and every justification to escalate the matter publicly, thereby destroying her reputation and humiliating the Zhang family beyond redemption. With what could she resist? With what could the Zhang family resist? And would the Marquis or Zhang family truly risk full-scale war with the Wangs, for her sake alone? The answer was unmistakably no. Despair and remorse coiled like venomous serpents around her heart. Zhang Wanning's arrogant bravado evaporated completely. Her face drained of color, her mouth agape. Yet no sound emerged. Moments earlier she had bellowed, who dares? Now the creditor was the Wang family, their deadliest enemy, one even the Marquis dared not provoke lightly. Did she dare confront the Wang's heathen? Did the Marquis dare? Her earlier threats now rang hollow, childish, absurd. Even Zhang Qingyu, stunned by this thunderclap maneuver, lost her composure. For the first time, her serene countenance contorted with raw shock, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yu in utter disbelief. This transcended mere inner-court scheming. It represented the absolute mastery of familial conflict, psychological calculation, and legal instruments, a single lethal strike leaving no room for reprieve. A murmur erupted around them. Brilliant, truly brilliant. borrowing from sworn enemies to gift one's fiancé while securing such a devastating clause. This isn't debt collection. It's soul-rending. The Wangs must be overjoyed. The Marquis and Zhang family have stumbled into a ditch and dug it themselves with their own son and future son-in-law. Let us see how they lord it over others now. The Wangs wield greater authority and bear deeper enmity. The Prince of Jing's heir could no longer contain himself. He clapped his hands and laughed aloud. Exquisite, utterly exquisite, borrowing a blade to kill and pulling fuel from beneath the cauldron. Master Zhang, truly a man of divine insight. Today this prince has witnessed true mastery. Qin Shuahua crumpled inwardly spineless and broken. Zhang Luohan wept uncontrollably, casting a desperate glance toward Qin Shuahua and Zhang Heng, only to meet identical pallor and terror. Zhang Qingyue turned her face aside, unable to bear the sight any longer. At last, with her final shred of strength, Qin Shuahua rasped hoarsely to the ashen-faced Zhang Luohan. Luohan, there is no escape from this debt. We must endure it. Yet amid this atmosphere of near-total surrender, Zhang Qingyue, the ever-composed and self-possessed, suddenly furrowed her brow. Her eyes locked onto Zhang Yu within the cell, calm, even faintly mocking, and a surge of indignation born of being manipulated and scorned eclipsed her initial shock. Her cool voice rang out once more, laced with studied reason and condescending censure. Elder brother, this time, you have gone too far. Her words drew every eye. To seize your family's attention, to win back elder sister Zhang's favor, you resorted to such vile stratagems, humiliating the Marquis and Zhang family, even allying with external foes. Zhang Qingyue's tone remained glacial, as though stating an indisputable truth. Do you imagine this will earn our respect? She shook her head, her gaze heavy with unmasked disappointment and revulsion. You are mistaken. Such conduct only reveals your narrowness and volatility, and makes us despise you all the more. Even now, deep within Zhang Qingyue and Qin Shuahua, Zhang Heng and others, persisted a stubborn conviction. Zhang Yu's earth-shattering debt collection gambit was ultimately rooted in that laughable desire to attract attention, to prove himself, to sulk and retaliate. 3 years of playing the obsequious suitor had imprinted itself too deeply upon their minds. They simply could not, or refused to, believe that Zhang Yu genuinely sought total severance, nor that he possessed both the capability and foresight to manipulate them so utterly. Hearing Zhang Qingyue's words, Zhang Wanning seized upon them as an anchor emerging slightly from her earlier shock and dread. Yes, elder brother was merely throwing a tantrum, deploying tricks to grab attention. She puffed out her chest, her familiar sneer returning as she scoffed. Third sister speaks wisely. Zhang Yu, do not think your underhanded schemes can intimidate us. The Marquis commands vast estates, its monthly revenues exceeding 100,000 taels of silver. This trifling debt poses no challenge. She grew ever more convinced, even beginning to plan for Zhang Heng. Consider it an early betrothal gift for little Heng. After all, elder sister Luohan will soon join the Zhang household. Better that wealth remain within the family. 100,000 taels monthly, keeping wealth within the family. Zhang Yu almost laughed aloud at the absurdity. These people still deceive themselves even at the precipice. He spoke calmly. That monthly income of 100,000 taels exists solely because I have secretly managed and sustained the Marquisite's operations. His gaze swept across Qin Shuahua and Zhang Heng, then settled coldly upon Zhang Wanning. Without my stewardship and strategic intervention, the Marquisite's antiquated enterprises would struggle merely to break even, let alone prosper. Their survival is owed to ancestral grace alone. You lie! Zhang Wanning leapt up like a cat stepped on its tail. The Marquisite's estates are ancestral legacies, deep-rooted, enduring. Without you, a worthless wretch, the Marquis thrives just the same. Cease this vain posturing, mistaking the platform for your own ability. Zhang Heng, seizing his chance to counterturn to Qin Shuahua. Mother fourth sister is right. Elder brother spreads alarmist falsehoods, belittling the Marquis while inflating his own worth. Since he claims the Marquis cannot function without him, let all matters of logistics and finance henceforth fall to me. His words served both as rebuttal and calculated power grab. His ambition, long fixated upon the resources and channels Zhang Yu controlled. With Zhang Yu imprisoned, the moment to seize control had arrived. Confident in his intellect, he believed he would outperform that worthless elder brother 100-fold. Qin Shuahua's mind reeled, crushed beneath the weight of the debt, torn between doubt and credulity regarding Zhang Yu's words, and drowning in despair over the chaos before her. At Zhang Heng's eager offer, she clutched at it like a final lifeline, nodding frantically. Yes, yes. Henger, you show great resolve. I believe in you. Henceforth the Marquisite's affairs rest upon your shoulders. Brother Heng, you shall surely succeed, far surpassing some scheming, treacherous wretch who devours his own kin. Zhang Wanning cheered instantly. Though still gripped by dread over the debt, Jiang Luohan felt a fragile spark of hope and reliance stir at Zhang Heng's apparent sense of duty. Perhaps, Brother Heng truly could resolve this. Zhang Qingyue offered no comment, but clearly she too placed greater faith in the Marquisite's legacy and Zhang Heng's competence than in Zhang Yu's ominous pronouncements. Watching their blind confidence, Zhang Yu's contempt deepened. He offered no further argument, only a quiet detached reply, "Very well. Then I shall wait and watch." His tone remained calm, even carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible note of anticipation. Anticipation of watching them uncover the Marquisite's festering rot beneath its polished facade, anticipation of witnessing their confident strides end in repeated humiliating stumbles, anticipation of seeing that vaunted 100,000 taels monthly dissolve like mist, and above all, anticipation of the exquisite expressions on their faces when the Wangs arrived with the contract only to find the Marquis unable even to muster the first installment. Zhang Yu said no more. Turning, he returned to his cot, sat cross-legged once more and closed his eyes, as if the clamor, accusations, arrogance, and machinations outside had ceased to exist for him. Seeing his posture of defeat and silence, Qin Shuahua and the others felt their dominance reaffirmed, regaining a sliver of dignity. Though burdened by crushing debt, at least they had not yielded in spirit, and had at last seen through Zhang Yu's true nature and incompetence. Just as Qin Shuahua and the others prepared to depart, Zhang Heng spoke again. "Mother, sisters, please wait outside for a moment. This affair originated with me. I wish to speak with elder brother alone, to persuade him to renounce his wicked ways." He had staged a grand performance, and intended to see it through to its final act. Under Zhang Heng's persuasion, Qin Shuahua and the others temporarily left the prison and went to a side room to wait. Zhang Heng exchanged a glance with the prison guard, who understood and opened the cell door. The guard then bent down and retreated to a distant passage, turning his back to the side, effectively keeping watch. Zhang Heng stepped forward and entered the dark, damp single cell. Inside the cell, only the two brothers remained. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Heng's entrance. Zhang Heng walked straight to the only simple wooden stool in the cell, lifted his robe, and elegantly sat down, his movements calm, as if he were the master of this place. His gaze fell upon Zhang Yu, a cold arc of disdain forming at the corner of his mouth, incongruous with his age. "Elder brother," he began, his voice lowered, no longer the deliberately soft and clear tone of usual, but laced with a rare venom for someone his age. "I truly underestimated you." Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, showing no surprise, only an unfathomable calm as he met Zhang Heng's gaze. Zhang Heng continued in a low voice, "3 years ago, I thought you had died at the village. To my surprise, you actually survived and returned to the Marquis residence. You spent these 3 years being subservient in the Marquis' residence, flattering everyone. Mother, sister, me, and even that foolish woman Jiang Luohan to the utmost of your abilities. Everyone says you are a spineless waste, a ridiculous sycophant, and a bootlicker, and even I was almost deceived by you at first. But later I began to sense something was off." Zhang Heng leaned slightly forward, staring into Zhang Ye's eyes. "Every time you flattered someone, it seemed to just happen to resolve some small or big trouble. Every time you showed weakness, you seemed to always gain unexpected benefits. You are like a snake hidden in the shadows, seemingly harmless, even humble, yet you can silently strike at the most crucial points. Your forbearance, your methods, they frighten me." He exhaled softly, almost lamenting. "From the day you returned to the manor, I knew you would be my greatest enemy in life. I cannot find peace without eliminating you." In response to Zhang Heng's almost confessional declaration, Zhang Ye's expression remained unchanged, only replying mildly, "You're not so bad yourself. 13 years ago you were the one who pushed your brother into the water, yet afterward, you could still pretend to be innocent, crying more sorrowfully than anyone else. Later on you even slandered me for pushing you, leading to my being thrown to a remote village to fend for myself. Such cunning and malice are not something an ordinary person possesses." What he spoke of was a vague yet pivotal childhood shadow from the original Bodis memories. Zhang Heng's pupils slightly constricted, and he did not refute, merely smiling strangely. "Elder brother has a good memory. It was indeed me. Unfortunately, you still managed to survive and return. If it weren't for my constant caution over the past 3 years, along with a bit of luck," Zhang Yu referred to the various life-saving and warning skills awarded by the system, "I would have probably died countless times by now." Zhang Heng did not deny it, only stating matter-of-factly, "There is no other choice. The competition for the heir is always like this. You are the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis residence. If you don't die, I cannot feel at ease. The future of the Marquis residence can only belong to me." His tone was flat, yet it exuded naked ambition and murderous intent. This time Zhang Heng changed the subject, a cold light flickering in his eyes. "I initially planned to use the matter of the Wang family to have you pass away in the Jingzhou prefecture prison or meet with an accidental death. The guards there are relatively lax and it would be easier to arrange. Who would have thought you would stir up so much trouble yourself directly landing in this heavenly prison with numerous charges? His tone carried a hint of regret and displeasure. The heavenly prison is heavily guarded and strictly managed, making it much more difficult and risky to silently eliminate a serious offender here. However, Zhang Heng shifted his tone again, the malicious arc at the corner of his mouth returning. Although I can't take your life immediately since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Elder brother, you have caused disgrace to the Marquis residence, and the Zhang family today, incurring immense debt. As your brother, if I do not return the favor, wouldn't that be too ungracious? He stood up slowly, pacing his gaze, sweeping over the simple cell, finally landing back on Zhang Yu, his voice lowered even further, carrying a cruel tone reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. You can escape the death penalty, but you cannot escape the living punishment. Elder brother, since your latter half of life is destined to be spent in this heavenly prison, then as your brother I will show some kindness, ensuring your prison life is more exciting and unforgettable. How about that? Rest assured I won't let you die. Dying would be too easy for you, and it would make me seem too heartless as a brother. I want you to live without dignity, to live in a state worse than death to live. So that mother, sister, and everyone, including that young lord watching from next door, will thoroughly despise you. Everyone will see you as a disgusting pile of mud, never wanting to speak your name again. When you have completely rotted in this heavenly prison with your reputation, dignity, and hope utterly ground to dust, perhaps I will come back to check on you. By then I hope you can still have the same sharp tongue as today. Zhang Heng finished speaking, revealing a smile mingled with malice, pride, and cruelty. The true purpose of his visit today, aside from personally confirming Zhang Yu's miserable state and venting his anger at being plotted against, was to openly declare his revenge. To psychologically further strike at Zhang Yu and preheat the plan he was about to implement. Are you done speaking? Zhang Yu remained seated on the bed, not even changing his posture. He raised his eyes to look at Zhang Heng, and deep within those calm eyes, there seemed to be a hint of something Zhang Heng could not comprehend. Pity. Or was it mockery? You act well, Zhang Yu said blandly. But unfortunately the lines are cliched and the thoughts shallow. Do you really think that once I am in the heavenly prison I will just let you manipulate me? Zhang Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile filled with cold insight, entirely different from the one Zhang Heng had just shown. Even now you still refuse to relent. Zhang Heng thought Zhang Yu was merely putting on a brave front, clinging to his pride, and a cruel, triumphant smile appeared on his face. He stopped wasting words, raised his hand, and lightly clapped 3 times. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed strangely in the silent prison area. The previously submissive Wang, the prison head who had received Zhang Heng, came over with a nervous yet flattering smile, nodding and bowing while leading someone from the shadow of the passage. That was an exceptionally tall and robust man, his body covered in bulging muscles weighed down by heavy iron shackles that clanked with each step, yet his movements were surprisingly steady. Especially striking were his eyes, murky yet radiating a beast-like greed and lewdness, currently fixed intently on Zhang Yu in the cell. Wang nodded and bowed to Zhang Heng, saying, "Fifth young master, the person has been brought here, what do you think?" Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction, smiling at the still calm Zhang Yu in the cell. "Elder brother, look how good your younger brother is to you. Worried that you might be lonely in this heavenly prison, I specially found you a companion. This person is strong and vigorous, especially fond of men, and he will cherish someone as delicate and refined as you, elder brother." His tone was sincere, yet his eyes were as venomous as a snake's. He wanted to see Zhang Yu humiliated and tormented by this brute, watching him fear collapse and plead, completely crushing the last shred of his dignity. He wanted everyone in the Marquis residence and all who might pay attention here to know just how pathetic Zhang Yu was, a waste that could be humiliated at will. As Zhang Heng spoke, he observed Zhang Yu, hoping to capture fear and panic on his face. However, Zhang Heng was disappointed. Zhang Yu showed no expression, not even glancing at the fierce brute. He continued in that calm tone. "How come I heard? This warrior prefers someone like fifth brother. What are those 2 brothers whispering about?" Xiao Sheng, the heir of the Jingwang princedom, strained his ears. But Zhang Yu and the other man had lowered their voices too far for him to catch a word. The onlooker prisoners, likewise eager for spectacle, scratched their heads in frustration. The melon had been half eaten, then abruptly choked off. Exasperating, suddenly chaos erupted. There stood the burly convict known as Oxman, a mountain of muscle, whose eyes gleamed with lecherous fervor or perhaps sheer provocation from Zhang Yu's words. Without warning, he lunged forward and seized Zhang Heng, who stood just outside the cell door. "You fool! You've mistaken me." Zhang Heng recoiled in shock and fury, barking the rebuke with icy authority. As the 5th and most favored young master of the Marquis' estate, he had never endured such brazen insult. Humiliated and enraged, he reacted without thought, channeling the inner force of a 5th-rank martial artist. and struck back with a vicious open-palmed slap aimed squarely at Oxman's grotesque face. He meant to deliver a lesson this wretch would remember for eternity. His palm sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, proof that consumed by wrath Zhang Hung held nothing back. Yet no sharp crack echoed across the chamber. Instead, Oxman's massive hand, hard as forged iron, shot out with impossible speed, intercepting Zhang Heng's wrist midair and clamping down with effortless precision. Zhang Heng's palm, charged with cultivated inner force, froze 3 inches from Oxman's cheek. Utterly immobile, a crushing pressure radiated up his arm, threatening to splinter bone. How is this possible? Zhang Heng's pupils contracted violently, disbelief flooded his face. He was a 5th-rank martial artist. This blow, though not delivered at full strength, should have shattered any ordinary convict's guard like brittle porcelain. Instinctively, he surged his entire reservoir of inner force, attempting to wrench free, while his other hand twisted into a fist and drove straight for Oxman's vulnerable ribs. Oxman grinned, a rictus of yellowed teeth, his gaze a volatile blend of lust and savagery. He neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, his grip tightened, then twisted Zhang Heng's wrist with sudden brutal force. Snap! A sickening pop of displaced joints. Aff! Zhang Hung screamed, agonized raw, and the punch he'd launched dissolved into limp weakness as his inner force scattered under that single devastating twist. In horror, he realized his years of disciplined cultivation, the very essence of his 5th-rank power, shattered like paper before Oxman's terrifying, unrefined brute strength. No matter how he writhed, his captured wrist remained welded in place, immovable as iron riveted to stone. What is happening? Panic seized him, cold and absolute. An ill omen coiled in his gut. This Oxman was far stronger than he'd ever imagined. From within the cell, Zhang Yu's voice drifted out, languid, almost amused. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention it, dear younger brother. Our friend Oxman here possesses genuine 6th-rank martial cultivation, and he specializes in external arts' raw, overwhelming strength. You, a newly minted 5th-rank practitioner propped up by pills and pretense. How could you possibly stand against him? I advise you to conserve your energy. The more you struggle, the more aroused he may become. Why not savor the exquisite gift I've so carefully prepared for you? Zhang Yu's tone remained calm, yet each word pierced Zhang Heng's heart like an ice lance. You! Zhang Hung whirled his head, locking his gaze onto Zhang Yu, calm, detached, unmoved behind the bars. At last, comprehension struck him like lightning. That was why Zhang Yu had shrugged off his threats, because he'd seen through everything, anticipated every move, and turned the trap against its architect. But realization came too late. Only now do you grasp it. Zhang Yu replied, voice flat, already turning away, as if bored by the farce. Oxman, already roused by Zhang Heng's thrashing and shrieks, and further inflamed by Zhang Yu's chilling invitation, lost all restraint. With a guttural roar, like a beast pouncing, he seized Zhang Heng's brocaded tunic at the chest. Rise up! The opulent silk tore like rotten parchment, revealing pale, trembling flesh drawn taut with terror. No, don't! Let me go! Help me! Mother! Sister! Save me! Zhang Heng's cries spiraled into inhuman shrieks, wet with snot and tears, frantic with twisting, futile resistance. Like a fly trapped in a spider's web, every struggle absurd beneath Oxman's absolute dominion. Then came more rending sounds, fabric-tearing, flesh exposed, layered over Zhang Heng's deepening wails of despair, and pain mingled with Oxman's ragged, bestial panting. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating, over the corridor and cells alike. Even the prisoners who'd once relished chaos now fell mute, some averted their faces, unable to bear witness. This was no longer spectacle. It had curdled into something cruel, visceral, unbearable. Only Xiao Shang, the heir of the Jing Wang princedom, stared, not stunned but alight with a sharper, almost pathological fascination. He did not look away. He watched, intently, hungrily. Down the passage, several duty officers, whom Zhang Hung had earlier instructed to remain patient no matter what sounds emerged, exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent complicity. They had accepted Zhang Heng's bribe, pledging silence regardless of what transpired within. Meanwhile, in the side chamber, Qin Shuahua and the others waited, hearts pounding with mounting anxiety. Minute by minute passed. Strange, unsettling noises drifted faintly from the cell. But the officers merely smiled and assured them, the 5th young master is mediating with the eldest. There's a minor dispute. Nothing to worry over. After a calculated pause, the lead officer wiped his brow and approached Qin Shuahua. Madam, it seems quieter now. Shall I escort you to see for yourself? Qin Shuahua, long past patience, rose instantly, followed by Zhang Luohan, Zhang Wanning, Zhang Qingyue, and the rest, as they hurried after the officer toward the prison wing. But when they reached Zhang Yu's cell, the sight before them struck them like thunder. frozen mid-step minds utterly blank. There stood Oxman, the hulking convict Zhang Heng had assigned to serve Zhang Yu, now leisurely adjusting his torn trousers, a look of satiated cruelty playing across his face. And sprawled upon the cell's cold, filthy floor, Zhang Heng, half-naked, curled into a shuddering ball, his expression twisted with venom and regret. When his blurred vision caught sight of his mother Qin Shuhua, his sister Zhang Wanning, Jiang Luohan, Zhang Qingyu, each face etched with raw shock, his soul felt ripped apart in that instant. No, this isn't how it should be. They were supposed to witness Zhang Yu, the worthless one, defiled, debased, humiliated by Oxman. They were meant to recoil in deeper contempt and revulsion, to erase this family stain from their hearts forever. Then he, the wronged younger brother, would step forth, comfort his mother, denounce his elder brother's depravity, and cement his image as dutiful, wise, blameless. But now, it was him, Zhang Heng, lying naked and soiled upon the floor, broken like a discarded doll, on display for all to gawk at. And Zhang Yu, the intended victim, stood serene inside the cell, untouched, unruffled, not even a crease marring his robes. Overwhelming shame and utter defeat crashed over Zhang Heng like a tidal wave, shattering his final defenses. He could hear the prisoner's stifled snickers. He could feel Xiao Sheng's calculating, curious stare from the next cell. And worst of all, he saw in his own family's eyes unmasked horror, profound disappointment, and perhaps just a flicker of disdain. Pooh! Blind fury and wounded pride ruptured his chi pathways. A gout of dark crimson blood erupted from his mouth. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious, crumpling limply onto the stone floor. Whether the collapse stemmed from true internal injury or feigned oblivion remained unknown. Hunger! Qin Shuehua's scream pierced the air, high and inhuman, before darkness swallowed her whole and she pitched backward, rigid and lifeless. Little Heng! Zhang Wanning shrieked, her face bleaching white as she stared at her brother, bloody, broken, unrecognizable on the ground. Her heart a knot of terror, rage, and grief. Her gaze snapped toward Zhang Yu, still unervingly placid within the cell, and a surge of blind fury ignited her mind. Without pause she shrieked, "Zhang Yu, is it you? Did you do this to little Five? You monster, demon, may you rot in hell." She refused to consider cause or context, ignored Zhang Heng's prior machinations, blinded by simple, warped certainty. In her narrow, biased worldview, Zhang Yu was the villain, the worthless one, Zhang Heng, the good younger brother, the heaven-born prodigy. Now that the good brother lay ruined, only the villain Zhang Yu could be responsible. Only some vile, underhanded trick could explain it. Such reckless, unreasoning accusations. Zhang Yu had endured them for 3 years. He didn't bother to defend himself, to recount how Zhang Heng had bribed both Oxman and the guards to assault him, and how his response had been pure self-preservation and counterstrike. Because it was useless. In the Yong and Marquisate, favoritism ran deeper than marrow. Zhang Yu was always wrong. Zhang Heng was always wronged. To explain, that would only be branded as evasion. Proof of unrepentance of slandering one's younger brother. So when Zhang Wanning hurled her accusation, Zhang Yu simply rose slowly and walked to the iron bars. His gaze swept calmly over Zhang Heng's unconscious form, over Zhou nursemaid frantically attending to the fallen Qin Shuhua, over Zhang Wanning's contorted, furious face. Then met her burning glare, Hedon. Then, in a voice clear, cold, and laced with quiet exhaustion, he confessed. Yes, it was me. No justification, no defense, no mention of Zhang Heng's plot. Just 3 stark, unadorned words. It was me. Yet in that moment those 3 words struck harder than any eloquent rebuttal. More piercing, more devastating. They seemed to say, yes, I did it, and what will you do about it? Why, you admit it? You devil, I'll kill you. Zhang Wanning's fury incinerated all reason. With a screech, she plunged her hand into her sleeve and yanked forth a scroll shimmering with faint spiritual light. Her weapon as a pictorial Taoist cultivator. Such scrolls sealed pre-drawn beasts and weapons, released in battle by channeling spiritual energy to summon them forth. Chanting fiercely, Zhang Wanning poured her spiritual energy into the scroll. But the scroll flickered weakly. Its inked beast struggled to emerge, then choked as if gripped by an invisible hand, emitting a pained shriek. Its luminescence faded rapidly, the images blurred beyond recognition. Unable to manifest, Zhang Wanning blinked, then flushed with humiliation. She'd forgotten this was the Ministry of Punishment's celestial prison, reserved for grave offenders. Such places were saturated with powerful suppression arrays, designed specifically to neutralize spiritual energy and arcane arts. Ah! Shaking with rage, she tried again, only for the scroll to dim further. This time the backlash struck her. Her face paled as the array's counterforce seared her meridians. Jiang Luohan, seeing Zhang Wanning's failure, narrowed her eyes with lethal intent. Her martial cultivation suffered less interference. With a metallic ring she drew her sword. Then with a fierce cry unleashed 7th rank inner force. Her blade slashed forward, a silver streak aimed straight at Zhang Yu. Yet the moment her sword energy struck the cell's black iron bars, thick as a child's arm, ancient cryptic runes carved into the metal flared with soft light, conjuring an invisible barrier. Zhang Luohan's blade force, capable of splitting stone, vanished into that barrier like mud sinking into water. Not a single bar trembled. Instead, a rebound jolted her wrist, making her sword vibrate with a hollow hum. These bars were forged with rare alloys, designed expressly to contain elite martial artists, and inscribed with runes of reinforcement, recoil, and spell suppression. Even 8th or 9th rank masters locked within could not break free without keys or extraordinary means. Damn this cursed cell! Frustrated and furious, Zhang Luohan hacked at the bars again and again, sparking only feeble fleeting sparks. Zhang Yu rushed to intervene. 4th sister, Luohan, stop. This is the celestial prison. We'll be charged with a capital offense for assaulting it. And it's useless. The escorting officers, now recovered from their shock, hurried forward, alarmed by the turn of events yet bound by duty to plead. Miss Zhang, please calm yourselves. The celestial prison is sacred ground. No violence permitted. To strike the bars risks drawing the higher authorities, and we cannot bear the consequences. The scene descended into pandemonium. Qin Shuhua lay unconscious. Zhang Heng defiled and senseless. Zhang Wanning and Zhang Luohan raged impotently at the cell. Zhang Qingyu paled, trying desperately to restrain them. The officers scrambled, pleading, panicked. And at the eye of the storm, Zhang Yu stood still, watching them all. Watching them rage. Watching them flail. Watching them unravel. Watching these exalted daughters of the Marquis, these celestial maidens, devolve into shrieking, disheveled hysteria. His eyes remained calm, detached, and faintly bitterly mocking. So, beneath that polished veneer of superiority, the noble elite were no different from street corner shrews when stripped of power and control. Gahaha! Oxman cackled, his lewd gaze sliding toward Zhang Yu. Today I got 2 orders. One named Zhang Yu, one named Zhang Heng. Who knew they'd be brothers? Lucky old me. I'm having a feast today. What the hell are you trying to do? Are you trying to play both sides? As the Maniou lunged at him with a sinister grin, Zhang Yu cursed Li Dagong, who was responsible for arranging the Maniou in his heart. What kind of unreliable person is this? Hee, I can't help it. I am someone who values credit. As the Maniou lunged forward, he still grinned and explained. Since I've accepted payment from both sides, I have to take care of both sides' matters. This is called the spirit of contract. What a load of nonsense about the spirit of contract. It was clearly about lust. Zhang Yu cursed inwardly while quickly retreating. But the cell was so small that he was soon cornered. The nearby Prince Jing, Xiao Shang, saw this spectacle and was so excited he nearly jumped up. He clapped the railing and whispered, "This is so thrilling." The Zhang family members were momentarily stunned as they saw the Maniou turn its weapon towards Zhang Yu. Immediately Zhang Wanning was the first to react, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Zhang Yu, this is called retribution. You harmed Xiao Heng and now it's your turn." Deservedly so, he truly brought this upon himself. Qin Shuhua, just awakened and weakly leaning on Granny Zhou, had a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes as she watched this scene. Although Zhang Luohan was disgusted by the earlier scene, seeing Zhang Yu fall into trouble brought her a sense of vindication. She even instinctively shifted her foot to block a young servant trying to step forward. Zhang Qingyue frowned, feeling that the scene before her was increasingly unbearable, but after glancing at her mother and sister's attitudes, she merely pursed her lips and turned her face away. Though she was rational, the scale of family affection still tilted. Even Zhang Heng, who was unconscious on the ground, secretly opened his eyes a crack. He saw the Maniou pouncing at Zhang Yu, and his eyes instantly burst with ecstatic and resentful light. He crazily cheered for the Maniou in his heart. Go kill him, make him suffer worse than I did. He even thought that the Manious behavior of playing both sides, though reckless, was strangely very credible. At least it avenged him. The few escorting servants exchanged glances, wanting to step forward to stop it, but the Zhang family women were intentionally or unintentionally blocking them. They, being mere small fries, dared not truly intervene. Zhang Heng and the others all knew that Zhang Ye's cultivation talent was extremely poor. After 3 years in the Marquis residence, he barely reached the first rank of martial arts, being well known as the martial arts waste in the capital. And the Maniou was a 6th rank body cultivator. The outcome was without a doubt. Zhang Ye's fate would probably be even more tragic than Zhang Heng's. Zhang Heng could still struggle a bit with his 5th rank cultivation, but Zhang Yu at the 1st rank probably didn't even have the qualification to struggle. Zhang Yu leaned against the cold stone wall with nowhere left to retreat. His mind raced contemplating whether there were any instant life-saving methods in the system rewards, or if Li Dagong had arranged any backup. It seemed there were none. Just as the Manius' filthy hand was about to grab his collar, a crucial moment arrived. Ding! Detecting that the host has spent a complete day in the criminal department prison rewarding 1 year of martial arts cultivation infusion starting infusion. The system's prompt sounded like celestial music, or the last straw ringing in Zhang Yu's mind. Upon hearing 1 year of martial arts cultivation, Zhang Yu was initially overjoyed, feeling saved, but soon came a tremendous sense of loss and helplessness. After 3 years of hard training, he had only accumulated enough inner strength for the first rank. This system's infusion of 1 year's cultivation, even at a slightly higher efficiency, would only allow him to break through to the second rank at best. It was of no help, however, in the next moment. Boom! An indescribably terrifying wave of heat suddenly erupted from the deepest part of his dantian. The power of this inner strength far exceeded Zhang Yu's imagination, being more than 10 times stronger than the meager inner strength he had accumulated over 3 years of hard training. As that vast inner strength washed over him, it felt as if a thin membrane in his mind had been suddenly pierced and a refreshing, mysterious, and indescribable sense of power surged forth. It was not merely inner strength, but a profound sense of absolute control and insight over his own power and the surrounding environment. 6th rank martial arts. Moreover, it was a 6th rank with a solid foundation, pure inner strength, and a preliminary fusion of spirit and flesh. Due to the high quality of the cultivation infused by the system, he directly reached the peak of the 6th rank, a mere step away from the 7th rank. His physical strength surged more than tenfold. What? What is happening? Zhang Yu was completely stunned, his heart screaming. Wasn't it said to be 1 year of cultivation? Is this really 1 year of cultivation? Which martial artist's 1 year of cultivation could be terrifying to this extent? Which martial artist could jump from the 1st rank to the peak of the 6th rank after 1 year of training? What a joke! As if sensing Zhang Yu's extreme shock and confusion, the system disdainfully said, "Is the cultivation of a village fool practicing basic breathing technique the same as that of a peerless genius practicing a sacred grade technique, even if it's both 1 year of cultivation?" Moreover, the system's 1 year of cultivation does not solely refer to inner strength, but also includes body refinement and soul cultivation. The system's words, like a revelation, made Zhang Yu instantly understand. Indeed, can 1 year be the same as another? A waste practicing for a year and a genius practicing for a year, can they be the same? Practicing a trash technique for a year and a divine technique for a year, can they be the same? However, he had no concept of 1 year of soul cultivation, as it was the first time he had heard of this term since crossing over. At this moment, it seemed as if only an instant had passed in the external world. Seeing Zhang Yu suddenly roar, his body swelling and changing, the Manu thought he was reacting in fear before death, and his grin grew even wider. "Shout all you want, it won't help, even if you scream your throat raw." But the next moment his grin froze on his face, because Zhang Yu had raised his hand and grasped the outstretched right hand of the Manu. Manu was taken aback and instinctively tried to pull away, yet the force of unimaginable backlash from the opponent's wrist not only kept him motionless but also sent pain through his fingers. "You!" The Manu revealed a look of uncertainty for the first time. Zhang Yu slowly raised his head, his face devoid of the previous panic and helplessness, replaced by a cold calmness, as if he was viewing something lifeless. He exerted a slight force with the hand grasping the Manu's wrist and pulled down. With a thud, the Manu knelt on the ground, his knees smashing the stone slab beneath into dust, accompanied by a sound of bones cracking that made one's teeth ache. "Ah!" The Manu howled in pain, looking at Zhang Yu in disbelief. He couldn't understand why the Zhang Yu who had just been weak and feeble had suddenly become so terrifying. All of this happened in a flash, from Zhang Yu's eruption to grabbing the Manu's wrist, and then to punching him away and sealing his acupoints. It took no more than 2 or 3 breaths. Inside and outside the cell, there was a dead silence. The Zhang family members, Qin Shuahua Zhang, Wanning Jiang, Luohan Zhang Qingyue, and even Zhang Heng, who was secretly opening his eyes on the ground, were all as if they had been struck by a spell. The expressions on their faces were frozen in shock, delight, ridicule, indifference, before instantly transforming into unparalleled astonishment, horror, and bewilderment. What happened? That waste Zhang Yu with 1st rank cultivation just punched down the 6th rank Manu. How is this possible? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Yet the Manu's pitiful state on the ground mercilessly told them, this is real. Zhang Yu, the waste dog in their eyes, had suddenly acquired the terrifying strength to crush a 6th rank martial artist in an incomprehensible way right before their eyes. In the secretly opened eyes of Zhang Heng, the ecstasy and resentment had long been replaced by boundless fear and jealousy. Why could this happen? How could Zhang Yu become so strong? Zhang Wanning's curses froze on her lips, her face pale, her body trembling slightly. Zhang Luohan's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly, and her gaze towards Zhang Yu was filled with uncertainty and a hint of fear that she was unwilling to admit. Zhang Qingyue abruptly turned her head back, her usually cold face showing intense emotional fluctuations, for the first time a shock of her perceptions being completely overturned. Qin Shuohua felt an icy chill throughout her body watching her son, who seemed to have undergone a transformation, his eyes cold, and indifferent. A wave of coldness surged from her feet to her head. This wretch, how much has he hidden? Has he been acting all these years? Zhang Yu kicked the Manyu away, and shook his wrist as if he had just swatted away an annoying fly. He didn't even glance at the Manyu, who was gasping for breath on the ground, and calmly scanned the group of petrified relatives outside the cell. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Don't disturb me. I need to rest. The last two words he said softly, yet they struck like a heavy hammer in everyone's heart. Under the immense contrast and shock of power, none of the Zhang family members, including the servants, dared to speak out or curse anymore. Finally, it was Zhang Qingyue who first regained a hint of rationality. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart, and quietly said to the servants, "Please take fifth brother and that person out and quickly call a doctor." The servants, as if awakened from a dream, hurried forward, awkwardly lifting the unconscious Zhang Hong and the limp Manyu, and quickly retreated. Qin Shuohua, with Granny Zhou's support, prepared to leave in a daze, not daring to look at Zhang Yu again. Just as the bailiffs were lifting Zhang Hong and the Manyu, the Zhang family was preparing to flee in a panic when Zhang Wanning suddenly stopped in her tracks. She abruptly turned around, staring fixedly at Zhang Yu, who had resumed his seat in the cell. "Zhang Yu, do you find this amusing?" This question caused everyone to freeze in their actions. Zhang Wanning's chest heaved as if she had grasped the truth, speaking rapidly. "Don't think we are all fools. This is all a play you orchestrated yourself. A despicable and laughable act meant to attract our mother's attention and all of ours." She spoke passionately. "First, you used schemes to put the whole residence in massive debt, showcasing your capabilities and importance. Then, through some sordid means, you had someone tarnish Xiao Heng. You wanted us to see Xiao Heng being insulted by a man, hoping we would despise and distance ourselves from him because he lost his purity and face. In this way, you could regain the attention of our mother and father, as well as mine and sister Zhang's." Her voice suddenly rose, her eyes glinting with a self-satisfied light. "You conspired with that Manyu to perform the latter part of this act. You had him pretend to attack you, then you suddenly exploded, showcasing your so-called profound cultivation. You wanted to shock us, make us think you were hiding deep abilities, and regret having underestimated you, turning to value you, even begging you to return to the Ho residence. Zhang Yu, you have such deep scheming and wicked calculations. For the sake of vying for favor for that pitiful sense of existence, you could harm even your own brother, concocting such base and filthy schemes. You are simply unworthy of being human." Zhang Wanning's astonishing deductions, which were reasonable and logically coherent, were like a giant stone thrown into a murky pond, instantly stirring up greater chaos. Everyone inside and outside the cell, including those from the Zhang family, were stunned. Qin Zuihua's previously fearful gaze turned to confusion upon hearing Zhang Wanning's words, then gradually revealed a hint of doubt. Indeed, Yuer had previously been willing to endure any humiliation and do anything absurd to please them. If he staged such a painful act for attention, it seemed to fit his past obsessive, pleasing personality. Moreover, how could Yuer suddenly possess such strong power overnight? If it was an act, if it was premeditated, then it would make sense. Zhang Luohan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. She had difficulty accepting the reality of Zhang Yu suddenly possessing overwhelming sixth-grade strength, and was even less willing to admit she had misjudged him and retreated from the engagement. Zhang Wanning's assertion of acting, though forced inexplicably, offered her some psychological comfort. It wasn't that Zhang Yu had truly grown stronger, nor was she blind. Rather, he had employed despicable methods to stage an act. With this thought, her fear of Zhang Yu instantly transformed into deeper disdain and disgust. She snorted coldly and interjected, "Zhang Yu, even if you scheme endlessly, even if Xiao Heng truly has a stain, I will never look at you again. Your despicable methods make me nauseous. I, Zhang Luohan, will forever regret having had a marriage contract with you in this life." Zhang Qingyue also nodded inexplicably. She looked at Zhang Yu, her eyes filled with disappointment and a condescending pity. "Elder brother, to vie for favor, you actually used such despicable means, harming your own kin and orchestrating your own play. This will only make us see your narrow-mindedness and worthlessness more clearly. Not only will it fail, but it will also make us never forgive you. Besides, don't think too highly of yourself. The Ho residence has its own foundation. Even without you under Xiao Heng's leadership, it can still thrive. Don't think to use this to seek favor and threaten us." Naturally, the servants of the Zhang family and the visiting matrons believed whatever their masters said, casting disdainful and reproachful glances at Zhang Yu. Even some of the onlooking prisoners, after the initial shock hearing Zhang Wannings's reasonable deduction, recalling Zhang Yu's previous reputation as a pleaser and sycophant, found themselves believing it to some extent. So it turns out it was like this, a performance he staged. To vie for favor, he would even harm his own brother, truly inhuman. I thought, how could such a useless person suddenly be so capable? Turns out it was premeditated. Tisk, this young master of the Ho residence will go to any lengths to gain attention. On the side, the crown prince's heir Xiao Shang did not laugh this time, but stroked his chin, displaying an extremely amused expression, muttering to himself, interesting. Truly interesting. How did this fourth miss of the Ho residence come up with such peculiar words? She actually said such extraordinary words. But it seems everyone else believes it. Ha ha ha, this young Master Zhang's sycophant persona is truly deeply ingrained, causing harm to others. Faced with Zhang Wannings's wildly imaginative and excessively self-satisfied accusations, along with the disdain and condemnation from the Zhang family and onlookers, Zhang Yu felt an absurd sensation rising to his head, his mind buzzing. What the hell is this? To attract their attention. Self-directed and performed. Conspiring with Maniu. Zhang Hong was beaten to such a state, reduced to such a degree, and they still think it was an act. Was my genuine 6th grade peak cultivation viewed as a premeditated performance? Did these people have too high an opinion of themselves? Who do they think they are? Some prized commodity? Worth him Zhang Yu going through all this trouble, betting his own chastity and future, just to attract their pitiful attention? Zhang Yu was utterly enraged to the point of laughter. He looked at the faces outside the cell, some filled with indignation, others disdain or expressions of seeing through everything, and the last trace of faint ripples in his heart from blood ties completely subsided, leaving only endless coldness and indifference. Explain. Argue. What good is there to say to a group of people living in self-delusion and prejudice? Are you done? Zhang Yu's voice was calm and unruffled, even carrying a hint of faint weariness. If you're done, then please leave. As for whether the Ho residence's shops will thrive under Zhang Hong's leadership, he paused, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint cold arc. I also look forward to it. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to anyone outside the cell, fully immersing himself in his own cultivation world. The internal energy surging within him was far more worthy of his attention than the noisy and ridiculous voices outside. Zhang Yu's posture of implicitly agreeing, unable to refute and speechless after being exposed, further solidified Zhang Wannings's speculation. It also dispelled the last trace of doubt in Qin Shuahua and others' hearts, replaced by deeper disgust and a sense of as expected superiority. Let's go. Qin Shuahua, supported by Granny Zhou, straightened her back, as if regaining the moral and intellectual high ground. Ninger, we're going home. The Ho residence will only be better without certain unscrupulous people. Once Henger wakes up, he will recover well. The Ho residence's industries still rely on him to thrive. Mother is right. Zhang Wanning hooked her arm around Qin Zuehua's, provocatively glaring at the inside of the cell. Zhang Luohan also followed with a cold expression. Zhang Qingyue took one last look at the silent Zhang Yu before turning to leave. After Qin Shuahua and the others left, the celestial prison returned to its former silence. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, yet his heart was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. All his thoughts were submerged in the earth-shattering changes within his body. The first sensation he felt was from his Danshan's qi. His inner strength surged like a torrential river, ceaseless and unending. The magnitude of this power exceeded his previous understanding of a 6th-rank martial artist, and he could even faintly sense the threshold of the 7th rank. Next came the perception of his physical body. Every muscle, every bone, and even the tiniest fascia was filled with explosive power. This sheer increase in physical strength brought an unparalleled sense of control and security. However, the most astonishing and foreign sensation to Zhang Yu was the 3rd type of power. It was neither stored in the dantian nor contained within flesh and blood, but rather seemed to permeate deep within his consciousness, closely linked to his spirit and will. This power was formless and intangible, yet undeniably real. System, Zhang Yu silently inquired, filled with intense curiosity. What is this 3rd type of power? In my understanding of martial arts cultivation, it seems non-existent. The system casually replied, this power is called the soul power, relating to the essence of life and spiritual elevation, indeed surpassing the comprehension of ordinary martial artists in the current world. Typically, only those who have reached the earthly immortal realm can initially touch and utilize this power. Earthly immortal. Zhang Yu's heart trembled. This title was entirely unfamiliar to him. In his understanding, within the Wei Kingdom, where he resided, the 9th rank represented the pinnacle of the mundane, above which were the extraordinary innate martial artists, and even higher were the martial masters capable of establishing sects and dominating nations. To his knowledge, in the vast Wei Kingdom, there were only 3 masters publicly acknowledged, each a pillar of the nation, as elusive as a dragon. As for the Grand Master above the Master, that was merely a legend appearing once in a century. And this earthly immortal, he had never even heard of that name. The system seemed to understand his confusion, but did not elaborate much, simply adding, "The soul power has boundless uses. Specific applications require the host to explore and comprehend on their own." Explore on my own. Zhang Yu suppressed the shock in his heart and redirected his focus inward. He saw three distinct yet faintly resonating and complementary cultivation paths, like three incessantly flowing rivers deeply imprinted within his meridians, acupoints, and even his consciousness. One path primarily focused on inner strength with a complex and profound route channeling qi through the extraordinary meridians while focusing intention on the dantian. Each circulation caused the lake of inner strength to ripple slightly, becoming more refined and concentrated. Another path focused on the physical body, traversing through every limb and bone, stimulating every inch of flesh and muscle, constantly strengthening and tempering, bringing waves of warmth and comfort. The last one was the most mysterious and obscure. The route seemed not entirely confined to the physical meridians, but instead involved some indescribable acupoints and movements within the realm of consciousness. These three cultivation methods, which he had evidently never encountered, felt as if he had painstakingly practiced them for countless years, now effortlessly flowing through him. This is what the system refers to as 1 year of cultivation infusion. Zhang Yu suddenly realized while immense waves surged within him. This was no ordinary martial artist's achievement after a year of arduous training. This was clearly a reference to an unparalleled genius achieving the results possible under the best conditions after a year of intense practice. Moreover, it was the simultaneous cultivation of three power systems: inner strength, physical body, and soul. Ordinary martial artists might spend their entire lives struggling to reach the peak in one path. Yet, under the system's bug, he began with three simultaneous cultivations, starting at an astonishing height, practicing top-tier techniques he had never heard of. No wonder just a year of cultivation allowed him to soar from a first-rank martial waste to the peak of the 6th rank, even brushing against the threshold of the 7th rank. Having understood all this, Zhang Yu no longer harbored any worries about the 50-year prison sentence. Instead, he was filled with unprecedented anticipation and excitement. 50 years over 18,000 days. Each day, he could receive a triple infusion of cultivation equivalent to that of an unparalleled genius practicing top-tier techniques for a year. What a heaven-defying opportunity this was. Suddenly, a voice came from next door. "Hey, that kid over there." It was Prince Jing's heir, Xiaoshang. Zhang Yu slightly furrowed his brows, slowly opened his eyes, and looked across. Xiaoshang took a sip of wine, smacked his lips, and spoke leisurely. "You kid, quite to my taste. You have enough patience, enough ruthlessness, and your thoughts are quite agile." He sat up straighter, his tone carrying a hint of an offer from a higher authority. "Are you interested in coming to work for me? Don't worry, following this young master you'll have high officials and rich rewards as basic conditions." If Xiaoshang's words fell on any ordinary prisoner, or even any martial artist eager to cling to power, it would undoubtedly be a shower of blessings from the heavens. The heir of Prince Jing, a royal noble wielding immense power, gaining his favor was akin to having one's ancestral grave emitting green smoke. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression remained unchanged. He merely listened quietly. Seeing that he did not immediately express gratitude and acceptance, Xiaoshang was not bothered. Instead, he found it even more interesting and continued. As long as you nod, I can think of a way to get you out of this prison disaster right now." Upon hearing this, the two beautiful maids attending nearby showed expressions of pride, thinking their young master was truly benevolent, granting this fallen young man a tremendous fortune. Little did they know, when Zhang Yu heard the words "get you out of prison," his eyelids jumped and an alarm rang in his heart. Get out of prison? What a joke! He had only just managed to exploit the system's bug and tasted the sweetness of an explosive rise in physical body, inner strength, and soul, with a promising future ahead. Now they wanted him to go out, to leave this cultivation treasure land. Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss for him? What high officials and rich rewards, what beauties and treasures meant nothing in the face of the steadily increasing power leading to the peak. Absolutely not. He would not leave the prison, not even if Jesus came. He had made up his mind. Though his heart raced with urgency, Zhang Yu's face remained completely calm. He didn't even respond immediately, but slightly lowered his head, as if he were seriously considering, but in reality he was suppressing the 3 consecutive refusals that almost slipped out. After a moment, he stood up, facing the direction of Xiaoshang, and solemnly clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. It is the fortune of a commoner to earn your favor." He paused before resolutely stating, "However, Your Highness' good intentions this commoner appreciates, but it is indeed difficult to comply." Xiaoshang raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting Zhang Yu to refuse so decisively. However, due to his status, he did not say much, merely snorted coldly and stopped paying attention. The green-clad maid beside him, slightly older and somewhat proud in nature, could no longer hold back. In her eyes, her young master lowering himself to invite a prisoner was already a tremendous grace. Yet this prisoner not only did not show gratitude but bluntly refused. It was simply ungrateful, taking advantage of the situation. She furrowed her brows, stepping forward and scolding Zhang Yu. Nonsense. Zhang Yu, what do you think you are? His Highness looks upon you with favor, showing you a clear path, and you do not appreciate it but instead push back. Do you really think you are someone of importance? You will surely regret today's decision. Another maid in pink attire also showed displeasure, feeling Zhang Yu was too ungrateful. Zhang Yu seemed to hear the scolding of the maids, as if it were nothing, merely clasping his hands once more towards Xiao Shang before sitting back down. He closed his eyes, adopting a posture of my mind is made up, no need for further words, while internally he was mocking wildly. Regret? I wouldn't regret a thing. In a few days, once my cultivation increases a bit more, who knows who will be begging whom. Xiao Shang stared at Zhang Yu for a long while, then suddenly scoffed, lying back down and taking a big gulp of wine. Forget it. He waved his hand to the still fuming green-clad maid, saying, everyone has their own aspirations. One cannot force others. Since he believes this prison is more comfortable than my palace, then let him be. His tone seemed casual, but the fleeting coldness and displeasure in his eyes indicated that this young master was not truly indifferent. A dignified air of Prince Jing, when had he ever been so unappreciative in front of him, especially when the other party was a prisoner trapped in a cell. Humph! The pink-clad maid huffed angrily, pouring wine for Xiao Shang while casting a sidelong glance at the opposite cell, saying, Your Highness is simply too kind-hearted. For someone so unappreciative, you should let him fend for himself. Exactly. In my opinion, he is just young and overconfident, clinging to that pitiful sense of pride. After staying in this dark, foul-smelling prison for a few more days and being ground down by those fierce prisoners and jailers, let's see if he can still have such spirit as today. At that time, he will probably cry out for his parents, regret it deeply, and it will be difficult to even seek an audience with your Highness. The more she spoke, the more she felt it was the case, as if she could already envision Zhang Yu's future miserable, pleading, a smile of satisfaction appearing on her face. Xiao Shang listened to the two maids without rebuttal, merely taking another sip of wine, a faintly ambiguous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps, he said lightly, as if speaking to the maids, or perhaps to himself. Young people always need to go through hardships, hit the wall to know when to turn back. This prison is certainly not a dignified place. I hope his stubbornness can hold out for a few more days and not disappoint me too much. His words not only affirmed the maid's judgment, but also set the scene for Zhang Yu's future regret, even carrying an implicit expectation of waiting for a spectacle. He had already made up his mind that even if Zhang Yu truly could not endure the suffering of prison and changed his mind later, he would not give any opportunity again. Unappreciative people do not deserve a second favor from him. Xiao Shang. The conversation between the three of them, along with the unabashed disdain, ridicule, and prophecy, naturally reached Zhang Yu's ears. Zhang Yu remained in a meditative posture with his eyes closed, breathing steadily, seemingly like a monk in deep meditation, oblivious to the external noise. Yet beneath his calm and unruffled expression, a trace of icy mockery rippled in his heart. Regret? Crying for parents? Seeking to see you? Truly. A frog in a well, a summer insect speaking of ice. You have no idea that what I sit in is not a prison but a celestial path leading to supreme power. Within the prison, it wasn't long before another visitor arrived. A guard led three individuals forward, with Li Dagong at the forefront, accompanied by Mo Zhai. Another person followed behind the two, fully cloaked in a black robe, making it impossible to discern their appearance. The guard, evidently having received some benefit, respectfully opened the small viewing window and stepped aside. As the guard left, a 7-inch long shoehorn was hurled through the air, thrown by Zhang Yu. Do you still have the face to see me? Do you know that I almost lost my virtue? Zhang Yu exclaimed in a rage. The thought of nearly having his chastity seized by Li Dagong's men made him wish he could strangle this unreliable scoundrel. Li Dagong nimbly dodged the foul-smelling shoehorn, looking aggrieved. Boss! It was an accident, purely an accident. His voice carried a note of weeping, clearly having heard of the shocking commotion that had just unfolded. The person he had found almost caused their boss to, Mo Zhai stepped forward, directly betraying his teammate with a grin. Boss, it was old Li who found the person. I think we should let him take his own life to atone. You Mo are just kicking someone when they're down. Li Dagong was furious, pulling Mo Zhai under the bus. Boss, I can't be fully blamed for this. The idea was Mo Zhai's. He wasted no time in shifting the blame. Mo Zhai's look of glee instantly froze, glaring at Li Dagong. Hey old Li, you shouldn't sell out your teammate like this. That was just a suggestion. You were the one responsible for execution, finding the person and verifying their background, right? You didn't vet properly and ended up bringing in a lunatic, and now you want to drag me down with you. You said you wanted someone fierce. Li Dagong argued back. I only said to find someone fierce. I never said to find a madman who likes to play with his brothers. Mo Zhai continued to shift the blame. But you didn't remind me not to look for someone like this. Was that even something that needed reminding? The two of them unexpectedly began to argue quietly outside the cell, shirking responsibility in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu watched his pair of underlings with a mix of speechlessness. Their bickering had dissipated some of his inner fury, but he still had to maintain his dignity. "Shut up all of you," he barked. Li Dagong and Mo Zhai immediately fell silent, standing at attention. Zhang Yu coldly scanned the two of them. One came up with a rotten idea, the other executed poorly. "Both of you are inextricably linked to this." Li Dagong and Mo Zhai quickly lowered their heads in agreement, knowing there was no escaping this punishment. However, seeing that the boss tone had softened somewhat, they felt a bit more at ease. "Your two subordinates are quite amusing, but unfortunately their cultivation levels are lacking." The black-robed man nearby chuckled lightly, suddenly speaking up. Zhang Yu turned to look in the direction of the voice, seemingly unfazed, and nodded slightly to the man in black. "My subordinates are not very knowledgeable. They must have embarrassed Mr. Du." "Not at all." The black-robed man, Mr. Du, chuckled, his tone relaxed. "I actually envy you, young friend. Those useless fellows under my command, when they see me they all become silent and respectful, but they are also terribly dull and uninteresting. They can't compare to the liveliness here with you, young friend." As he spoke, he seemed to treat this heavily guarded, oppressive dungeon as if it were a casual tea-house chat. "For 3 years, Zhang, you had relied on various divine skills rewarded by the system to form connections with powerful figures, and Mr. Du was one of them, holding significant weight." Zhang Yu did not take the bait regarding the liveliness of the conversation. Instead, he directly asked Mr. Du, "You are a busy man. Your personal visit this time must be for something important." "It's not really something important." Mr. Du waved his hand casually. "I just happened to hear that you seem to have encountered some trouble and ended up in this prison. I thought since I haven't seen you for a long time, I would stop by to take a look." He paused for a moment, asking with a hint of concern in his tone, "Young friend, are you getting along well in this prison? If it's uncomfortable or if you find this place too filthy, I could take some time to speak with the current Emperor of Wei. I could have him issue an edict today to release you from this place." Mr. Du's words, spoken lightly, made it seem as simple as retrieving a wanted criminal from the heavily guarded criminal department's dungeon, as if he just needed to take some time to speak with the Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, not only did Li Dagong and Mo Zhai freeze, but even the nearby guards and prisoners, who had been straining to listen, revealed expressions of absurdity and disdain. A nearby prisoner with a face full of flesh couldn't help but chuckle. Where did this madman come from? Is he really going to talk to the Emperor? Today he thinks he can get released. What a pipe dream. Exactly, the criminal department's dungeon with cases adjudicated by the Dali Temple is not child's play. This old fool must have lost his mind. Another prisoner whispered in agreement. I think he must be madly desperate to rescue someone talking big here to fool that young Master Zhang. Though the guards didn't dare to loudly discuss it, their gazes toward Mr. Du in black were filled with disdain and caution, believing this man was either a fraud or a lunatic, and they had to be wary of him attempting a prison break. Meanwhile, in the cell across, the watching young master of the Jing Prince, Xiao Sheng, had put down his wine gourd and wore an expression of keen interest. He observed the man in black through the bars. Although he couldn't see his appearance clearly, that demeanor seemed unlike an ordinary fraud. His green-clad maid, however, had no such reservations. Upon hearing this, she immediately snickered and intentionally raised her voice, saying, I wondered why young Master Zhang was so defiant, outright refusing my family's young master's good intentions. It turns out he already has a backup plan. Too bad. It seems like he sought out a madman who only talks big. Her words openly mocked Mr. Du while also disparaging Zhang Ye's perception and intelligence. The pink-clad maid immediately chimed in with a sharp tone, Isn't that right? Rescuing someone from the prison, especially a serious offender sentenced to 50 years. Even our young master with his status would need to go through quite a bit of trouble and use a lot of connections. And you, an old man who popped up out of nowhere, just say you can have the emperor issue a decree to release him. Isn't that just a scam? Young Master Zhang, you mustn't be fooled by this kind of quack wasting your time. The two maids sang in harmony, belittling Mr. Du while elevating their own young master and kindly reminding Zhang Yu to be wary, truly achieving multiple objectives. They were convinced that this black-robed old man was just boasting, and if Zhang Yu believed him, he would only become a bigger laughingstock. Faced with the disdainful mocking and curious gazes around him, as well as the maid's unabashed ridicule, black-robed Mr. Du seemed oblivious. He remained quietly standing there, not even a shadow beneath his hood stirred. Li Dagong and Mo Zhai exchanged nervous glances at Zhang Yu and then at Mr. Du. They knew this Mr. Du had a mysterious identity and immense power, but just how powerful he was they weren't entirely clear. To say he could directly retrieve someone from the emperor. That was quite shocking, wasn't it? Zhang Yu's expression, however, showed no change. He was neither humiliated by the ridicule nor surprised or doubtful about Mr. Du's boastful words. After a moment Zhang Yu slowly spoke. Mr. Du's kindness I Zhang appreciate. He paused, his tone calm, yet imbued with a peculiar firmness. However, I don't wish to leave this prison for the time being. It's quite peaceful here, just right for cultivating oneself. As for the emperor's decree, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile. There's no need for Mr. Du to worry about that. He'll take care of my own matters. His words once again rejected the suggestion of release from prison. The reasoning remained the same, peaceful and cultivating oneself. Those around him rolled their eyes, feeling he was truly too proud to endure humiliation, clinging to that pitiful pride, even using the madman's ramblings as an excuse to decline. Xiao Shang's maid couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, thinking Zhang Yu was now in a difficult position, having to stubbornly maintain his facade. However, upon hearing Zhang Yu's response, black-robed Mr. Du seemed to slightly shift beneath his hood, then let out a low, pleased chuckle. Haha, good, a good peaceful and a good cultivating oneself. Mr. Du's voice showed no trace of displeasure at being rejected. Instead, he appeared quite satisfied with Zhang Yu's answer. Your disposition, young friend, is indeed extraordinary. In that case, I shall not interfere further. His words sounded a bit cryptic, making those around him feel he was simply looking for an excuse to back down. Tisk, putting on airs. The green-clad maid scoffed. This old man can really act as if he truly has the ability to rescue someone. Indeed, this old man is a bit over the top, the pink-clad maid laughed. Xiao Shang also felt Mr. Du was exaggerating and angrily said, Old man, if you dare to brag here again, I'll have someone take you away and see if you have the ability to save yourself from this dungeon. Mr. Du, who had remained calm all along, rarely frowned, turning to look at Xiao Shang, revealing his true appearance, hidden beneath the black robe. Mr. Du, whose real name is Du Jun, is the renowned president of the Pharmacist Guild in the Wei Kingdom. The Pharmacist Guild is a vast organization that spans multiple nations with intricate and intertwined influences far surpassing that of ordinary sects and noble families. As the president of the Wei Kingdom branch, Du Jun holds an immensely esteemed position. Even the Emperor of Wei must treat him with respect, not daring to show any neglect. Zhang Yu was able to meet this extraordinary President Du and become his young friend thanks to the system reward of the god-level alchemy skill. In order to secure a stable and high-quality source of medicinal materials and to access higher-level pill sales channels, he had no choice but to undergo alchemist certification. Zhang Yu was well aware of the principle that possessing valuable items can lead to trouble. At that time, his martial arts skills were quite low. If he suddenly revealed his god-level alchemy standards, he would likely become the target of envy, competition, or even imprisonment from various factions. Therefore, during the certification assessment, he deliberately suppressed his true level. Nevertheless, even so, the strength he displayed still shocked Du Jun, leading them to become friends. The two often discussed and exchanged insights on alchemy techniques. In reality, Zhang Yu was purposely holding back, playfully accompanying Du Jun, as if entertaining a child. When Zhang Yu was imprisoned, Du Jun was quite surprised upon hearing the news. He knew that Zhang Yu was no weaker than himself as a pharmacist. As long as he actively revealed this important identity, he would certainly not face any life-threatening danger. Du Jun came this time to see what tricks his young friend was up to. Unexpectedly, he was met with mockery. Even with Du Jun's typically good temper, being repeatedly provoked sparked a bit of anger in him. The moment Du Jun lowered the black robe from his head, Xiao Shang, the leisurely drinking young master of the Jingwang, was instantly struck as if by lightning. The golden wine jug in Xiao Shang's hand slipped from his grip and crashed onto the stone floor. He abruptly sat up from the soft couch, his eyes bulging wide, fixated on the aged face that was revealed after the hood was removed. The color drained from his face, his lips trembled as if he had seen a ghost. DDU, President Du. A trembling voice filled with disbelief and extreme horror struggled out from Xiao Shang's throat, even breaking as he was too shocked. How could he not recognize that face? Months ago, he had attended the Pharmacist Guild ceremony with the Jingwang and had seen Du Jun once. The Jingwang had repeatedly reminded him afterward that this person held an extremely noble and special status with energy and influence far exceeding that of ordinary nobles, a true figure capable of reaching the ears of the heavens. Such a person must never be offended. If one could befriend him, it would be of enormous benefit to the Wang residents. But now, this esteemed President Du, who was respected even by the emperor and was elusive like a divine dragon, had appeared in this filthy, unsanitary, and heavy criminal prison, wearing an unremarkable black robe. As Xiao Shang recalled the earlier scene where he and the maid had mocked Du Jun, a chilling fear surged from his feet straight to the top of his head. It's over. I've caused a major disaster. Offending Du Jun, not only will I as a young master suffer, but even my father the Jingwang and the entire Jingwang residence may face dire consequences. If the pharmacists guild were to develop a negative impression of the Jingwang residence because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The maid in green, upon hearing her young master's altered tone shout of President Du, and seeing his pale, terrified expression, finally reacted. To make the young master lose composure and address him as President, and considering the surname Du, who else could it be in the capital of Wei Kingdom? Thud! The maid in green's legs gave way and she directly collapsed to the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a single word, only overwhelmed by boundless fear. The maid in pink was also horrified, her complexion drained of color, and she knelt down trembling all over, no longer daring to look up. The prisoners and guards who had been whispering laughter before, though perhaps unclear about what President Du specifically meant. But seeing the instant fear on the faces of the young master of Jingwang and his arrogant maid, how could they not understand? This black-robed old man whom they had mocked all day was undoubtedly a formidable figure. In an instant, the entire prison area fell silent with a pin drop audible. All eyes were focused on the thin-faced elder, filled with awe, fear, and regret. The few prisoners who had just mocked him wished they could bury their heads in their pants. Du Jun seemed to be oblivious to the terrified state of Xiao Shang and his servant, nor did he pay attention to the change in the surrounding atmosphere. He calmly adjusted his robe, his gaze once again turned to Zhang Yu in the cell, a gentle smile appearing on his face, as if the earlier mockery had never occurred. "Young friend Zhang, it seems your place is indeed particularly clean," Du Jun said meaningfully, then slightly nodded. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall not disturb you any longer. Take good care of yourself. Nurture your spirit." After saying this, he no longer looked at anyone, replaced his hood, and turned to walk calmly out of the passage. The black robes swept the ground, silent and soundless, quickly disappearing into the shadows, leaving behind a room full of silence and a group of stunned individuals. Until Du Jun's figure had completely vanished, the invisible pressure seemed to slightly dissipate. Xiao Sheng gasped for air, as if a drowning person had finally surfaced, his back soaked in cold sweat. He cautiously glanced in the direction Du Jun had disappeared, then abruptly turned his head to look at Zhang Yu, who had remained eerily calm throughout, seemingly unperturbed by Du Jun's identity. At this moment, Zhang Yu no longer appeared as an interesting or capable prisoner in his eyes, but rather a monstrous figure shrouded in mist with an unfathomable background. How could Zhang Yu, who was referred to as young friend by President Du himself, and who had personally come to visit this filthy prison, be so extraordinary? How deep were his hidden depths? And he himself just moments ago had even thought of recruiting him. He had even deemed him ungrateful. Xiao Sheng felt a burning sensation on his face, filled with both dread and shame. Young master." The maid in green collapsed on the ground, spoke with a trembling voice filled with tears. "Shut up!" Xiao Sheng growled in a hoarse voice filled with anger and fear. He glared fiercely at the two inept maids, his heart a mix of shock, anger, and regret. He looked again at Zhang Yu, his eyes filled with complexity, opened his mouth as if to say something. In the end, he said nothing, picking up the shattered wine jug fragments from the ground, his gaze vacant, his mind in turmoil. Today he had lost face greatly. No, he had almost put the entire Jingwang residence at risk. And all of this was due to the seemingly destitute yet profoundly concealed Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu paid no attention to the reactions of Xiao Shang and his servant, but he could not overlook the favor Du Jun had shown by making an appearance. Du Jun's appearance, seemingly provoked by Xiao Shang, was actually to protect Zhang Yu from suffering in the prison. Now that everyone in the prison knew Zhang Yu had such backing, they would surely not dare to target him anymore. "Senior brother, when we arrived just now, someone said you personally crippled that brute bull. Is that true?" And inside the celestial prison, Li Dagong suddenly asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Beside him, Mod shed his usual air of irreverence, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto Zhang Yu. And they were Zhang Yu's most trusted confidants. Men who knew full well his publicly acknowledged martial cultivation level, a meager first rank. To defeat a 6th-rank body cultivator like Bull with mere first-rank strength sounded utterly implausible. And Zhang Yu responded with a half-truth, weaving fiction with finesse. "You know my position in the Marquis's residence. It leaves little room for openness, so I conceal my true cultivation, biding time and adapting to all circumstances." He paused, then added quietly, "And what I conceal extends far beyond this." Enli Dagong nodded vigorously. "I knew it. You could never be truly weak. You've been cultivating humility while concealing your brilliance. I saw it from the start," Mod declared, chin raised with quiet certainty. "Our senior brother is no ordinary man. Hindsight is always 20/20. Li Dagong retorted instantly. "And do you wish to die?" And Mod was not one to yield, not even in jest, and as their familiar banter threatened to reignite, Zhang Yu's brow furrowed, and he commanded, voice low but ironclad, "Silence." Both of you. They fell mute at once. And Zhang Yu's gaze swept over them grave and unwavering as he spoke. You heard Master Du's words moments ago. He remarked that your cultivation lacks a certain resonance. A jest perhaps yet rooted in truth. And before we operated in shadows, leveraging the Marquis's authority as cover or maneuvering unseen behind closed doors. But now my rift with the Marquis's residence is absolute. That banner, the Yong'an Marquisate, no longer shields us, instead it may become an obstacle, or even an enemy. From here on our actions must rely ever more upon our own strength and resourcefulness. NMOD straightened, clasped his fists in salute, and vowed, Rest assured, senior brother. I shall break through to 7th rank within half a year. Half a year is too long. And Zhang Yu, no longer masking his capabilities, withdrew a Bodhi pill from his sleeve and tossed it to MOD. 3 days, to 7th rank, and 8th rank within 6 months. With his current mastery of alchemy, such pills flowed effortlessly from his hands, just as the Bodhi pill he'd earlier refined for Zhang Luohan. Bodhi pill. NMOD glanced down, and his pupils contracted sharply. A gasp escaped him unbidden, and having served Zhang Yu long, he had witnessed much, and recognized instantly this legendary supreme-grade elixir, revered across realms for its incalculable rarity. What? A Bodhi pill? And across the corridor, Xiaoshang, a prince burdened by grim thoughts, jolted upright again, eyes riveted to the pill resting in MOD's palm, disbelief etched across his face. This was a divine medicine capable of stirring even grandmasters' hearts. Where then had Zhang Yu acquired it? Nate heard rumors that Zhang Yu gifted one to Zhang Luohan, assuming sheer fortune, but never imagined a second existed. And yet he handed it away so casually, to a subordinate, and not only Xiaoshang but several seasoned prisoners within earshot drew sharp breaths upon hearing the name Bodhi pill, their gazes shifting to Zhang Yu with awe and raw, hungry covetousness. A Bodhi pill produced so effortlessly, and what unfathomable lineage did this man command? In that instant, Du Jun's figure flickered through every mind. Suddenly the origin of the pill became self-evident, and their greed dissolved like mist before dawn. What bond ties Zhang Yu to Director Du? So deep that even such an elixir is dispensed without hesitation. And that question echoed silently in every heart. NMOD cradled the pill in his palm. Its weight, though slight, felt monumental. His hand trembled, not from weakness but reverence. Senior brother, this is too precious. Take it, and use it. Zhang Yu cut in tone, brooking no refusal. Strengthen yourself and you will shoulder greater burdens. Stand beside me, not behind me. MOD swallowed hard, then pledged with steely resolve. Your servant accepts the order. In 3 days' time I shall return. 7th rank unwavering, before your very eyes. Li Dagong watched, envious yet elated for his brother-in-arms, and inwardly ashamed. And he scratched his head awkwardly. Senior brother. You know me? I'm slow-witted, talentless. Before he could finish, Zhang Yu's wrist flicked. Soft golden radiance shimmered. And a second Bodhi pill settled gently into Li Dagong's calloused palm. Li Dagong? NMOD. And Xiaoshang, the prince of Jingwang. What in the heavens? Naviri, prisoner nearby, whether recognizing the pill or merely sensing its profound aura, stared dumbfounded. Another Bodhi pill? And when did these legendary supreme-grade elixirs become common as cabbages sold in market squares? None after another, just like that. And both bestowed freely upon subordinates whose cultivation was deemed lacking resonance. Li Dagong stood frozen, tongue-tied. Senior brother. This, how have I earned such grace? Take it now. Zhang Yu's voice remained calm, unruffled. You are no warrior. This pill will refine your constitution, forge your foundation. And Li Dagong's throat tightened, his eyes welled instantly with tears. He knew his limits. His talents lay in strategy and management, not martial prowess, and that shortfall had long haunted him. Yet his senior brother, rather than dismissing him, entrusted him with this peerless treasure. But Zhang Yu's generosity had not yet reached its zenith, and even as stunned silence still gripped the prison, he flicked his sleeve once more. Clatter, 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 and like conjuring from thin air, 7 or 8 exquisitely sealed vessels appeared at their feet. Jade vials, lacquered boxes, each crafted from rare materials, each sealed with meticulous care. Each emitted a rich, pure fragrance, so potent it invigorated the spirit and sharpened the senses. These contained foundation-stabilizing pills, bone-refining and sinew-forging powder, mind-cleansing jade dew pills, century-old blood ginseng paste. All supreme-grade elixirs designed to nurture essence, fortify roots, and deepen cultivation. Use them judiciously according to your individual needs. The Bodhi pill's potency is overwhelming. These gentler elixirs will temper its force, ensuring safe, seamless absorption. Zhang Yu recited the list with casual ease, as if commenting on fair weather. and he no longer concealed himself with Du Jun as his shield danger receded. For now, and for what lay ahead, he feared nothing, gazing at the pile of peerless elixirs, whose very aroma intoxicated the senses, and at Zhang Yu's serene, unflustered countenance. Li Dagong and MOD stood utterly numb. Senior brother, did you plunder the ancient treasury of a forgotten alchemical sect? Nor are you yourself a walking repository of Taoist pharmacy. Xiao Sheng, the prince of Jingwang, could no longer muster shock. Ni's mouth hung open, his eyes vacant as they fixed on Zhang Yu. Only one thought echoing hollowly within: does father's private vault hold even half this many supreme elixirs? What bond binds him to Du Jun? Once again Du Jun bore the blame. Unwittingly. And senior brother, you are the finest leader in all the world. Enli Dagong finally broke. With a thud he collapsed forward, clutching Zhang Yu's leg, tears and snot streaming freely, sobbing with raw, unfiltered devotion. Zhang Yu kicked him aside without hesitation, wearing an expression of utter disdain. Stop blubbering. If you have breath to waste on tears, use it to cultivate now. At once they reverently gathered, every vessel bowed deeply once more to Zhang Yu, and departed the celestial prison. Heartbeats, thundering spirits aflame. The prison gate clanged shut behind them, and Zhang Yu watched them vanish, then exhaled softly. A sigh of quiet satisfaction. And investing in loyal subordinates was investing in tomorrow. And to him these elixirs were trivial. Given materials he could refine them endlessly. Yet the return was immeasurable too: unwavering hearts and swift soaring power. And from the adjacent cell came Xiao Shang's dazed dreamlike murmur, Lu, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Just now were those 2 Bodhi pills. Nand, that mountain of supreme elixirs. Young master, it's true. Lu Yi's voice trembled thick with tears. I saw it too. Who is this Master Zhang truly? The maid in rose-pink robes had long since lost her voice entirely. Leaning against the damp wall, Xiao Sheng stared blankly at the dim ceiling, whispering to himself, Father, your son may have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Not an enemy, but an unparalleled opportunity. In that moment his gaze upon Zhang Yu burned with fervent intensity, like a maiden enraptured by first love, and Zhang Yu felt the heat of that stare, and shivered involuntarily. Could this youth share Bull's peculiar inclinations, and best keep a wide berth? Starting today. On the second day at the Yangon Marquis Mansion, Zhang Heng, being a 5th-rank martial artist, possessed a physique far superior to ordinary people. Moreover, the Marquis Mansion had deep foundations, and spared no expense utilizing their treasured healing elixirs. Over the course of a night, Zhang Heng's injuries had mostly healed. Qin Shuahua personally brought over the ginseng, soup, her tone filled with both pain and resentment. My poor Henger, you have suffered greatly this time. It is all that wretched bastard's fault, with such a venomous mind, even going so far as to harm his own brother. Zhang Weining gritted her teeth and said, Indeed, that beast Zhang Yu must be jealous of our mother's affection for you, envious of your talent, which is why he resorted to such despicable means to harm you. Does he think he can ruin you like this? Dream on. Zhang Qingyue gently advised, 5th brother, take good care of yourself, don't think about those sordid matters anymore. Zhang Luohan sat a bit further away on a brocade stool, her face barely maintaining a look of concern, yet deep within her eyes lay an imperceptible sense of detachment and lingering disgust. Zhang Heng's face was pale, his gaze cold and sinister. Yesterday's fear and humiliation had not fully dissipated, but had instead fermented into deeper resentment within his heart. Listening to the comforting words of his family, and beloved, especially the unanimous condemnation of Zhang Yu, the flames of anger and the impulse to prove himself surged once more in his heart. A glint of venom and determination flashed in his eyes. Didn't Zhang Yu brag that all the glory and wealth of the Marquis Mansion were supported by him in the shadows? Then I will show him who is truly incapable. He threw off the covers and attempted to get out of bed, stating, From today onwards, all businesses, properties, farms, and shops inside and outside the Marquis Mansion will be taken over by me, Zhang Heng. I will do better than that, waste Zhang Yu by 10-fold or even 100-fold. I want him to know that his pathetic reliance and schemes are nothing but dreams in front of me, easy to crush. Seeing him so ambitious, Qin Shuahua felt both gratified and pained. Henger, with such ambition your mother will naturally support you. You are smarter than Zhang Yu with a higher talent. You will surely do 1,000 times better than him. Zhang Weining also clapped in agreement. Yes, Xiao Heng will definitely succeed, and show that waste what true skill is. Zhang Qingyue nodded slightly in agreement. Watching Zhang Heng regain his spirits, Zhang Luohan felt her sense of detachment lessen somewhat. With everyone's support and encouragement, Zhang Heng's confidence soared. He immediately summoned a personal servant and ordered, Come here, bring some people. I want to check the accounts of each shop one by one and understand their operational conditions. Yes, young master, the servant replied and hurried off. Zhang Hong, with the help of the maidservants, changed into a new outfit and was ready to set off. At that moment, a deafening uproar suddenly erupted outside the heavy vermilion doors of the Marquis Mansion. People of the Yangon Marquis Mansion, listen up. By the order of our master, we have come to collect the debts owed by Zhang Yu of your esteemed house. The total amounts to 768,500 taels of silver, with promissory notes and agreements as proof. Please open the door quickly and settle the matter clearly to avoid damaging our goodwill. It was the Wang family that had arrived. What? The Wang family? Collecting debts? 76,000. Heavens, that's an enormous sum. Quick look. There are so many Wang family servants outside and they are banging gongs. A crowd of servants quickly gathered at the entrance of the Marquis Mansion, whispering and showing signs of panic. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Weining, Zhang Qingyue, and Jiang Luohan, who had heard the commotion, hurriedly arrived at the front courtyard. Hearing the shouts and the sound of gongs from outside, their faces turned pale, as though they had been publicly slapped several times, feeling the sting. Especially Qin Shuahua and Jiang Luohan. One was the mistress of the Marquis Mansion, and the other was the daughter of a minister. They had never endured such public humiliation of debt collection. It felt as if their dignity had been stripped and trampled on the ground. This is too much. The Wang family is being too much. Qin Shuahua trembled with anger, pointing at the door with a sharp voice. How dare they? How dare they humiliate our Marquis Mansion like this? Zhang Weining also shouted in anger, feeling both anxious and furious. Zhang Qingyue pressed her lips tightly, looking outside at Zhang Hong, who was pale, and Jiang Luohan, who looked about to collapse, feeling a chill in her heart. She knew that Zhang Ye's prophecy had come true. This was not merely a debt. It was a long-planned revenge and humiliation by the Wang family. The Marquis Mansion's reputation was thoroughly ruined this time. Jiang Luohan was even more furious and humiliated as this debt was all on her head. Mother, do not panic. Zhang Hong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and humiliation within him. He knew that at this moment they couldn't act rashly. This debt had a clear written agreement. The Wang family was in the right, and causing a bigger scene would only humiliate the Marquis Mansion further. After pondering for a moment, he stated, "This money, just pay it off. Consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. We absolutely cannot allow the Wang family to look down on us. Yes, we will repay the debts. Our Marquis Mansion isn't in a position where we can't afford it." Zhang Weining also said, defiantly, trying to maintain the dignity of the Marquis family's young lady. However, even so, 76,500 taels was not a small sum. Although the Marquis Mansion was wealthy, gathering such a huge amount of cash on short notice was extremely difficult. Madam Young Master, the cash we can mobilize on the accounts plus the cash flow from the shops these days can at most come up to 150,000 taels. 150,000 taels. Qin Shuahua frowned tightly. This was far too little. Mother, why don't we sell some assets? Zhang Weining suggested, but then felt reluctant. But those shops are making a fortune every day. They are like golden geese, it would be too regrettable to sell them. Moreover, selling now would certainly mean the Wang family would drive the price down. The group fell into silence. Indeed, those shops, which were thriving under Zhang Ye's secret management, were the Marquis Mansion's most valuable assets, and the foundation of their confidence in earning 100,000 a month. Who would be willing to sell them? We cannot sell the shops. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth. That is the foundation of the Marquis Mansion and the basis for my future grand ambitions. Suddenly his eyes flickered and he said, I just remembered, don't we have 2,000 acres of prime rice fields and a small iron ore vein in the suburbs of the capital? Those were inherited from our ancestors. Although the output is stable, the profits, compared to the shops in the city, they are indeed slower. Qin Zuewa's eyes lit up at his words. In their view, those 2,000 acres of fertile land and the iron mine, while also valuable assets, had slow profit growth and needed manpower for management, far less lucrative compared to the shops that made money daily. Using them to fill this hole would not only resolve the urgent crisis but also not harm the fundamentals. It seemed like a perfect choice. Only Zhang Qingyue furrowed her brows slightly. She was more rational than her mother and sisters, knowing that land and mines were the most stable foundation for the Marquis Mansion. Although their returns might not be as high as some lucrative industries, they were long-lasting. As for the shops in the city, while they seemed busy now, the business world was unpredictable and the risks were high. Moreover, she vaguely felt that without Zhang Ye's behind-the-scenes management, whether those shops could maintain their current prosperity was uncertain. Mother, fifth brother, the fields and mines are the foundation of our Marquis Mansion. Shouldn't we reconsider, or perhaps negotiate with the Wang family to repay in installments? Zhang Qingyue advised softly. Installments? Wouldn't that make it seem like our Marquis Mansion cannot even come up with this little money, having to lower our heads and plead with them for leniency? Qin Shuahua immediately shook her head. Her primary concern at that moment was face. Zhang Heng replied, "Third sister, you worry too much. Even without that piece of land and the mine, the Marquis Mansion remains the Marquis Mansion. As long as we grasp the business networks in the city, making money will only be easier. Once I take over and reorganize things, the profits might even double, and then we can buy back the land." Seeing that both his mother and brother were determined, Zhang Qingyue felt it was inappropriate to persuade further, but the unease in her heart only grew stronger. Soon the Marquis Mansion's representatives and those sent by the Wang family began to hand over outside the door. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, pointing and whispering, making Qin Shuahua and the others feel like thorns were in their backs. Yet, they had to force themselves to remain calm. Qin Shuahua took out the Marquis Mansion's title deeds and land contracts, handing them to butler Wang Heir. She raised her chin slightly, striving to assume the proud demeanor of the mistress of the Marquis Mansion, her tone deliberately indifferent. These 2,000 acres of prime rice fields and the iron mine located 30 miles west of the city are priced at 620,000 taels to be used as compensation to your Wang family. In addition, there will be 150,000 taels in cash, which is sufficient to settle your accounts. She seemed to be donating as she pushed the contracts and the banknotes forward. Butler Wang Heir examined the contracts and confirmed their accuracy, revealing a hint of barely perceptible mockery on his face. However, he said nothing more and readily signed and accepted the contracts. For the Wang family to obtain the Marquis Mansion's valuable ancestral properties so smoothly and to publicly humiliate the Marquis Mansion was already their goal achieved. After the handover was completed, Butler Wang Heir and his men swaggered away with their gongs. Zhang Weining was furious, her chest heaving. Zhang Luohan's face was as pale as a sheet, feeling that the humiliation of today would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Zhang Heng watched the Wang family depart, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Such a great humiliation. All of this was caused by Zhang Yu. Mother, sister Luohan, you can rest assured. Zhang Heng turned around, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge and urgency to prove himself. This setback is nothing. Land and mines are merely inanimate objects. What truly holds value are those shops, the connections, and the business acumen. I will take over all the shops now and ensure that the Marquis Mansion's income far exceeds what it was before. It won't be long before we can redeem that land and mine. Qin Shuahua looked at him, filled with fighting spirit, equally confident. Good Henger, your mother believes in you. The future of the Marquis Mansion relies on you. Manage those shops well, and you will definitely make a fortune, leaving those who mock us in awe. That's right. Whatever Zhang Yu could achieve, Xiao Heng can certainly do as well. Zhang Weining regained her confidence. Zhang Luohan watched Zhang Heng, though still uneasy, hoped that he could truly achieve results and restore their honor. Only Zhang Qingyu's unease grew heavier in her heart. After driving away the troublesome Wang family, Zhang Heng hurriedly brought along a few trusted subordinates to the core and most profitable property under the Marquis name, Dingsheng Workshop. Dingsheng Workshop specializes in various types of elixirs, ranging from basic healing and chi-replenishing pills to rare spiritual pills that assist in cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks, offering a complete array. It is rumored that the net profit of Dingsheng Workshop each month accounts for almost half of the entire income of the Yangon Marquisate, making it undeniably the purse and pillar of the Marquisate. Standing beneath the grand golden sign of Dingsheng Workshop, Zhang Heng looked up, and the gloom caused by debts and the humiliation from the Wang family vanished. He could almost envision that under his wise and mighty leadership, the profits of Dingsheng Workshop would multiply several times and wealth would flow to the Marquisate. "Fifth young master, you have arrived. We have been waiting for you for a long time," said the manager of Dingsheng Workshop, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man whose surname was Chen. He had received the news long ago and was now respectfully awaiting at the entrance with a group of managers and attendants. Manager Chen, no need for such formalities. Zhang Heng modestly nodded, striving to adopt the demeanor of a future leader. "Show me the accounts and then let's take a tour." Yes, fifth young master, please come in." Manager Chen quickly stepped aside to lead the way, inviting Zhang Heng into an elegant and quiet study on the third floor, which was where the core accounts were managed. Soon several thick, beautifully bound account books were placed before Zhang Heng. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began to flip through them. It was a sight that stirred up waves of shock in Zhang Heng's heart. The monthly net profit of Dingsheng Workshop amounted to an astonishing 128,000 taels of silver, akin to a mountain of gold. Zhang Heng restrained the impulse to laugh aloud, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Previously, he had only heard his mother and sister mention the Marquisite's monthly income of 100,000, thinking it was exaggerated, but he never expected that Dingsheng Workshop alone would far exceed this figure. That useless Zhang Yu had only dared to boast about supporting the Marquisate by managing such an enterprise. Ridiculous. This clearly showed the profound foundation and quality of the Marquisite's assets. Anyone who took on the role of the manager, as long as they weren't too foolish, would be able to make a profit. Zhang Yu was merely lucky, reaping the benefits of what had already been established. After reviewing the accounts, Zhang Heng was filled with confidence. He closed the account books and said to Manager Chen, "Let's go, take me to the alchemy area. This is the foundation of our Dingsheng workshop." "Yes, yes, fifth young master, right this way." As Manager Chen led the way to the dedicated alchemy area in the backyard, he enthusiastically introduced fifth young master. "Rest assured, our alchemy area at Dingsheng workshop is built to the highest standards. The ground fire is stable, the alchemy furnaces are complete, and all the alchemists we've hired are truly skilled." Zhang Heng nodded, repeatedly, feeling increasingly assured. With a stable source of income and a professional alchemy team, Dingsheng workshop was virtually an inexhaustible gold mine. Taking over here was even smoother and more delightful than he had imagined. After passing through several corridors, they arrived at an area in the backyard, covered by a formation with noticeably higher temperatures. This was the crucial location for alchemy at Dingsheng workshop, where ordinary people were not allowed to enter. "Fifth young master, look, this is our alchemy area." Manager Chen was pointing at the bustling scene, ready to continue flattering and boasting. The alchemy area was quite spacious, with dozens of alchemy furnaces lined up. The ground fire was stable, and the alchemists and apprentices were diligently performing their tasks, creating a busy yet orderly atmosphere. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction, sweeping his gaze over the entire area, feeling a sense of pride, as if he were surveying his own kingdom. However, as his gaze swept past a corner, he couldn't help but frown. There, an unkempt old man was lying sprawled out on a worn bamboo recliner. The old man had his eyes closed, holding a colorless wine gourd in his hand, occasionally taking a swig, making a satisfied tsk sound, leisurely contrasting sharply with the busy scene around him. What displeased Zhang Heng even more was that the surrounding alchemists' apprentices, and even managers, upon seeing their new master arrive, all put down their work and respectfully bowed, addressing him as fifth young master. Only this disheveled old man seemed to completely ignore the large crowd, continuing to lie there basking in the sun. This was a blatant disregard and provocation of Zhang Heng's authority. Zhang Heng's expression instantly darkened. As the new official, he was anxious for an opportunity to establish his authority and reprimand those below him. This old man, who was ignorant of etiquette and sluggish, was simply a gift delivered to his doorstep. However, Zhang Heng was not completely thoughtless. He understood that the alchemy area was the core of Dingsheng workshop, and the people here, especially those capable alchemists, were not to be easily offended. If this old man were some hidden expert, then dismissing him could be cutting off a major artery. He suppressed his anger and did not lash out immediately, but turned to Manager Chen, who was following closely beside him, and asked in a calm tone, laced with a hint of coldness, "Manager Chen, who is this?" Manager Chen followed Zhang Heng's gaze and lowered his voice to reply in response to fifth young master. "This person is named Chen Dongping, recruited a few years ago by the eldest young master. Oh, by Zhang Yu. He usually is responsible for monitoring the ground fire, repairing the alchemy furnaces, and doing some miscellaneous work. His temperament is a bit lazy, but his skills are decent. He can handle the ground fire formations and minor issues." Zhang Yu recruited him, just a laborer tending the fire. Upon hearing these two keywords, Zhang Heng's eyes brightened and his doubts and concerns dissipated significantly. This was a person recruited by that useless Zhang Yu, and he was merely a handyman who could only watch the fire and repair the furnace. This was easy to handle. Zhang Heng sneered inwardly, having already made up his mind. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward and walked straight toward the disheveled old man Chen Dongping, who was reclining on the chair. Zhang Heng stood before Chen Dongping's recliner, looking down at the old man, who still had his eyes closed, reeking of liquor. His voice suddenly rose, carrying undisguised reprimand and authority. "Chen Dongping, how arrogant of you! I am here inspecting, yet you dare to pretend not to see and sleep lazily." Chen Dongping seemed to have been disturbed by this sudden rebuke, slowly opening his murky old eyes, glancing at Zhang Heng, then closing them again, rolling over and mumbling indistinctly, "Who is this little brat making noise, disturbing my peaceful dreams?" This attitude only added fuel to the fire. Zhang Heng, furious, laughed instead. "Good, very good. It seems Zhang Yu was too lenient with you in the past, allowing you to grow into such a lazy and disrespectful pest. Everyone listen up. From today onward, Dingsheng workshop will be managed by me, Zhang Heng. What I want are diligent individuals who can create value for the workshop, not useless pests who merely take up space and wait to die." He pointed sharply at Chen Dongping, his tone resolute. "Chen Dongping, you are lazy by nature and disrespectful to your superiors. You are like a rotten mouse dropping, ruining the whole pot of porridge. Dingsheng workshop cannot keep a person like you. You will immediately go to the accounts office to settle your wages and then get out of here. From now on, do not step foot in Dingsheng workshop again." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around them. Although this old man indeed often lazed about and had a mediocre reputation, he was still a long-time member of the workshop, and his skills were somewhat decent. Was it really right to dismiss him so easily? Was it really the new master's first day on the job? Manager Chen seemed to want to say something, but upon seeing Zhang Heng's grim face and his unyielding attitude, he swallowed his words. Other managers and alchemists exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Chen Dongpeng finally opened his eyes completely this time. He sat up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, took another swig from his wine gourd, and then lazily looked at Zhang Heng, his face showing no anger or panic, but rather a strange expression, as if he were watching a child misbehave. "Little brat, are you sure you want to chase me away?" Chen Dongpeng faced Zhang Heng's reprimand, not angry but rather pleased. "Impudent! Who are you calling little brat?" Zhang Heng said sternly, "My words are law, hurry up and get lost." Upon hearing this, Chen Dongpeng not only felt no fear but instead grew more excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "You all agreed to drive me away. It wasn't me, the old man, who broke the promise. I certainly won't return anything that Zhang Yu gave me." Zhang Heng was taken aback for a moment, then became even more disdainful. What good could Zhang Yu possibly give to this old servant? It must be nothing of value, yet this old man treated it as a treasure. He snorted coldly, "Who cares about your worthless junk? Just hurry up and get lost." "All right then." Chen Dongpeng seemed to have received a pardon, happily responding as he patted his backside and prepared to leave. His demeanor resembled that of someone finally on holiday rather than being dismissed. However, after taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something. He rummaged in his pocket for quite a while, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment and casually tossing it to Zhang Heng. "Here, this is for you." Chen Dongpeng burped slightly, pointing at the parchment, and said, "According to Zhang Yu's instructions, the earth fire array in the Dan refining area of the Dingshang workshop, as well as the auxiliary runes inscribed on the alchemy furnaces for gathering fire, controlling temperature, and stabilizing medicinal properties, have all been upgraded by me. This is the overall diagram of the array. The array nodes, rune connections, and earth fire pathways are all recorded on it. Remember to find a reliable array master to maintain it according to the annotations on this diagram, and be careful to control it. Otherwise, don't blame the old man for not reminding you. He seemed somewhat attached to the array he had personally upgraded, and before leaving he actually kindly advised Zhang Heng." After saying this, he ignored Zhang Heng's reaction, clutching his wine gourd, humming an even more nonsensical tune, and swayed away. "Upgrade? What upgrade? What overall diagram of the array?" Zhang Heng furrowed his brows tightly as he held the dirty, crumpled piece of parchment. He was not the type to completely waste his days away. As a 5th-grade warrior, he had a rudimentary understanding of array runes. Upon hearing that the earth fire array and alchemy furnace inscriptions had been upgraded, he felt a sudden pang of unease in his heart. He instinctively sensed that things might not be as simple as he thought. He quickly unfolded the piece of parchment. The lines on the parchment were dense and crooked, mixed with many symbols he couldn't understand and hasty annotations. The ink varied in age, clearly not a casual work. Although the parchment was dirty, upon closer inspection, the lines sketched indeed outlined the general layout of the Dan refining area of the Dingshang workshop, as well as the distribution of earth fire conduits and array nodes. Many places had been revised with ink of another color, adding more complex patterns. Zhang Heng felt a bit dizzy from looking at it. "Manager Chen." Zhang Heng suddenly raised his head and looked at the equally bewildered and anxious Manager Chen beside him, urgently asking, "What else does this Chen Dongpeng do besides tending the fire and fixing the furnace? Does he understand arrays?" Manager Chen wiped his sweat and stammered, replying, "To the 5th young master, old Chen. He likes to wander around those array nodes and beside the alchemy furnaces. Sometimes he uses charcoal to write and draw. We thought he was just bored or recording where needed repairs. As for whether he understands arrays, well, I really don't know. He never said anything, nor have I seen him formally manipulate arrays. But when the earth fire was occasionally unstable, or when the furnace had minor issues, he would tinker a bit, and often it would be fine. Everyone thought it was just his experience and skill." Experienced, skillful. Zhang Heng's heart sank little by little. Looking at the complex upgrade diagram in his hand, combined with Manager Chen's words, a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. This person he regarded as a mere warning example could very well be a hidden master of arrays. Moreover, under Zhang Yu's guidance over the years, he had quietly upgraded and transformed the earth fire array and furnace inscriptions of the Dingshang workshop. The high efficiency of the Dingshang workshop's Dan refining, the stable quality of the Dan, and the remarkably stable earth fire could all likely be the result of this old man's secret upgrading and maintenance. And he, Zhang Heng, on his first day in office, had driven away this possible hidden pillar of the Dingshang workshop. A chill surged from his feet to his head, and cold sweat began to bead on Zhang Heng's forehead. He suddenly recalled Chen Dongpeng's excited expression before leaving, mentioning what Zhang Yu had given him. Zhang Yu certainly knew of this old man's capabilities. The things he gave him were likely meant to keep him around, and he had personally dismantled the backup that Zhang Yu left behind. Quick, hurry and find Chun Dongpeng. Just say that this young master was just angry and misunderstood him. Please ask him to stay and I'll double his wages. Yes, young master. The attendant realized the situation was dire and quickly turned to chase after Chun Dongpeng. However, in just a moment, the attendant returned panting and looking distressed. Young master. He's gone. That old man left through the door and turned into the nearby alley. He disappeared without a trace. I asked around the nearby streets and no one saw him. Useless. Zhang Hung, furious, kicked over a nearby stool, his face turning ashen. He clutched the parchment, his hands trembling. What should he do now? He couldn't understand this diagram. It required an array master to maintain and control. But what was the original array master's skill level? Could they comprehend this upgraded diagram? Could they take over this modified complex array? What if they couldn't handle it? What if the earth-fire array went out of control? What if the alchemy furnace inscriptions failed? Wouldn't the Dan refining operations of the Dingshang workshop immediately plunge into paralysis? Manager Qian, where's the original array master? Call him here right away. Zhang Hung almost shouted. Soon a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe with a goatee looking quite serious was brought over. He was the array master hired by the Dingshang workshop, surnamed Lu. Master Lu, please take a look at this diagram. Zhang Hung handed over the parchment, his voice filled with urgency. Master Lu took the diagram, initially unimpressed, but after looking at it a few times his expression changed. The more he looked, the more detailed he became. His brows furrowed tighter and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Fifth young master. Master Lu raised his head, his face pale and voice hoarse. This diagram indeed depicts the array structure of our Dan refining area, but many places have been modified. The additional rune structures are very, very intricate and complex. Some even exceed my understanding. The extent of these modifications is too great, and judging by the notes and structures, the person who made these changes has a far superior understanding of arrays than I do. He pointed to several spots marked in red on the diagram, his hand trembling, especially here. The newly added auxiliary array diverting and stabilizing spirit at the Kuan position is simply exquisite, capable of greatly enhancing the stability of the earth fire and the success rate of alchemy. However, because of its intricacy, the difficulty of maintenance and control has increased tremendously. One must have an intimate understanding of the modifier's thoughts and techniques. Otherwise, a single misstep could trigger an earth fire riot or rune disorder, resulting in the furnace exploding or the array collapsing with earth fire erupting. What? Zhang Hung felt as if struck by lightning, his vision darkening as he nearly lost his balance. An earth fire riot. The collapse of the array. The consequences were too dire. The Dan refining area of the Dingshang workshop could be destroyed at any moment. Then, can you maintain and control it according to this diagram? Zhang Hung asked, clutching at the last glimmer of hope. Master Lu bitterly smiled and shook his head, a look of despair on his face. Fifth young master, it's not that I'm shirking responsibility. The modifications in this diagram have elevated the original array to an entirely new level. My knowledge is limited. I can only comprehend about 30 to 40%, and the controlling methods and spiritual energy input for the key nodes are not detailed in the diagram, clearly being the unique secret methods of the modifier. Without the modifier personally guiding or leaving behind detailed control techniques, outsiders rashly taking over face enormous risks. It's almost certain that there will be issues. Thud. Zhang Hung's legs went weak and he slumped into a nearby chair, his face devoid of color, his mind blank. It's over. All over. Not only had he driven away a possible master-level array expert, but he had also offended him. Now the core Dan refining area of the Dingshang workshop was like a super alchemy furnace that had been modified to be extremely precise, yet had lost its key and manual, capable of exploding at any moment right before his eyes. And he, this ambitious new owner, on his first day in office, had personally buried a time bomb capable of destroying the foundation of the Dingshang workshop. What about earning 128000 taels a month? What about mountains of gold and silver? If something happens in the Dan refining area, all of this will turn to dust. Moreover, the Marquis residence would face huge compensation and even more serious reputational damage. Zhang Yu, it must be you. You must have anticipated this. Zhang Hung suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot madness and hatred, grinding his teeth in a low growl. At this moment, he finally understood that Zhang Yu's words, the Marquis residence without my support would be lucky to not lose money, were no idle threats. Zhang Yu had already set up the plans, pulling away the most crucial pillar. And he, Zhang Hung, had foolishly stepped in with enthusiasm, personally kicking away the last stabilizing factor. Quick! Immediately invite the best array master in the capital. No matter the cost, we must stabilize the array. Zhang Hung ordered Manager Qian in a hoarse voice, his tone having changed. Yes, yes. Manager Chen was also terrified, scrambling off to make arrangements. However, Zhang Heng knew that even the original array master Lu of the Dingsheng workshop was helpless. Which other array master in the capital could grasp this complex upgraded array in a short time? Even if a master were invited, they would need time to study, and during this period, could the Dan refining area hold up? He looked at the dirty piece of parchment in his hand, feeling for the first time that it weighed 1,000 pounds, and he felt a deep sense of fear and helplessness. On the first day of taking over the business, before he could even begin to showcase his ambitions, he faced a crisis that could potentially lead to disaster. And all of this was merely because he had driven away a seemingly insignificant, disheveled old man who basked in the sun and drank wine. Regret. He was so regretful that his insides felt as if they were turning green. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. In the bustling Fong, Zhang Heng anxiously sought help, but before he could find a formation master to replace Chen, dumping a problem had already arisen with a pill furnace inscription. In the alchemy area, a seasoned alchemist was furiously berating a faulty pill furnace. He shouted angrily at the sweating formation master beside him, "Can you even handle this?" Back when old Chun was around, these minor issues could be resolved with just a few casual taps while he puffed on his pipe. Yet here you are fiddling for half a day, and the flames have become even more unstable. You're delaying my alchemy. Can you afford the consequences? The berated formation master and the nearby manager Qian could only exchange helpless smiles. Only by having truly interacted with the complex formation network and pill furnace inscriptions upgraded by Chen Dongpeng can one deeply appreciate how terrifying that disheveled old man was in the realm of formations. He transformed the ordinary alchemy workshop into something extraordinary, elevating it to the level of a core pill room of a small-scale alchemical sect. Moreover, his methods were subtle and unobtrusive. Had he not left, no one would have even realized how exquisitely intricate and fragile this formation had become. At the same time, their hearts were filled with confusion and shock. How did young Master Zhang Yu manage to invite such a hidden formation master to work as a mere fire stoker and furnace repairer at the Fong? Of course, there was even more resentment and curses directed at Zhang Heng, the new owner. This foolish second-generation heir actually treated the true treasure of the Fong as garbage and kicked it out. Now, as the mess was impossible to clean up, everyone had to suffer the consequences. Zhang Heng sat in the front hall on pins and needles, seemingly able to hear the complaints and mockery echoing from all corners of the Fong. He felt like a joke. Just yesterday he had lofty ambitions to surpass Zhang Yu, and today reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. One that he had handed to himself. Meanwhile, in the prison of the Ministry of Punishment in Zhang Ye's solitary cell, the atmosphere was starkly different from the chaos of the Fong. It was eerily tranquil. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, but he wasn't cultivating. The rewards from the system were infusion style, requiring no deliberate effort on his part. Thus, in this dim, silent cell permeated with a faint musty and rusty smell, he felt a tinge of boredom. Yes, boredom. He stretched lazily and murmured softly, "Tisk, this prison really is a bit stifling. If Mr. Zhang is feeling bored, I Xiao Wang have a solution." Xiao Sheng, the son of the Jing Wang, who was in the opposite cell, immediately sprang up upon hearing Zhang Ye's complaint. He leaned against the bars, his face adorned with a fawning smile, completely shedding the aloof demeanor of a nobleman from yesterday. Since witnessing Chairman Du Jun's courteous attitude towards Zhang Yu yesterday, as well as the lavish display of 2 Bodhi pills and a pile of top-tier elixirs, Xiao Sheng had completely awakened. What kind of fallen noble heir or doomed prisoner was this? This was clearly a true deity with unfathomable background. Now ingratiating oneself was essential. Clinging to this golden thigh was more important than anything else. Thus, since yesterday afternoon, Xiao Sheng had begun his prison pet career. He immediately instructed people to order the finest banquet from the best restaurant, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, to be sent to Zhang Yu. Noticing the dim light in the cell, he quickly had someone bring in dozens of luminous pearls to embed in the walls of Zhang Ye's cell. When Zhang Yu wanted clean bedding, he directly had someone deliver the snow silkworm silk blankets from the western regions. Now, upon hearing Zhang Ye's boredom, Xiao Sheng became even more spirited, sensing an opportunity to perform. If Mr. Zhang finds it dull, I can immediately send someone to invite the Rainbow Dress Troupe. That is the most famous theater in the capital. The troupe leader will personally come to perform for you. Just say what kind of play you want to hear. Xiao Sheng excitedly suggested, as if the prison were merely a stage in his backyard. Seeing that Zhang Yu showed no reaction, Xiao Sheng assumed he didn't enjoy theater and quickly shifted his approach. How about I send someone to Drunken Immortal Pavilion to invite their most popular courtesans to play music and sing for young Master Zhang to relieve his boredom. Or, if young Master Zhang has other preferences, feel free to mention them. As long as it's available in the capital, I will find a way to get it for you. Zhang Yu. Is this the privilege of a top-tier second-generation heir? Even in prison, he can summon theater troops and courtesans at will. No wonder this guy can be so carefree after being locked up. At the same time, he felt a shiver and helplessness at Xiao Shang's sudden, almost nauseating flattery. Ever since Du Jun appeared yesterday, this guy's attitude had done a complete 180. From spectator to sycophant, the speed of this transformation was too fast. Even the form of address had changed to Mr. Zhang. Your Highness, your kind intentions are appreciated, Zhang. Yu waved his hand, his tone flat. However, let's skip the theater and courtesans. It's too noisy. This prison is better kept quiet. Yes, Mr. Zhang prefers tranquility. It was my oversight to consider otherwise. Xiao Shang nodded eagerly, undeterred, and with a glint in his eye continued, does young Master Zhang have any hobbies? I can. No need. Zhang Yu interrupted him, rubbing his temples. Your Highness, you should entertain yourself instead. He honestly couldn't tolerate this guy's enthusiasm anymore and preferred his previous aloof demeanor. Seeing that Zhang Yu seemed genuinely disinterested, Xiao Shang didn't dare to press further. Just then, a steady rhythmic footstep sound, distinctly different from that of the guards, came from the other end of the corridor. Xiao Shang peered out and saw a woman approaching, gracefully led respectfully by the head of the guards. The woman was about 20, dressed in a water-blue embroidered palace gown, her skirt flowing like water as she walked. It was none other than the legitimate daughter of the Jing Wang, Xiao Shang's elder sister, Xiao Fenghua. In the capital of Wei country, she was considered an extraordinary figure among the third generation of the royal family. The current emperor of Wei has 3 sons, and the Jing Wang is ranked second. Now the court is rife with intrigue, already starting the age-old struggle for succession. Xiao Shang, known for his flamboyant and frivolous nature, was considered useless by many. In contrast, his elder sister Xiao Fenghua was exceptionally intelligent and remarkably capable from a young age. Upon seeing his formidable sister suddenly visit the prison, Xiao Shang was initially stunned, then a trace of fear and guilt involuntarily appeared on his face, as he respectfully called out through the bars, "Elder sister, what brings you here?" Xiao Fenghua lightly moved her lotus steps, arriving at Xiao Shang's cell. Her calm gaze swept over the luxurious arrangement of his cell, a flicker of helplessness and disappointment flashing in her phoenix eyes. Her gaze then moved past Xiao Shang and landed on the youth sitting cross-legged and meditating in the opposite cell. Zhang Yu. After a quick glance, Xiao Fenghua retracted her gaze and looked back at her brother with a tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet carrying an oppressive weight. I heard you sent a message back to the manor yesterday mentioning that you encountered Chairman Du Jun of the Apothecary Guild here in this prison, and that he has formed a close friendship with a criminal named Zhang, you even referring to him as little friend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shang's face lit up with excitement. Yes, elder sister, it's absolutely true. Yesterday Chairman Du personally came to visit young Master Zhang, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. Xiao Shang eagerly attempted to prove the truth of his words and showcase the treasure he had discovered. Elder sister, this young Master Zhang is no ordinary prisoner. Enough. However, Xiao Fenghua directly interrupted him, anger flaring. Xiao Shang, I thought you were here to reflect and improve yourself. To my surprise, not only have you shown no signs of repentance, but in order to leave this prison early you fabricated such absurd, outrageous lies. What? Eldest sister, Du Jun the president is a figure of such stature that even our grandfather must show respect. He rarely appears in public like a divine dragon whose head is rarely seen. How could he personally visit this filthy prison to see a condemned noble child sentenced to 50 years? And how could he interact with such a person as an equal, calling him brother? She shook her head slightly, her disappointment growing. Xiao Shang, even if you want to weave a lie, you should make it more plausible. Do you think my father and I are so easily deceived by such a flimsy fabrication? I think you've been locked up in this prison for too long, losing your sense of proportion and becoming delusional. In her view, this was completely the work of her useless brother, Xiao Shang, deliberately concocting a shocking adventure to escape his predicament, or to attract the attention of the royal family. What President Du, what mysterious prisoner were merely tricks to evade punishment and draw attention. As for the prisoner being able to produce something like a Bodhi pill that was even more absurd, likely an exaggeration from Xiao Shang to increase the credibility of his lie. Xiao Shang was left dumbfounded by his eldest sister scolding, his face flushed in desperation. Eldest sister, I truly didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, ask Louis and Dai and the others present. They saw it too. Enough. Xiao Fenghua sternly interrupted, a natural authority radiating from her long-held position, making Xiao Shang's words choke in his throat. The maid by your side will naturally speak in your favor. Besides, within this prison, who does not fear the authority of our royal family? If you ask them to collude in lying, would they dare refuse? Xiao Fenghua was adamant, convinced that this was all a farce orchestrated by Xiao Shang, and that Zhang Yu was merely an insignificant coerced prop. She couldn't even be bothered to look at Zhang Yu again, feeling that doing so would be a waste. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, eyes closed in meditation, adhering to the principle of to survive is to endure, not to stand out or show off, completely unconcerned by Xiao Fenghua's accusations and disdain. The surrounding prisoners, influenced by Xiao Fenghua's powerful aura and reasonable analysis, began to doubt. Yeah, it's normal for the young master to fabricate a story to get out. What kind of person is President Du? How could he come to a place like this? Perhaps it really is a prearranged act. However, just as these doubts began to arise, Xiao Fenghua was about to turn and leave again, and Xiao Shang was hopping mad but helpless. Suddenly a faint peculiar humming resonated throughout the entire prison area. This fluctuation was so subtle, like the faintest ripple, that only a master of formations could sense it. The cell remained still, the lights unchanged, and even the flow of air seemed unaffected. But Xiao Fenghua, the talented daughter who had practiced the secret Ming Huang Heart Sutra of the Jing Wang's residence, and was also skilled in formations, instantly sensed this anomaly. More importantly, she wore the secret treasure of the Jin Wang's residence, the illusory eye, which allowed her to see through formations and illusions to a certain extent. She abruptly halted her steps, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in her phoenix eyes, locking onto the source of the fluctuation. Zhang Yu's cell. There she saw Zhang Yu still seated with his eyes closed, his expression tranquil. Yet the air in front of him began to distort and ripple, as if it were water, an occurrence difficult to detect with the naked eye, yet undeniably real. Then, to Xiao Fenghua's astonishment, a scruffy old man boldly walked into the prison, approaching Zhang Yu. The old man was somewhat hunched, dressed in a gray, oil-stained old robe, his hair gray and unkempt, seemingly carrying a wine gourd. Strangely, apart from Xiao Fenghua, no one else noticed this, not even catching a glimpse of the old man. If it weren't for her expertise in formations and the use of the illusory eye, she wouldn't have seen him either. This old man had quietly embedded an exceptionally sophisticated illusion formation during a gap in the prison's defensive array, perfectly hiding himself, evading everyone's perception and sight. Such a technique was utterly astonishing. What shocked Xiao Fenghua even more was that Zhang Yu inside the prison seemed unperturbed by the old man's arrival. As the old man approached him, he slowly opened his eyes. The scruffy old man was none other than Chen Dongpeng. He took a swig of wine, smacked his lips, and complained, "No wonder this prison is so secure. This turtle shell is really tough. It took me almost a quarter of an hour to quietly embed the illusion formation, exhausting me." His tone was casual, as if discussing the pleasant weather, yet the content of his words made Xiao Fenghua's heart race. A quarter of an hour to silently infiltrate the prison's grand formation, and without triggering an alarm. Is this something a human can achieve? Zhang Yu showed no surprise at Chen Dongpeng's arrival, as if he had anticipated it. "Don't show off. You're here to say goodbye, right?" Chen Dongpeng chuckled, taking another sip of wine. "You know me well. I've modified the pill furnace formation and the earth fire veins as you instructed, and I've also set up those hidden backdoors. Now that idiot has kicked me out, it's just right. I'm too lazy to serve any longer. I'm just here to say hello. I'm off to the south to find some good wine and enjoy some peace." Zhang Yu nodded. "The second half of the Zhou Tianxing Yen formation chart, I promised you, will be sent to the old place." Chen Dongpeng's eyes brightened, rubbing his hands. I was waiting for this sentence. "Rest assured, I've taken care of everything I promised you. Those contingencies will be enough for those ingrates to drink a pot of wine. Leaving at this wretched place's formation is uncomfortable." After saying this, he waved goodbye to Zhang Yu and turned to leave once again, ignoring the walls and bars leisurely passing through. As he departed, the barely perceptible fluctuations of the formation in the prison also settled. Throughout the entire process, besides Xiao Fenghua and Zhang Yu, no one else was aware. Xiao Shang and the others remained in their previous state, utterly oblivious to everything that had just occurred. However, Xiao Fenghua felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her fingers clutched the illusory eye tightly, turning pale from the pressure, and the blood drained from her exquisite face, leaving only boundless shock and fear. This old man could actually add illusion formations at will within the prison's defensive array and come and go freely. How terrifying must one's understanding of formations be to achieve this? He must be a master of formations. No, he is likely at the legendary level of a grandmaster of formations. And such a terrifying existence is actually under Zhang Yu's influence. Moreover, from their conversation, it seems Zhang Yu possesses a formation inheritance that can even excite this old man. Zhang Yu asked him to modify the formations of the flourishing workshop and even left contingencies. Everything is connected. Du Jun's visit, the casual gift of the Bodhi pill, and the obedience of this master of formations. How could this be a noble house's discarded child? This is clearly a deeply hidden, immensely powerful, mysterious giant with numerous capable and extraordinary subordinates. What Xiao Shang said was probably not an exaggeration, and he may have even understated it. If she hadn't deeply studied formations and happened to wear the illusory eye, she would have been completely unaware of what had just happened. Thinking back to how she had arrogantly accused Xiao Shang of lying and contemptuously referred to Zhang Yu as a prop, an unprecedented wave of shame and fear washed over Xiao Fenghua. She recalled her reasonable analysis and contemptuous assertions, and now felt her face burning, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She nearly attracted a completely unimaginable and utterly formidable existence to the Jing Wang's residence because of her arrogance and prejudice. Zhang Yu seemed to sense Xiao Fenghua's intense emotional turmoil and her horrified gaze. He slowly turned his head, looking at the still frozen Xiao Fenghua with calm eyes. His expression remained indifferent, devoid of mockery or pride, only an unfathomable tranquility. Yet it was this very calmness that brought Xiao Fenghua a deeper sense of pressure and reverence. Zhang Yu did not speak, merely gazing at her quietly. However, this silent scrutiny was more impactful than any verbal questioning or rebuke. Xiao Fenghua opened her mouth, her throat dry. The authoritative reprimand that had flowed so smoothly before now couldn't muster a single word. In the face of absolute strength and undeniable facts, all arrogance, prejudice, and self-righteousness appeared so laughable and utterly vulnerable. She knew that the mistake she had made today might be far more serious than any trouble Xiao Shang could have caused. She also realized that from this moment on, the seemingly ordinary young man in the opposite cell had undergone a monumental change in her heart. He was no longer a prisoner, no longer a minor character. He was a mystery, a powerful existence that required her, and even the entire Jing Wang's residents, to rethink their approach and even to be cautious in forging connections. At the moment when Xiao Fenghua's mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by immense shock and self-doubt, a majestic aura suddenly erupted without warning. Boom! This was not a pressure targeting anyone, it was merely the overwhelming atmosphere naturally released during a breakthrough in cultivation. Indeed, Zhang Yu's rewards had arrived and he had broken through. This is the 9th rank, the aura of the 9th rank in martial arts. Xiao Fenghua's pupils contracted sharply, her heart racing as disbelief and terror filled her stunningly beautiful face. Before coming here, she had already utilized the power of the Jing Wang manor to investigate Zhang Yu's background thoroughly. All the information clearly indicated that this young master of the Yangon Marquisate had poor martial arts talent, having only reached the 1st rank after 3 years of training. But now, this aura of the 9th rank, which many diligent martial artists who had toiled for decades could only dream of, was being unleashed without reservation from this waste. Just a day passed, from 1st rank to 9th rank. This is simply unbelievable. It seems he was concealing his cultivation. He must have already possessed the 8th rank and just happened to break through today. Xiao Fenghua sought a reasonable explanation, yet her heart remained shaken. At 25 years old, with exceptional talent and top-tier resources, she had only reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Zhang Luohan, renowned as the #1 prodigy of the Wei Kingdom, was 21 this year. Under the accumulation of Zhang Yu's Bodhi pills and various resources, she had only just broken through to the 7th rank. Yet here was Zhang Yu, seemingly 2 years younger than her, already having broken through to the 9th rank. A 9th rank at 23. Xiao Fenghua's mind went blank, the shocking thought echoing wildly. In over 300 years, since the founding of the Wei Kingdom, there has never been such a record. No, not just the Wei Kingdom. Looking across the Qingzhou, where the Wei Kingdom is located, and the nearby continents, no one has ever heard of anyone reaching the 9th rank in martial arts at the age of 23. Suddenly she recalled records in ancient texts, in legends that gathered the world's luck on the Tianzhou. There seemed to be such extraordinarily talented holy sons and goddesses. But those were merely ethereal legends, as far removed from her Qingzhou in the Wei Kingdom as 2 different worlds. And now a living, breathing 9th rank martial artist, only 23 years old, sat in the heavenly prison before her. At this moment, Xiao Fenghua finally found a reasonable explanation for Du Jun's favor and the obedience to that mysterious master of formations. Indeed, it was Zhang Yu's talent, a martial arts talent so extraordinary it was despairing. No wonder Du Jun, a person of such high status, would lower himself to befriend him, calling him young friend. For the potential Zhang Yu displayed was sufficient to challenge masters and even glimpse higher realms. Investing in him was akin to investing in a future martial arts giant. No wonder that master of formations was willing to hide his name and work as a common laborer in the Dingshang Square, following Zhang Yu's orders. Besides the allure of possibly inheriting formation arts, Zhang Yu's innate potential and future were likely significant reasons. Is he breaking through to the 9th rank in front of me as a warning? Xiao Fenghua felt a chill rise within her. A 9th rank martial artist, especially before the Wei Kingdom's royal family, was indeed not much to fear. Xiao Fenghua herself had a background that was not intimidated by a 9th rank. However, a 23-year-old 9th rank held completely different significance. This represented boundless possibilities and a terrifying future. As long as he did not fall midway entering the innate realm and achieving mastery was almost a certainty. There was even a great hope for him to break through to the Grandmaster level. Such an existence, even if not at his peak strength yet, was enough to make any faction treat him with caution and even strive to befriend him. For no one knew what heights he would reach in 10 or 20 years. To offend such a peerless genius who might stand at the pinnacle of the continent in the future, that would be akin to digging one's own grave. Moreover, he already had a master of alchemy Du Jun and a master of formations behind him. Even if others wished to crush him in the cradle, it would likely be unrealistic. Having realized this, Xiao Fenghua felt cold sweat trickling down her back. All her previous contempt and disdain for Zhang Yu had long since evaporated, replaced by deep apprehension, fear, and a hint of uncontrollable desire to befriend him. The Jingwang Manor was currently at a crucial period of 9 dragons competing for the throne. If they could gain the assistance of this future giant, even forming a good connection would be an immeasurable asset for the manor. But Xiao Fenghua's mind arose with new doubts, since he possesses such talent and strength, and has connections with figures like Du Jun and the Master of Formations. Why would he allow himself to fall into such a predicament, confined in this dark and dreary heavenly prison? With his displayed means and background, escaping from blame would be as easy as pie. What is he really trying to achieve? Looking at Zhang Yu in the cell, whose aura was gradually retracting, Xiao Fenghua felt the fog surrounding this young prisoner growing thicker. He was no longer merely a mysterious prisoner, but a being carrying a peerless talent and hiding astonishing power. And how should the Jingwang Manor, or rather Xiao Fenghua, interact with such a monster? Should she continue to apologize for the earlier offense, trying to befriend him, or maintain a distance and observe the changes? Xiao Fenghua's thoughts raced, and for a moment she felt uncertain. But one thing was clear from this moment on: her attitude towards Zhang Yu must undergo a 180-degree change. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves within her heart, organizing her somewhat disheveled thoughts and appearance, preparing to speak again. This time her tone and attitude would be completely different from before. Yet Zhang Yu seemed entirely unaware of Xiao Fenghua's complex psychological activity, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He was quietly savoring the surge of power within him again. 9th rank. In 2 days from 1st rank to 9th rank. What kind of monstrous genius standard is this system's 1 year of cultivation referring to? A barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he silently looked at Xiao Fenghua. Your Highness, I hope you will keep today's sights and sounds to yourself. Moreover, please attribute everything that happened in the last 2 days, including yesterday's visit from Chairman, due to the mischief of young Master Xiao Sheng. For now, I do not wish to attract excessive, unnecessary attention. This was a communication technique that only 9th rank martial artists could effectively use, and only Xiao Fenghua could hear Zhang Yu's voice. Xiao Fenghua felt a chill in her heart. Although she did not understand why Zhang Yu was so intent on hiding his strength and background, she knew that since this mysterious 9th rank prodigy had spoken, it would be best for her to cooperate. Given Zhang Yu's displayed potential and hidden energy, if he wished to harm the Jingwang Manor, or was merely dissatisfied, it would be enough to cause significant trouble. Furthermore, his request at this moment was not difficult for her. Xiao Fenghua quickly concealed the shock and complex emotions on her face, reattaching the earlier expression of anger and disappointment, and scolded Xiao Sheng again. In short, Xiao Sheng took the blame. However, fearing that Xiao Sheng might offend Zhang Yu next, she quietly offered a hint, urging him to continue winning Zhang Yu's favor. Leaving the prison, Xiao Fenghua felt a turmoil within her heart. She had no intention of lingering, not even returning to her room to change out of the clothes stained with the prison's misfortune, and headed straight to the study of Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng was in his prime, exuding a calm demeanor. His appearance bore some resemblance to Xiao Sheng, but his brows reflected a deeper, more profound temperament shaped by the trials of power and authority. He was reviewing documents in his study when he noticed his usually composed and capable eldest daughter with a look of surprise that had not yet faded. Puzzled, he set down his red brush and smiled, saying, "Fenghua, what brings you here in such a hurry? Could it be that Shenger has angered you again? Haha, I have long said that he should go to the prison to learn a lesson and temper his character. I didn't expect him to act even more recklessly, concocting such a grand lie about Chairman Du visiting the prison. It's time for a proper reprimand." His tone carried a hint of indulgence and helplessness, clearly, having learned about Xiao Sheng's fabricated tall tale, and like his daughter assumed it was merely his son's folly. However, Xiao Fenghua's next words caused his smile to instantly freeze. "Father," she said, taking a deep breath, "I did not come from the prison today because I was angered by Xiao Sheng. On the contrary, I am certain that what he wrote in his letter is not a lie." Xiao Jingfeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you actually believe the absurd words in Shenger's letter? Fenghua, this does not sound like you. At first I too, like you, believed he was fabricating stories to escape responsibility." Xiao Fenghua let out a bitter laugh, her expression turning incredibly serious. But what I witnessed and heard with my own eyes and ears leaves me no choice but to believe. She then recounted everything she had seen and heard in the prison today without omitting any details. Her description was extremely detailed, especially regarding Chen Dongpeng's invasion of the prison's grand formation, and the shock of Zhang Yu's momentary breakthrough, his aura overwhelming like the sea. All of this left Xiao Jingfeng, a prince accustomed to great storms, dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. This? Fenghua, are you sure you weren't caught in some advanced illusion? Or perhaps, the prison's unique environment affected your judgment? After listening, Xiao Jingfeng's first reaction was still skepticism. This story sounded too fantastical, too bizarre, almost like a legendary tale spun by a storyteller in a tea house. A 23-year-old ninth rank, a master of formations who could silently infiltrate the prison's grand array. All of this revolving around an abandoned child from a humble marquis family. How could this be possible? Father. Xiao Fenghua's tone was resolute, her eyes clear. I wear the eye of delusion and have also practiced formations myself, possessing a strong resistance to illusions. Although the prison's environment is unique, it is impossible for me to have such a clear illusion. Moreover, the aura of that ninth-rank warrior cannot be faked. I experienced it myself, there is no mistake. The sound transmission was also not something an illusion could simulate. She paused and added, initially I too believed like you that Shang'er was just being foolish. But after experiencing it firsthand, I realized how wrong I was. That Zhang Yu is unfathomable. Seeing her daughter's unprecedented solemnity and certainty, Xiao Jingfeng's doubts gradually faded, replaced by profound shock and contemplation. He knew that his daughter was meticulous and sharp-eyed, rarely making mistakes, and would not casually speak about such matters. To think such a thing could occur. Xiao Jingfeng murmured, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, as he processed this startling information. After a moment, he suddenly looked up. Immediately send someone to gather all information about Zhang Yu down to the last detail, for me to investigate. From his birth until now, all experiences, people he has interacted with, and things he has done, especially over the last 3 years, since he returned to the Marquis residence, not a single detail should be overlooked. Father, there's no need. Xiao Fenghua shook her head, taking out a neatly folded piece of paper from her sleeve. After receiving Shang'er's message yesterday, I already utilized the hidden network of the Marquis residence to compile all of Zhang Yu's known information and everything that could be found. Here. She handed the paper to Xiao Jingfeng while saying, Zhang Yu, the legitimate eldest son of the Yangon Marquis, was falsely accused by his younger brother Zhang Heng 13 years ago. His parents favored his brother and unhesitatingly cast him aside to fend for himself on a farm. He was brought back to the Marquis residence 3 years ago from the farm outside the city. After returning, his martial arts aptitude was assessed as the lowest tier, and after 3 years of training consuming countless resources, he barely stepped into the first rank, earning the title of martial arts waste. His character is weak and patient, excessively fawning over his mother Qin Shuahua and his younger siblings, and is particularly subservient to his fiancée Jiang Luohan, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, earning him the reputation of a lickspittle. His status in the Marquis residence is low, often looked down upon and bullied. Xiao Jingfeng listened while quickly browsing the notes on the paper, his brow furrowing deeper. This record was worlds apart from the image Zhang Yu now presented. A weak and incompetent lickspittle contrasted starkly with a mysterious prodigy capable of commanding respect from Du Jun and manipulating a master of formations achieving 9th rank at only 23. These were two entirely different individuals. What about his experiences before returning to the Marquis residence? Were there any anomalies, any masters, any fortuitous encounters? Xiao Jingfeng pressed. The records from the farm are quite simple, indicating he was weak and sickly without any abnormalities. Moreover, under Zhang Heng's covert instructions, he was subjected to various hardships, nearly dying several times on the farm. There are no records of any masters. As for fortuitous encounters, at least none that are publicly known. Xiao Fenghua replied. After returning to the Marquis residence, he spent most of his time there. When he occasionally went out, it was mostly to buy gifts for Jiang Luohan or to handle inconsequential chores for the Marquis residence. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing unusual. This is strange. Xiao Jingfeng set down the paper, falling into deep thought. Either he has been purposefully disguising himself for the past 3 years, even longer, enduring to the utmost, or he has recently encountered some unimaginable opportunity that propelled him to greatness. Regardless of which, it is extremely concerning. To have disguised himself for 3 years, fooling everyone in the Marquis residence, and even the eyes and ears of the capital. This level of cunning, willpower, and acting is terrifying. If he recently obtained some opportunity, then the nature of that opportunity must be shockingly high-level, capable of transforming a person completely and allowing them to soar to great heights. Why did he want to enter the prison? Why was he sentenced to 50 years? Xiao Jingfeng pondered the crucial point. This is precisely what I find most perplexing. Xiao Fenghua replied, given his exhibited strength and background, he could easily avoid imprisonment or escape with ease. In fact, even the charges against him were deliberately arranged by his subordinate Li Dagong. It seems he willingly stayed inside, even warning me not to disclose his true situation and to attribute everything to Sheng Er's foolishness. He seems to want to avoid drawing too much attention and is intentionally hiding. Hiding in the prison. Xiao Jingfeng's eyes sparkled with sharpness. Is there something particularly special about this prison for him? Or is he plotting something that requires the use of this prison? The father and daughter exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Zhang Yu was like a giant riddle. The more they investigated, the more questions arose, and the thicker the fog became. Father, how should we respond? This person has limitless potential, a mysterious background, and behaves oddly. Whether he is friend or foe remains uncertain. But since he has instructed me to keep things hidden, at least for now, he does not seem to have any intentions of opposing my Jing Wangfu. Perhaps we could attempt to make contact, even become friends. Xiao Jingfeng pondered for a long time before slowly saying, this matter is significant. We must act cautiously. Since he wishes to hide, we will temporarily cooperate and continue to play out Sheng Er's foolishness act. In secret, we will strengthen our attention on him, particularly his two subordinates Li Dagong and Mo, and be ready to assist at the appropriate time. Daughter understands. Xiao Fenghua nodded. Additionally, Xiao Jingfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. As for Sheng Er, since he has taken on this burden, let him bear it to the end. You should return and rebuke him again, urging him to be more sensible. Perhaps keeping him in the prison as a neighbor to Zhang Yu might not be a bad thing. Sometimes unintentional actions can yield unexpected results. Xiao Fenghua understood and replied, yes, father. The Shengfang was in complete disarray. Zhang Heng had completely lost the spirited confidence he had when he first took charge of the power yesterday. He flitted back and forth like a headless fly between the alchemy area, the accounts office, and the reception room, overwhelmed with anxiety. The enhanced ground fire array and the inscriptions on the Dan furnace modified by Chun Dongping were like a precision instrument finely tuned, but now, without the only knowledgeable master, they began to malfunction everywhere. Young master, the ground fire in Dan furnace No. 7 in the Eastern District has suddenly weakened, and the batch of blood condensing powder is likely to be ruined. Young master, the temperature of the main ground fire in the Western District is fluctuating abnormally again. Master Lu said that if it doesn't stabilize soon, we might have to temporarily shut down some of the Dan furnaces. Young Master Zhao, who was invited from the south of the city, said that there is a key point on that blueprint he simply cannot understand and does not dare to touch, suggesting that we seek a more capable expert. Bad news came one after another, leaving Zhang Heng dizzy. His once proud intelligence felt utterly pale and powerless in the face of the complex and mysterious array problems and the intricacies of alchemy. Useless, all of you are useless. Keep searching and double the reward. We must find someone who can understand the blueprint and stabilize the array. Zhang Heng roared, his eyes bloodshot. He could hardly imagine the dire consequences if the alchemy business of the Shengfang truly collapsed, turning the monthly profit of 128000 taels into nothing. What would the Ho residents face then? How would he explain this to his mother and his family? Meanwhile, in the study of the Minister of Personnel Jiang Luohan's boudoir, Jiang Luohan had finished a day of cultivation, and as was her habit, reached into her bosom to take the top-grade nourishing qi pill. This pill was immensely beneficial for her to consolidate her cultivation and enhance her inner strength, and she had hardly missed a day of taking it over the past 3 years. However, this time she found nothing. She was taken aback for a moment, then her delicate brows furrowed as she instinctively complained, "What is Zhang Yu doing? Why hasn't the nourishing qi pills been delivered on time these past 3 days?" She was about to say more, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She recalled that Zhang Yu was already imprisoned. Moreover, their engagement had been dissolved and they had become as strangers. A wave of inexplicable irritation and emptiness surged in her heart. Over the past 3 years, she had become accustomed to Zhang Ye's meticulous offerings, especially these pills that assisted in her cultivation, which had never been in short supply. This had made her cultivation incredibly efficient. Her 7th-grade cultivation, while certainly built upon the extraordinary foundation laid by the Bodhi pill, was also greatly aided by the vast accumulation of nourishing qi pills. Damn Zhang Yu! Jiang Luohan muttered under her breath, her tone mixed with complexity. Why didn't he send more before? Why did it have to be delivered every 3 days so stingily? She completely forgot how natural it had felt when receiving gifts back then, even complaining that Zhang Ye's offerings were not of high enough quality. She also selectively ignored that Zhang Ye's method of slow and steady supply was a deliberate strategy aimed at preventing a situation like today. Complaints aside, she still needed the pills. Reluctantly, she called her maid over and said, Go to the pharmacy outside and buy me some nourishing qi pills. Make sure they are of good quality." The maid hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, "Miss, how many should I buy?" Zhang Luohan was about to blurt out by 100 pills. She didn't want to be like Zhang Yu, stingily preparing for a bulk purchase for emergencies. "Miss, the top-grade nourishing qi pills cost 800 taels each." The maid kindly reminded her and said no more. "So expensive." Zhang Luohan was somewhat taken aback, and she understood the maid's implication. Though her father was a third-grade Minister of Rights, holding a high position, the Ministry of Rights was not as lucrative as the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works. The salary of a minister, along with some gifts and shop earnings, barely amounted to 100,000 taels a year. 100,000 taels of silver seemed like a lot, but the household expenses were also significant. Maintaining the facade of the officialdom and interpersonal relationships left little disposable money. 80,000 taels was not an amount she could spend recklessly, even for her personally or for the Zhang family. Previously, when Zhang Yu offered it, she did not feel it, but now that she had to pay for it herself, she immediately felt the pinch. At that moment, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. On one hand, she once again truly felt the value and convenience of Zhang Yu's past support. On the other hand, she felt helpless and irritated by the current situation. She was angry at Zhang Yu for being stingy, and also angry at herself for being troubled by such trivial matters. "Forget it." Zhang Luohan waved her hand, changing her mind. "Prepare the carriage, let's go to Shengfang." She didn't have the money to buy, but Shengfang was a property of the Ho residence now managed by Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was now her betrothed, and the supply that Zhang Yu previously handled should rightfully fall to him. Given Shengfang's profits, this amount of pills was merely a drop in the bucket. Thinking of Zhang Heng's grand declarations from yesterday about taking over the Ho residence and achieving great things, Zhang Luohan felt somewhat reassured, restoring her sense of nobility and entitlement. She tidied herself up a bit and set off to Shengfang with her maid. However, when she arrived at Shengfang, the scene that greeted her took her by surprise, shaking the little certainty she had. Outside, Shengfang was bustling with activity, but inside there was an unusual tension and chaos. The attendants rushed about, their faces filled with worry. In the air, besides the familiar scent of medicine, there seemed to be an undercurrent of burnt smell and a sense of panic. She was led to the back hall's flower room to wait, but Zhang Heng did not come out for a long time. All she could hear were vague sounds of scolding, arguing, and the clattering of objects coming from the alchemy area behind. After waiting for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Zhang Heng finally walked in, reeking of smoke, with a face full of fatigue and irritation. His robes were somewhat disheveled, his hairpin slightly askew, and there were bloodshot veins in his eyes, making him look completely different from the graceful and ambitious fifth young master of the Ho residence from yesterday. "Sister Luohan, what brings you here?" Zhang Heng forced out a smile, but it was stiff, barely hiding his anxiety. Zhang Luohan suppressed her surprise and a hint of displeasure, maintaining a polite smile, as she softly said, "Brother Heng, I ran out of nourishing qi pills during my cultivation today. Thinking of your current management of Shengfang, I came over to take a look, and by the way, get some for backup. It would be best if they were the same quality as those previously sent by Zhang Yu." Her words were indirect, but the meaning was clear. "I'm here to get the pills so you can figure it out." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's expression stiffened, and a hint of embarrassment and difficulty flashed in his eyes. If it were any other time, let alone a few bottles of nourishing qi pills, even more precious pills, he would never hesitate to offer them to please Zhang Luohan. But now, Shengfang was in turmoil due to the array issues with greatly reduced alchemy efficiency and an increased waste rate. The stock of finished pills was quickly depleting to fulfill orders and daily sales. Although Zhang Heng was in a state of confusion, he forced himself to maintain his composure in front of Zhang Luohan and squeezed out a smile, saying, "Sister Luohan, don't worry, I'll take care of this small matter. How much do you need? I'll have someone fetch it right away." He quickly calculated in his mind that the stock of high-quality, nourishing qi pills in the storeroom might be running low, but it should be manageable to spare a few dozen for now, just to get by until things improved in a few days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luohan revealed a satisfied expression and matter-of-factly stated, "Previously, Zhang, you would send me 2 pills every day to please me for my cultivation. You should prepare enough for me for 3 months based on this standard. 2 pills a day. For 3 months. Zhang Heng's smile instantly stiffened, doubting if he had misheard. "Sister Luohan, are you saying Zhang Yu sent you 2 nourishing qi pills every day for 3 whole years?" "Exactly." Zhang Luohan nodded, her tone flat, as if she were discussing something utterly mundane. "He started sending them shortly after returning home and never stopped until he was imprisoned. The quality has always been excellent and greatly beneficial to me. 2 pills a day. 2 pills a day." Zhang Heng repeated instinctively, his mind racing as a chilling figure rapidly emerged, combining what he had seen today regarding the costs and prices of the pills at the Dingsheng workshop. The premium nourishing qi pills were sold for 800 taels, each at the Dingsheng workshop with a cost of about 400 taels. Even at cost price, 2 pills a day would mean 800 taels in cost. 30 days a month means 24,000 taels in cost. 12 months a year means 288,000 taels in cost. Over 3 years, that amounts to 864,000 taels in cost. If calculated at retail price after 3 years, it would be 1,730,000 taels of silver. Zhang Hong felt a rush of blood to his head, his vision darkening, and his chest felt tight. He had previously known that Zhang Yu had given Zhang Luohan many gifts and owed a huge debt, but those figures had been abstract. At this moment, as he truly began to engage in business and developed a more concrete understanding of money and resources, he felt the suffocating extravagance and foolishness of the detail regarding 2 pills daily for 3 years. Zhang Yu, that spendthrift fool. Zhang Hong could no longer contain himself and shouted, his voice twisted with shock and anger. 800 taels for a single pill. That's 48,000 taels of silver a month, over 1,000,000 taels in 3 years. Was he just giving them away like candy? Did he not realize what that money could accomplish? How many troops could be supported with that? How many enterprises could be established? He simply could not comprehend. Zhang Yu was just a waste young master of the Marquis residence. How could he have so much money? Even if he had some hidden means, spending like this was just too absurd. No wonder he had amassed a debt of hundreds of thousands of taels to the Wang family. He was simply a fool with no sense of calculation, only knowing how to please women. In fact, Zhang Hong and Zhang Luohan should be thankful that Zhang Ye's delivery of nourishing qi pills was every 3 days. The accounts were too fragmented for him to promptly communicate with the Wang family and issue a sky-high IOU. Otherwise, if over 1,000,000 taels were written into an IOU, it would be enough to bankrupt the Marquis residence. Zhang Hong's outburst caused Zhang Luohan to frown slightly, feeling that his reaction was a bit excessive. From her perspective, Zhang Yu sending her pills was completely reasonable and part of his duty to please her. As for how much money was spent, that was Zhang Ye's business and had nothing to do with her. Zhang Hong now managed the Dingsheng workshop. It was only natural for him to provide some pills for his future wife. Why make such a fuss and even speak harshly? Brother Hong. Zhang Luohan said, her tone slightly cold as she reminded him, mind your words. What Zhang Yu did is already in the past. Now that Dingsheng workshop is in your hands, can you not even provide this small amount of pills? Zhang Hong was awakened by Zhang Luohan's slightly dissatisfied tone and realized he had lost his composure. He quickly suppressed the tumultuous waves and pain in his heart, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying. Sister Luohan, you misunderstood. I was just momentarily shocked by that fool Zhang Ye's extravagant spending. Of course, supplying you with pills for your cultivation is only right. He said this, but his heart felt as if it was bleeding. 3 months, 180 premium nourishing qi pills, calculated at cost, would be 72,000 taels. Now Dingsheng workshop was facing a crisis, and every single penny, every single pill was extremely precious. But having said it for the sake of face, he could not refuse. Manager Chen. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and instructed the waiting manager Chen. Go and fetch 180 of the best nourishing qi pills from the storeroom and package them for Miss Zhang. Master Manager Chen said with a troubled expression, leaning in to whisper, in the storeroom. The stock of high-quality nourishing qi pills is low due to the recent instability of the fire element and difficulties in refining, plus we have to fulfill orders from several old clients. There are already fewer than 50 left, and the subsequent replenishment might not be able to keep up either. What? Zhang Hong's face turned even worse. He had not expected the situation to be so dire that they could not even gather 180 pills. Although Zhang Luohan could not hear exactly what Manager Chen was saying, she could guess from their expressions that there probably weren't enough pills. Her dissatisfaction grew, feeling that Zhang Heng's ability to handle affairs seemed to be less impressive than he had bragged, unable to manage even this small matter properly. Forget it, Zhang Luohan stood up, her tone completely cold. Since Dingsheng workshop is facing difficulties, then let it be. They'll have my family buy some elsewhere. Brother Hong, you go ahead with your important business. She intentionally emphasized the words important business with a hint of mockery. With that, she no longer looked at Zhang Hong's face, which was a mix of colors, and left with her maid. Watching Zhang Luohan leave, Zhang Hong felt a surge of anger with no outlet, and he slammed his fist down on the nearby table, causing the teacups to jump. Zhang Yu, it's all your fault, you worthless spendthrift, leaving behind such a mess. And that old fool Chen Dongpeng. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, pouring all his anger onto the two absent individuals. He was completely oblivious to the fact that the real problem lay in his reckless dismissal of core technical staff and his own inadequacy in handling complex situations. He instead attributed the blame to his predecessor's extravagance and the hidden dangers left behind. Meanwhile, Zhang Luohan sat in the carriage, returning home feeling equally troubled. Zhang Hong's embarrassment, evasion, and loss of composure along with the subtle chaos at Dingsheng workshop, cast a shadow over her budding new relationship and future expectations. She couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu again. That waste had at least never troubled her over such trivial matters. And now, she irritably rubbed her temples and said to the coachman, "Change of plans, let's go to the Baichao Pavilion in the west of the city to take a look. It seems I'll have to find a way to acquire pills for my cultivation myself. As for Zhanghang and Dingsheng workshop, they don't seem as reliable as I imagined." A trace of regret like delicate vines quietly took root in her unperceived heart. Although she quickly extinguished it, the rift had already appeared. In the Yangon Marquis mansion within the flower hall of the inner residence, as the lights began to glow, a sumptuous meal was laid out on the exquisite rosewood round table, yet it felt somewhat out of place in this opulent setting. Although the dishes were well-prepared, colorful, and fragrant, they were evidently lacking the spiritual essence that was present in their meals of the past. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning, and Zhang Qingyue, the mother and daughter trio, sat around the table laughing and chatting, naturally centering their conversation around their beloved Zhang Heng, who was now shouldering great responsibilities. "Hanger has truly worked hard," Qin Shuahua remarked, as she picked up a piece of food, her face a mixture of pride and concern. To take over the family business, he was busy at the Dingsheng workshop until late last night without returning home. This morning he went out again, claiming he needed to resolve some array issues. "This child is just too ambitious and responsible." Zhang Wanning immediately chimed in, her tone exaggerated. "Indeed, little Heng is far superior to someone who only knows how to eat off the family's plate and plot against his kin. He is wholeheartedly devoted to the Marquisate and to our family. He is the true pillar of our clan." Although Zhang Qingyue did not join in the praise, she nodded slightly, feeling that her brother's diligence in his work was always commendable. As the three conversed, they inevitably compared and disparaged Zhang Yu, as if this would further highlight Zhang Heng's excellence. However, when their eyes fell upon the dishes on the table, the laughter gradually ceased. Zhang Wanning was the first to frown. "What's going on?" She slammed her chopsticks down with annoyance, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Manager Wang, who arranged today's meal. Was it not always snow jade ginseng stewed with spirit crane steamed dragon scale fish, and stir-fried fire rhinoceros meat, all dishes infused with spiritual energy from mystical beasts? Shouldn't there at least be some spiritual fruits or spiritual rice? What is all this? Just ordinary meat dishes? Do you think we are some impoverished household?" She was accustomed to eating these expensive spiritual dishes that were highly beneficial for martial artists and cultivators daily. Suddenly switching to ordinary meals felt tasteless, making her feel as though she had lost her status. Zhang Qingyue also frowned slightly. Though she was not as particular about her palate as Zhang Wanning, she noticed something was off, and in a cool voice she remarked, "Also, it seems that the Qingyun ink I typically use for practicing calligraphy has not been replenished for 2 days. This ink is made from a mixture of blue spirit stone powder and various spiritual herb juices, aiding in focusing the mind and enhancing comprehension. It is indispensable." How could the servants be so negligent? Zhang Wanning, reminded by her sister, immediately recalled, "That's right, the ice silkworm spirit silk and specially made canvas I use for painting are also running low. Those are woven from a century's worth of ice silkworm silk, mixed with snow spider silk, perfect for containing spiritual power and revealing the essence of the painting. Why haven't they been delivered in time?" The three women's gazes were fixed on the sweating manager Wang, who stood nervously beside them. This was of course part of Zhang Ye's prior scheming. The Marquisite's various luxurious supplies were only stocked for 3 days, just like the situation with Zhang Luohan. Manager Wang, internally lamenting, wore a forced smile and bowed, saying, "Madam, please don't be angry, both young ladies. It is not that this old servant has been negligent. It is simply that the household's accounts temporarily have no extra funds to purchase these items." "No extra funds?" Qin Shuahua was taken aback, finding it somewhat absurd. "How can the Marquisate have no extra funds? Did we not just withdraw silver from various shops a few days ago?" Manager Wang explained with a distressed expression, "Madam, most of the cash withdrawn a few days ago was used to repay the Wang family's debts and to cover some previous expenses. As for the remainder, young Master 5 sent someone back yesterday saying Dingsheng workshop urgently needed money to repair some critical array, so all the cash flow from the shops this month, along with the liquid cash in the storeroom, has been temporarily redirected. Thus the expenses for purchasing spiritual food, spiritual ink, and painting materials will have to be postponed for now." "What?" Zhang Wanning suddenly stood up, her voice sharp. "Little Heng has taken all the money from the shops. What about our expenses? Are we supposed to eat plain rice and vegetables using those shabby items?" She could not accept this at all. In her view, the Marquisite's funds should prioritize ensuring a luxurious and exquisite lifestyle for her, and her mother, Zhang Heng, took over the business to earn more money, to support them, not to withdraw their funds to fill the business holes. Zhang Qingyue was not greedy for enjoyment, but the resources for cultivation, and some necessary elegant tastes were essential for her daily needs. The sudden cutoff indeed had a significant impact. She did not expect that the issues at Dingsheng workshop had escalated to the point of needing to redirect funds from all the shops. Qin Zuihua's expression also darkened slightly. Although she sympathized with her son and supported his efforts, the abrupt drop in living standards made her feel uncomfortable and embarrassed, especially when she thought about how all this tightening seemed to stem from the significant debt caused by Zhang Yu, and the issues arising after Zhang Heng took over. Her heart felt even more unsettled. This anger, his actions are too thoughtless, Qin Shuhua could not help but complain. Even if he needs to spend money, he should at least inform the family first to reserve necessary expenses. How could he silently redirect all the funds leaving us here? She paused, suddenly recalling that when Zhang Yu was in charge, despite their various complaints, it seemed they had never worried about daily expenses and cultivation resources. Whether it was spiritual food, spiritual ink, or painting materials, or the pills and tools needed for their respective cultivation, they were always supplied on time and in good quality, never lacking. At that time, they believed it was due to the Marquisite's solid foundation, and that Zhang Yu was merely following the rules, even privately looking down on him for only being able to use these little favors to please them. Now that Zhang Yu had fallen and Zhang Heng had taken over, they suddenly realized that maintaining their dignity and cultivation luxurious consumption required continuous, stable, and substantial financial support. And Zhang Yu surprisingly had silently borne this for 3 years, never allowing them to worry about money. A subtle, uncomfortable feeling spread within Qin Zuihua's heart, but she immediately attributed it to Zhang Heng's youth, lack of foresight, and Zhang Yu's mess and extravagance, leading to an empty household treasury. "Mother, this matter cannot just be settled like this," Zhang Wanning huffed angrily. "When little Heng returns, we have to have a serious talk with him. How can outsiders know we can't even afford decent meals? That would be laughable." Zhang Qingyue remained silent, clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. The meal was tasteless, and the 3 women each harbored their own thoughts. The previous praises for Zhang Heng had now transformed into subtle complaints and expectations, hoping that Zhang Heng would quickly resolve the troubles, restoring the Marquisate, especially their lifestyle, to its former dignity and convenience. They were completely unaware that this kind of dignity and convenience was built upon Zhang Yu's past 3 years of painstaking efforts and immense investments. And when they personally toppled this pillar and hastily let an incapable successor take charge, the collapse often began from the most subtle yet deeply personal aspects. The troubles of the Marquisate had evidently just begun, while the complaints and rifts within the inner residence might reveal signs of crisis even sooner than the external threats. Just as Qin Shuhua and her 2 daughters were filled with resentment due to their declining quality of life, a heavy and chaotic sound of footsteps came from the front courtyard, mixed with the flustered greetings of the servants. "Fifth young master, you're back. Fifth young master, what happened to you?" Just then a figure stumbled into the flower hall. When they saw who it was, Qin Shuhua, Zhang Wanning, and Zhang Qingyue were stunned, hardly daring to believe their eyes. Zhang Heng's hair was disheveled, his robe stained with ash and unknown filth, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, his lips cracked, his face etched with extreme fatigue and despair. In just a little over a day, the 5th young master of the Marquis residence, who had been full of vigor yesterday, vowing to achieve great things. At this moment, he looked haggard, like a middle-aged man drained of vitality, a stark contrast to his usual glamorous image. He was muttering to himself in a hoarse voice, "It's over. It's all over. I can't refine it anymore. I can't deliver the goods." Qin Shuhua's heart tightened instantly, her voice trembling. "Hunger, my hunger, what happened to you? What happened? Don't scare your mother." Zhang Wanning and Zhang Qingyue also rushed over, their faces filled with shock and worry. "Xiao Heng, speak. What's going on?" Zhang Wanning urged. Under the relentless questioning from his mother and sister, Zhang Heng seemed to finally snap back to reality. He raised his head, looking at his family's concerned faces, his lips trembling a few times before finally breaking down, saying, "The alchemy room. The alchemy room of Dingxing Fong. It's completely in chaos. The earth fire array is becoming increasingly out of control. The furnace inscriptions are failing one after another, and this afternoon 3 main furnaces exploded again. Now, in the entire alchemy area, less than 30% of the furnaces can produce pills, and the output is less than 1/10 of the usual amount. And that's not all." Zhang Heng's voice cracked with sobs. "The big orders we received before, especially the high-tier pills ordered by the palace and several princes' residences, are due for delivery in just a few days. But now, we can't refine them at all. If we can't deliver on time according to the contract, we will have to compensate 3 times the deposit. Just from the palace's order, the deposit is 50,000 taels. 3 times is 150,000 taels. For the other orders, the penalty could exceed 40,000 taels. 40,000 taels. Qin Shuhua felt her vision darken, nearly fainting. She had just mortgaged their ancestral property for a debt of 76,000 taels, and now she was facing a compensation of 40,000 taels. The Marquis residence could not withstand such turmoil even if it had mountains of gold and silver. Zhang Weining screamed in shock, 40,000 taels. How could it be so much? Xiao Heng, what exactly did you do? In the past, Ding Xingfang made a fortune every day and never encountered such issues. How could it go wrong in just 2 days under your management? And now we might have to pay such a large sum. Although she felt sorry for her brother, hearing this astronomical figure for compensation combined with her recent cut in the supply of spirit beast cloth and declining living standards, a mix of anger and fear surged within her. So she began to blame him indiscriminately, saying, "Didn't you say you would do better than Zhang Yu? How could it end up like this?" "Enough!" Zhang Qingyue, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted Zhang Weining sharply. Though she was also shocked seeing her brother in such a near-breaking state, she knew that blaming him now would be futile and would only push him further into despair. Fourth sister Xiao Heng has been working tirelessly for Ding Xingfang, exhausted and worn out. Zhang Qingyue spoke sternly. Moreover, this matter may not be entirely Xiao Heng's fault. Perhaps there were already issues with the alchemy room when Zhang Yu was here, but they were well hidden, only to erupt after Xiao Heng took over. The most important thing now is to find a way to solve the problem, not to blame our own family here. Her words were both a defense of Zhang Heng and a means to provide an acceptable excuse for everyone, including herself. It's not that Zhang Heng is incompetent, but that Zhang Yu left behind a mess that's too troublesome. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuahua immediately felt as if she had grasped a life-saving straw, nodding repeatedly. She tightly embraced the listless Zhang Heng, tears rolling down her cheeks. Yes, Qingyue is right. It must be that Zhang Yu's wickedness had laid the groundwork for disaster before. If there's someone to blame, it should be that heartless beast. Mother believes in you. You just had bad luck inheriting this mess. She shifted all the blame and responsibility back onto the absent Zhang Yu with practiced ease. Only in this way could she continue to indulge her son, comfortably maintaining the illusion that her son is the best. In her embrace and under her sister's understanding, Zhang Heng managed to catch his breath slightly, but the despair in his eyes did not diminish. He knew that regardless of who was at fault, the mess in front of him was real, and the enormous compensation was also real. But mother, what should we do now? Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse. The earth fire array and furnace issues have left the array masters we hired at a loss, and the orders are on the verge of breach. Qin Shuahua was also panicked. As a woman of the inner household, how could she understand these matters? She could only anxiously look at the relatively calm Zhang Qingyue. "Qingyue, you usually have ideas. Quickly think of a way." Zhang Qingyue frowned, tightly pondering for a moment, then said, "For now, there are only 2 paths. First, at all costs, quickly find a master who can repair the array. No matter what, we must stabilize the alchemy room, minimize losses, and see if we can negotiate a delivery extension. Second, immediately take stock of the assets we can use in the residence, including the land deeds of those shops, the remaining parts of the estates, and even some treasures in the treasury to prepare for the worst compensation. At the same time, see if we can borrow some from acquaintances to get through this crisis." Her words were calm and realistic, but also filled with helplessness. Whether hiring a master or liquidating assets to borrow, it meant that the Marquis residence would suffer severe injuries, and its reputation and strength would face significant losses. The flower hall was silent, the past laughter and luxury of the Marquis inner residence now overshadowed by heavy crises and panic. Meanwhile, the architect of all this, Zhang Yu, was currently in the dungeon, calmly receiving the 3rd day's infusion of 1 year of cultivation, steadily advancing towards a level they could hardly imagine. The backup he left behind like a precise scalpel slowly peeled away the glamorous facade of the Marquis residence, exposing the already hollowed-out shell beneath. And Zhang Heng's takeover and efforts merely accelerated this process. The collapse of the Marquis residence seemed to have entered a countdown. Yet those caught in the situation still clung to their last hopes, attempting to attribute everything to bad luck, and the schemes of the predecessor, unwilling to confront their own inadequacies and shaky foundations. In fact, there is a simpler way. Zhang Qingyu's heart was complex, hesitating for a long time before she spoke. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. As for the matter of the alchemy room, since it was a mess left by Zhang Yu, he should resolve it. That Chun Dongpeng is elusive to others but Zhang Yu. He surely has a way to find him. As long as that old man returns, the array problem might be easily solved. As soon as these words were spoken, the flower hall fell silent. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Weining, and Zhang Heng were all taken aback, their expressions varying. "That's right." Zhang Weining's tone was filled with a justified anger. "This mess was created by Zhang Yu. Why should Xiao Heng take the blame? He must take responsibility." She instantly transferred all the blame and hatred back onto Zhang Yu with precision. As long as Zhang Yu can be made to return and solve the problem, the collapse of the Ding Shengfang would not be a reflection of Zhang Heng's incompetence, but rather Zhang Ye's conspiracy The pressure of huge compensation would also have an outlet for release. Qin Zuewa's expression revealed a hint of hesitation and conflict upon hearing this, although she also hated Zhang Yu. Thinking of his cold gaze and resolute attitude in the dungeon made her feel uncertain. She hesitated and said, But that wretch Zhang Yu is currently in a fit of anger. You saw how he was in the dungeon yesterday. Would he be willing to help? Why wouldn't he? Zhang Weining retorted sharply, her face full of righteous indignation. This trouble was caused by him. If he doesn't resolve it, who will? Besides, wasn't he always obedient to his mother in the past? As long as she shows him a bit of kindness and says a few soft words, wouldn't he comply? In her perception, Zhang Yu's pleasing and obeying from the past 3 years were deeply ingrained. She subconsciously did not believe that Zhang Yu had truly changed, only thinking that he was currently throwing a tantrum and acting out to gain attention or take revenge. As long as they show him a little kindness, that loyal dog brother will surely come back, wagging his tail, continuing to serve them. Sister 4 is right. Zhang Heng immediately chimed in. What he needed most at this moment was someone to take responsibility for the failure and resolve the current crisis. Hearing that he could shift the blame to Zhang Yu, he perked up immediately, but then showed a look of grievance and worry, secretly undermining Zhang Yu. The elder brother has always been jealous of my family's favor, thinking I stole his limelight. Surely he has been waiting to see my embarrassment regarding this incident. If he finds out that the alchemy room problems arose because I took over, he would gloat, and how could he genuinely help? Perhaps he would take the opportunity to make some outrageous demands or deliberately make things difficult for me. He said this while clearing himself of blame, warning his family and hinting that Zhang Yu might take advantage of the situation. Qin Shuahua was gradually having her doubts dissipated by Zhang Weining and Zhang Heng's words. Indeed, how obedient was Zhang Yu in the past. In order to earn her praise, he was willing to endure any grievance and do anything. Although this time it had escalated, he was ultimately her son, a member of the Marquis house. If the Marquis house truly collapsed, what good would it do for him? As long as she, as his mother, slightly lowered her stance and gave him a way out, could he really disregard everything? Moreover, just as Weining said, this trouble was caused by him. If he doesn't resolve it, who will? Would he really watch his younger brother and the Marquis house fall into despair? Yes, let's do it that way. Qin Shuahua finally made up her mind. After all, he is my son, the eldest son of the Marquis house. In the past, I was too strict with him and neglected him. It's normal for him to feel resentful. This time, I will personally go to the dungeon and have a good talk with him. As long as he is willing to find Qin Dongpeng and resolve the troubles of Ding Shengfang, I can overlook the past. Even in the future, the Marquis house wouldn't be unable to give him a place. She seemed to envision Zhang Yu under her serious and heartfelt persuasion, agreeing to help while crying and expressing gratitude. Mother is wise. Zhang Weining immediately applauded. As long as we give him a little sweetness, Zhang, you will definitely yield right away. Zhang Heng also secretly relaxed, a hint of smugness and coldness flashing in his eyes. As long as Zhang Yu is willing to clean up the mess, his failure can be covered up and all problems can be shifted to the hidden dangers left by Zhang Yu. As for the future, after the crisis is over, it won't be too late to slowly deal with that waste. We shouldn't delay. We should go to the dungeon immediately. Qin Shuahua adjusted her attire, regaining her former composure, as if she were not going to plead but rather to bestow grace. Only Zhang Qingyue, watching her mother, sister, and brother with their self-righteousness, and even a hint of superiority, felt a faint sense of unease and absurdity in her heart. Mother, times have changed. When facing Zhang Yu, we should still lower our stance a bit. I've heard that he has gained the favor of President Du of the Alchemist Association. Zhang Qingyue couldn't help but remind them, fearing that her family would blindly act out of overconfidence and mess things up completely. Though she did not know the depths of Zhang Ye's situation, her intuition told her that the current Zhang Yu was far from being a simpleton and could not be viewed through old lenses. However, as soon as her warning fell, Zhang Weining erupted into a melodious yet mocking laughter, as if she had heard the greatest joke. Ha ha ha. Third sister, you might not know, but this matter has long been personally refuted by the Princess of Fenghua from the Prince Jing's mansion. Zhang Weining said with a beaming face. Yesterday, the Princess of Fenghua visited the dungeon to see young Master Xiao and directly exposed their scheme. It was not President Du personally visiting. Rather, Xiao Shang, in order to escape early, had teamed up with Zhang Yu to stage a play. They somehow found an old man who resembled President Du to impersonate him and used some illusionary arrays and other tricks to try to fool people. The more she spoke, the more certain she became, her tone filled with disdain for Zhang Ye's clumsy tricks. I would say this might have been Zhang Ye's idea in the first place. He knows he has become a pawn and, fearing we will completely forget him, came up with such despicable means to elevate his status and draw our attention and importance. Humph, he should know his own worth. A figure like President Du is someone he could reach. It's simply a case of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Zhang Weining's assertive exposé was like a shot of adrenaline instantly dispelling the last trace of doubt in Qin Zuehua's heart, caused by Zhang Qingyu's reminder. So that's how it is. Qin Shuohua suddenly understood, her face revealing a mixture of realization and disgust, nodding repeatedly. I said, how could President Du with such a high-status visit that wretch in the dungeon? It turned out he was behind it all. This Zhang Yu is becoming increasingly outrageous, willing to resort to any despicable means for attention and favor. How dare he even impersonate President Du? That's simply audacious. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was true. Zhang Yu used to be adept at winning them over with small favors. Now that he has been abandoned, he is resorting to even more extreme and absurd methods to seek attention. I wondered how he suddenly became so tough. It turns out he is relying on this deception for confidence. Qin Shuohua sneered, the last bit of trepidation about Zhang Yu possibly having some background dissipating, replaced by deeper contempt and anger. He is truly a useless piece of mud, who can't get up relying only on these crooked paths. Exactly. Zhang Weining immediately echoed, full of disgust. Third sister, you are just too cautious. The princess of Fenghua personally refuted it. Could there be any doubt? What can two useless people like Xiao Shang and Zhang Yu accomplish together? Zhang Qingyue was somewhat dazed by her sister's rapid-fire truths. The princess of Fenghua personally refuted it. Are Xiao Shang and Zhang Yu acting together? If this news is true, then were my previous unease and intuition merely overthinking? If what the princess of Fenghua said is true, then perhaps I was indeed overthinking it. Zhang Qingyue frowned slightly, her tone uncertain, but her vigilance had not completely faded. However, even if President Du's matter is false, the troubles of the alchemy room are real. We should go. Oh, third sister, don't worry about it. Zhang Weining impatiently interrupted her. Even without President Du, what waves can Zhang Yu stir up? He caused this mess in the alchemy room just to force us to find him, right? Now that he has achieved his goal, if we lower our heads to invite him, won't he be grateful and immediately resolve the problem? Wasn't he just that servile before? Qin Shuohua nodded in agreement, her face again showing that condescending, bestowing attitude. Weining is right. That wretch has caused so much trouble. All he wants is for us to know he is useful, to make us value him. Now that we are giving him this opportunity, he should be extremely grateful. As for posture, I am his mother, who going to the dungeon to see him is already a great grace. Should I still bow and scrape to him? In her view, no matter what tricks Zhang Yu played, as long as she, as his mother, made an appearance, all of Zhang Yu's resentment and calculations would instantly crumble. Within the prison, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the ceaseless surge of increasingly refined and potent internal energy within him, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. After 3 days of absorbing the 1 year of cultivation, the speed of his advancement was slower than he had anticipated. He did not break through to the innate level as he expected, but rather remained firmly at the peak of the 9th grade. It seems that the barrier between innate and 9th grade in martial arts is far greater than I imagined. Zhang Yu understood in his heart. Previously, with only 1st grade cultivation, his understanding of high-grade martial arts was limited. He only knew that above 9th grade lay the innate level, but he was unaware of the vast chasm in between. Now experiencing it firsthand, he finally understood why in the vast Wei kingdom, with a population of 80 million, there were only a handful of innate masters visible on the surface. This was not merely a matter of resource accumulation, but rather a crucial leap in the levels of life, a profound comprehension of the true essence of martial arts, and a threshold to gain preliminary control over the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Countless exceptionally gifted martial artists spend their entire lives stuck at the peak of 9th grade, unable to advance. However, at this rate, I will surely break through to the innate level by tomorrow. Zhang Yu was filled with confidence. The system's 1 year of cultivation was based on the standards of unparalleled geniuses with exceptionally high quality and an incredibly solid foundation. Breaking through was merely a matter of time. Just as he was about to rise and stretch his limbs, his gaze swept over Xiao Shang, who was eagerly directing the maidservant to serve him tea and water, and glanced at the spacious passage that had been completely opened up between the two cells, marveling inwardly. Power is truly a wonderful thing. Originally, this prison was strictly regulated and distinctly partitioned. If it were only Xiao Shang, even as the heir of the Jingwang, it would not have been an easy task to connect the two cells for serious offenders. But now, from Xiao Jingfeng the Jingwang to Princess Fenghua, upon learning about Zhang Yu's partial truth, their attitudes underwent a complete 180. They even tacitly approved and secretly supported Xiao Sheng's nonsense. With the energy operation of the Jingwang's residence, connecting the two cells was no longer a difficult matter. Thus, Zhang Yu's single cell had transformed into a suite. Not only had the activity space greatly increased, but the environment had also been arranged by Xiao Shang to be comfortable and luxurious, forming a stark contrast to the cold and filthy conditions of the other areas of the prison. Just as Zhang Yu marveled at the convenience of power, A young voice filled with mockery and derision echoed from the other end of the passage. "Oh, isn't this our renowned Jing Wang heir Xiao Sheng? I heard that, in order to escape quickly, you staged a grand performance of Chairman Du's secret exploration of the prison, and colluded with the prisoners to make the dungeon a smoky mess. Your scheme has been publicly exposed by Princess Fenghua, and you still have the face to keep acting here." With those words, a young man dressed in a purple robe with a golden belt swaggered over, surrounded by a group of followers. He resembled Xiao Sheng to some extent, but his brow bore a sharper and more arrogant air, and his gaze towards Xiao Sheng was filled with unabashed hostility and glee. The newcomer was none other than the heir of the Rui Wang, Xiao Yun. The Rui Wang and Jing Wang had always had a strained relationship, often clashing in court. With their fathers constantly at odds, the relationship between these two heirs could not be good either. Now, hearing about Xiao Sheng's embarrassing incident in the prison, how could Xiao Yun pass up this excellent opportunity to kick someone while they're down? As soon as Xiao Sheng saw Xiao Yun, his expression darkened, and he coldly scoffed, "What I do is none of your business. Humph, a stubborn dead duck." Xiao Yun pointed at Zhang Yu with a fan, sneering, "You're just as foolish as a fool colluding with this prisoner to act, and now the entire capital knows. Mr. Zhang's great talent is beyond the imagination of a fool like you." Mentioning Zhang Yu, Xiao Sheng appeared to be extremely restrained. "Just him." Xiao Yun glanced at Zhang Yu disdainfully, saying, "A discarded son of the Yangon marquee house, looking like a twisted melon. And you think he is worthy of associating with Chairman Du? Xiao Sheng, you should find a better supporting actor for your performance." Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling as if he had been personally attacked. "You cannot humiliate Mr. Zhang like this." Xiao Sheng was furious, but dared not truly take action, for he knew he couldn't win. He could only grit his teeth and retort, "Just wait until I get out. It'll make you regret this. Hee, you might want to think about how to explain to your royal grandfather about the rumors you fabricated regarding Chairman Du." Xiao Yun scoffed coldly, his gaze again landing on Zhang Yu. "And this prisoner, who colluded with you in the act, daring to impersonate a friend of Chairman Du, this is a great offense to the dignity of the court. As a royal relative, how could this prince stand by and do nothing? Come here." Two fierce-looking guards stepped forward from his followers, clearly skilled fighters. "Break the limbs of this audacious prisoner, who dared to collude with Xiao Sheng, and insult the reputation of Chairman Du, and deliver him to the Alchemist Guild to make amends." Xiao Yun barked sharply, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. Not only did he want to humiliate Xiao Sheng, but he also sought to use Zhang Yu, this deceiver, to get closer to Du Jun. That was the true purpose of his visit. "You dare?" Xiao Sheng was alarmed, quickly blocking the entrance to Zhang Ye's cell. "Xiao Yun, this is the Ministry of Justice's dungeon, not your family's backyard." "What of the Ministry of Justice's dungeon? I suspect this person colluded with you for ulterior motives. Is there any reason not to take him for interrogation?" Xiao Yun was fearless. His influence in the Rui Wang's residence had considerable sway in the Ministry of Justice. Capturing an ordinary prisoner was a matter of a single word. The two guards receiving the order grinned viciously and strode forward to push Xiao Sheng aside, determined to force open the cell door to capture Zhang Yu. Xiao Sheng was in a cold sweat, knowing that Zhang Ye's strength was unfathomable, but also aware that Zhang Yu did not want to reveal his power. Just at that critical moment, Zhang Yu, who had seemed to be an outsider, suddenly sighed softly. Then he slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. His gaze calmly landed on the two guards who were about to act. There was no killing intent, no oppressive pressure, only an unfathomable tranquility. Yet this tranquil gaze caused the two seasoned guards to suddenly freeze in their tracks. They felt that they were not facing a person but a volcano about to erupt, or a bottomless cold pool. Danger. Extremely dangerous. The two men's faces changed drastically, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs, and they involuntarily took a half-step back. Instinctively, they pressed their hands against the hilts of their swords, like facing a great enemy, no longer daring to take a step forward. Seeing this, Xiao Yun frowned and angrily shouted, "You fools, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and act." However, the two guards seemed not to hear his words, their eyes fixed on Zhang Yu, bodies trembling, slightly afraid to make any sudden moves. Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Yun, a faint smile playing on his lips, and spoke in a calm voice, "The Rui Wang heir. You wish to break my limbs and seek credit from Du Jun." Xiao Yun, arrogant and overbearing since childhood, had won the favor of the current emperor Xiao Jingshan, and could walk through the capital almost unimpeded. How could he ever endure such contempt? At this moment, being publicly questioned by someone he deemed a lowly prisoner, he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. "How dare you speak to this son of the world?" Xiao Yun's face darkened, brimming with murderous intent. "Be sensible and cooperate, and once Chairman Du calms down, perhaps I might spare your miserable life. But if you dare to act recklessly again, there will be no escape. I've lived long enough. Go ahead and make your move." Zhang Yu spoke with a calmness that bore a hint of indifference. This utter disregard ignited Xiao Yun's fury completely. He no longer cared, for the demeanor of a noble bellowing seized him regardless of life or death. The two fierce guards, filled with apprehension towards Zhang Yu, hesitated, but with their master's orders issued they dared not disobey. Exchanging glances, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes as they unsheathed their blades with a clang, charging into the cell to forcibly apprehend Zhang Yu. Both guards were 8th-tier warriors, capable fighters anywhere in the capital. Now, with their full strength unleashed, their imposing presence illuminated the dim cell. Xiao Sheng watched in horror. Although he knew Zhang Yu was formidable, he had never witnessed Zhang Yu in combat. Seeing the two 8th-tier experts attack simultaneously made him sweat for Zhang Yu. However, facing this fierce assault, Zhang Yu remained seated cross-legged on the bed, utterly motionless, not even lifting his eyelids. Just as the blades of the two guards were about to touch the bars and their figures were about to burst into the cell, kneel. A stern voice rang out. There was no earth-shattering burst of power, no elaborate exchange of techniques. But at the instant those two simple words left his mouth, the two fiercely aggressive 8th-tier guards felt an irresistible wave of terrifying pressure, like a colossal mountain collapsing, instantly weighing down upon their shoulders. This was not merely a matter of physical force. It was an absolute suppression stemming from the very essence of life and the will of martial arts. In that moment their inner strength seemed to freeze. The blood and chi surging through their meridians came to a standstill, their minds blank, leaving only boundless fear and a sense of insignificance. This was the power of spiritual force. Before ascending to the legendary earthly immortal, all martial artists and cultivators did not cultivate their spirits. Zhang Yu, however, had 3 years of spiritual cultivation. Let alone 2 mere 8th years, even innate masters and grandmasters would find it impossible to fully escape the spiritual assault from Zhang Yu. Thud! Thud! The two muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Under the horrified gaze of Xiao Yun, Xiao Shang, and all the attendants and jailers, those two formidable 8th-tier guards truly knelt down upon the cold, hard stone floor, as if they had received a sacred edict. The sound of their knees striking the ground was particularly jarring in the dead silence of the cell. The two guards' faces turned pale as they desperately tried to struggle to their feet, but felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, leaving not even a finger able to move. The look in their eyes directed at Zhang Yu was filled with boundless fear and disbelief, as if they were gazing upon a deity or the abyss. How could this be possible? It completely surpassed their understanding. They were 8th-tier warriors. Even when facing 9th-tier and innate masters, they could never imagine being scared into submission by a mere command. Unless the other party was a grandmaster. But how could this be? The young man before them looked to be barely in his 20s. How could he be the legendary martial arts grandmaster? In the entire Wei Kingdom, there were only 3 publicly recognized grandmasters, each a legendary figure, who had established their reputation over decades. Was this an illusion? Or was it some profound sorcery? Not only were the two guards dumbfounded, but Xiao Shang was also completely stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his eyes nearly popping out. He knew Zhang Yu was strong at the 9th tier, but this was simply outrageous. A command to kneel, and 2 8th-tier experts truly knelt. Was this a performance? But looking at the pale faces of the two guards and their trembling bodies, it was evident that this was no act. Xiao Yun's sneer and anger instantly froze, as if a duck had its neck, gripped, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at his 2 loyal guards who were kneeling and unable to move. Then he abruptly turned to Zhang Yu, who still had a calm demeanor, his mind blank, momentarily unable to react. How could this be? How could this happen? Xiao Yun mumbled to himself, the arrogance on his face instantly replaced by shock and confusion. He could not comprehend everything happening before him. It completely overturned his perception of martial arts. Good. Xiao Yun jolted back to his senses, his face alternating between pale and flushed shame, fear, and disbelief intertwining. As expected of someone from the Yangon Marquis residence. You truly have some wicked methods. Do you think using sorcery to harm my guards will intimidate this son of the world? This is the capital under the feet of the emperor. If you dare to touch a hair on me, my father and my royal grandfather will never let you go, annihilating your entire clan. Xiao Yun's words were fierce, yet he found himself unconsciously taking 2 steps back. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, felt no fear. Instead, a thought flickered through his mind. Annihilating my entire clan. That works perfectly. He had long wanted to rid himself of those people from the Marquis residence. However, such matters were best handled personally. Relying on the royal family would be too lenient for them. More importantly, Zhang Yu's mindset had completely changed from yesterday, just moments ago, when he unleashed his spiritual force with a single command, easily overpowering the 2 8th-tier guards. He distinctly felt the transformation of his own strength. This was not merely an enhancement of martial arts cultivation, but a qualitative leap in spiritual force. Before ascending to the legendary earthly immortal, almost no martial artist or cultivator specialized in cultivating their spirit. Even grandmasters and great masters only wielded overwhelming martial wills with rough applications of spiritual techniques, let alone defending against spiritual attacks. Yet Zhang Yu, under the system's infusion of 1 year of cultivation, now possessed spiritual power equivalent to that of an unparalleled genius who had painstakingly cultivated for 3 years. This was not just a quantitative accumulation, it was a qualitative leap. In this world where spiritual nudity was common, his spiritual attacks were akin to dimensional suppression. Let alone 8th tier and 9th tier warriors, even innate masters and those just stepping into grandmaster territory would suffer greatly under his unexpected spiritual onslaught. But this wasn't even his greatest confidence. With the explosive growth of his power over the past 2 days, especially the enhancement of his spiritual force, the divine skills that had previously been unusable due to his low cultivation and could only be discussed theoretically were finally starting to reveal their icebergs. Among them, the most crucial was the divine-level formations. Previously, he could deceive hidden masters like Chen Dongpeng with the theoretical knowledge of divine formations, even making them willingly work as laborers in Ding Shengfang for 3 years. But back then, he had only theory without sufficient inner strength and spiritual power to support the practical manipulation of complex formations. Now it was different. His peak 9th tier martial arts cultivation provided him with a solid foundation of inner strength. Meanwhile, his powerful spiritual force allowed him to perceive the spiritual energy of the world and gain insights into the intricacies of formations at an astonishing level. Just a moment ago, while he was meditating and breaking through the innate barrier, his spiritual sense had silently infiltrated the prison's defense formation, which was said to trap grandmasters. This formation was laid down at the founding of the Wei Kingdom, utilizing the collective efforts of several formation grandmasters. After hundreds of years of fortification and improvement, it possessed immense power, indeed crafted to the standard of trapping and killing grandmasters. In the eyes of the Wei royal family, this formation was as solid as gold, unbreakable and unassailable. But in Zhang Yu's perspective, while this formation was intricate, it was not without its flaws. The core eye of the formation, the flow of energy, and the nodes of runes were laid bare under the scanning of his spiritual sense, as clear as the palm of his hand. With Chen Dongpeng's visit and his own covert explorations over the past 2 days, he had already identified several key backdoors and exploitable gaps. At the moment Xiao Yun was shouting, Zhang Yu not only unleashed his spiritual pressure, but also subtly resonated and connected his spiritual sense with several critical nodes of the prison formation. Although he could not fully control this massive and complex formation yet, within this cell in this corner of the prison, he had already formed a unique domain using the power of the formation. Within this domain, the prison formation was no longer his cage but his shield and weapon. As long as he willed it, he could activate the power of the formation. The reason the 2 8th tier guards knelt so decisively was not solely due to the spiritual pressure. It was also because Zhang Yu had subtly activated some of the formation's gravitational force. In the entire Wei Kingdom, the formations of the palace and the prison are the strongest. At this moment, I have initially grasped the prison formation. A sense of unprecedented control and security surged within Zhang Yu. Invincible grandmasters. No. Within this prison, within the range of formations I can utilize, even if a grandmaster were to come in person, I am confident I can contend with them. The power of the formations combined with the unpredictable attacks of spiritual force is enough to make any who underestimate me pay a painful price. Moreover, I have the system and my strength is rapidly growing every day. In a few days, once I break through to the innate level, I won't even need to rely on the formations of my own strength will be enough to match a grandmaster. Fearless of the royal family, unafraid of grandmasters. This thought took root in Zhang Yu's heart, fundamentally altering his mindset. His previous restraint, low profile, and even survival in the prison had been primarily due to his insufficient strength needing time to develop. But now, while he could not claim to be invincible under heaven in this small piece of land of the Wei Kingdom, he already possessed enough strength for self-preservation. The royal family and the marquis residents were no longer the unshakable behemoths in his eyes. He looked at the arrogant Xiao Yun outside the cell, his gaze no longer indifferent but rather playful, as if a cat was watching a mouse beneath its claws. The son of the Ruwei king, Zhang Yu spoke slowly, his voice remaining calm, yet possessing a penetrating force that sent shivers down Xiao Yun's spine. Do you think I would not dare to touch a hair on you? He tilted his head slightly, a smile that was not quite a smile gracing his lips. Now, what do you think would happen if I were to leave you in this prison, spending a year or so alongside your cousin Xiao Shang? Could your father and that loving royal grandfather rescue you? Xiao Yun, being a royal descendant, although initially shocked by Zhang Yu's methods, quickly regained his composure due to the deeply ingrained sense of superiority and blind confidence in royal authority. Where is this place? It is the capital of the Wei Kingdom, the foot of the emperor, the prison of the Ministry of Justice. He could not believe that anyone would dare to harm him beneath the royal palace. He admitted that he underestimated Zhang Yu and recognized Zhang Yu's strength, but he did not believe that Zhang Yu would truly dare to lay hands on him, a royal grandson. Thinking of this, the arrogance that had just been suppressed within Xiao Yun instantly reignited, burning even brighter. A cold smile reappeared on his face as he pointed at Zhang Yu inside the cell, his tone filled with provocation and confidence. Open your eyes and see where this is. This is the royal palace of the Wei Kingdom, the prison of the Ministry of Justice. I, as a descendant of the Xiao royal family, am one of the most favored grandsons of the current emperor. If you dare to touch a hair on me, you will be opposing the entire royal family, committing the crime of treason. By then, don't even think that just you, a mere abandoned son of a marquis, could escape. The entire Yangon marquis family, even your reckless accomplices, would be exterminated, leaving no place for them to die. The more he spoke, the more pleased he became, feeling that he held all the reason and advantage, as if he could already see Zhang Yu kneeling before him, begging for mercy, trembling in fear. In his eyes, although Zhang Yu's methods were extraordinary, they were utterly insignificant in the face of absolute imperial power. The surrounding guards and prisoners, upon hearing Xiao Yun's fierce threats, fell silent, lowering their heads and daring not to look. They knew that what Xiao Yun said was the truth. Offending a royal descendant, especially a favored grandson in this capital, was truly a dead end, even worse than death. If this Zhang Yu had any sense, he would surely soften and beg for mercy. Xiao Sheng moved his lips, wanting to persuade, but did not know whom to advise. However, facing Xiao Yun's outcry, Zhang Yu did not even raise an eyelid, let alone show any fear or hesitation. He simply uttered two words calmly. Kneel. It was plain cold, devoid of any warmth, yet seemed to contain an undeniable principle of the universe. But at the moment Zhang Yu's voice fell, Xiao Yun felt an irresistible, terrifying force, like an invisible shackle, instantly binding his soul and body. The meager cultivation within him froze in an instant, and the superiority he usually took pride in, stemming from his royal bloodline, appeared so ridiculous and insignificant in the face of this power. He felt like an ant facing the heavens, or a small boat in a stormy sea, feeling small, powerless, and desperate. Thud! A dull yet crystal-clear sound echoed in the silent cell under the astonished and terrified gazes of everyone present. Xiao Yun, the favored grandson of the Wei Kingdom, actually knelt heavily on the cold, filthy stone floor. The pain of his knees hitting the ground was far surpassed by the tsunami of humiliation, shock, and disbelief crashing over him. How dare you? Xiao Yun suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot with extreme shock, anger, and humiliation. How dare he? I am a royal grandson. I am the heir of the Rui Wang, one of the most esteemed persons in this Wei Kingdom. How could a lowly prisoner and abandoned son of a marquis dare to do this? How could he dare to humiliate royal blood in the palace under the emperor's foot? Did he not care for his life? Did he not fear the extermination of his entire family? Xiao Yun's mind went blank with only the words, how is this possible, and how dare he, ringing madly in his head. All his sense of superiority, all his confidence, and all his support were shattered beneath this kneel. Xiao Sheng was utterly stunned, mouth agape, his eyes wide, as if he had witnessed the most incredible event in the world. Although he was a wastrel and a sworn enemy of Xiao Yun, he understood the royal family's authority could not be violated. Making a favored grandson kneel publicly was no simple conflict. It was a slap in the face of the entire royal family, a declaration of war against imperial authority. Zhang Yu, has he gone mad? Even if he has President Du as his backer, even if he has some mysterious methods, this concerns the royal family's dignity. President Du may not be able to protect him. The surrounding prisoners and guards were even more terrified, their faces pale, as they wished to bury their heads in their pants. What had they just witnessed? The heir of the Rui Wang kneeling to a prisoner. This was beyond outrageous. If this news spread, the entire capital would tremble, and those present might even be silenced. He's gone mad. Gone mad. This Zhang Yu must be insane. A prisoner muttered softly, his voice trembling. It's over now. The Rui Wang residence and the royal family will never let this go. The guards were trembling, already contemplating how to distance themselves or make a hasty escape. Inside the cell, there was a deathly silence. Only the heavy breathing of Xiao Yun and the sound of his teeth chattering from extreme humiliation could be heard. Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calmly fixed on Xiao Yun, who was staring at him. That gaze held no triumph, no mockery, only an unfathomable indifference, as if he were looking at an ant. Royal grandson. Zhang Yu spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a unique, penetrating quality. In this prison there are only prisoners, not royal grandsons. Your identity, your support here. He paused, a faint smile forming on his lips, a smile that made Xiao Yun feel as if he had fallen into an ice pit. It is worth nothing. Now you can kneel here and see if your father and grandfather can support you and take revenge. After saying this, Zhang Yu no longer looked at him and closed his eyes again. Good. Zhang Yu, wait for me. If I do not avenge this grudge, I, Xiao Yun, shall not be a man. Xiao Yun spat these words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with deep-seated hatred. He knew that this kneel today would be a humiliation he could never wash away in his life, and Zhang Yu must repay it with blood and life. However, at this moment Zhang Yu was completely unconcerned with Xiao Yun's threats and resentments. Royal family, imperial authority, royal grandson. In the face of his absolute strength and the imminent complete control of the prison's formation, they were utterly insignificant. At this moment Zhang Yu suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, the corner of his mouth curling into a subtle arc that was fast. He keenly sensed a powerful force forcefully cutting into the core hub of the prison's defense formation in an extremely swift and overbearing manner, attempting to retake control of the formation in this area. Clearly, he had just used part of the prison's formation to intimidate Xiao Yun, which had been detected by a formation master of the royal family. At this moment, that formation master had reacted and chose the most direct and effective method immediately. Using their orthodox control rights over the formation, they forcibly expelled him, the intruder, and reclaimed control. Zhang Yu was not flustered. Instead, a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. Perfect, I can use you to test my skills and verify my understanding of God-level formations over the past 2 days. He remained seated in meditation, his eyes half-closed, as if he were an elder in deep contemplation. But on a level imperceptible to outsiders, his divine sense had already formed an invisible net, rapidly connecting with the countless intricate threads of the prison's formation. Deep within the control center of the prison formation, a silent yet exceptionally perilous battle of offense and defense erupted instantaneously. In the depths of the royal clan's forbidden grounds, this place is usually solemn and dignified, rarely opened, except for significant rituals or national crises. However, at this moment, this site, which symbolizes the highest power and heritage of the Xiao royal family, was brightly lit and bustling with activity. In the outer area, many young royal descendants gathered in small groups, their faces filled with confusion and unease, whispering among themselves. What exactly happened? Even several uncles who have been in closed-door retreat for years have been stirred. I don't know, I was just listening to music at the entertainment bureau when I was urgently summoned back. Given this situation, could it be that enemy forces are pressing in? Impossible. If there were battles on the borders, the Ministry of War would have been alarmed long ago. In the core area of the forbidden grounds, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Here gathered the true high-ranking officials and deep-rooted figures of the royal family. Elderly men with white hair and deep ocean-like breaths, either sitting or standing, each emanating the dignity and powerful fluctuations of long-held positions. Among them were reclusive princes and dukes, elders managing the clan office and the grand ancestral temple, and several martial arts veterans long in seclusion striving toward higher realms. Even the current emperor of Wei, Xiao Jingshan, had to show respect as a junior in the presence of these esteemed ancestors, not daring to show any negligence. However, at this moment, these figures, whose slightest stamp could shake the very foundations of Wei, displayed a rare solemnity, even a hint of disbelief. Have we verified this? Is the matter certain? An elder dressed in a purple dragon robe with an ancient visage asked in a deep voice the current royal uncle Xiao Tong. Reporting to royal uncle, it is absolutely true. A middle-aged official responsible for managing the royal formations knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Just half an hour ago, the control of the Kuan position in the heavenly prison's defense formation was forcefully taken away. The opponent's methods were incredibly sophisticated, and their understanding of the formation's intricacies was simply unfathomable. The 3 of us stationed at the center attempted to regain control, but we could not even breach the opponent's defenses. Instead, our divine senses were injured. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? The elder in the purple robe suddenly stood up, eyes shining with intensity. The heavenly prison formation is one of the foundations upon which our Xiao family was built, reinforced and perfected over centuries, capable of trapping masters. The control center is heavily protected by layers of restrictions. How could it be easily taken? Could it be that a formation master from another nation infiltrated the capital? No, it doesn't seem so. The official was drenched in cold sweat. The opponent's manipulation techniques are unprecedented, unseen before. Moreover, judging from the energy fluctuations and divine sense traces, it seems the opponent is inside the heavenly prison. Inside the heavenly prison. The elders were once again astonished. Those imprisoned in the heavenly prison were either serious offenders or death row inmates. How could someone with such extraordinary formation skills be there? Could it be an ancient monster among the prisoners has concealed their power? Someone speculated. Whoever it is. The elder in the purple robe's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The heavenly prison formation cannot fail. If this formation goes out of control, not only could the serious offenders escape, but it also relates to a crucial part of the capital's defense system. Summon people, issue orders immediately. First, seal the information. This matter must not be disclosed to avoid causing turmoil in the court and the populace. Second, mobilize the Forbidden Army and the Dragon Guard immediately surround the heavenly prison. Allow entry but not exit. No one may enter without the clan office's orders. Those who do so will be killed without mercy. Third, summon Shen Lao from his retreat. He is our royal family's foremost master of formations and the only grandmaster we have. Only he might be able to contend with that mysterious figure. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, and the atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Jing prince, Xiao Jingfeng and Xiao Fenghua also received urgent orders and troop mobilization commands from the clan office. Father, the clan office's urgent order demands we immediately mobilize troops to assist the Dragon Guard in surrounding the heavenly prison. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Xiao Fenghua entered the study, holding the command with a grave expression. Xiao Jingfeng took the command, glanced at it, and his expression changed. Surround the heavenly prison. What happened? Why is the highest level mobilization order from the clan office being used? Unclear, just said there are changes in the heavenly prison that concern the royal family's safety. Xiao Fenghua's brows furrowed tightly, and an increasing sense of unease gnawed at her. Father, I can't shake the feeling. This incident likely involves Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Xiao Jingfeng was taken aback, then shook his head and laughed. Fenghua, I understand that Zhang Yu is unfathomable, but you are overestimating him. The clan office's mobilization is so extensive it may even have alarmed those high-ranking ancestors. This involves the entire foundation of the royal family. No matter how capable Zhang Yu is, he is still just a young man in his 20s. How could he possibly? He was suddenly cut off as he saw the unprecedented seriousness and conviction in his daughter's eyes. Xiao Fenghua took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Father, we have all underestimated him. We have not fully gauged the depths of Zhang Yu. The matters involving Chairman Du Chundongping and his peculiar cultivation. Now this incident in the heavenly prison with such a coincidental timing, if we say it has nothing to do with him, I find it hard to believe. Xiao Jingfeng fell silent, his expression fluctuating. He also recalled the unbelievable scenes his daughter had previously described seeing in the heavenly prison. Whether it is him or not, military orders are absolute. Xiao Jingfeng finally said solemnly, immediately mobilize troops to surround the heavenly prison. Remember, do not act rashly without my command. If it truly is Zhang Yu, then this young man is far too terrifying. We must re-evaluate our relationship with him. Understood, father? Xiao Fenghua nodded, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Soon a large number of elite forbidden troops, Dragon Guards, and the Jing Prince's personal soldiers surged out like a tide, surrounding the execution department's heavenly prison tightly. The citizens of the capital, seeing this scene from afar, were filled with terror and speculation, thinking that some earth-shattering event had occurred. Inside the heavenly prison, Zhang Ye's single room, the tumultuous winds and encircling armies outside seemed to have no effect on Zhang Yu. He remained seated in meditation, his expression calm. In his perception of divine sense, the probing and attacks from the Royal Formation Center came in waves like a tempest. The opponent had evidently employed more manpower and stronger forces attempting to break through his defenses by brute force. However, Zhang Ye's mastery of the divine-level formation was not to be trivialized. His divine sense operated like the most astute commander, strategizing on this complex battlefield of the heavenly prison formation, skillfully guiding, diffusing, and resolving each of the opponent's attacks. The opponent's strength felt like a fist hitting cotton, or like floodwaters rushing into his meticulously arranged maze, being dissipated, scattered, and ultimately unable to reach the core. He could even sense that within the opponent's ranks a more powerful presence seemed to have joined them, with a seasoned manipulation technique and a deeper understanding of the formation. But unfortunately, in the face of the divine-level formation skill awarded by the system, it still fell short. Interesting, but still not enough. Zhang Yu thought to himself. He did not retaliate with full force, merely adopting a passive defense. He was waiting for the right moment, for an opportunity to thoroughly intimidate the royal family, making them think twice before provoking him again. In the Apothecary Guild's top-level quiet room, Du Jun was originally savoring tea. Suddenly, a vast and overwhelming wave of array fluctuations carrying a hint of familiarity swept across the entire capital like ripples. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof, looking towards the direction from which the fluctuations originated. The Department of Justice's dungeon. Such intense array fluctuations. This aura. Could it be from that old fellow Xiao Xian? How did he emerge from seclusion? Why would he use such powerful array force? What happened over at the dungeon? Du Jun felt a mix of surprise and doubt in his heart. Xiao Xian, the only master expert of the royal family, was also the true pillar supporting the royal lineage. Due to his advanced age, he often remained in seclusion. Unless it was a matter concerning the royal family's survival, He would never easily reveal himself, let alone mobilize the grand array of the dungeon in such a grand manner. I must go take a look. This old fellow hasn't gone mad from practicing and blown up the dungeon, has he? Du Jun set down his teacup, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished like a specter from the quiet room. As a latest innate expert, his movement technique was extraordinary. With all his efforts, he arrived outside the heavily guarded royal ancestral mansion in no time. Halt! Who dares to intrude upon the royal forbidden area? As soon as he appeared, several fierce-looking members of the Shao family sprang from the shadows, sternly admonishing him. With a slight frown, Du Jun was about to introduce himself. Let him in. An elderly, ethereal voice with undeniable authority unexpectedly resonated above the crowd. The Shao family members trembled upon hearing this, bowing deeply and clearing the way. As you command, ancestor. Du Jun felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. Indeed, it was Shao Xian. He personally ordered entry, indicating that matters were more serious than anticipated. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the core area of the Forbidden Zone. Upon entering the main hall, Du Jun immediately felt a heavy and oppressive atmosphere enveloping him. Inside the hall, the core members of the royal family were gathered, from Emperor Shao Zhengshan down to several princes and dukes, all with grave expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. In the center of the hall sat an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe with white hair and an ancient demeanor, seated in meditation, his hands resting lightly on a crystal array plate radiating a soft glow, exerting all his strength to activate it. This was indeed the royal family's only master, Shao Xian. At this moment, his face was flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting himself to regain control of the array. Suddenly Shao Xian let out a muffled grunt, his body trembling, as his hands uncontrollably bounced away from the array plate. He stumbled back uncontrollably, his complexion instantly paling. Ancestor! Grandfather! Seeing this, everyone was taken aback, gasping in shock, their faces filled with panic and disbelief. Even the ancestor's personal intervention had failed. How is it possible? Even the ancestor cannot regain control. Who is it inside the dungeon? Could it be the legendary Grandmaster? What do we do now? Are we really going to destroy the dungeon array? The crowd was abuzz with discussions, their words filled with despair. Destroying the dungeon array not only meant the collapse of the defensive system built by the royal family over a century with countless resources, but it would also affect the royal city's array and could even harm the Dragon Vein's luck beneath the capital. The price was too great, so great that even the royal family could not bear it. Old friend, what happened? What matter has forced you to this extent, even pulling out the Shentian array plate from your reserves? Du Jun stepped forward, looking at the pale-faced Shao Xian, and asked in a deep voice. Shao Xian took a deep breath, calming the turbulence in his blood. He glanced at Du Jun, a hint of helplessness and bitterness flashing in his eyes. Brother, do you have come? Sigh, strangely enough, the dungeon array has been taken over by someone. What? Du Jun was taken aback. Even he, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but draw in a breath. The dungeon array has been seized. How could this be possible? That was one of the foundations your Shao family had operated for hundreds of years, with you personally overseeing the core who could possess such extraordinary skills. He was astonished. The dungeon. Du Jun's brows furrowed tightly as a name suddenly flashed through his mind like lightning. Zhang Yu. He suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the dungeon, his eyes filled with disbelief. It couldn't be him, could it? That young man whom he regarded as a genius in alchemy with infinite potential. The mysterious little friend trapped in the dungeon. But how could this be possible? Zhang Yu's alchemy talent had been seen by him. He was truly extraordinary. Yet the realm of arrays was entirely different from alchemy, requiring countless efforts and time to study. How old was Zhang Yu? This was unreasonable, it completely defied logic. No, it can't be. Du Jun instinctively shook his head, denying this wild thought. There must be some unknown array master locked away in the dungeon, or perhaps an array master sent by a rival force taking the opportunity to strike. Brother Du, do you have any solutions? Shao Xian looked at Du Jun with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Apothecary Guild had deep roots and extensive connections. They might have a clever strategy. Du Jun let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Even you, the array master, cannot handle it. What can I do? Unless we call upon those legendary figures, but distant water cannot quench a near thirst. However, I do have a guess. Recently has anyone special entered the dungeon? Special person? Shao Xian was taken aback, looking at Emperor Shao Zhengshan. Shao Zhengshan hurriedly stepped forward and quickly recounted the recent list of important prisoners held in the dungeon, which naturally included Zhang Yu, the discarded son of the Yangon Marquis family. Hearing the name Zhang Yu, Du Jun's heart stirred again, but he immediately denied his own thought. A person's energy is limited. It was impossible to cultivate both arrays and alchemy simultaneously. Forget it. Xiao Xian sighed deeply, his gaze returning to the crystal array played a hint of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. For now, perhaps. We really have no choice but to resort to that last resort. Destroy the array. Though the cost was heavy, allowing the enemy to control the dungeon array posed an even greater threat. Ancestor, think carefully. Xiao Zhengshan and several princes hurriedly dissuaded him. They could not bear the consequences of destroying the array. The main hall fell into silence and despair once again. Ancestor, wait a moment. The Prince of Jing and Princess Fenghua have reached the dungeon. Let's hear their news before making plans. Xiao Jingshan, holding on to his last hope, activated the image jade tablet to connect with the Prince of Jing. In the next moment, a light screen appeared in midair showing the situation inside the dungeon. The atmosphere in the dungeon was oppressive and eerie. The heir of the Rue Wang Xiaoyun still maintained a humiliating kneeling posture, firmly pinned to the cold ground by an invisible force of the array, unable to move. The resentment and fury on his face were almost overflowing as he glared fiercely at Zhang Yu, who sat cross-legged in the cell, continuously uttering malicious curses and threats. Zhang Yu, you bastard and traitor, how dare you humiliate this heir so? You are doomed and your entire family is doomed. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor, accompanied by the clashing sounds of armor. Xiao Yun abruptly turned his head, and a flash of ecstatic yet vengeful light erupted in his eyes. He saw Prince Jing, Xiao Jingfeng and Princess Fenghua, Xiao Fenghua entering briskly, with a large group of fully armed royal guards. Uncle Jing, Sister Fenghua, you arrived just in time. Xiao Yun, as if seeing a savior, shouted hoarsely, Quick, kill that traitor Zhang Yu. He has gone mad, using demonic techniques to control me and forcing me to kneel. He is slapping the face of our entire royal family. You must act swiftly and tear him apart. Although he had always been at odds with the faction of the Prince Jing within the royal family, considering them his arch-nemesis. At this moment he firmly believed that in the face of Zhang, yes, blatant provocation against the royal family's dignity, Prince Jing and Xiao Fenghua would undoubtedly stand by his side. For this was not a personal vendetta. It was a matter of great significance pertaining to the face and dignity of the entire Xiao royal clan. He could not fathom that Prince Jing and Xiao Fenghua would dare to stand idly by and allow a prisoner to humiliate the royal bloodline. However, the scene he envisioned of Prince Jing and Xiao Fenghua erupting in fury and immediately ordering Zhang Yu's capture did not materialize. Upon hearing his cries, Prince Jing, Xiao Jingfeng, and Xiao Fenghua merely cast a faint glance at him before ignoring him. Instead, they directed all their attention toward the young man, sitting cross-legged in the cell, eyes closed in meditation. Zhang Yu. Xiao Yun was taken aback, then grew even angrier. Uncle Jing, Sister Fenghua, what are you waiting for? Act quickly. Are you going to just watch this bastard continue to humiliate me? He is slapping the face of our entire royal family. Xiao Fenghua finally turned her head, coldly glancing at him. Shut up. Look at yourself, Oi. Apart from barking ineffectively, what else can you do? You. Xiao Yun was so taken aback that he nearly choked, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He never expected that Xiao Fenghua would not only refuse to help him, but would also reprimand him. You. He attempted to argue. Enough. Prince Jing, Xiao Jingfeng, spoke, his voice deep and filled with an undeniable authority. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yu. At that moment, Xiao Fenghua and Prince Jing, Xiao Jingfeng, exchanged a glance, both sensing an unprecedented gravity and horror in each other's eyes. As core members of the royal family, deeply favored and guided by their ancestor Xiao Xian, their understanding of formations far surpassed that of the debauched young men like Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng. Especially Xiao Fenghua, who possessed extraordinary talent, her mastery of formations was unparalleled among her peers. As they stepped into this area, both of them keenly felt that something was amiss. A strange heart-pounding energy fluctuation filled the air. The defensive formation of the heavenly prison, originally functioning like a precision machine, now seemed to possess a unified supreme will. And the source of this will, surprisingly, stemmed from the young man in the cell, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu sat there seemingly motionless, yet it felt as though he had merged with the entire heavenly prison formation. He was the formation, he was the core. The formless, vast, suffocating pressure emanated solely from his absolute control over this realm and this formation. This? How is this even possible? The blood drained from Xiao Fenghua's stunning face, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with incredulous shock. He actually completely controls the heavenly prison formation. This is a national defense formation that even our ancestor needed to rely on the Shentian formation disk to fully control. Although she had continuously raised her valuation of Zhang Yu, knowing he was no simple character possibly hiding formidable skills in formations, she never expected that Zhang Yu's level in formations would reach such an unfathomable and shocking degree. To completely control the heavenly prison formation, what does that mean? It implies that within this heavenly prison, even a master-level expert would be helpless against him. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng's expression was equally grim, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He understood far better than Xiao Fenghua the terrifying power and consequences of completely controlling the heavenly prison formation. This was not something an ordinary formation master could achieve. It required an understanding of formations that approached the Tao along with an absolute affinity and control over formations. Before, we underestimated him too much. Xiao Jingfeng's voice was dry, tinged with bitterness and deep regret. No, it was us, who were grossly mistaken. He recalled all of Xiao Fenghua's evaluations and warnings regarding Zhang Yu, remembering how he had previously thought his daughter was being overly dramatic. Now it seemed that it was not his daughter who was exaggerating, rather he simply did not comprehend Zhang Yu's depths. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at a dragon soaring high in the heavens. Xiao Fenghua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves within her heart, looking at Zhang Yu in the cell with an incredibly complex expression. She whispered to Prince Jing beside her, "Father, now you understand, right? All my previous judgments about him were completely wrong. Our understanding of him before was likely only the tip of the iceberg." Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng nodded gravely, a hint of dejection and powerlessness appearing on his face. He, the esteemed Prince Jing, held significant power and could almost command the winds and rains in this Wei kingdom. Yet at this moment, faced with the young man sitting silently, he felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance and helplessness. "So, what do we do now?" Xiao Jingfeng instinctively asked, feeling somewhat lost at this moment. Xiao Fenghua did not answer. Her gaze remained firmly fixed on Zhang Yu. At that moment, as if sensing something, she suddenly pulled out a sound transmission jade tablet from her bosom, which was vibrating violently and emanating a soft glow. Once the jade tablet connected, a light curtain appeared, revealing the scene inside the grand hall of the royal clan. The figures of ancestor Xiao Xian, Emperor Xiao Jingshan, and Du Jun became clearly visible. "Fenghua, how is the situation in the heavenly prison? Have you seen the one who controls the formation?" Xiao Zhengshan's hurried voice transmitted from the jade tablet. Xiao Fenghua looked at her father and ancestor in the light curtain, then glanced at Zhang Yu in the cell and spoke, "Father, ancestor, we have seen him. The one controlling the heavenly prison formation is the legitimate son of Marquis Yong'an Zhang Yu." She paused, raising her hand with difficulty to point at the figure in the cell. Buzz. As soon as her words fell, the entire grand hall of the royal clan fell into an instant silence, with everyone who saw this scene through the light curtain left speechless. All eyes were fixed on the young man, sitting cross-legged, his expression calm, as if they had seen a ghost. "Zhang Yu." A brief, deathly silence fell. Then the grand hall erupted with muffled gasps and murmurs. Who is Zhang Yu? Most senior members of the imperial court had never heard the name Zhang Yu, the eldest legitimate son of the Marquis of Yangon, the infamous martial arts failure and discarded heir of the Marquis household. Impossible! Could Princess Fenghua have mistaken his identity? Even those who recognized Zhang Yu remembered him only as a disgraced scion, and a sycophantic one at that. Out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. One of the imperial princes cried out in disbelief, his face twisted with absurdity and incredulity. "I've heard somewhat of this Zhang Yu of the Yangon Marquis. He is but a first-rank cultivator, a true talentless wreck. Moreover, he was timid by nature, groveling endlessly before his stepmother and younger siblings. A laughingstock across the capital. How could such a man possibly wield power beyond mortal comprehension? Niece Fenghua, are you certain you haven't mistaken him? Indeed, it defies all reason." Others chimed in, refusing outright to accept the truth. To be humiliated, not by a reclusive master sage but by a man they had dismissed as worthless, was an affront far more unbearable. It was a double insult, to their intellect and to the dignity of the imperial house. Yet Du Jun suddenly shot upright from his seat, eyes locked unblinkingly upon Zhang Yu within the luminous projection. His gaze flooded with unprecedented terror and a bitter dawning realization. "It is him. It truly is him." Du Jun murmured, scarcely believing his own words. "Utterly inconceivable. This Zhang Yu not only commands peerless mastery in alchemy, but also excels in formation art. His formation cultivation rivals even Xiao Xian, the grand formation master himself. How is this possible?" He simply could not fathom how one person could simultaneously master both formation art and alchemy. "Master Du, do you know this man?" Xiao Xian whirled around sharply, his gaze piercing like a hawk's. Du Jun let out a wry, self-deprecating laugh, its bitterness heavy with helplessness. "Know him. He is my junior friend across generations." "A junior friend across generations?" The assembly recoiled in fresh shock. Who was Du Jun, the Grandmaster of the Apothecaries Guild? So revered even the Emperor deferred to him. And yet he claimed kinship with a discarded heir. A youth barely past 20. Indeed, Du Jun drew a slow, deep breath and spoke with solemn gravity. Gentlemen, we have all misjudged him utterly. This Zhang Yu is no martial failure, no discarded heir. His attainment in alchemy rivals my own, and perhaps even surpasses it. What? Those words struck like thunderclap. Another shattering bolt echoing through the hall. His alchemical mastery rivals Du Jun's. Du Jun was the unrivaled sovereign of alchemy in the Wei Kingdom, a grandmaster and supreme alchemist. Could a mere 20-year-old youth truly eclipse him in the arcane art of pill refinement? How could this be? Brother Du, do you speak in earnest? Xiao Xian's expression hardened to stone, his voice trembled with tension. A youth whose formation art borders on divinity, and whose alchemical mastery matches Du Jun's. Is he even human? Utterly true. Du Jun's tone brooked no doubt, a complex light flickered in his eyes. I have watched him refine pills myself. His technique divine, his understanding of medicinal properties bordering on the miraculous. And he casually produces the Bodhi pill, an ancient long-lost supreme-grade elixir. The Bodhi pill. A collective gasp swept the hall. Legend spoke of it as a sacred medicine, capable of refining innate aptitude and shattering cultivation bottlenecks. Could Zhang Yu truly produce it at will? Your Majesty, elder ancestor. At last, the silent intelligence director stepped forward, presenting a meticulously compiled dossier on Zhang Yu. Xiao Zhengshan accepted the dossier and skimmed its contents. His expression shifting rapidly from confusion to astonishment, then to utter bewilderment and profound disbelief. The dossier laid bare Zhang Yu's life in meticulous detail, painting him without exception as the quintessential waste, the pathetic coward, the family's cast-off heir. This portrait bore no resemblance whatsoever to the enigmatic master on the luminous screen, commander of the celestial prison formation, paralyzing grandmasters and earning Du Jun's unreserved praise. Then, what in heaven's name is happening here? Xiao Zhengshan's hand trembled slightly as he held the dossier, his voice hoarse as he turned to the intelligence director. Are you absolutely certain? This report contains no error. Sweat beaded on the director's brow as he bowed deeply. Your Majesty. The intelligence is confirmed beyond doubt, verified repeatedly. As for why, this servant dares not speculate. Indeed, why? That was the single overwhelming question burning in every mind within the hall. How could a man universally branded a waste, whose dossier left no ambiguity, suddenly emerge as a transcendent genius of formation art and alchemy, alike stunning even Du Jun and Xiao Xian? The sole explanation: he had been concealing his true self for 3 full years or longer. At that thought, every spine in the hall prickled with icy dread. What depth of calculation did such restraint demand? What mastery of deception allowed him to fool the entire marquisate, the capital's watchful eyes, and even the imperial intelligence apparatus itself? Truly, what a Zhang Yu, what a discarded heir of the marquis. Xiao Xian gazed upon the calm young man in the projection, his eyes flashing with unprecedented wariness, and something akin to fear. 3 years of concealment, then a thunderous emergence. Such temperament, such capability, this youth is terrifying. Silence descended once more, thick, suffocating, reverberating with the weight of a truth too unsettling to grasp. Then what shall we do now? Xiao Zhengshan turned to Xiao Xian, his voice edged with a tremor. He failed to recognize himself. Within the grand hall of the imperial clan court, the air hung dense and suffocating. Xiao Xian, the pillar of the imperial house, hesitated, pressing an even heavier stone upon every heart. At that moment, Du Jun, observing his old friend Xiao Xian's furrowed brow and grim countenance, let out a soft, reassuring chuckle, breaking the oppressive silence. Old friend, there is no need for such alarm. Du Jun's voice carried quiet assurance. I have crossed paths with this young Master Zhang on several occasions. He is no malevolent fiend. His dramatic intervention today must stem from some grievance, or perhaps a grave misunderstanding. Hearing this, Xiao Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked toward Du Jun. Brother Du, you are certain? Not 10-fold certainty, but 7 or 8 is assured. Du Jun nodded confidently. Let me ask him directly. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward. Facing the hovering projection, he spoke aloud, clear and resonant. Young Master Zhang, this commotion you've stirred, is your aim to dismantle the Ministry of Punishment's celestial prison, or to overturn the imperial clan court itself? Look how you frightened old man Xiao. Sweat is already beading on his brow. Speak plainly, young sir. There is no need for such grand theatrics. Inside the celestial prison, Prince Jing and Princess Fenghua exchanged startled glances, further convinced that Zhang Yu and Du Jun shared an uncommon bond, given the ease and familiarity of his address. Their conviction deepened. The tone of his words was far too casual, far too intimate. Brother Du is joking. Zhang Yu's voice was calm, carrying a hint of casualness. I, Zhang Yu, am not a bloodthirsty person, nor do I intend to be at odds with the entire royal family of Wei. I sit here in my prison cultivating my Tao and do not wish to stir up trouble. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Xiao Yun kneeling on the ground, his tone turning cold. As for why I need to manipulate this great formation, it is merely because some people relying on their status are being overly arrogant, attempting to break my limbs and hand me over to Brother Du for venting. I had no choice but to borrow the power of this great formation to protect myself. Hand me over for venting? Du Jun raised an eyebrow, not expecting it to involve himself. Thus he asked, young friend, what do you mean? Zhang Yu did not answer directly but shifted his gaze to the anxious and uneasy Xiao Sheng, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As for the specifics, Brother Du and the members of the royal family might as well ask. The heir of Jing Wang, Xiao Sheng. He has seen everything clearly from beginning to end. Xiao Sheng. As soon as Zhang Yu's words fell, everyone's gaze converged like a spotlight, instantly focusing on the heir of Jing Wang, Xiao Sheng. Swish! Xiao Sheng felt countless gazes piercing through him like tangible swords, causing him to stiffen, his scalp tingling and cold sweat suddenly pouring down. I. Xiao Sheng opened his mouth, his tongue seemingly tied in knots, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Previously, in order to please Zhang Yu and for self-preservation, he had helped conceal many matters for him, even cooperating in a play portraying Du Jun's visit as a collusion. Now to reveal the truth in front of so many royal dignitaries, especially in front of the ancestors and the emperor, he feared he would be skinned alive. Xiao Sheng. Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng's face darkened as he sternly shouted, what on earth is going on? Speak. In the main hall of the Zhongrenfu, Xiao Xian's voice also came through the light curtain, carrying undeniable authority. Xiao Sheng was frightened into a shiver by these two shouts, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was the heir of Rui Wang, Xiao Yun. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Sheng decided to distance himself, first shifting all the blame onto Xiao Yun. It was him. He was the one who started it. He pointed at the kneeling Xiao Yun and spilled the story like beans from a bamboo tube. Although Xiao Sheng was scared, his speech was still fairly eloquent, outlining the events while emphasizing Xiao Yun's arrogance and Zhang Yu's forced self-defense. What? Upon hearing this, Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng's expression turned even uglier, his gaze towards Xiao Yun filled with anger and disdain. This fool being arrogant normally was one thing, but to dare provoke a calamity like Zhang Yu, dragging the entire royal family into such a passive and awkward situation. In the main hall of the Zhongrenfu, everyone was in an uproar after hearing Xiao Sheng's account. So it was Xiao Yun who caused the trouble. This bastard, good at ruining things but incapable of accomplishing anything. Everyone's gazes instantly shifted from Zhang Yu to the kneeling Xiao Yun. The anger and hostility originally directed at Zhang Yu had now transformed into a significant portion of ire and reprimand towards Xiao Yun. Even Xiao Yun's birth father, Rui Wang, could hardly contain his desire to personally eliminate the source of trouble. Although Zhang Yu making the royal grandson kneel was a slap in the face, the cause was Xiao Yun's provocation and actions. This would count as self-defense anywhere. Even if the royal family wanted to pursue it, their argument would not hold water. Moreover, was it worth it to clash with an unfathomable powerhouse who controlled the great formation of the prison just for a worthless scion like Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun, although pressed to the ground by the formation's power and unable to move, could still hear. He heard Xiao Sheng's accusations, the discussions around him, and especially felt the anger from those royal elders who should have stood on his side. His heart sank to the lowest point, a wave of unprecedented fear and chill sweeping over him. He originally thought that after being humiliated, the royal family would spare no effort to avenge him. But now he was horrified to discover that the development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations. Zhang Yu's strength and mystery had instilled fear and trepidation in the royal family, and he, Xiao Yun, the victim, had surprisingly become the culprit who stirred up trouble and brought disaster to the royal family. Especially when he caught a glimpse of the light curtain showing Du Jun, who even the emperor had to treat with deference, treating Zhang Yu as a brother. Xiao Yun's heart completely sank. He realized that he might have kicked a steel plate, a plate that even the entire royal family did not dare to provoke lightly. As Zhang Yu watched everyone shift their focus to Xiao Yun and noticed the subtle change in the royal family's attitude, he said expressionlessly, I have no intention of involving others in this matter. Xiao Yun has been arrogant and overbearing, so I punish him to kneel in front of my prison door for 3 days. Hearing that Zhang Yu only punished Xiao Yun to kneel for 3 days and did not propose any more excessive demands, Rui Wang and the prostrate Xiao Yun both involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Although kneeling is humiliating, it is better than death. However, the royal ancestor Xiao Xian's brow did not completely relax. Young friend, could you release control of the great formation? Xiao Xian asked through the light curtain in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation rather than an order. 10 days. Zhang Yu extended his index finger, his tone flat yet undeniable. After 10 days, I will return full control of the Great Formation. Even without relying on the formation after 10 days, he would not fear the masters. Furthermore, even if he returned it, he could borrow it at any time, right? Good. Xiao Xian readily agreed. There was no other choice. Seeing that the ancestor had agreed, Emperor Xiao Zhengshan also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly spoke, trying to show goodwill and salvage some relationships well. Zhang Yu, I know you were wrongfully imprisoned and have suffered grievances. I will issue a decree now to pardon your crimes and release you from prison immediately. In his view, this was a tremendous grace and Zhang Yu should be grateful. However, Zhang Yu's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Please don't. Zhang Yu shook his head vigorously. I quite like the atmosphere of this prison and will reside here frequently to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. What? Everyone was stunned, thinking they had misheard. Liking the atmosphere of the prison. What? What kind of strange quirk is this? Moreover, Zhang Yu changed his tone, saying, remember, do not unilaterally reduce my sentence and do not attempt to get me out. Otherwise, after 10 days, whether the control of the Great Formation is returned is another matter. Everyone, is there someone who doesn't want to leave the prison and insists on staying incarcerated? This was simply unheard of. While they found it absurd, the royal family only wished to quell the incident as quickly as possible and dared not oppose Zhang Yu's wishes. Well, since the young friend likes it, then the prison shall temporarily serve as the young friend's retreat. Xiao Zhengshan's lips twitched slightly, forcing a smile. I will issue a decree that no one is to disturb the young friend's retreat and provisions will be supplied according to the standards of a prince. No need, the standard of ordinary prisoners will suffice. I do not like extravagance. Zhang Yu waved his hand and closed his eyes again. The royal family exchanged glances, ultimately having to accept this outcome with resignation. A crisis that could shake the foundation of the nation came to a temporary close in such an unusual manner. Zhang Yu continues to serve his sentence. Xiao Yun punished to kneel for 3 days, and the Great Formation temporarily borrowed for 10 days. Jing Wang, Xiao Jingfeng, and Xiao Fenghua received their orders, and with their personal guards withdrew like a tide. Before leaving, Xiao Fenghua cast a deep glance at Zhang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his expression extremely complex. Today's affair is to be classified as the highest secret of the royal family. Xiao Fenghua coldly ordered his confidant beside him, his gaze sweeping over the silent jailers and prisoners around. If there is even a hint of disclosure, the 9 clans will be executed. Yes. Everyone's hearts tightened as they hurriedly complied. Just as Jing Wang and Xiao Fenghua led their troops away from the prison and had just walked out the main gate, Zhang Heng, Qin Shuahua, and their group arrived at the prison. Inside the prison, Zhang Heng hurriedly entered with Qin Shuahua, Zhang Weining, and Zhang Qingyue. They had just witnessed the retreat of the forces of Prince Jing. Outside, their hearts filled with uncertainty, but they could not gather any information. The royal family had issued a gag order. Anyone who dared to speak would be seeking trouble with the 9 clans. Since they couldn't find out anything, Zhang Heng and the others didn't want to waste any effort, as it had nothing to do with them anyway. They walked into Zhang Ye's cell, and at first glance saw the kneeling and immobile air of the Rui Wang Xiao Yun. This is... Zhang Heng was taken aback. Zhang Qingyu's eyes flickered as she calmly analyzed. Could it be that Zhang Yu is up to some new trick with the heir of Prince Jing? Last time he staged a scene with Chairman Du's personal visit. This time, he actually found someone who looks quite like the heir of Rui Wang Xiao Yun to act. She completely did not consider that this was the real person, only thinking that Zhang Yu had hired an actor to attract attention. Zhang Weining immediately became interested upon hearing this. She stepped forward, unceremoniously grabbing Xiao Yun's head and forcing him to look up. Xiao Yun was immobilized by the power of the formation, forced to comply, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage, yet he dared not speak out. He feared Zhang Yu, so he did not dare to offend Zhang Ye's family and could only endure silently. Little did he know he had misinterpreted the situation. Zhang Yu would have loved for the Zhang family to suffer misfortune. Oh! Zhang Weining recognized Xiao Yun's face, first stunned, then burst into laughter. Her tone was filled with mockery and ridicule. Zhang Yu, you are truly amusing. But I must say the actor you found does look quite similar. This expression, this humiliating little gaze acted out really well. How much did you spend on this? She entirely regarded Xiao Yun as an actor hired by Zhang Yu, her words dripping with insult. Qin Shuahua also stepped forward, frowning, as she glanced at the kneeling Xiao Yun, her face showing disgust and displeasure. She scolded Zhang Yu inside the cell. Zhang Yu, what kind of nonsense are you up to this time? Last time it was a fake Chairman Du, and this time it's a fake heir kneeling here. Do you think we at the Ho residence still have any face left? Do you want to summon everyone in the capital to come and watch the joke? In their eyes, Zhang Yu was just a clown trying to attract attention, throwing a tantrum, and even attempting to extort the whole residence. He invited someone to act completely fitting his usual persona of incompetent rage and malicious intent. Inside the cell, Xiao Sheng almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. He looked at this group of oblivious Zhang family members and felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. A fake heir, acting, these people have such wild imaginations. Presumptuous. Xiao Sheng couldn't help but scold, pointing at Zhang Weining and Qin Shuhua. You ignorant women dare to disrespect the heir of Rui Wang. Are you trying to oppose the royal family? He knew Zhang Yu had a terrible relationship with his family, so he showed no mercy in his rebuke. Enough, your highness, the heir. Qin Shuhua directly interrupted him, adopting a demeanor of an elder scolding a junior. I know you have a good relationship with Zhang Yu, but that doesn't mean you can let him act recklessly. Having a fake heir kneeling here, what kind of decorum is that? If the real heir of Rui Wang finds out, do we at the Ho residence still want to live? Hurry and make him get up, stop the act. She completely did not believe that the Xiao Yun before her was real, only thinking that Xiao Sheng was cooperating with Zhang Yu to perform. Xiao Sheng was nearly choked into silence by Qin Zuewa's words, pointing at her with trembling fingers. You people, simply unreasonable and foolish. He was so angry that he didn't want to speak. This group of people was beyond saving. They had no idea who they were truly facing. Zhang Weining, however, ignored Xiao Sheng's fury, turning her head to Zhang Yu in the cell, sternly rebuking. Zhang Yu, do you have time to mess around with these ridiculous tricks here? Do you know how much trouble that Chen Dongpeng you hired has caused for Dingsheng Workshop? The fire formation at Dingsheng Workshop is now completely out of control, the alchemy furnaces exploding one after another, resulting in heavy losses. There are also a large number of orders that cannot be delivered. Do you know how much we have to compensate? All of this is the mess you left behind, and you must bear full responsibility. Zhang Heng immediately stepped forward, looking pained and righteous as he echoed, Eldest brother, I know you are angry, but you cannot harm the Ho residence like this. Dingsheng Workshop is the pillar industry of the Ho residence. Now, due to the person you hired, it is nearly paralyzed. How are we supposed to live in the future? You must find a way to resolve this, otherwise I will never forgive you. Qin Shuhua also chimed in coldly, Zhang Yu, in the past your mischief could be overlooked, but now that you have caused such a huge mess, you must give the Ho residence an explanation. Otherwise, even if you die in this prison, I will not forgive you. The three of them sang in unison, unreasonably pushing all the responsibility and losses of Dingsheng Workshop onto Zhang Yu. As if Zhang Yu were the real culprit and they were the innocent victims. Inside the cell, Zhang Ye's gaze swept calmly over this group of shameless family members, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh! He softly uttered a single word, his voice not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout the entire prison area, carrying a chilling indifference. The formation of Dingsheng Workshop was modified by me through Chen Dongping, but it was you, Zhang Heng, who dismissed him, not me, Zhang Yu. It is your own foolishness and incompetence, failing to recognize the true expert of formations who you mistook for a servant and drove away. Who can you blame for that? It is you, Zhang Heng, who is eager for quick success, obstinate and self-righteous, who destroyed the foundation of Dingsheng Workshop for the sake of so-called establishing authority. Now that problems have arisen, instead of figuring out how to solve them, you come running to push the blame onto me. Truly, absurdly laughable. Zhang Ye's gaze was like a knife piercing directly at Zhang Heng, his tone filled with unabashed disdain and mockery. Zhang Yu paused, his eyes sweeping over Qin Shuhua, Zhang Weining, and Zhang Qingyue, finally returning to Zhang Heng, his tone flat yet piercingly truthful. I have said before, without me the Ho residence is nothing. This is merely the beginning. You all think that by driving me away and getting rid of Chen Dongping you will be able to seize power and enjoy wealth and glory. Dream on. Just wait, the collapse of Dingsheng Workshop is merely the first step. Next there will be more surprises awaiting you. I want to see how long you useless fools who can do nothing but scheme against each other and shift blame can last. Zhang Ye's words were like cold daggers stabbing into the hearts of the Zhang family members, stripping away their hypocritical masks and shameless excuses. Zhang Heng's face turned ashen, trembling all over, pointing at Zhang Yu, but unable to utter a single word. Qin Zuewa's face turned pale with anger, her lips quivering. You ungrateful child, how dare you curse the Ho residence like this? I regret ever giving birth to you, this white-eyed wolf. Zhang Weining shouted sharply. Zhang Yu, you are being outrageous. You are useless yourself, yet you curse us here. Who do you think you are? Without you the Ho residence would only be better off. Oh, Zhang Heng is 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than you. Only Zhang Qingyu's face turned pale, her lips moved, but she ultimately did not speak. She vaguely felt that Zhang Ye's words might not be entirely in anger. The issues at Dingsheng Workshop were indeed strange and serious, it seemed, truly not coincidental. Meanwhile, kneeling on the ground, Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng in the cell, watched this scene unfold feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity and sadness. Xiao Sheng shook his head, muttering to himself, "Insane. This group of people is truly insane. They have no idea who they have offended. They have no idea that the person they scorn and insult possesses terrifying power and influence." Xiao Yun also lay on the ground filled with complex emotions. He hated Zhang Yu for causing him humiliation, yet he was shocked by the stupidity and shamelessness of the Zhang family. They actually treated such a world-shaking powerhouse whom even the royal family feared, and whom even their ancestors could do nothing about, as a worthless person to insult and blame. This is simply seeking one's own death. He even felt a bit of sympathy for Zhang Yu, who possessed such extraordinary abilities yet was treated this way by such a group of family members. Enough! At that moment, the previously silent Zhang Qingyue finally spoke. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue and hoarseness. "Stop the noise. The most important thing now is to solve the problem. Eldest brother. Zhang Yu, no matter what, do you have a way to resolve the issues at Dingsheng workshop?" She looked at Zhang Yu with a gaze filled with complexity and a hint of weak, unrecognized hope. Zhang Yu glanced at her. This third sister was the only one in the Zhang family who still had some sense. However, he was already thoroughly disappointed in the Ho residence and would not extend a helping hand. "Away!" Zhang Yu chuckled lightly, his tone as cold as ice. "Yes, but why should I help you? Watching you step deeper into the abyss, watching you pay the price for your choices, isn't that very interesting?" After saying this, Zhang Yu no longer paid attention to the pale-faced Zhang family members, closing his eyes again, as if they were just a group of annoying flies unworthy of a second glance. The Zhang family members stood frozen in place, their faces alternating between green and white anger, resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of indescribable fear spreading in their hearts. They finally realized that Zhang Yu seemed to really no longer be the waste they could manipulate at will. "Enough, enough, no more teasing. I admit you are vital to the Marquisate. We shall henceforth pay you far greater attention." She believed that a mere show of humility, 2 soothing words, would suffice to rein in Zhang Yu, restoring him to his former obedient self, ever ready to resolve the Marquisate's troubles. Ah, how utterly laughable! Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yu did not rage, but laughed, a hollow, biting laugh laced with bitter sorrow. Even now Zhang Wanning clung to such childlike delusions. Did she truly imagine that a few flimsy phrases, "I admit it, I'll pay attention," could erase years of grievous harm and compel him to kneel in gratitude? "What are you laughing at?" Qin Shuahua flared up, instantly incensed that Zhang Yu showed no appreciation. "Wanning has already acknowledged your importance to the Marquis. You've been granted a graceful way out, yet you still sulk like a spoiled child." She pointed imperiously into the cell and commanded, "I order you. Summon Shen Dongpeng at once and restore the formation array at Dingsheng workshop. Should any delay jeopardize the Marquisate's commerce or incur losses, you need not expect us to set foot here again." Her habit of commanding Zhang Yu as though he were chattel ran bone deep. She could not shed the hauteur of the matriarch, not even for 2 breaths, before reverting to condescension as if he remained the scorned, battered, useless eldest son of old. "Are you deaf, or simply incapable of comprehending human speech?" Zhang Yu's smile vanished in an instant. "I said, I will not help you. I shall only watch as you march straight into the abyss. Must I repeat myself a 3rd time? How insatiable you are." Zhang Wanning shivered inwardly beneath Zhang Yu's glacial gaze, but decades of ingrained superiority and contempt for him compelled her to reassert dominance at once. She complained bitterly, "Mother and I have spoken kindly to you. We've affirmed your worth. What more do you demand? Must we kneel before you?" "Kneel before me?" Zhang Yu scoffed, his voice heavy with boundless sorrow and seething hatred. "Do you think 2 words can dissolve blood-deep enmity? Zhang Wanning, you underestimate this far too gravely. This grudge, it cannot be so easily undone." These words spoke both for the original body he'd inherited and for himself. The original body had perished by Zhang Heng's hand. Every member of the Zhang family had been complicit. Since his transmigration, he had endured relentless torment from them. Were it not for his system, a celestial advantage, he would have been destroyed countless times by these hopelessly biased kin. In the dead of winter, you forced me to dive into the frozen lake to retrieve Zhang Heng's jade pendant. I nearly froze to death, yet not one of you asked whether I was cold or warm. When Zhang Heng feigned illness, you made me taste the toxic medicinal ingredient first. My abdomen twisted in agony. I writhed on the bed for 3 days and nights, yet none of you summoned a physician for me. When Zhang Heng clashed with others, you thrust me forward without hesitation to take the blame, leaving me to rot in this celestial prison. Did a single pang of remorse ever stir within you? Zhang Yu spoke each word with deliberate clarity, recounting, without omission, every injustice borne by the original body and every wound inflicted upon him over these past 3 years. Each syllable cut like a blade laying bare the Zhang family's hypocrisy, selfishness, and chilling cruelty. Every one of these incidents sought my life. How dare you demand my forgiveness? How dare you presume that 2 empty pleasantries entitle you to my lifelong servitude? His voice was low, yet every word bled anguish and fury echoing through the suffocating silence of the prison block. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning stood mute, their faces shifting between ashen pallor and livid crimson. They remembered all these things, of course. Yet in their hearts such acts were merely necessary sacrifices for the greater good or duties befitting Zhang Yu as the eldest son. They had never truly weighed them, let alone felt remorse. Zhang Yu, you're far too petty. Qin Shuahua, stung to the core, voiced no regret, only sharp rebuke. These matters lie in the past. As a man, a true gentleman, why cling to old grievances? Why quibble over trifles? Past. Zhang Yu laughed, a brittle icy sound, as frost gleamed in his eyes. I survived by sheer luck, otherwise I'd have died many times over. To you they were trivialities. To me they were matters of life and death. And you call me petty? Call me petty for counting every betrayal. But you didn't die, did you? Zhang Wanning shrieked, her tone shockingly matter-of-fact. If you're alive, then nothing happened. Now dredging up ancient slights, playing the victim. Is it truly amusing? A fine you didn't die indeed. Zhang Yu gazed upon Zhang Wanning's smug, utterly inhuman visage. The final illusion of family shattered within him, replaced by absolute frigidity and irrevocable resolve. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Zhang Yu turned away, his expression unyielding, refusing even to glance at them again. Zhang Yu, don't mistake tolerance for weakness. Seeing him unmoved, Qin Shuahua abandoned all pretense and roared, the market thrives without you. Do you truly believe your modest talents make you exceptional? Let me tell you, this realm teems with extraordinary cultivators. We shall see how long your defiance lasts within these celestial walls. Precisely. Zhang Wanning chimed in, her face twisted with venom and disdain. Who do you think you are? Have you truly begun to fancy yourself someone of consequence? The Marquisate will flourish without you. Rot here forever. You'll never step beyond these bars again. Their argument revealed no trace of remorse, only furious indignation at Zhang Yu's ungrateful defiance, his audacious resistance to their benevolent concession. Accustomed to dominion, they could not abide his sudden rebellion, nor tolerate the humiliation of their own humble entreaty being spurned. To them his conduct was mere tantrum-throwing, capricious posturing, an attempt to extort the Marquisate. They remained certain the Marquisate would stand firm, even thrive, without Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu, severed from its patronage, would waste away in this prison until death claimed him. Very well. Zhang Yu regarded them calmly, a cold wry curve lifting the corner of his lips. I shall wait and see. Let me observe how long the Yong'an Marquisate endures. Bereft of Zhang Yu, I hope when destitution closes in and despair leaves you no path forward, you retain today's bravado. Having spoken, he dismissed their shouts and curses entirely. His consciousness sank deep within, feeling the torrential, ever-swelling power surging through his meridians. He was in no hurry. He would watch this coterie of selfish, ruthless, shameless kin descend step by inexorable step into the very abyss they themselves had excavated, guided by their arrogant conviction that the Marquisate turns just as well without you. And this was only the beginning. Let us go. Qin Shuahua recoiled inwardly under Zhang Yu's calm, oppressive gaze, her bravado hollow. With a curt wave she led Zhang Wanning, Zhang Qingyue, and the rest, flustered, humiliated, out of the celestial prison. They did not know what they had just forfeited. Nearby Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun, who had witnessed everything, stood dumbstruck, horrified by the Zhang family's brazen arrogance and staggering folly. Madness, utter madness, Xiao Shang murmured, watching their retreating figures, his eyes filled with pity and grim satisfaction. They have no idea whom they've just cast aside. A true celestial sovereign. Xiao Yun lay prostrate, heart brimming with complex, exhilarating triumph. He hated Zhang Yu for humiliating him. Yet seeing how the Zhangs treated him now, an unexpected surge of pity, and something darker, sharper, rose within him, to provoke a figure so formidable, so calculating, and so utterly devoid of warmth. Yong'an Marquisate is finished. Inside the prison, Xiao Yun gazed in confusion at Xiao Shang, then glanced at Zhang Hong and the others who were leaving. The meaning was clear. Was this family out of their minds? Xiao Shang perfectly understood Xiao Yun's meaning, shrugging helplessly. He shared the same opinion as Xiao Yun. The Zhang family was indeed foolish. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the royal ancestral hall, Through the floating light screen, Emperor Xiao Zhengshan ancestor Xiao Xian Dujun and several core members of the royal family witnessed the jaw-dropping performance of the Zhang family in the prison. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Even these seasoned royal figures who had seen many storms and understood the malice of human hearts were deeply shocked by the Zhang family's shamelessness and stupidity. After a long while, ancestor Xiao Xian raised his hand, drawing a circle on his head with his finger, and asked the same question as Xiao Yun: is this family not using their brains? Having lived nearly 150 years, he had seen all kinds of people. Yet he had never seen anyone like the Zhang family, who would push an extraordinary being out and even want to kick him while he was down. This could no longer be explained as bias. It was simply as if their heads were kicked by a donkey, and not just once. Du Jun stood to the side, smiling wryly at the words, shaking his head. I have had some acquaintance with young friend Zhang, and have heard a bit about his family matters. Whenever inquired, young friend Zhang would always smile without speaking, his expression calm. The reasons behind this truly perplexed people. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to speak much about the Zhang family's affairs. Emperor Xiao Zhengshan also wore a complex expression and slowly said, I have indeed heard about the favoritism shown by the Marquis of Yangon towards his younger son, but I never expected it would reach such a shocking extent. Your Majesty, ancestor. At this moment, an official from the Royal Ancestral Hall responsible for intelligence bowed and said, regarding the Marquis of Yong'an, I recall an old matter which might be somewhat related. Speak, let us hear it. Xiao Zhengshan's gaze flickered. The official organized his thoughts and quietly said, this matter may relate to the third prince of Dongxing Shang Yuntang from over 20 years ago. The third prince of Dongxing Shang Yuntang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhengshan recalled the remarkably handsome young man and frowned, asking, are you referring to that third prince from Dongxing, who caused quite a stir during his visit to my Wei country? Precisely. The official nodded and said, back then, the only daughter of Duke Qin Shuahua had a rather close relationship with Shang Yuntang, which was well known in the capital. Later, after Shang Yuntang's travels ended, and he returned to Dongxing, this matter gradually quieted down. Subsequently, Qin Shuahua married the heir of the Marquis of Yangon at that time, who is now Marquis Zhang Jiling. Prince Rui interjected, his tone somewhat gossipy. Indeed, I remember this matter as well. It is just said that Qin Shuahua was deeply infatuated with Shang Yuntang, and there are even rumors that when she married into the Zhang family, she was no longer a virgin. What you mean is... Xiao Zhengshan's gaze sharpened as he looked at Prince Rui. Prince Rui cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, I merely speculate. Could it be that Zhang Yu is not actually the biological child of Zhang Jiling, but rather Shang Yuntang's? This is absurd. Xiao Zhengshan's third son, Prince Qi, couldn't help but refute. Even if Zhang Yu is not Zhang Jiling's biological son, Qin Shuahua is still his mother, right? A tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Even if she resents Shang Yuntang for abandoning her, she wouldn't treat her own flesh and blood this way, would she? Hatred extends to the house, you know. Prince Rui smirked. Perhaps Qin Shuahua transferred all her resentment towards Shang Yuntang onto this child with his bloodline. Besides, as you all have seen, she dotes on Zhang Hang to the core but treats Zhang Yu. The difference is too obvious. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Although Prince Rui's speculation was dramatic, upon careful consideration it seemed quite plausible. If it weren't so, it is indeed difficult to explain why Qin Shuahua would be so cold and ruthless towards her biological son, even repeatedly attempting to take his life. However, this is just our speculation without any substantial evidence. Xiao Zhengshan waved his hand, choosing not to delve further. Moreover, so many years have passed, the truth of the matter, I'm afraid, only Qin Shuahua knows. You all say. Prince Rui's gaze flickered as he looked at Zhang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged with closed eyes in the light screen. Does Zhang Yu himself have any speculations in this regard? Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Yu in the light screen. Du Jun pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. This is hard to say. Regardless of whether he knows or not, Xiao Xian slowly spoke, his voice low. From now on, his complete break with the Zhang family is a foregone conclusion, which for our royal family may not be a bad thing. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a stir in their hearts. What ancestor said is correct. Xiao Zhengshan's gaze flickered, already formulating a plan. If Zhang Yu breaks away from the Zhang family, he would be free. Although he is reluctant to leave prison, as long as we treat him with respect and do not oppose him, perhaps he can be of use to our royal family. At the very least, he cannot become our enemy. This is how it should be. Xiao Xian nodded. Order that from today forth no one is to provoke Zhang Yu again. His needs in the prison should be met as much as possible. As for the Zhang family, he glanced at the direction the Zhang family had left in the light screen, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Since they are digging their own graves, let them be. At this moment, Prince Jing, Xiao Jingfeng and Princess Fenghua, Xiao Fenghua strode into the hall, kneeling on one knee to report. Rise. Xiao Xian's voice rang out. He then fixed his gaze on Xiao Fenghua, scrutinizing her for a while. Xiao Fenghua felt uncomfortable under his gaze, confused yet afraid to ask. The others in the hall were equally bewildered, unsure of what Ancestor was plotting. Ancestor, what are you planning? Xiao Fenghua finally couldn't hold back and asked softly. Xiao Xian withdrew his gaze and praised tall and well-proportioned with stunning beauty and an air of cold nobility. You are a top-tier beauty. He paused, his tone flat yet commanding. Fenghua, find a way to get close to Zhang Yu, and if there is a suitable opportunity, then seduce him. Boom! Once these words were spoken, the air in the entire hall seemed to solidify. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Seduce Zhang Yu? Ancestor actually asked the most proud and dazzling lady of the royal family to employ a beauty trap. Xiao Fenghua herself was instantly frozen in place, her mind blank. The blood drained from her beautiful face, and then an overwhelming tide of disbelief and indignation rushed over her, turning her ears red. She even doubted whether she had misheard or if Ancestor was joking. But Xiao Xian's expression was serious, his gaze profound, showing no hint of jest. Ancestor, what? What did you say? Xiao Fenghua asked, somewhat surprised. What? Didn't you hear clearly? Xiao Xian frowned slightly, his tone becoming more serious. This Zhang Yu is a child of boundless potential with extraordinary means. If we can bring him closer and bind him to our royal family, it would benefit the Xiao family's empire in countless ways. Your beauty, intelligence, and status make you the best candidate for this task. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng nodded secretly upon hearing this. Analyzing from a father's perspective, Zhang Yu was indeed an excellent choice for a son-in-law. Xiao Fenghua did not hold back her demeanor as a young lady, stating plainly, Fenghua accepts the task. She had no particular feelings for Zhang Yu, but did not find him unpleasant. Moreover, with the royal family's interests at stake, since Xiao Xian chose her, she could not refuse the order. Just as everyone thought this matter was settled, a voice enchanting and lazy suddenly echoed from the corner of the great hall. Ancestor, let me handle this matter. Although Sister Fenghua is talented and beautiful, her aloof personality and lack of charm may not be the best choice. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, revealing a woman in a peach-colored palace dress gracefully walking out from the corner. Her figure was enchanting, and as she moved, her skirt swayed gracefully, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with a watery luster, and every glance and smile carried an innate charm that could captivate a man's soul. She was none other than the favorite daughter of Prince Qi, known as the charming Princess Xiao Meier. Xiao Meier walked to the center of the hall and performed a graceful bow to Xiao Xian and Xiao Zhengshan, her demeanor elegant yet filled with flirtation. Meier greets the ancestor, greets the royal uncle, and greets all the uncles. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if laden with countless hooks that scratched at one's heart. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over the pale-faced and cold-spirited Xiao Fenghua, a smug and provocative smile curling at the corners of her lips, as she sweetly said, Sister Fenghua's cold temperament makes her averse to being close to men. Sending her to approach Zhang Yu may backfire. It may provoke Zhang Yu's displeasure, making him think our royal family has dispatched an ice beauty to annoy him. And as for Meier, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling, and with a flirtatious gaze she said, Meier knows best how to win a man's heart. Although Zhang Yu is formidable, he is ultimately a young man full of vigor. As long as he is a man, there is no one who does not like gentle and considerate women. Ancestor, do you think this makes sense? Her words were impeccably crafted, belittling Xiao Fenghua as unromantic and potentially causing trouble, while elevating herself as understanding and more likely to succeed, framing a blatant competition of seduction in a grandiose manner. Within the great hall, many princes and dukes gazed at Xiao Meier's charming demeanor, unable to suppress their admiration. Indeed, Xiao Meier was a natural beauty. In terms of allure and control over men, the cold and noble Princess Fenghua was likely no match for her. Seeing someone trying to seize the son-in-law, he had his eyes on Prince Rue, said discontentedly, Niece, the ancestor's orders are reasonable, do not create chaos. Xiao Fenghua was enraged by Xiao Meier's provocation, and replied coldly, Isn't it just about seducing a man? How difficult can that be? There's no need for you to worry, sister. Xiao Xian's gaze shifted between Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding him. What Meier said does have a point. Zhang Yu is a man of deep thoughts. He cannot be treated with common methods. Fenghua's cold demeanor may evoke his desire for conquest. Meier's charm may allow him to lower his guard. Since you both share this intention, a flash of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he made a decision. Then let's go together. Fenghua, you will go to the dungeon in the name of the royal family to visit Zhang Yu, discussing martial arts and formations to attract him with your talent and grace. Meier, you will act freely, using your methods to approach him and test his weaknesses. Remember, your sole task is to do whatever it takes to seduce him. Whoever succeeds will be the great contributor to our royal family, and I shall appoint your father as the crown prince. Crown prince? These two words thundered through the hall like a bolt from the blue. Prince Jing and Prince Qi instantly trembled all over, abruptly raising their heads, their eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. The crown prince, the future heir to the throne, was the ultimate goal that these princes had dreamed of and fought for throughout their lives. The struggle for the throne among the 9 dragons was fierce. Now the ancestor had thrown out the monumental bait of establishing a crown prince because of one Zhang Yu. This was no longer just a competition between 2 princesses. It had directly escalated to the fate of the Jing and Qi royal houses, whose daughter could win over Zhang Yu, whose father would become the crown prince, and who would reign over the world in the future. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng gasped, sharply glancing at his resolute daughter, Xiao Fenghua beside him. An overwhelming tide of emotions surged within him. Prince Qi Xiao Jinglong was so excited he nearly jumped up. He had always favored Xiao Meyer, considering her his lucky star, and now he had placed all his hopes on her. He looked at Xiao Meyer, his eyes filled with encouragement. Father Ancestor, I also have a daughter. A sharp cry broke the brief silence. It was Prince Rue Xiao Jingrue. Other princes and dukes with daughters of suitable age quickly reacted, kneeling and pleading in haste. Father, my daughter. Ancestor, I have a daughter. In an instant, the hall was thrown into chaos. The royal relatives, usually lofty and dignified, were now fighting red-faced and embarrassed over a chance to seduce Zhang Yu. Xiao Xian watched the scene, his brow furrowing slightly before he coldly snorted enough. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall, rendering everyone silent. This matter is not trivial. Zhang Yu is proud and arrogant. If too many superficial women are sent, it may instead annoy him. Fenghua and Meyer, one is literary and the other martial, one cold and the other warm, is already the best combination. No need to discuss others. Hearing this, Prince Rue and others immediately looked despondent and slumped to the ground, their faces filled with despair. Meanwhile, Prince Jing and Prince Qi exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unabashed hostility and competitive sparks. This grand drama of the 9 dragons vying for the throne had unexpectedly entered a heated phase, driven by a prisoner in the dungeon, in a way no one had anticipated. Fenghua Meyer accepts the order. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer bowed, once more their voices more resolute than ever. This time they were not only fighting for the interests of the royal family, but also for their father's imperial ambitions and their own future glory. Go! Xiao Xian waved his hand, tiredly closing his eyes, yet his mind was already plotting. Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, no matter how extraordinary your means, you are ultimately just a young man full of vigor. This gentle abode is after all a hero's grave. I shall see how you can escape the meticulously woven web of our royal family. At this moment, far away in the dungeon, Zhang Yu remained unaware of all this. Suddenly he frowned slightly, as if sensing a hint of inexplicable chill. Achoo! He sneezed, opening his eyes in confusion and looking around. Strange. Why does it suddenly feel a bit chilly in this dungeon? On the 4th day of Zhang Ye's imprisonment in the city of Lianfeng northern frontier, the Eternal Peace Marquis Zhang Jiling has been stationed here with his troops to fend off the invasions from the northern Zhao kingdom. The entire Zhang clan resides here, including the old Marquis Zhang Yuanfeng and some of the 10 elders of the Zhang family. This place is indeed the foundation of the Eternal Peace Marquis residence and the Zhang clan, while Qin Shuahua and others seem more like hostages left in the capital. Over the years, the imperial family has been wary of the Eternal Peace Marquis residence, which holds significant military power, and the Zhang clan has indeed engaged in the behavior of nurturing their own troops. Thus, the imperial family has intentionally reduced military funds and suppressed them, leading to a shortage of resources in Lianfeng City, which barely sustains itself thanks to the continuous supply of materials transported daily by Zhang Yu. Zhang Jiling sat firmly in the main seat, while the supply officer knelt trembling on the ground. Why haven't the supplies and provisions for this month arrived yet? What is Zhang Yu doing? Zhang Jiling's voice thundered with unmasked anger and a sense of natural reproach. Beside him, his brother Zhang Jiuming wore a dissatisfied expression and coldly scoffed. Elder brother, I think Zhang Yu is becoming increasingly outrageous. He even dares to delay the supplies for the Northern Frontier Army, a truly audacious. If he isn't of the Zhang family, then he is unreliable. Zhang Jiling's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Zhang Jiuming also felt he had misspoken and quickly added, Elder brother, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Zhang Jiling lifted his teacup and slammed it heavily on the table, splashing tea everywhere. That bastard. I've long said that his mind is not pure and he's too submissive to achieve anything great. If it weren't for the fact that he has managed the affairs of the Marquis residence diligently over the years and still sends money on time every month, I would have. He didn't continue, but the disdain and impatience in his eyes were evident. In his heart, Zhang Yu was always seen as a character who could not stand on the stage. A martial arts failure with a cowardly personality, only knowing how to please Qin Shuahua and his family. Before his father, he remained timid and lacked the demeanor of a noble scion. If it weren't for Zhang Yu's unknown means over the years to secure funds for the northern frontier supplies, he would have completely marginalized this waste. My lord second master, it's not like that. The supply officer trembled as he defended himself. It's from the capital. It seems something big has happened. The eldest young master. What could possibly happen to him? Zhang Jiuming interrupted impatiently. It's nothing but being bewitched by that Zhang Luohan again, or being bullied by Qin Shuahua, and Zhang Heng too afraid to speak up. If he can't even handle such small matters, he truly is useless. His prejudice against Zhang Yu was deeply rooted. Any issue would first lead him to think of Zhang Yu's incompetence and cowardice. Zhang Jiling nodded in agreement, his tone filled with disappointment and disdain. Yes, that's all he can amount to. For a woman to please his mother and brother, he can even delay important matters. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling that Zhang Yu had let down his expectations. His so-called expectations merely entailed hoping that Zhang Yu could act as a cash cow, continuously providing for the northern frontier without any complaints or mistakes. At this moment, the supply officer hesitantly spoke up from the capital. News has come that the eldest young master has been sentenced to the criminal department's prison for 50 years. So the supplies are completely cut off. What? Zhang Jiling stood up abruptly, somewhat surprised. This waste bringing more trouble than good. He cursed loudly, his voice shaking the dust from the tent's ceiling. His concern was not why Zhang Yu was imprisoned, nor what he would suffer in prison, but rather, the supplies were cut off. He actually managed to get himself thrown into prison. Does he even know what he's doing? This fool, this waste. Zhang Jiuming's expression also changed drastically, as he said in a low voice, elder brother, this matter is suspicious. Although Zhang Yu is useless, he shouldn't be this foolish. The timing of his imprisonment is too coincidental. Could it be? The imperial family has noticed something. Is this the imperial family deliberately targeting us, using Zhang Yu's matter to sever our supply lifeline? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiling's heart sank, his anger subsiding, replaced by a chill. Over the years he has indeed amassed power, and there are indeed suspicions of nurturing his own troops. The imperial family has long been dissatisfied and has repeatedly cut military funds. Zhang Yu's covert supplies are his greatest reliance for maintaining military strength. Now that this reliance is severed, it can't be. Zhang Jiling forcefully calmed himself, shaking his head. This matter was done discreetly. The imperial family shouldn't be able to trace it back to Zhang Yu. It must be that this unfilial son has brought this trouble upon himself, implicating the northern frontier. He paced anxiously within the tent, his disdain for Zhang Yu reaching its peak. No, the northern frontier's military affairs are urgent, and the Zhao kingdom is eyeing us covetously. Without supplies, the army won't last long. Zhang Jiling suddenly stopped in his tracks, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. I must return to the capital myself. I want to see what this unfilial son is truly up to. If he dares to jeopardize the affairs of the Marquis residence, I will not spare him. Elder brother, you must not. Zhang Jiuming exclaimed in shock, hurriedly trying to stop him. You are the commander at the border. Returning to the capital without an edict is a grave crime of treason. Zhang Jiling paused, his expression dark and uncertain. Zhang Jiuming was right. If he returned to the capital at this moment, the risks were immense. The imperial family is worried about not finding an excuse to deal with him, just as he hesitated and found himself in a dilemma. You may go this time. Returning to the capital, no one in the imperial family dares to make things difficult for you. A calm, steady voice suddenly echoed in the command tent. Zhang Jiling and Zhang Jiuming were both startled, turning sharply to look outside the tent. They saw the tent flaps move without wind, and an elderly man dressed in a simple gray robe with white hair and beard had somehow appeared outside the tent. It was none other than the old marquis of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuanfeng. Father. Zhang Jiling and Zhang Jiuming exclaimed in unison, hurriedly bowing in respect. Looking at his father, Zhang Jiling's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing an expression of disbelief and shock on his face. He felt that his father's aura had changed drastically compared to months ago. If before he felt as deep as a well, now it was like an ocean. Father, have you broken through? Zhang Jiling's voice trembled with overwhelming joy and anticipation. Zhang Yuanfeng slowly entered the command tent, slightly nodding his face, displaying a faint but confident smile. Indeed, I have spent months in seclusion, finally gaining enlightenment, and by chance have stepped into the realm of a master. A master? Zhang Jiling and Zhang Jiuming gasped in awe, their hearts surging with joy. A master? The Zhang family finally has its own master. In this world where martial prowess is revered, a master is enough to support a top-tier family, making even the imperial family wary. Congratulations, father, congratulations. The two excitedly bowed again. Zhang Yuanfeng waved his hand and slowly said this breakthrough was largely thanks to Lingyun, she brought back a breakthrough pill from her master at Dongqingshan, allowing me the opportunity to break through to the master level. Lingyun. Zhang Juling's face filled with pride upon mentioning his eldest daughter Zhang Lingyun. Zhang Lingyun at a young age had already attained the 8th rank of martial arts, and was accepted as a disciple by the master of Dongqingshan, who possessed the cultivation of a grand master. Indeed, this time it was all thanks to her. Zhang Yuanfeng also admired this granddaughter, approvingly saying Lingyun's talent is exceptional, and having a grand master take her in, as a disciple her future is boundless. Grand master. Those 3 words exploded like 3 thunderclaps in the minds of Zhang Juling and Zhang Jiuming. If a master is a strategic deterrent, then a grand master is a legendary existence capable of influencing a nation's fate and even the pattern of the continent. Now, not only does the Zhang family have an ancestral master, but they have also nurtured a genius who has entered the fold of a grand master. Indeed, their fortune is flourishing. At this moment, all of Zhang Juling's worries, fears, and hesitations vanished in an instant. A sense of unprecedented pride and ambition ignited fiercely within him. Father, are you saying? Zhang Juling's voice was hoarse with excitement. Indeed. Zhang Yuanfeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable dominance. From today onward, the Zhang family will no longer have to bow to anyone. If the imperial family is wise, there will be peace. If not, he snorted coldly, leaving his words unspoken, but the chilling, killing intent made the temperature in the tent drop several degrees. Juling, I will return to the capital with you this time. Lingyun will follow soon. Zhang Yuanfeng looked at his son with an unwavering tone. With me here, and with Dongqingshan as our backing, the imperial family dares not lay a finger on you. Perfectly seizing this opportunity to meet with the emperor and let him know the heavens of the Wei Kingdom are about to change. Yes, father. Zhang Juling straightened his back, his eyes gleaming. The previous despair and hesitation were swept away, replaced by boundless confidence and a hint of hidden ferocity. And one more thing. Zhang Yu, that worthless thing, a bastard who tarnishes the Zhang family bloodline, deal with him when we return. I don't want to see him again. This statement is made lightly, yet it carries a chilling indifference towards human life. But now Zhang Yuanfeng has become a master, and his granddaughter Zhang Lingyun has joined the Eastern Qing Holy Land. The Zhang family has soared to new heights, no longer worrying about resources. Zhang Yu, this bastard, has completely lost his value, becoming a stain that the Zhang family is unwilling to mention. Zhang Juling nodded heavily, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He felt no father-son affection for Zhang Yu, only utility and disdain. Now that his father has given the order, he naturally cannot ask for more. Yet a trace of hidden worry lingered in his heart, as he whispered, I just fear Shangyun Hall and the Eastern Shang Kingdom. Rest assured. Zhang Yuanfeng scoffed coldly. 3 years ago, during that shocking upheaval in the Eastern Shang Kingdom, almost all of the royal family's core members perished. Even if Shangyun Hall survived, they are too busy to care for this bastard. You know this news, otherwise 3 years ago you would have sat idly by while that little bastard was almost ground to death on the estate. He survived by a stroke of luck and later demonstrated his worth to the Zhang family, barely making it to today. Turns out the senior members of the Zhang family were well aware of all this. When Zhang Yu was just born, the Zhang family feared the might of the Eastern Shang Kingdom, so they dared not act against him. After all, the Eastern Shang Kingdom is a terrifying nation that possesses beings above the Grand Master level. 3 years ago, upon learning of the disaster that befell the Eastern Shang Kingdom's royal family, the Zhang family immediately adopted a hands-off attitude towards Zhang Yu, even tacitly allowing Qin Shuhua and others to drive him to the estate to fend for himself. It was only later that Zhang Yu, through some means, showcased an astonishing ability to generate wealth, becoming a lifeline for the northern border, which led the Zhang family to reluctantly keep him alive, continuing to exploit him. And now this ox has lost its value, and naturally it is time to dispose of it. What father says is absolutely right. Zhang Juling wore a cruel smile. For this bastard to have lived until today is already the Zhang family's mercy. Now that he has caused trouble, cutting off supplies to the northern border adds to his crimes. This time back to the capital, we will settle old and new scores together. At this moment, the father and son were exuberant, filled with ambition. They seemed to see the Zhang family under their leadership replacing the Shao family and ruling the Wei Kingdom in glorious future. And Zhang Yu, the bastard and cash cow in their eyes, is about to be discarded like trash after fulfilling his historical mission. In the capital, at the Yangon Marquis residence, Qin Shuhua, Zhang Heng, Zhang Weining, and Zhang Qingyue sat together, each with a grim expression. Mother, we can't delay any longer. Zhang Heng's face was pale, his voice hoarse. In the past few days, I've already invested over 100,000 taels of silver to repair the alchemy workshop. But that underground fire formation is like a bottomless pit, worsening with every repair, and is impossible to fill. If this continues, the entire Marquis residence will be dragged down. Henger is right. Qin Shuahua wearily rubbed her temples, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Let's cut our losses and close the Dingshang workshop. Close it, Zhang Weining exclaimed, though she was mentally prepared. Hearing this decision still pained her heart. It was the Marquis residence's most profitable enterprise. What else can we do? Qin Shuahua forced a smile that was harder than crying. We've already mortgaged all the properties and estates we could even. This Marquis residence just to barely gather the compensation for those order penalties. If we continue to throw money into the Dingshang workshop, our whole family will end up on the streets. Zhang Qingyue sighed, speaking softly. Fourth sister mother is right. Without the Dingshang workshop, we still have the goods station and the divine weapon workshop. These enterprises still bring in over 100,000 taels monthly, enough for us to maintain a decent life. Exactly. Qin Shuahua forced herself to be spirited, patting Zhang Heng's hand to comfort him. Henger, don't lose heart. You are the future heir of the Marquis residence. What does this small setback count for? Without the alchemy workshop, we can still live well. We must not let that scoundrel Zhang Yu see us fail. Right, we must not let him see us fail. Zhang Weining immediately echoed, gritting her teeth. Does he think we can't survive without the Dingshang workshop? Dream on. We will live well and infuriate that ingrates. Zhang Heng, hearing this, took a deep breath. Mother sister, you can rest assured. I, Zhang Heng, will not be defeated by this minor difficulty. Even without the Dingshang workshop, I can still support the Marquis residence. I will definitely surpass Zhang Yu and make him aware of who the true pillar of the Marquis residence is. Good, this is my good son Qin Shuahua. She smiled with relief, her eyes filled with affection and encouragement. Just then, hurried footsteps approached as Zhang Luohan rushed into the front hall. She had specially dressed up today, her water blue long dress, accentuating her graceful figure and stunning beauty. Aunt Xiao Heng, how is it going? Has Zhang Yu agreed to help? Zhang Luohan asked impatiently as soon as she entered, her gaze fixed tightly on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's face stiffened, the false confidence he had just built collapsing in an instant, awkwardly turning his head away. Qin Zuewa's expression darkened as she snorted coldly. Don't mention that scoundrel. Not only did he refuse to help, but he also mocked us, saying something like watching the Marquis residence head towards the abyss. He is simply an ungrateful wolf. What? He won't help? Zhang Luohan's expression of expectation instantly froze, soon replaced by deep disappointment and a hint of resentment. She came today hoping Zhang Heng could persuade Zhang Yu to bring back that mysterious old man Shin Dongpeng to repair the alchemy workshop. As long as the alchemy workshop returned to normal, she could continue to receive a steady supply of high-quality nourishing qi pills from Zhang Heng, supporting her cultivation. But now, hope has been shattered. How could he do this? Zhang Luohan's voice was sharp, full of dissatisfaction and complaint. He clearly has the means, so why doesn't he help? Xiao Heng, did you not explain it clearly to him? Or is he deliberately trying to squeeze us? Zhang Heng felt embarrassed by her words, angry and ashamed. How could I not say it clearly? I spoke until my lips were chapped. He is just a heartless bastard. Now that he has grown wings, he no longer takes us seriously. I see he is deliberately wanting to see us in trouble. This heartless and ungrateful thing. Zhang Luohan stomped her feet in anger, her delicate face contorting slightly. Does he forget how he used to please me? Now he is so ruthless. Does he not fear retribution? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, the more she hated. Zhang Yu used to comply with her every whim, providing whatever she wanted. She had long been accustomed to such a life of taking and demanding. Now that Zhang Yu suddenly turned against her, not only cutting off her supply of pills, but also watching her family fall into trouble while standing by in her eyes, this was simply a heinous crime. Sister Luohan, don't be angry. Zhang Weining quickly stepped forward to comfort her, her face full of indignation. Zhang Yu is just a useless white-eyed wolf. We will never ask him for anything again. Without him, we can still live well. Exactly. Zhang Heng immediately chimed in. Luohan, rest assured, even without the Dingshang workshop, I can still get you the best cultivation resources. Once I expand the goods station and the divine weapon workshop, what kind of pills won't you have? Zhang Luohan looked at Zhang Heng's earnest yet somewhat lacking confidence, feeling a wave of irritation and disdain in her heart. She is not a fool. Without the Dingshang workshop, this money tree, how could Zhang Heng have extra money to buy her expensive nourishing qi pills? Zhang Luohan forced a smile, nodded, but her disappointment and resentment remained unchanged. Without Zhang Yu and the Dingshang workshop, what is left of the Yangon Marquis residence? The goods station, the divine weapon workshop, those enterprises, while profitable, cannot compare to the wealth generated by the Dingshang workshop. Moreover, without Zhang Ye's mysterious methods and connections, how long could these enterprises maintain their glory? A strong wave of anxiety and regret suddenly surged within her heart. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so eager to break off the engagement with Zhang Yu back then, but this thought was fleeting, quickly suppressed by her. No, Zhang Yu is just a waste, a discarded pawn. Even if he has some means, he is just a prisoner. How could Zhang Luohan possibly marry a prisoner? In the capital, at the residence of the Yangon Marquis in the study. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Zhang Qingyue, who had remained silent, slowly raised her head. Her gaze was the calmest, revealing a sharp insight into human nature. Actually, we still have another way. Zhang Qingyue's voice was soft, yet it silenced the noisy discussions. I believe Zhang Ye's unusual behavior is not due to a hardened heart, but rather for a reason. What do you mean by that third sister? Zhang Heng asked with a frown. Zhang Qingyue stood up, her eyes sweeping across the crowd, as she elaborated. Think about it, what kind of person was Zhang Yu before? He was obedient to our mother, tolerant towards Heng Di, and always willing to help Sister Luohan, even to the point of giving his heart away. But why has he suddenly changed? She paused, emphasizing her next words. It all began when he took the blame and went to prison, and when he learned that Heng Di was to be engaged to Sister Luohan. These two events have ruined his future and taken away his beloved. For a man, this is an immense humiliation and a disaster. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuahua nodded thoughtfully. Qingyue makes a valid point. That scoundrel, though useless, used to listen to me. His reaction this time is indeed too extreme. So, Zhang Qingyue said with a calculating smile. His current defiance is likely an extreme form of self-protection, a way to vent his dissatisfaction. He doesn't truly wish to ruin the Marquis residence. He merely wants us to witness his pain and know that he has his own temper. Third sister, are you suggesting that he is acting? Zhang Wanning exclaimed in surprise. You could say that, Zhang Qingyue replied, looking at Zhang Luohan with a meaningful gaze. Especially because of Sister Luohan. We all know how deep Zhang Ye's feelings for Sister Luohan are. Watching his beloved marry his brother is a blow that could drive him mad. Everything he is doing now, refusing to help and watching coldly, is a show of defiance towards Sister Luohan, a way of telling her, you will regret leaving me. After hearing these words, Zhang Luohan's previously restless mood shifted instantly. An indescribable sense of vanity and satisfaction began to spread within her heart like a toxic weed. So, is that the case? Zhang Yu loves me so much that he cannot bear to lose me, leading him to become so extreme. Is everything he does to catch my attention to make me feel regret? This thought transformed Zhang Luohan's resentment towards Zhang Yu into a sense of superiority, as if she were in complete control. She knew that Zhang Yu, this lovesick fool, could never truly let her go. His previous indifference was merely a clumsy ploy to entice her. Qingyu's analysis is spot on. Zhang Luohan slightly raised her chin, regaining her proud demeanor, her tone tinged with pity and disdain. Zhang Yu indeed cares deeply for me. I just didn't expect he would resort to such self-destructive methods to garner my attention. It is so childish and pathetic. Since we now know the crux of the matter, there must be a solution. Zhang Qingyue saw that Zhang Luohan was hooked and quickly pressed on. To untie the bell, one must tie it first. Since Zhang Yu was stimulated by the marriage between Sister Luohan and Heng Di, we should temporarily cancel the public announcement of this engagement. Cancel. Zhang Heng's expression changed, somewhat unwilling. It's just for Zhang Yu to see. It's not a real cancellation. Zhang Qingyue reassured. Then let Sister Luohan visit Zhang Yu in the prison, say a few soft words to him, and tell him the marriage has been cancelled. If necessary, comfort him a bit. This? Zhang Luohan frowned slightly, feeling that being asked to soften to that useless Zhang Yu was an affront to her pride. Sister Luohan, I know this is unfair to you. Zhang Qingyue grasped Zhang Luohan's hand, earnestly advising. But this is for the future of the Marquis residence, for that gold mine that continuously produces spirit-restoring pills. As long as Zhang Yu changes his mind, the alchemy workshop can reopen, and then what resources won't you have? Indeed, Luohan. Qin Shuahua quickly chimed in. Think of it as soothing a dog just to stabilize him for now. Once he restores the alchemy workshop and pays off his debts, how things go afterward will still be at your discretion. Zhang Luohan's heart wavered. She craved spirit-restoring pills and hungered for the feeling of rapidly advancing in cultivation. If all it takes is to say a few lies and put on an act to regain everything, it seemed not entirely unacceptable. Moreover, Zhang Qingyue lowered her voice, her tone laced with seduction. Just think how ecstatic Zhang Yu would be to see you return. He once held you in such high esteem. Wouldn't he then be at your mercy? Whatever you want him to do, he will have to do. Isn't the feeling of controlling a man's life and death delightful? This statement struck a chord deep within Zhang Luohan. She not only desired the pills but also relished the feeling of being idolized and in control. To see Zhang Yu kneeling at her feet, grateful for the little kindness she bestowed upon him, was itself a tremendous joy. All right, Zhang Luohan finally conceded, her face showing an expression of condescension, as if she were granting charity. For the sake of the Marquis residence and for little Heng, I will reluctantly go and enlighten Zhang Yu. That's wonderful. Zhang Wanning immediately cheered. I knew Sister Luohan was the kindest. Luohan, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Zhang Heng also breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest in assurance. Don't worry, I know you are doing this for the greater good. I absolutely won't feel jealous. Once the alchemy workshop is back up, I will definitely get you the best cultivation resources. Zhang Luohan replied lightly, yet her mind was already calculating. She was already pondering how to adjust her tone when she next saw Zhang Yu, so that he would be moved to tears yet not overstep his bounds. Time is of the essence. Luohan should prepare to go to the prison now. Qin Shuhua said eagerly, her eyes rekindled with hope. Zhang Luohan nodded in agreement and made her way alone to the prison. In the carriage, she adjusted her makeup in a small mirror, ensuring she looked breathtaking enough to leave any man mesmerized. A confident and disdainful smile graced her lips. Zhang Yu, you useless fool. For me to deign to come and coax you is the fortune of several lifetimes you've accumulated. Just obediently be grateful and continue to serve me like a dog. At that moment, she could almost see Zhang Ye's surprised excitement and incoherence upon seeing her, perhaps even kneeling down in gratitude for her change of heart. Meanwhile, Chen Dongping, whom the Marquis residence had been fervently searching for, had returned to the capital once again. As he moved towards the prison, he sighed. The Zhou-Tian star array diagram is still too profound. I need to find Zhang Xiaoxiong for guidance. The main hall of the Jing Wang Fu last night. Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng and the Jing Wang Fei sat solemnly at the top, their expressions grave. Below, several secondary consorts and favored concubines stood with their hands clasped, each holding their breath, anxiety brewing in their hearts. Uncertain of the reason behind the late-night summons by the prince and princess, a few favored concubines exchanged anxious glances and whispered, Sister, what is the prince planning? Could it be that he intends to reorganize the inner quarters? I don't know, this atmosphere is quite unsettling. Could it be that one of the sisters has committed an offense and will be publicly reprimanded? Just as everyone was speculating, Princess Xiao Fenghua, who had been standing beside Jing Wang, stepped forward. Dressed in a dark purple embroidered gown adorned with golden phoenix patterns, she stood tall and imposing, her gaze sweeping over the assembly like a flash of lightning. Mother Xiao Fenghua turned to the Jing Wang Fei, her voice cold. Among these women, who has the most favor from father? Who possesses the most cunning skills? The Jing Wang Fei rolled her eyes at the Jing Wang beside her in annoyance, replying, You should ask your father. He knows best who is favored. Upon hearing this, the group of concubines below grew even more tense, lowering their heads, further secretly lamenting. Being asked who is the most favored in such a setting felt like being roasted over an open fire. Those named would undoubtedly become the target of resentment from the main wife and envy from their fellow sisters, making their lives in the inner quarters quite difficult. Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng felt somewhat awkward under the gaze of his wife, hesitating as his eyes scanned the faces of the favored concubines, feeling uncertain and bashful. To admit before his wife and daughter which concubine was most favored was simply inviting trouble upon himself. Ahem, Fenghua, why do you ask this? Jing Wang attempted to change the subject. Xiao Fenghua frowned slightly, a hint of impatience and displeasure crossing her face. Father, what time is it? And you still want to beat around the bush? Do you still want to become the crown prince? If you continue to dawdle, Xiao Meyer will steal a march on you, and you won't have time to cry. Whether you want to be emperor or not is none of my concern, but I will not be outdone by that wench Xiao Meyer. Xiao Fenghua spoke with a sharp tone, her gaze fierce enough to silence Jing Wang. From a young age, she had displayed exceptional intelligence and skills. As Jing Wang gradually became mediocre and Xiao Shang proved inept, she had already become one of the de facto leaders of the Jing Wang Fu. Her words carried great weight within the Wang Fu. Jing Wang felt somewhat embarrassed by his daughter's boldness. However, upon hearing Crown Prince, he felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Indeed, now was not the time to worry about face. The ancestors' command was clear: whoever could win over Zhang Yu first would have their father become the crown prince. This was crucial to the future of the Jing Wang Fu and his ambitions. Ahem. Fenghua, what you say is? Jing Wang hastily replied, his gaze quickly scanning the faces of several favored concubines before finally settling on a woman dressed in a pale yellow gown, appearing delicate and fragile. If we are to discuss who is best at reading people's hearts, who can make father ahem comfortable, it must be Lu Shi. Jing Wang awkwardly pointed to the woman in yellow. At being named, Lu Shi's face instantly paled, and in fright, she hurriedly knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. Spare me, your highness, spare me, princess. I. She thought disaster had struck, and that she would be held accountable by the princess and the main wife. Other concubines, upon seeing this, felt a mix of relief and schadenfreude watching Lu Shi. However, Xiao Fenghua disregarded Lu Shi's fear, speaking in a calm but authoritative tone. Lu Shi. Very good. Stand up. From today onward, you will no longer serve father. Your only task is to Xiao Fenghua paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, before finally landing on Lu Shi, stating word by word, "To teach me all your methods of enticing men, reading their minds, and winning their favor without reservation." What? At these words, everyone was stunned into silence. The Jing Wang Fei and the assembly of concubines stared at Xiao Fenghua in disbelief, as if questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Princess Fenghua wants to learn the arts of seducing men? This was simply absurd. Who did not know that Princess Fenghua held herself in high regard, always aloof toward men, focused solely on power struggles and cultivation? She was known throughout the capital as the Ice Beauty. How could she suddenly want to learn these seductive skills? The commands of Xiao Xian circulated only within the royal family, and thus others were unaware, leaving them shocked at Xiao Fenghua's decision. Lu Shi was dumbfounded, kneeling on the ground, and forgetting to rise, stammering, "Princess, what did you say? I dare not. What is there to dare?" Xiao Fenghua raised an eyebrow, her tone turning cold. "This is an order, not a discussion." The Jing Wang Fei remained relatively calm, knowing her daughter was not one to speak without purpose, quietly awaiting her explanation. Xiao Fenghua turned to the Jing Wang Fei, her expression regaining its calm composure as she slowly explained, "Mother, you may not know, but there is an order from the ancestral patriarch. Whoever among me and Xiao Meyer can secure Zhang Yu will have their father become the crown prince." Both mother and father are well aware of who Xiao Meyer is. She has a natural charm and excels in these seductive arts. If I wish to compete with her and win over Zhang Yu, I cannot maintain the airs of a princess as before. Zhang Yu is a mysterious figure of unparalleled strength. Brute force will not work. I must rely on wits. When dealing with men, the best weapon is often not power or might but the allure of tenderness. I may not understand these matters, but that is fine. I can learn. Moreover, I believe there are no skills a daughter cannot master. This point made Xiao Fenghua confident, as her ability to learn was indeed frighteningly strong. The Jing Wang Fei understood the situation and proactively said, "Isn't it just about attracting men? I can teach you. Why go through someone else?" Pfft. Jing Wang spurted out his tea, looking at Xiao Fenghua. "Daughter, you must not learn from your mother, or else you are bound to lose." "Xiao Jingfeng, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me?" The Jing Wang Fei's temper flared up. Xiao Fenghua ignored the bickering between the two, and once again looked at Lu Shi. "Lu Shi, you are father's most favored concubine. If you can make father obey you, you must possess extraordinary talents. Bring forth all your skills and teach me. If you can help me win over Zhang Yu and assist father in becoming the crown prince, you will be the great benefactor of the Jing Wang Fu. In the future, you will enjoy boundless glory and wealth. Furthermore, I can make the decision to elevate you as a secondary consort." Lu Shi, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, then her eyes lit up with unprecedented brilliance. A secondary consort, that was the position she had always yearned for. Moreover, if Jing Wang truly became the crown prince, she would be the future empress. The immense temptation instantly dissipated her fears and doubts. She hurriedly kowtowed, her voice filled with excitement and determination. "I will do my utmost, imparting all I have learned, and will not disappoint the princess' great expectations." Other concubines looked at Lu Shi with envy and jealousy, but more so a sense of ridiculousness. Who would have thought that the techniques of these seductresses vying for favor in the inner quarters would one day be employed by the lofty Princess Fenghua to contend for power over the world? Jing Wang observed this scene with a complex expression. On one hand, he felt gratified by his daughter's decisiveness and willingness to lower herself for the greater good. On the other hand, seeing his most favored concubine teaching his daughter how to seduce men left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet he understood that this was the best approach at present. Xiao Meyer was indeed a formidable rival, and if Fenghua wished to prevail, she had to find a different path. "Fenghua, I am sorry to put you in this position." Jing Wang sighed and said, "Sorry?" Xiao Fenghua sneered, her gaze resolute. "To submit to Zhang you cannot be considered a grievance." She had always been this calm, rationally judging the gains and losses of matters. "All right, everyone disperse. Lu Shi, stay." Xiao Fenghua waved her hand, dismissing the other concubines. Once everyone had left, only Xiao Fenghua, Jing Wang, the Wang Fei, and Lu Shi remained in the hall. Xiao Fenghua approached Lu Shi, looking down at her from a height, her tone returning to its usual coldness, but with an undeniable authority. "Lu Shi, let's begin. Tell me, how can one make a man fall deeply in love with you to the point of being at your service? Remember, what I want is not shallow seduction, but methods that strike at the heart." Lu Shi took a deep breath, calming her excited heart. She raised her head, displaying a smile that made Jing Wang long for and feel pity for her. "Rest assured, princess. I understand. To capture a man's heart first." A special training session on how to conquer men quietly commenced in the deep of night at the Jing Wang Fu. At the same time, Xiao Meyer was also working tirelessly. However, she was not studying enchanting techniques, but rather the more advanced art of taming a husband. She lightly tapped the scattered documents on the table with her fingertips, her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the words to see the man's soul. 3 years ago, she murmured softly, her fingertip pausing on one of the records. Zhang Yu 3 years ago was merely a mediocre, timid person. Yet 3 years later he can stir the winds and clouds of the capital. She raised her head to look at the restless Qi Wang, beside her, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Father, do you believe in the existence of ghosts and deities in this world? Or do you believe that a person can undergo a complete transformation in a short period of time, as if replaced by another? Qi Wang was taken aback by her question, then shook his head. I only believe in power, not in ghosts and deities. But Zhang Yu is indeed strange. Indeed strange. Xiao Meyer picked up the topmost sheet of paper, which recorded Zhang Yu's thrilling actions in the Ho residence, fraught with danger, yet ultimately turning the tide. Such means, such cunning, how could the previous timid Zhang Yu possess this? She stood up and slowly paced around the study, her skirt flowing like clouds over the ground. That fool Xiao Fenghua thinks she can conquer such a man with a heart as deep as an abyss simply by relying on her looks. Xiao Meyer snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, truly ignorant of her own limitations. She stopped, her expression regaining calmness, yet with an undeniable confidence. Father need not worry. Regardless of how extraordinary Zhang Yu is, I have my ways to bring him under my command. The next day in the Imperial City prison. Once a place of gloom and bloodshed, it now permeated an eerie atmosphere of luxury. To silence the rumors, the royal family not only replaced all the guards, but also emptied the prisoners, leaving only Zhang Yu, Xiaoshang, and the trembling Xiao Yun in the corner. Even more astonishingly, in just one night, this place had been transformed into an extravagant private club. The iron prison doors and heavy gates were completely removed, replaced by intricately carved mahogany doors. The dark corridors were covered with soft Persian carpets, and the walls were adorned with ever-burning lamps, illuminating the place as bright as day. There were kitchens, living rooms, and studies, and even specially assigned maids waiting in each cell. Though Zhang Yu himself rejected this, the royal family dared not be negligent, providing only the finest in food and clothing, as if he were not imprisoned but a recluse of high stature. Zhang Yu, however, remained indifferent, reclining on a soft couch covered with white tiger fur, a book in hand, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding luxury and clamor. Though Xiao Fenghua had long known of this matter, witnessing the scene of the prison transformed into a palace still stirred tumultuous waves in her heart. She suppressed her shock and began her performance, according to Aunt Liu's plan. She changed out of the princess crown, symbolizing her status and power, donning an exquisitely beautiful pink dress. This attire not only accentuated her curvaceous figure, but also concealed all the sharpness she possessed. She abandoned her previous bold and imposing strides, opting instead for the graceful lotus step that Aunt Liu had taught her all night. She swayed as she walked, her steps light, deliberately controlling the sway of her waist with each step, striving to present a posture as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind. Though this manner made her walk quite awkwardly, she still forced herself to continue. It must be said that Xiao Fenghua was indeed a genius, learning quickly. In just one night she grasped all the knowledge Aunt Liu had imparted, and now it was time to integrate it through practice. The crisp and slightly strange sound of her footsteps echoed in the vast and luxurious prison. Xiao Shang, who was holding a plate of freshly peeled crystal grapes, turned instinctively at the sound, his face full of flattery as he prepared to present them to Zhang Yu. Upon seeing her, he froze as if hit by a petrifying spell. The fruit plate fell to the ground with a loud crash, the gleaming grapes rolling everywhere, juice splattering. His mouth gaped open, eyes bulging, as if he had seen some unimaginable creature. Elder sister. Xiao Shang's voice became sharp and distorted due to extreme shock. What? What has possessed you? Or have you gone mad from your practice yesterday, damaging your mind? The Xiao Fenghua before him, clad in a pink dress, moved lightly, appearing like a delicate and helpless woman. This was a stark contrast to the sister. He remembered who could fight tigers barehanded and commanded the battlefield. Faced with her brother's blatant shock and doubt, the gentle smile on Xiao Fenghua's face instantly stiffened, a familiar killing intent flashing in her eyes. It was the intimidation accumulated over the years. As the legitimate daughter of the Jingwang residence, the psychological shadow left behind after countless educations from this sister. Xiao Sheng shivered violently, swallowing back the more audacious remarks he had intended to make, though the shock on his face remained hard to conceal. Xiao Yun nearby was also dumbfounded. If he could move, he would certainly rub his eyes to confirm whether he was seeing things. After checking multiple times and confirming he was not mistaken, a nearly frenzied mockery quickly surfaced on Xiao Yun's face. The Jingwang residence and the Rui Wang residence were bitter rivals, and Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Yun had clashed repeatedly on the court and battlefield, harboring deep grudges. In Xiao Yun's memory, this cousin had always been a powerful woman with an imposing demeanor. When had she ever acted so coy and delicate like a young girl in love? Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Xiao Yun could no longer contain himself, erupting into a fit of hysterical laughter. Xiao Fenghua, what are you trying to do? Are you going to eat someone? Xiao Yun laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears almost spilling. Faced with her brother's terror and her rival's wild laughter, the gentle smile on Xiao Fenghua's face instantly stiffened, a familiar killing intent flashing in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She took a deep breath and forced out what she considered to be a gentle and charming smile. Her gaze passed over the stunned Xiao Shang and the continuously laughing Xiao Yun, directly locking onto the man on the soft couch, who remained utterly unperturbed. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his head, his gaze landing on the pink figure at the door, momentarily stunned himself. It was not that he was taken aback by her beauty, but simply unrecognizable. The last time they met, this legitimate daughter of the Jingwang residence wore resplendent attire and exuded elegance. At that time she was like a sword unsheathed, radiating authority, as if she were about to execute him on the spot. But the person before him, dressed in an outfit utterly unbefitting her temperament, swaying as she walked as if she could fall at any moment, her expression stiff as if wearing a human skin mask. The contrast was simply too great, so much so that he nearly thought he was seeing things. However, one thing remained the same. At this moment Xiao Fenghua also wished to execute him. Princess. Zhang Yu tentatively called out, a slight frown appearing on his brow, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty and an indescribable peculiarity. Your outfit today. He paused, his gaze sweeping over her, seemingly trying to reconcile this strange woman before him with the poised and noble princess from his memory. Ultimately, he could only helplessly comment, well, quite unique. His tone was flat, devoid of Xiao Shang's terror and Xiao Yun's ridicule. Xiao Fenghua is ultimately the legitimate daughter of the Jing Wangfu, a rouge tiger capable of contending with men in both the court and on the battlefield, her resilience far surpassing ordinary imagination. She ignored the odd gazes from Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang, not even pausing for a second on Xiao Shang's twisted face that was struggling to suppress laughter, and directly looked at Zhang Yu on the soft couch. Young Master Zhang. Xiao Fenghua's voice returned to its usual coldness. Fenghua comes today not solely for official business. She spoke sincerely yesterday. My two useless younger brothers, Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun, offended you here and caused trouble for you. Xiao Shang, hearing this, pointed at his own nose with a look of disbelief. What does that have to do with me? It was clearly Xiao Yun who provoked trouble yesterday. Xiao Yun's response was rather subdued this time, as he heard Xiao Xian's warning in his ear, instructing him not to speak further, let alone laugh loudly. Xiao Fenghua ignored the two of them and continued. Especially Xiao Shang, who is spoiled by me on a daily basis, acts recklessly, speaking without thinking. And Xiao Yun. They are both my younger brother and cousin. Their mistakes reflect my failure as an elder sister to discipline them. Xiao Fenghua turned her gaze back to Zhang Yu, trying hard to squeeze out a hint of guilt on her face, though it appeared somewhat stiff. Therefore Fenghua has come today to apologize on their behalf to young Master Zhang. I hope young Master Zhang can be magnanimous and not hold their actions against them. This statement sounded grandiose, cleverly packaging the motive of seduction as apologizing for her brothers. Zhang Yu leaned back on the soft couch, looking at her with a half-smile. The princess indeed acts like an elder sister with good intentions. However, I see your younger brother Xiao Shang seems to be adapting quite well here. Xiao Shang nodded vigorously beside him, indicating he was very much adapting and even enjoying it. Xiao Fenghua's lips twitched slightly, ignoring Xiao Shang's insinuation. She took a deep breath, deciding to execute the next step taught by Aunt Lu, displaying shyness and fragility. She slightly turned her body to avoid Zhang Ye's overly sharp gaze, raised one hand, and pretended to casually tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. This action was meticulously taught by Aunt Lu, said, to showcase a woman's graceful neck and a hint of alluring charm. However, due to the overly deliberate nature of the action coupled with her actual inner tension, the gesture of tucking hair looked more like swatting flies. Young Master Zhang is joking. She tried to make her voice sound softer. Xiao Shang is just a child who doesn't understand, and as his elder sister I am also quite troubled, often wanting to cry from his antics. As she spoke, she secretly lifted her eyelids and glanced quickly at Zhang Yu, then quickly lowered her head like a frightened deer, her face flushed with, well, more like embarrassment and suppressed anger. Pfft. Cough, cough. Xiao Shang beside her could no longer hold back, emitting a series of violent coughs, his entire face turning red from holding back laughter. He covered his mouth tightly, his shoulders shaking violently like a goose having a seizure. His sister, who usually beat and scolded him, could actually pretend to be fragile. This was simply 1,000 times more shocking than seeing the sun rise in the west. Xiao Shang felt he was about to go crazy with laughter, but every time he met Xiao Fenghua's glare which cut through him like a knife, the laughter that was about to burst from his throat was forcibly stifled into silent convulsions. To save his own life, he could only desperately pinch his thigh using the sharp pain to maintain his sanity, his facial expression twisted like an abstract sculpture. Xiao Yun was also on the verge of breaking down, exchanging glances with Xiao Shang and simultaneously looking up at the sky. This pair of brothers could not dare to look at Xiao Fenghua any more, fearing they would burst out laughing. Zhang Yu was indeed unfamiliar with Xiao Fenghua and thought she was simply like this, so he did not give it much thought. The princess is exaggerating. Zhang Yu decided to play along with her words. I get along quite well with your younger brother. There is no need for an apology. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fenghua felt a surge of joy, thinking her performance had worked, earning Zhang Ye's favor. She recalled what Aunt Lu said about men liking to be admired and relied upon and decided to fan the flames further. She took a step forward, slightly raised her head, and softened her voice. Young Master Zhang, you are so magnanimous. Fenghua is immensely grateful. In fact, Fenghua has always greatly admired your talent and demeanor. To remain so calm in such circumstances is not something an ordinary person can achieve. As she spoke, she mentally criticized the cheesy lines Aunt Lu had taught her, and the flush on her face deepened, making her appear genuinely heartfelt. Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun watched from the side, their stomachs churning, burying their faces in their sleeves, their bodies shaking like a sieve. Zhang Yu looked at the woman before him, who was desperately trying to appear shy and admiring, and could no longer hold back, chuckling softly. Hee, the princess is overpraising me. He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. I, Zhang, am merely a prisoner unworthy of the princess' admiration. However, the princess today seems quite different from the decisive figure rumored. Xiao Fenghua's heart tightened, fearing he had seen through her act, and quickly lowered her head, whispering, the rumors are greatly exaggerated. Fenghua is merely an ordinary woman. Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang couldn't help but shout internally, not exaggerated, the rumors are definitely not exaggerated. An ordinary woman. Zhang Yu repeated with deep meaning, his gaze sweeping over her tightly clenched fists, due to nervousness, then glancing at the nearly laughing Xiao Shang, and suddenly understood. He chose not to expose her, instead finding this performance increasingly amusing. Since the princess has come to apologize, then I shall accept this gesture. Zhang Yu lazily leaned back against the soft couch, waving his hand. If there is nothing else, please take your leave, princess. This prison, although transformed into a palace by you, is ultimately not a place where a common woman like you should linger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fenghua felt a sense of relief, but also a bit disappointed. She was relieved that this awkward performance could finally come to an end, but disappointed that her efforts seemed to have made no substantial progress. Yet she knew that haste makes waste. Today, being able to familiarize herself and eliminate some hostility was already quite good. Then, Fenghua will not disturb your peace any longer. She once again shyly curtsied, raising her foot to leave as she could hardly maintain her act any longer. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun looked up at the same time, both stunned again. Xiao Fenghua frowned upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than the Princess Xiao Meyer. Amidst the flickering shadows, Xiao Meyer gracefully stepped forward. Clad in a form-fitting pitch-black outfit, her figure was accentuated, emanating an air of competence and sophistication. Her jet-black hair was not styled into an elaborate updo, but was simply tied back into a high ponytail, with a simple black hairband cascading neatly down her back. Her lips were pressed tightly, her expression cold and proud, resembling a drawn blade, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. This was a stark contrast to the impression most had of her. One who with every smile and frown captivated hearts, always dressed in bold and flamboyant attire, as if branding soul-snatching upon her forehead. If Xiao Fenghua's earlier transformation was shocking, then Xiao Meyer's current transformation was revolutionary. Xiao Fenghua, Xiao Shang, and Xiao Yun stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, their eyes nearly popping out. Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang exchanged wide-eyed glances, each reflecting the same bewilderment and fear. Xiao Yun appeared utterly confused. This is my cousin who would twist her waist with every 2 steps and could sweet-talk with the most syrupy voice. Has she been possessed, or is she now under the influence of some righteous heroine? Xiao Shang was equally speechless. They've gone mad, completely mad. My sister wears a pink dress to look youthful, while Meyer dons black to appear cool. Is today role reversal day in the capital? This world is too crazy. Zhang Yu slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had heard a little about the princess of the Qi Wangfu, rumored to be a seductive and charming figure, yet this one before him looked like a cold-faced female assassin or a stern female general. Xiao Meyer took in everyone's reactions, a cold smile forming in her heart, while her face maintained a facade of aloof pride. She had stayed up all night studying all of Zhang Ye's information, particularly the obsessive details of his 3-year infatuation with Zhang Luohan. She keenly noticed that Zhang Luohan was proud and consistently cold towards Zhang Yu, almost frigid. Yet Zhang Yu was inexplicably infatuated with such an icy demeanor, which led her to a bold conclusion. Zhang Yu might have a peculiar preference. He enjoys women who are indifferent to him and cold as ice. Thus she decisively abandoned her usual charm and crafted a new persona of cold pride and sharp intensity that suited her perfectly. Of course, she had prepared for both scenarios. If Zhang Yu showed no interest, she would readily switch back to her alluring mode depending on the situation. After all, her caliber was not something a novice like Xiao Fenghua, who only knew how to pose, could compare to. Xiao Meyer cast a nonchalant glance at the still petrified Xiao Fenghua and the others as if they were mere air and walked gracefully up to Zhang Yu. Unlike Xiao Fenghua, who was awkward and coy, she merely clasped her fists lightly, her voice cool, as she said, "I am Xiao Meyer, the cousin of these two useless fellows." She pointed at the corner where Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang stood, looking bewildered, speaking as if they were two unrelated individuals. "I heard that they were rude to young Master Zhang yesterday, acting without decorum, which is unbecoming of the royal family. Today I have come to apologize on their behalf." Xiao Yun, Xiao Shang. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness and eye-rolling in each other's expressions. "Again, using us as an excuse again. You two women, if you want to find Zhang, you come up with a fresher reason? Who have we offended? One calls us thoughtless children, while the other says we rude to the young master, so we are merely your tools for flirting." Zhang Yu watched the scene, also feeling somewhat bewildered. He put down his book and glanced between Xiao Meyer and the two scapegoats, saying helplessly, "Princess, you are too polite. Your brother hasn't done anything to deserve such wrath. There is no need for your royal family to take turns apologizing." He truly couldn't understand why these two were here. One serving tea and fawning, while the other was curled up in the corner pretending to be dead. What exactly had they done to offend him? Why the need for all these apologies? Yet Xiao Meyer maintained a serious expression, her demeanor cold, as she said, "Young Master Zhang is magnanimous. It is their luck. But a mistake is a mistake. As their sister, I must take responsibility for their lack of guidance. An apology is necessary." Her voice was icy, her expression solemn, and paired with her fitted attire, she truly exuded an air of unyielding justice and strict family values. Listening to her grandiose and earnest nonsense, Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang felt goosebumps all over and their stomachs churned. "Meyer, is this your persona? When have you ever guided us? When have you ever cared about royal decorum? You usually despise such formalities, the most advocating living for the moment, right? Keep pretending." Xiao Yun suppressed the urge to scoff, burying her face lower, fearing she might inadvertently laugh and ruin her dramatic cousin's plan. Zhang Yu observed the cold and earnest princess before him. Although he found her reasoning a bit forced, he believed in not striking a smiling face, especially given her upright attitude. "In that case, I accept your apology." Zhang Yu nodded, signifying his acceptance of the repentance. Seeing the first step of establishing her persona and closing the distance succeed, Xiao Meyer felt a rush of joy, yet her face remained impassive, retaining that cool demeanor. Her gaze swept across the luxurious prison, her tone flat as she stated, "Although this place has been renovated, it is still a cage. I apologize for your discomfort, young Master Zhang. If you have any needs, please feel free to speak. The Qi Wangfu will do its utmost to accommodate." Her attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, expressing concern, without being overly flattering, perfectly fitting her current aloof persona. Xiao Fenghua, unwilling to be outdone, although irked, could distinguish the gravity of the situation. She refrained from undermining Xiao Meyer, just as Xiao Meyer had tactfully avoided mentioning her embarrassing pink dress. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and solemnly declared, "Young Master Zhang, my Jing Wangfu, is also willing to assist. If you have any needs, please do not hesitate to ask." However, in this encounter, Xiao Fenghua clearly fell behind. Her statement seemed rushed and reactive, as if made just to avoid being overshadowed by Xiao Meyer, lacking the composed strategy she usually exhibited. Xiao Meyer stole a sidelong glance at Xiao Fenghua, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing her lips. "Competing with me, you Xiao Fenghua are still too young. Thank you both princesses for your kind intentions." Zhang Yu said calmly, "As for assistance, I do not require it at the moment." After all, Zhang Yu had only been a student before his reincarnation. While his intelligence was decent, his emotional intelligence left much to be desired. Since his arrival, he had been busy with system tasks, and his few victories had relied on the system, leaving his personal skills and mentality rather average. Xiao Meyer, adaptable and perceptive, quickly closed the gap between her and Zhang Yu. They discussed everything from court affairs to border conflicts, and from the economy to martial cultivation. Citing classics and offering unique insights, she occasionally clashed with Zhang Yu, yet seamlessly reached mutual understanding. Their banter was lively, the atmosphere warm, as if they were long-lost friends or kindred opponents. Moreover, she adjusted her persona based on Zhang Yu's reactions, making it easier to sync with his rhythm. Her persona had gradually shifted from cold elegance to boldness. Standing aside, Xiao Fenghua attempted to interject several times but had lost her chance and was entirely at a disadvantage. She felt anxious and frustrated yet helpless, clenching her fists so tightly her nails nearly dug into her flesh. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Xiao Meier felt a surge of inspiration and decided to add fuel to the fire. Talking with young Master Zhang today is worth 10 years of study. On such a fine day, how can we not have wine? Bring it in. At her command, attendants from the Qi Wangfu, who had been waiting outside, immediately filed in, quickly setting up a lavish banquet in the hall. Young Master Zhang, please. Xiao Meier personally filled a cup for Zhang Yu, then raised her own glass, gazing at him with burning intensity. Zhang Yu, seeing the sincerity and admiration in her eyes, pondered for a moment before raising his glass. Princess, please. The two clinked their cups and began to drink heartily. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew even more congenial. Xiao Meier, emboldened by the drink, became more natural and daring in her actions. Using opportunities to serve Zhang Yu food and pour wine, her fingers accidentally brushed against his hand or lightly grazed his arm. With each subtle contact, she meticulously observed Zhang Yu's reactions. What thrilled her was that he seemed somewhat awkward about these seemingly accidental touches. Unlike those experienced libertines who would take advantage of the situation, nor like those self-righteous moralists who would rebuke her, he merely, awkwardly and subtly withdrew. Though his movements were slight and restrained, Xiao Meier, being exceptionally perceptive, immediately caught this detail. A bold thought flashed through her mind like lightning, making her heart race with excitement. Could it be? Zhang Yu is still an innocent boy, untouched by the world. This discovery thrilled her even more than finding a gold mine. For an innocent boy is the easiest to handle. With Xiao Meier's skills and intellect, dealing with a naive young man would be a piece of cake. Xiao Meier held a wine glass, her peach blossom eyes gazing at Zhang Yu with a smile that was both teasing and playful. Taking advantage of the opportunity to pour wine, her fingertips accidentally brushed against the back of Zhang Yu's hand. The touch was warm, yet it made Zhang Yu instinctively retract his hand, as if scalded, a suspicious flush creeping up his ears. Heh! Xiao Meier couldn't help but chuckle softly, her voice as clear as silver bells tinged with a hint of mischief. I guessed right. I truly guessed right. The astonishing prodigy before me, who leaves even the royal ancestors helpless, and has command over the prison formation with a cunning mind, is surprisingly so innocent when it comes to matters of love. Zhang Yu felt a bit uneasy under her laughter, clearing his throat as he raised his glass, taking a sip to mask his discomfort, his gaze wandering too shy to meet hers. Before his reincarnation, he was a typical Shooten University student, spending every day either playing games or scrolling through his phone. Let alone dating, he had never even held a girl's hand. After his reincarnation, he was even more entangled in the scheming of the Marquis residence, struggling to survive with no time or opportunity to interact with the opposite sex. Although Zhang Luohan was nominally his fiancée, she viewed him with disdain and used him, never giving him a chance for intimacy. Deep down, he remained that innocent and foolish university student, completely ignorant about love. Seeing his clumsy evasion yet feigned calmness, a sense of accomplishment surged within Xiao Meier, even more intense than when she first successfully used her charms to captivate a high-ranking official. This is Zhang Yu, a powerhouse that even grandmasters fear, a prodigy capable of standing against the entire royal family. Yet at this moment before her, he appeared like a novice, nervous, awkward, and utterly at a loss. This stark contrast brought Xiao Meier an unprecedented thrill and pleasure. Young Master Zhang. She set down her wine glass, leaning slightly forward. Are you afraid of me? Afraid? Zhang Yu instinctively rebutted, his voice sounding stiff and unnatural. Why would I be afraid of you, princess? Not afraid. Xiao Meier laughed lightly, extending her delicate finger to gently tap the back of Zhang Yu's hand that had just retreated. Then why do you seem so nervous when I'm near? In that moment, she had fully adopted her seductive persona. Teasing an innocent boy was the best role to play. Zhang Yu felt a jolt at her fingertip, his arm trembling slightly. Instinctively wanting to retract his hand again, he found himself firmly locked in place by Xiao Meier's gaze, unable to move. He felt his cheeks flush, cursing himself for his lack of composure, yet his body reacted uncontrollably. I am just not used to being so close to others. Zhang Yu forced himself to calm down, striving to keep his voice steady, but the faint blush in his ears betrayed him. Oh, are you not used to being close to everyone, or just not used to being close to me? Xiao Meier pressed on her tone, laced with playful mockery, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. She found teasing this emotionally inexperienced boy far more entertaining than toying with self-proclaimed womanizers. Those men, upon seeing her, were like flies drawn to blood, only making her feel disgust and weariness. But Zhang Yu, with a terrifying strength, had a heart as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Each touch and each test left clear and intriguing marks on him. No, Zhang Yu stammered, feeling at a loss. Xiao Meier, sensing the right moment, stopped pressing him. She straightened up, picked up her wine glass, and resumed her aloof and cold demeanor, as if the earlier teasing and flirtation had merely been a figment of Zhang Yu's imagination. He secretly sighed in relief, but his wariness toward Xiao Meier deepened. This woman is too terrifying. Not only is she meticulous and skilled in tactics, but she is also a master at manipulating people's hearts. She could seamlessly switch between being a cold ally and a seductive enchantress, leaving people utterly defenseless. Yet he had to admit that conversing with her sparked many thought-provoking ideas. Moreover, this novel experience of being teased and tested while making him feel embarrassed was not entirely unpleasant. Zhang Yu shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts to refocus. Meanwhile, Xiao Fenghua, who had been utterly ignored, watched the two of them chatting merrily, the atmosphere charged with tension, her expression darkening. Her tightly clenched fist dug her nails deep into her palm, drawing blood, yet she remained oblivious. She had lost. Completely defeated. In terms of cunning tactics and understanding of men, she was no match for Xiao Meier. A profound sense of powerlessness and inexplicable bitterness gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She fixed her gaze on Zhang Yu, the man who made her feel defeated and humiliated, then turned her eyes to Xiao Meier, the woman who drove her to madness with jealousy. "I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose," she screamed frantically in her heart, a glint of madness and determination flashing in her eyes. She recalled Aunt Liu's words: to capture a man's heart, one must first grasp his lifeline. Men are creatures that think with their lower halves. She cast a cold glance at the servants around her and the onlookers, Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun, in the corner. A single look spoke volumes. The servants, who had been standing nearby, immediately withdrew silently from the prison hall. In the blink of an eye, the spacious hall was left with just Zhang Yu, Xiao Meier, Xiao Fenghua, and the two in the corner, Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun. Xiao Meier's heart raced, sensing danger. She didn't know what Xiao Fenghua intended, but this setup clearly wasn't simple. "Sister Fenghua, what do you mean?" Xiao Meier stood up, her smile fading, her eyes turning sharp. Xiao Fenghua still did not look at Xiao Meier, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhang Yu. As she spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Zhang, the conversation we are about to have involves some private matters. Outsiders should avoid it, shouldn't they?" As she spoke, her gaze pointedly swept over to Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun in the corner. This request was extremely abrupt, even rude. Princess Zhang Yu's tone cooled slightly. "Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun's presence doesn't seem to hinder our conversation." "Young Master Zhang," Xiao Fenghua insisted, her gaze unwavering on Zhang Yu. "This matter is very important and concerns your lineage." Zhang Yu's heart stirred. He had his own network of information and knew a bit about his bloodline. However, the details were scarce and unclear due to the passage of time, so he simply nodded silently. He raised his hand to release the formation that restrained Xiao Yun, then glanced at Xiao Meier and Xiao Shang, signaling them to leave first. Seeing Zhang Yu agree, Xiao Fenghua quietly sighed in relief and simultaneously turned off the monitoring jade plate from the ancestral hall. After doing all this, she silently reached into her bosom, where lay the last trump card given to her by Aunt Lu. Xiao Yun, released from restraint, immediately dashed out joyfully to stretch her limbs, with a puzzled Xiao Shang following closely behind. Though Xiao Meier felt displeased, she couldn't openly argue with Zhang Yu, so she stood up and began to walk out. As she passed by Xiao Fenghua, she saw her reaching into her bosom and teasingly asked, "Sister, what good thing do you have hidden there?" Xiao Fenghua hurriedly dodged, but due to her nervousness, she accidentally shattered the porcelain bottle containing the seductive potion. As the bottle shattered, the potion instantly vaporized, filling the air that Zhang Yu and the others inhaled. This enchanting liquid is far from ordinary. It was crafted by Xiao Fenghua at great expense, employing a reclusive high-level alchemist, using the saliva of the 7th-tier beast Huan Jiao as the main ingredient, supplemented by dozens of rare spiritual materials. It is not an ordinary drug. It is colorless and tasteless, with no antidote. Its potency is overwhelmingly fierce, specifically targeting the blood and qi of martial artists. Once inhaled, even innate martial artists would find it hard to resist. Zhang Yu, Xiao Meier, and Xiao Fenghua simultaneously inhaled this lethal temptation that permeated the air within the enclosed quiet room. Xiao Meier, who was originally sneering in preparation to watch Xiao Fenghua's embarrassment, suddenly felt an indescribable heat rise, instantly engulfing her entire body. Her legs weakened, and her originally frosty eyes were suddenly veiled in a mist, turning hazy and alluring. "Xiao Fenghua, you shameless person." Xiao Meier quickly reacted, biting her red lips tightly in an attempt to maintain her clarity through the pain. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shame and killing intent. "You usually pretend to be so dignified and noble, yet you actually resort to such despicable means." She wanted to escape, not wanting to submit to Zhang Yu for the time being. She understood that the more easily something is obtained, the less it would be cherished by a man. She attempted to circulate her internal energy, trying to expel this wicked fire from her body. However, the drug's effect clung to her like a parasite, directly triggering the Buddhist instincts. The more she circulated her energy, the more violently the drug's potency erupted. Zhang Yu's situation was equally grim. He tried to mobilize the pure internal energy within him, only to find that it was utterly ineffective against this drug that targeted the essence of life, instead fanning the flames of heat within his body. Damn it! Zhang Yu muttered under his breath, his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins, his breathing becoming heavy. No! It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Fenghua was also panicking. She looked at the jade bottle in her hand, which she realized had already emptied halfway, her face turning pale. She only intended to drug Zhang Yu, but she never thought of involving Xiao Meyer. Xiao Fenghua wanted to retreat, to flee from this place that filled her with fear and shame. However, the drug's effect had already taken hold, and her body betrayed her will. An indescribable sensation of tingling warmth surged through her limbs, causing her legs to weaken, nearly unable to stand. She gazed at Zhang Yu's aggressive gaze, and within her heart a hint of anticipation and desire unexpectedly emerged. This conflicting feeling nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. No! It can't be like this. Xiao Meyer struggled to hold onto her last shred of rationality, wishing to distance herself from Zhang Yu. She would rather die than lose her purity in such a disoriented state. However, her actions in Zhang Yu's eyes transformed into a seductive invitation. "Ah!" Xiao Meyer exclaimed, being pulled into Zhang Yu's embrace. "Let go of me. Zhang Yu, wake up!" She struggled futilely, unable to break free. Meanwhile, Xiao Fenghua, watching this vivid and intoxicating scene, felt her jealousy grow wildly like rampant weeds. "No! That is mine. It belongs to me," she muttered, her gaze becoming hazy and frantic. She watched Zhang Yu's broad back, observing Xiao Meyer's entranced state, and an emotion called unwillingness completely consumed her. Why should this be? Everything was supposed to belong to her. Zhang Yu. Xiao Fenghua could not control herself as she approached Zhang Yu, her eyes filled with desire. Zhang Yu, a virgin from 2 lifetimes, had never experienced such a scenario. The hazy images from his previous life now transformed into an incredibly vivid reality. The suppressed desires that had been bottled up for over 20 years burst forth at this moment like a flood breaching a dam. It was unknown how long had passed when that embarrassing sound finally began to subside, leaving only heavy breathing and faint sobs in the quiet room. On the floor lay scattered clothes, and the air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, his mind a chaotic mess. Absurd. Too absurd. He shook his head, trying to cast aside the chaotic thoughts. Sigh, what is happening here? People say that a couple is wonderful and 3 people bring double the joy. If the subjects were a pair of sisters, then the joy would be multiplied again. Yet deep within Zhang Yu, he remained an ordinary college student from the 21st century, unable to accept such a chaotic scene. At the same time, he had no idea how to face these 2 women. He silently walked out of the dismantled prison door, standing at the entrance deep in thought about how to arrange the situation with the 2 sisters. Meanwhile, Xiao Meyer and Xiao Fenghua had already awakened, but neither dared to open their eyes, first uncertain of how to face each other. Remembering the absurd scene just now, both of them felt their faces flush and continued to pretend to sleep. Xiao Meyer felt a deep-seated hatred within her. That damn Zhang Yu had pretended to be pure in front of her. What does a pure boy know about such tricks? Thinking of Zhang Yu's ever-changing poses and tactics, Xiao Meyer felt she had misjudged him. Little did she know a college student from the 21st century, with perhaps a messy practical experience, had an incredibly rich reserve of theoretical knowledge. Let me ask, during college, which man hasn't had hundreds of gigabytes of resources? Xiao Fenghua was the most embarrassed among them. This unexpected event was fundamentally caused by her. Not only did she dare not face Zhang Yu, but she also could not confront Xiao Meyer. Just thinking about how she had taken the initiative made her wish for death. Each of them had their own thoughts. At that moment, a proud Zhang Luohan had already arrived at the prison door. She looked into the empty cell, where not a single guard could be seen, feeling a bit confused. The prison was a heavily guarded place. Last time, when she accompanied the Zhang family, they had to go through several checkpoints to be allowed in. This time, seeing not a single guard, she found it utterly incomprehensible. Naturally, she did not know that the guards had long been reassigned by the royal family, leaving only maids to serve Zhang Yu. A crisp and confident sound of footsteps approached from afar, breaking the oppressive silence of the prison. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, exuding an innate sense of superiority and arrogance. Zhang Yu frowned and looked up. There, at the entrance of the prison, a graceful figure approached. The newcomer was clad in luxurious palace attire of a delicate yellow hue, her figure slender, with an unmistakable air of pride and confidence. It was Zhang Luohan. She seemed to have dressed up meticulously today, her makeup exquisite, resembling a proud peacock ready to inspect her domain. She came to visit Zhang Yu, having already crafted her plans in her mind. She wanted Zhang Yu to know that even without him, she Zhang Luohan remained the lofty and exalted daughter of heaven. She wanted to see for herself Zhang Yu's disheveled and destitute appearance in the prison and perhaps even show a little kindness, making him grateful and once again become her most devoted admirer. Zhang Luohan stood at the entrance of the underground prison, staring in astonishment at the resplendent scene before her, resembling an underground palace. The long-lasting lights were embedded in the walls and the carved doors of mahogany. Is this truly the fearsome and dreaded prison of the Ministry of Punishment? What is happening? Zhang Luohan frowned tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. Did I come to the wrong place? She instinctively took half a step back, wanting to confirm if she had indeed gone to the wrong place. However, the familiar layout and the faint chilling air unique to the prison reminded her that this was indeed the prison. It must be that dandy Xiao Shang's doing. Zhang Luohan quickly concluded, a hint of disdain and disgust flashing in her eyes. Only a good-for-nothing like him, who has no knowledge or skills, could turn a place like the prison into this ridiculous state. It's absurd. Xiao Shang was once again taking the blame. Ever since encountering Zhang Yu, this young master seemed to have been continuously caught in the crossfire, but now he had gained a fellow sufferer. In Zhang Luohan's view, aside from Xiao Shang, the young master of the Jingwang mansion, who only indulged in pleasures, no one would commit such outrageous acts. She didn't think of Zhang Yu at all. In her established perception, Zhang Yu was merely a powerless prisoner who could be easily manipulated. How could he have the ability to transform the prison like this? Having realized this, Zhang Luohan's doubts slightly diminished, replaced by a sense of superiority. No matter how lavishly the prison was decorated, it could not conceal the fact that it was a cage. And Zhang Yu, after all, was just a lowly prisoner, a piece of trash with no hope of rising. If it weren't for the pressing circumstances, she wouldn't even bother to glance at him. Zhang Luohan straightened her back again, resuming her proud peacock demeanor. She walked with elegant steps, treading on the soft carpet, heading straight into the depths of the prison. The further she went, the stronger that sweet and strange scent became. Zhang Luohan couldn't help but cover her nose with her embroidered handkerchief, her brows furrowing even tighter. What is that smell? So unpleasant. She muttered under her breath, her tone filled with disdain. She had no awareness that this unpleasant smell was the lingering essence of the intoxicating love water that could bewilder the senses. Although most of the medicinal effects had been absorbed by Zhang Yu and the others, a faint aftertaste still lingered in the air. Soon Zhang Luohan arrived at the corridor where Zhang Yu's cell was located. From a distance, she spotted Zhang Yu standing by the dismantled cell door. He appeared somewhat disheveled, with scratches all over his face, his hair a bit messy, and an expression of complex fatigue etched on his face. His clothes were torn by Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, and the scratches on his face were naturally the handiwork of these two sisters. Seeing Zhang Yu looking so disheveled at the prison door, Zhang Luohan paused for a moment. Shouldn't prisoners be kept inside their cells? She had encountered too many strange things today. There were no guards in the prison, and Zhang Yu, the prisoner, was not locked up. Everything felt so abnormal. However, when she saw Zhang Yu's tattered clothes and his scarred face, a pleased smile appeared in her heart. She automatically conjured up images of Zhang Yu being bullied and tormented in the prison, feeling immensely satisfied. Those scratches to her were clearly the masterpieces of the prison guards or other prisoners. Zhang Yu, without the support of the whole mansion, you must be having a tough time in the prison. She believed that Zhang Yu had suffered greatly in the prison, and feigned a tone of heartfelt concern, saying, so don't be too full of yourself. Without the support of the whole mansion, you are struggling to survive in the prison. Once Zhang Luohan was the unattainable white moonlight in the original owner's heart, the beloved he tried so hard to protect. But now, seeing her elevated posture, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming disgust. Miss Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Yu's voice was flat and emotionless, as if he were speaking to a stranger. Zhang Luohan was taken aback by Zhang Yu's indifferent attitude. A wave of intense discomfort and anger surged within her. What is this attitude? How dare he use such an attitude towards me? Has he forgotten how he used to follow me like a dog, obediently catering to my every need? Now that he is locked up in the prison, he dares to show me a grim face. Zhang Luohan's expression darkened, and her tone became even colder. Have you developed quite the temper after being locked up in the prison for a few days? She instinctively used the tone she had when reprimanding Zhang Yu in the past, as if he were still the useless person she could scold and manipulate at will. Zhang Yu smirked slightly, a faint curve of mockery forming at the corner of his mouth. It has nothing to do with you. He was currently annoyed and had no time to argue with her, directly asking, so what is it that you want? You? Zhang Luohan was choked by Zhang Yu's words, her face turning red, pointing at him and trembling with anger. She never expected that Zhang Yu would dare to speak to her like this. Then she suddenly smiled, thinking Zhang Yu was angry about the broken engagement. Zhang Yu stopped messing around. She impatiently said, "You are just sulking because I broke off the engagement with you, right?" Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, wondering what madness this crazy woman was on about. She doesn't think I still have feelings for her, does she? Zhang Yu guessed correctly this time. Zhang Luohan indeed thought, so as she was that self-absorbed. Zhang Luohan thought of the method she had discussed with Qin Shuahua, and prepared to keep Zhang Yu dangling, speaking arrogantly. "All right, I can give you another chance to temporarily not get engaged to Xiao Heng. But you must immediately find Chun Dongpeng and resolve the problems with the alchemy workshop for the Ho mansion." She put on an air of generosity, as if she were bestowing Zhang Yu with immense grace. Zhang Yu looked at this self-absorbed woman, who felt so great about herself, and felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. "Who would care about your so-called opportunity? You had better get lost far away, and don't let me see you again." Beside them, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, who were pretending to sleep, suddenly woke up with a start. Zhang Luohan was Zhang Yu's white moonlight, and they feared that Zhang Yu would turn back into a devoted dog. They had already had relations with Zhang Yu, and if he continued to be infatuated with Zhang Luohan and kept fawning over her, they would truly be left with no place to hide. "Are you finished?" Zhang Yu finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Zhang Luohan was taken aback, thinking Zhang Yu was feigning indifference to gain a greater promise, and said, "Zhang Yu, don't push your luck. This is my last opportunity for you. Don't be ungrateful. If you mess this up, I will never forgive you. I command you now to immediately find a way to contact Chun Dongpeng, and stop playing those lowly games of feigned indifference. They will only make me look down on you even more." Zhang Luohan looked down at Zhang Yu with disdain, as if she had seen through all his tricks and schemes. She still believed that Zhang Yu had deep feelings for her, and today's events were merely him throwing a tantrum. Good heavens! Zhang Yu felt as though his brain were being pierced by needles. He stared incredulously at the woman before him, as if gazing upon a monster who had just escaped from an asylum. Did this woman have a bottomless pit inside her skull? How utterly self-absorbed she was. Was my meaning unclear, or had she simply chosen to turn a deaf ear? Zhang Yu watched Zhang Luohan's smug, knowing expression. The one that said, "I've seen right through you," and a wave of utter helplessness washed over him. Could it be that I groveled so excessively in the past that I actually warped her neural pathways? Zhang Yu was on the verge of losing his mind. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered anyone so profoundly convinced of their own infallibility. "Fine. You're brilliant. Your logic is invincible." Gritting his teeth once more, Zhang Yu declared firmly, "Zhang Luohan, let me make this clear. Once and for all. I am severed from the Ho residence and our engagement is formally dissolved. Do not seek me out again." Zhang Luohan scoffed coldly. "I've already told you. Stop playing these childish games. They serve no purpose." Far from retreating under Zhang Yu's resolute words, she grew even more certain of her interpretation. This was merely a more sophisticated variation of feigning indifference to provoke pursuit. The colder and more decisive he appeared, the clearer it proved he could not let go. Indeed, the more desperately he sought her attention and regret. "Since you wish to play." Zhang Luohan lifted her chin slightly, offering a smile laced with mockery and quiet mastery. "Then I shall indulge you fully, until you realize this trick holds no power over me, until you exhaust every last stratagem and finally crawl back begging for my mercy." With that, she turned with deliberate regal grace, preparing to depart from this uncomprehending man. She walked slowly, her skirt swaying gently, her waist swiveling with studied elegance. Each step poised, waiting for his stifled, remorseful cry to ring out behind her, waiting for him, as he had done countless times before, to rush forward, seize her sleeve and beg, humbled and desperate for her forgiveness and presence. 1 step, 2, 3. No plea, no entreaty, no sound at all, only silence, and from deep within the dungeon, the distant, unervingly clear drip of water. Zhang Luohan's flawless silhouette stiffened almost imperceptibly. How could this be? He truly hadn't called out to stop her. A sliver of unease, sharp as an ice shard, pierced the swelling bubble of her confidence. Could it be? He had genuinely let go, no longer kneeling without limit, groveling at her feet as he once did. The thought sent a sudden heavy chill sinking deep into her chest. For a moment she faltered. Nearby, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer exchanged subtle glances. Their intelligence had painted a very different picture of Zhang Yu. He clearly bore none of the abject devotion rumored to define him. Privately, they each felt a quiet surge of relief. Neither wished the man who had just lain with them to worship another woman. Zhang Luohan, now unsettled and uncertain, hesitated, wondering whether to fashion a graceful retreat for herself. After all, she had come on official business. Leaving empty-handed was unacceptable. Just as she weighed, softening her stance, measured footsteps echoed from the dungeon entrance. Neither hurried nor hesitant. A figure emerged at the far end of the corridor, advancing steadily toward them. Instinctively, Zhang Luohan lifted her gaze, and froze, struck motionless as if by lightning. Chen Dongpeng. Chen Dongpeng, the enigmatic master whose expertise could restore the Ho residence's alchemical furnace formation, was here in this dungeon. Zhang Heng had been searching frantically for Chen Dongpeng these past days, commissioning countless portraits. Zhang Luohan too had seen them, and recognized him instantly. Chen Dongpeng held a weathered ancient scroll in his hands, his brow faintly furrowed as he surveyed the dungeon's unexpected layout, clearly astonished by its opulent interior. Indeed, who else would decorate a dungeon like a royal palace? Though Chen Dongpeng possessed the Zhou Tianxing Yen 2 celestial stellar evolution chart, he had failed to grasp its essence, and thus came seeking Zhang Yu's guidance. He'd originally intended to slip in as stealthily as before, only to find the dungeon unguarded. So he simply strode in bold and unimpeded. He had not expected to encounter Zhang Luohan on the verge of departure. His gaze swept over her with detached indifference, as if she were no more than a faceless passerby. His eyes passed straight through her, locking onto Zhang Yu inside the cell. At the very instant Chen Dongpeng was about to brush past Zhang Luohan and approach Zhang Yu, her flustered heart steadied abruptly calm. She whirled around, the earlier tremor of doubt vanishing, replaced entirely by triumphant certainty. Her lips curled into a sardonic, knowing smile as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, Zhang Yu, what remarkable skill you possess. She pointed sharply toward Chen Dongpeng, who stood bewildered, staring back at her, and spoke with absolute conviction, radiating smug omniscience. You knew I would come today, so you summoned Chen Dongpeng in advance. That icy dismissal moments ago, the talk of severed ties, was all just prelude to this carefully orchestrated surprise, wasn't it? She shook her head lightly, feigning weary disdain. Such petty theatrics may suffice occasionally, but overuse only reveals childishness and absurdity. She was utterly certain this entire scene was a meticulously staged performance, engineered by Zhang Yu to win her back, to flatter her. First he withdrew, leaving her anxious and off balance. Then he engineered her shock at encountering Chen Dongpeng, the very master she most needed, thereby manufacturing a profound emotional whiplash, despair then elation. Humph! Zhang Luohan took half a step forward, her gaze darting between Chen Dongpeng and Zhang Yu, as if she alone held the reins of this entire spectacle. You truly went to extraordinary lengths for me. Very well. I forgive your earlier insolence. Zhang Yu. Chen Dongpeng. Zhang Yu stared at Zhang Luohan's smug, self-satisfied smirk, and felt a violent surge of blood rush to his head, dimming his vision. He opened his mouth, yet found himself speechless, overwhelmed by where to even begin dismantling her delusion. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer wore expressions of quiet disappointment. They too believed Zhang Yu had orchestrated this moment solely to delight Zhang Luohan. Yet beneath that disappointment bloomed awe. Chen Dongpeng was a grandmaster of formation arts, and Zhang Yu could summon him at will. Their perception of Zhang Yu's terrifying capability deepened once more. Chen Dongpeng meanwhile wore nothing but bafflement, glancing first at Zhang Luohan, then at Zhang Yu, utterly lost as to what this sudden self-assured woman imagined she was narrating. He had merely hit an impasse while deciphering the Zhou Tianxing Yen 2 and rushed here desperate for Zhang Yu's insight, not to participate in some elaborate charade. An eerie silence settled over the chamber. Only Zhang Luohan's confident smile remained, brilliant, conspicuous, and increasingly absurd. Come with me. Seeing Chen Dongpeng standing motionless, Zhang Luohan's delicate brows drew together, her tone sharpening with unmistakable impatience and unquestioned authority. She didn't even glance at him again, as if he were no more than an elderly servant, and commanded flatly, "Don't stand there idly. Come now, back to the Ho residence, to repair the alchemical furnace formation." In her mind, since this old man had been deliberately summoned by Zhang Yu to please her, he naturally belonged to her command, and must immediately attend to the matter dearest to her heart. Had she known she was ordering around both a formation grandmaster and a martial cultivation grandmaster, she might have reconsidered. Chen Dongpeng was taken aback by the sudden command, turning his head in confusion towards Zhang Yu, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. Who is this woman? Why is she so ill-mannered? Though Zhang Yu was also unsure why Chen Dongpeng had come unannounced, seeing the innocent and puzzled look on his face, and then glancing at Zhang Luohan's imperious demeanor, he felt a wave of speechlessness. He shrugged helplessly, mouthing to Chen Dongpeng, while lightly tapping his own temple with his finger, implying this woman is crazy, don't mind her. However, Zhang Luohan interpreted Chen Dongpeng's glance towards Zhang Yu as a request for the master's permission, feeling a surge of triumph at how things were unfolding. Seeing the two exchanging glances, seemingly still hesitating, she grew even more sharp and impolite. Zhang Yu, how long do you intend to keep pretending? You've already called the person here, it's time to wrap up the show. Hurry up and take this old man with me, the restoration of the alchemy workshop is urgent. She spoke without restraint, directly calling him an old man. Impudence. A low, anger-laden shout erupted like thunder in the dungeon. Chan Dongpeng's previously calm and puzzled expression darkened instantly, as if covered by a layer of frost. He was not the kind-hearted old man everyone thought he was. As a renowned formation master and martial arts master, his status was extraordinarily revered. Even royalty would treat him with utmost respect, addressing him as Old Chen or Senior. His reputation and temperament were built upon genuine strength and status. His earlier courtesy towards Zhang Yu stemmed from gratitude towards the provider of the Zhou Tianxing Yen Tu, and a deep-seated wariness of Zhang Ye's unfathomable nature. But that did not mean that any random person could shout at him and speak disrespectfully. With a piercing glare, Chen Dongpeng's previously restrained aura erupted like a dormant volcano. Boom! A formidable and overwhelming force surged skyward. No longer was it the power of the formation he controlled, but a pure, domineering, terrifying aura belonging to a martial arts master. The aura of a master was unleashed without reservation, instantly enveloping the entire area. The luxurious decorations in the dungeon seemed to tremble slightly under this pressure, and the air thickened, feeling as if it were filled with lead. Zhang Luohan, being the first to bear the brunt, felt an irresistible force crashing down upon her, as if her chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. Ift! She barely had time to gasp before her face turned as pale as paper, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Staggering backward, she managed to steady herself only after her back slammed against the cold stone wall. Master! Master! Zhang Luohan's mind went blank, only these two words echoing frantically, sending shivers through her very soul. This old man was actually a martial arts master, moreover one whose aura was so terrifying and imposing. What was even harder for her to believe, even feeling absurd and fearful, was that this terrifying master had just looked at Zhang Yu with a hint of questioning and a trace of barely perceptible respect. Zhang Yu? On what basis? He was merely a first-grade martial artist, a discarded son of a marquis estate, a prisoner in the dungeon. How could he command or make a martial arts master treat him with such an attitude? Could it be that the power behind him was already substantial enough to command a master at will? This thought left her feeling utterly chilled, as all her previous confidence and calculations regarding Zhang Yu's act and reliance on her were crushed before this mouthful of blood and the terrifying pressure of the master. In its place was a deep-seated fear and an even deeper regret. Meanwhile, hiding in the cell, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, who were witnessing all of this, felt a shock that was no less than Zhang Luhan's, perhaps even more. They had only known that Chen Dongpeng was a formation master, a high-ranking figure invited by Zhang Yu through unknown means. But they never expected this person to be a martial arts master as well. Moreover, judging by the refinement of his aura and the imposing nature of it, he was certainly not a novice in the mastery realm. A master proficient in both formations and martial arts. What a rare and terrifying existence. The value and deterrence of such a person far surpassed that of a master in a single field. How could such a figure be so obedient to Zhang Yu? Zhang Ye's casual demeanor, Chen Dongpeng's instinctive look of inquiry, all of it radiated extreme peculiarity and incredibility. Xiao Fenghua covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, as the earlier pangs of jealousy she felt towards Zhang Yu for sparing Zhang Luohan were replaced by unparalleled shock. She realized she had severely underestimated the mystery and terror of this man. Xiao Meyer's pupils constricted, her heart racing. She had been attempting to analyze, imitate, and control Zhang Yu, but this scene before her completely surpassed her understanding and calculations. Just how deep was the water hidden behind Zhang Yu that could command a dual-qualified master? Her previous attempts to imitate Zhang Luohan now seemed utterly ridiculous and childish. A sense of unprecedented reverence and an even more fervent possessiveness surged wildly within her. Chen Dongpeng shot a cold glance at the crumpled Zhang Luohan, bloodied and horrified, as if she were an ignorant ant. He did not continue to act, but a slight punishment for disrespecting a master was a form of mercy. Not paying any more attention to the nonsensical madwoman, he turned to Zhang Yu, and the imposing aura on his face quickly receded, replaced by a hint of urgency and confusion. Shaking the scroll of Zhou Tianxing Yen Tu in his hand, he smiled wryly. Young friend Zhang, I have pondered over this diagram for several days, yet still cannot comprehend this aspect. I have come to seek your guidance. Little did he know that upon entering he would cough. What exactly is going on here? Just a minor issue, nothing to be concerned about. Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, as if Zhang Luohan's offense and Chen Dongpeng's displayed masterly aura were merely a fleeting breeze passing by. He nodded, his gaze falling on the scroll, and after a moment of contemplation, he understood Chen Dongpeng's purpose for coming. He and Chen Dongpeng had a rather profound relationship almost akin to that of mentor and friend. Chen Dongpeng was passionate about formations. Although he could be somewhat overbearing and prideful, he was pure and sincere in his studies. Since he had come seeking advice, Zhang Yu was also willing to offer guidance and directly began to clarify his doubts. His voice was not loud and his speech was slow, yet the content he presented went straight to the point, each sentence seeming to clear the dense fog before Chen Dongpeng's eyes. His ideas diverged significantly from the current mainstream formation concepts and even strayed into unorthodox territory. Yet upon careful consideration they were intricate and exquisite, clearly touching upon deeper truths of formations. All these insights were skills and knowledge rewarded by the system. Chen Dongpeng first knitted his brows, listening intently, and as Zhang Yu explained his eyes grew brighter, and a look of dawning realization followed by ecstatic joy spread across his face. So that's how it is. I have learned a lot. His display was not mere politeness but a heartfelt acknowledgement. A dual-qualified master actually expressing gratitude like a disciple towards a young prisoner and humbly seeking instruction. This scene was like thunder from the heavens, striking the hearts of the three observing women once more. Zhang Luohan sat slumped against the wall, the blood at the corner of her mouth still fresh, and her already shocked heart further devastated by the pressure of the master. Her wide-open eyes were filled with extreme absurdity and disbelief, almost doubting whether she had hallucinated due to her severe injuries. Zhang Yu was imparting knowledge to a master. That terrifying master was actually listening with rapt attention, like a student, even applauding and expressing gratitude. This completely overturned all her perceptions. Zhang Yu shouldn't be a martial arts failure who only knew how to please women and family, should he? When did he come to understand such profound formations? Could he even make a master submit wholeheartedly? Meanwhile, within the cell, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier were left speechless in shock, their beautiful eyes fixed on the two individuals outside, one sitting and one standing, one speaking and one listening, their pupils shaking. Both covered their racing hearts, their minds in chaos. They knew Zhang Yu was unfathomable, but they never imagined he had become terrifying enough to teach a master. How many unknown abilities was this man still hiding? After Chen Dongpeng left, Xiao Meier rushed out of the cell, approaching Zhang Yu with impatience, eager to understand this mysterious man more deeply. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Xiao Meier, Zhang Luohan's heart sank, a surge of nameless anger igniting within her. A woman, a disheveled woman, her clothes askew, emerged from Zhang Ye's cell. Who is she? What is her relationship with Zhang Yu? Why does she look like she just got out of bed? Countless questions and feelings of rage instantly filled Zhang Luohan's mind. She had previously looked down upon Zhang Yu, seeing him as a disposable stepping stone, treating him as a useless being that could be summoned or dismissed at will without a doubt. However, at this moment, having witnessed Zhang Ye's potential and terror, she naturally did not want to give up on this mysterious man. Moreover, she had always considered Zhang Yu as a personal possession. She could discard him, but no other woman was allowed to claim him. Furthermore, the value of this possession was beyond imagination. Therefore, upon seeing Xiao Meier rush out from Zhang Ye's cell, a wave of intense anger surged within her, feeling as though Zhang Yu had betrayed her. Indeed, in her twisted perception, it was Zhang Yu who had betrayed her. Even if she no longer wanted him, he should remain loyal to her, suffering for her throughout his life rather than here, seeking pleasure. Who is this wretched woman? Zhang Luohan pointed at Xiao Meier, casting a cold glare at Zhang Yu, like a wife questioning her cheating husband. You wretched one! Xiao Meier was not soft-hearted, and being called a wretched woman was something she could not tolerate at this moment. Her brows furrowed, and without any further words, her inner energy surged with instinctive ferocity. Her figure darted forward like a flash of red lightning. She clenched her fist, the wind from her punch howling, carrying a fierce and violent momentum straight for Zhang Luohan's face. She intended to smash that woman's foul mouth. However, at the moment her punch was about to land, Xiao Meier suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Damn it, I acted impulsively. I seem unable to defeat this wretched woman. When she had previously investigated Zhang Luohan, she knew that although this woman was not very sharp, her martial talent was quite decent, having already reached the mid-stage of the 7th rank at a young age. In contrast, Xiao Meier was only at the late stage of the 6th rank, an entire major realm apart. If they were to clash head-on, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. But the punch was already thrown. Like an arrow released from a bow, there was no way to take it back. Beside them, Xiao Fenghua felt a tightening in her heart as well. She was equally aware of Zhang Luohan's cultivation. Seeing Xiao Meier act out of anger, she inwardly cursed her own inner energy, gathering ready to intervene at any moment. However, the next scene left everyone astonished. Bang! The clash of fists and palms produced a dull sound of internal energy colliding. Xiao Meier was jolted, her arm feeling numb, her blood slightly surging, but she was not seriously harmed. The disparity in martial ranks often means a significant difference in strength, especially when crossing major realms. Normally, a 6th-rank martial artist would be unable to withstand the counterattack of a 7th-rank fighter without at least spitting blood, let alone retreating only a few steps and stabilizing their footing. Xiao Meier looked down at her and scathed fist, carefully sensing the surging inner energy within her body, feeling a sense of bewilderment. What is happening? When did I break through to the 7th rank? Xiao Meier's mind was like a raging sea in a storm, completely unable to comprehend this sudden miraculous elevation in cultivation. Xiao Fenghua beside her was equally shocked, astonished that Xiao Meier could withstand a direct confrontation with the midstage Zhang Luohan without defeat, even revealing signs of a breakthrough. This was entirely beyond her understanding of martial arts. Xiao Meier, with her sharp and insightful mind, quickly grasped the only possible explanation after her initial shock. Could it be because of him? This thought crossed her mind, and even she felt it was absurd. Could matters of men and women really enhance one's cultivation? Yet aside from that, there was no other reasonable explanation. She forcefully suppressed the turbulent waves of emotions and the slight embarrassment within her, her beautiful eyes flashing with light as she suddenly thought of a way to verify this. While entangled with Zhang Luohan, she shouted towards Xiao Fenghua, who was still hiding in the cell. Xiao Fenghua, immediately calm your mind and check your own cultivation, carefully see if there are any unusual changes. Xiao Fenghua was taken aback by her sudden shout, instinctively focusing her mind and carefully examining herself. Upon this examination, Xiao Fenghua's eyes widened in shock, her usually pale face showing a near loss of composure filled with disbelief. My inner energy? She could not help but exclaim, her voice trembling. How can it be? So pure and abundant. This is impossible. She clearly sensed that her originally early-stage 8th-rank cultivation had at this moment firmly entered the mid-stage of the 8th rank. In fact, she seemed only a step away from the late stage of the 8th rank. I actually leaped from early-stage 8th rank to mid-stage 8th rank. Xiao Fenghua suddenly raised her head to look at Xiao Meier. In her usually calm eyes, there was now a reflection of the same shock and disbelief. This breakthrough came too suddenly, too rapidly, completely defying everything she had understood about martial arts after years of hard training. Seeing Xiao Fenghua's reaction, the last shred of doubt in Xiao Meier's heart vanished, replaced by even deeper shock. Indeed, not only her but even Xiao Fenghua had received such a terrifying and unreasonable enhancement. This could not be a coincidence. The gazes of the two women almost unconsciously turned towards Zhang Yu. Was it him? Was it truly because of him? But how could this be possible? They could not understand how a mere intimate encounter with Zhang Yu could lead to such inexplicable breakthroughs and such rapid progress. Little did they know at that very moment of their bewilderment, the system rewards within Zhang Yu had just been credited. Zhang Yu broke through the constraints of the acquired realm, reaching the mid-stage of the innate realm, resulting in a dramatic change in his strength. The cultivation technique Zhang Yu practiced was the supreme divine art, granted by the system, emphasizing the unity of essence, qi, and spirit, cultivating both life and vitality. The innate true essence refined from it was extremely pure, of a quality far surpassing any known technique, considered a miraculous elixir for ordinary martial artists. At the time of their astonishment, the energies within them were interconnected, nurturing each other. This was not a deliberate exchange or gift, but a high-dimensional energy unconsciously nourishing and assimilating the lower-dimensional energies. The inner strength that Xiao Meier and Xiao Fenghua had painstakingly cultivated over the years was passively purified, refined, and strengthened under the wash of this exceptionally pure innate energy. Like iron being repeatedly forged, impurities were removed, toughness enhanced, and quantitative changes leading to qualitative transformations. The cultivation bottleneck that had troubled them for so long naturally broke through under the impact of this overwhelming pure energy. Just as the two women were overwhelmed with excitement and shock, immersed in the astonishment of their skyrocketing cultivation and their speculation about the cause, Zhang Luohan, seeing that there was another woman in Zhang Ye's cell, felt her anger intensify, shouting, "Zhang Yu, you're doing quite well. You actually managed to bring two women into the heavenly prison, that's impressive." Zhang Luohan shrieked shrilly, her voice laced with venom and accusation. "How dare you treat me like this? I am your fiancé. Yet you betray me, indulging in shameful acts with these two shameless women. You are despicable. You are vile. En fiancé." En Zhang Yu, who had watched coldly all along, finally spoke. Calm, detached, and faintly disdainful. "En Zhang Luohan, have you lost your memory?" He gazed at her as one might observe a clown performing absurd antics. "The engagement between us was annulled long ago. More precisely, it was you who tore it asunder with your own hands. And now, by what right do you presume to call yourself my fiancé? En Zhang Luohan choked on her words, then flared anew, spewing forth her warped morality. "Our broken engagement was forced upon me. Circumstances left me no choice. How dare you sink so low here consorting with these two contemptible women? And her words did not merely ignite Xiao Meyer's fury, her brows snapping into sharp, furious arcs, but also sent a glacial frost spreading across Xiao Fenghua's serene countenance. Humph! And Xiao Meyer laughed. Not in mirth but in bitter scathing disbelief, as if gazing upon something foul beyond reason. You've sold your soul, and now demand a monument to virtue. Zhang Yu severed all ties with you long ago. Even if he took 100 lovers, it bears not a copper coin's worth of relevance to you. You two wretches, fox spirits, shameless hussies who brazenly seduce another woman's fiancé. How utterly debased you are. Judging by your lewd demeanor, you must have crawled out of some brothel's squalid den. And slap. Na crisp stinging blow landed squarely across Zhang Luohan's face, cutting short her venomous tirade. The strike did not come from Xiao Meyer, but from Xiao Fenghua, who had materialized before Zhang Luohan like a phantom, her speed too swift for the eye to trace. Already cultivating at the midstage of the 8th martial rank, she could crush Zhang Luohan without effort. And with one hand, Xiao Fenghua seized Zhang Luohan's wrist. With icy penetrating qi, she instantly sealed several vital acupoints, leaving her paralyzed. Zhang Luohan's head snapped violently sideways. Her cheeks swelled crimson before the eye, a grotesque rapid bloom of bruising, while blood seeped from a split lip. Eyes wide with disbelief, she stared at the woman before her, so ethereally composed yet so ruthlessly decisive. And you dare strike me? Her voice slurred thick with humiliation and hatred, and Xiao Fenghua's grip did not slacken an iota. Her tone remained glacial, devoid of warmth or mercy. Utter one more obscenity, and I shall sever your tongue. Her voice was calm, yet carried a killing intent that made the air itself shiver. And you too. And cowed by her aura yet consumed by deeper shame, Zhang Luohan lost all reason, and tried once more to curse. Slap, slap, and two heavier blows followed, left and right, and stars exploded behind Zhang Luohan's eyes. Both cheeks ballooned grotesquely, and blood streamed freely from her mouth. She could no longer form coherent words, only guttural whimpers and glares brimming with unrelenting hatred. Nas Xiao Fenghua struck, her peripheral gaze flickered, subtly, deliberately, toward Zhang Yu beside them. She knew Zhang Luohan was Zhang Yu's lingering knot, his unresolved past, and she wished to see how he would react if Zhang Yu showed even a flicker of softness. And Xiao Meyer, watching with grim satisfaction, clapped and laughed. Well struck. Vermin who spew filth deserve nothing less than brutal chastisement. Sister, rest a moment. I'll deliver a few strikes myself to vent my own rage. And she too had noticed Zhang Yu's lack of defense toward Zhang Luohan, and felt reassured. Yet Zhang Yu, contrary to the two women's expectations, remained unmoved by Zhang Luohan's suffering. Ni's eyes were shut tight, his brow knotted in anguish, fine beads of sweat glistened at his temples, as if locked in some grueling inner battle. Within his spiritual sea, chaos reigned. Ni's expression twisted in agonized strain as his mind screamed inwardly, damn it! The original host's obsession has surfaced again. This fixation had arisen before, and for 3 years, though bound by the system to appease the Zhang family and the original host's white moonlight fiancé, Zhang Yu retained full autonomy over his thoughts. He'd had countless opportunities to eliminate them covertly and claim his freedom outright. Yet each time he moved to act against them directly, that obsession surged, disrupting his will. And so he resorted to intricate schemes, slowly, inexorably sealing every path to survival for the Zhang clan. Now, witnessing Zhang Luohan's brutal beating, the obsession flared once more. Especially Zhang Luohan. She was the original host's white moonlight. They grew up together, and after she once saved his life, he fell into obsessive, irrational devotion. Even in death, his lingering attachment demanded her protection. And Zhang Yu trembled with rage, his very soul quaking with revulsion. A groveling dog, truly unworthy of pity, unworthy of life. Null residual sympathy for the original host dissolved in an instant. Yet Zhang Yu sensed something deeply wrong. In the past, when his cultivation was weak, being swayed by a dead man's fixation might have been excusable. But now, his divine sense was formidable. Why then did it still hold sway? System, when did this thing grow so powerful? And he had no choice but to appeal to the omnipotent system. The system, usually silent, broke precedent. Your divine sense and the original host's obsession share the same spiritual sea. When divine sense is bestowed, it targets this body's spiritual sea. Thus, so that thing now possesses divine sense equal to mine. And Zhang Yu was speechless. This was sheer absurdity. And then, moving forward, can future bestowals bypass it? His voice sharpened with urgency. If this persisted, he'd be shackled to that obsession for eternity. And the system replied indifferently, why separate them? What do you mean? And Zhang Yu was baffled. And, how to put it? I was drawn here by the original host's obsession. But I arrived slightly late, just a hair's breadth, and found him already deceased. And with no choice, I randomly selected someone from across the myriad realms to fill the role. To be precise, you owe your presence here entirely to him. And after the system's explanation, Zhang Yu only sank deeper into gloom. So he was merely a placeholder, summoned at random. Scratching his head in resignation, Zhang Yu realized the system was unreliable, and turned inward. And due to this system flaw, the obsession now wielded divine sense equal to his own, throwing him into disarray, forcing him to suppress it with full strength. Submit? And he roared within his spiritual sea, engulfing, incinerating, and crushing every remnant of the original host's consciousness, his attachments, obsessions, love, sorrows, and despair. You are dust and ash. This body belongs to me now. Your passions, your fixations, your delusions, they shall vanish like mist at dawn. Within the depths of his soul, a fierce, evenly matched war raged, neither side gaining ground. And after all, both had been forged by the same system's infusion, trained by the same master, neither could break the other's stance. While Zhang Yu wrestled internally, his spirit locked in cataclysmic struggle, he cursed the system relentlessly for engineering such a calamity. Fortunately, the obsession erupted only in the presence of Zhang Luohan, or members of the Ho household. Otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Moreover, after Zhang Yu uncovered the truth, that he bore no blood relation to the Zhang family, the obsession had grown indifferent toward them. It clung solely to his birth mother Qin Shuahua, and to Zhang Luohan, his white moonlight. At that realization, Zhang Yu glimpsed a path forward if he could shatter the obsession's illusion of Zhang Luohan entirely. Perhaps it would dissolve of its own accord. Outwardly, he appeared tormented, his brow furrowing, his expression shifting ceaselessly, pain, conflict, icy resolve. That subtle play of emotion, observed keenly by Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, sent a chill through both women, and to them his visible anguish signaled profound inner turmoil. They naturally assumed his distress stemmed from lingering affection for Zhang Luohan. Witnessing her humiliation torn between resentment and sorrow, Xiao Fenghua's gaze hardened. Any nascent, inexplicable resonance she'd felt toward Zhang Yu now crystallized into cold, unyielding resolve, and clearly Zhang Luohan held far greater weight in his heart than they'd ever imagined. Leaving her alive with so endless peril, and Xiao Meyer's murderous intent solidified. Swift, ruthless, absolute. Na woman of decisive action, she saw only one path: eradicate the threat before it could fester. Exchanging a glance, the sisters read identical frost in each other's eyes. And kill her. And Xiao Meyer formed the words silently, with lethal clarity. Xiao Fenghua gave the faintest, almost imperceptible nod. And though less impulsive than Xiao Meyer, she understood well the ancient maxim: hesitation breeds disaster. Since Zhang Yu seemed unable to sever this poisoned bond himself, they would cut it for him, and their minds settled, their palms already gathering lethal force, ready to end Zhang Luohan's fate. The cold, killing intent pierced like tangible ice needles, causing Zhang Luohan's skin to ache. Never before had she felt so acutely the weight of the word death, which hung in the depths of the eyes of the two stunning women before her. Xiao Fenghua's slender pale hand gripped her wrist, more despairing than the coldest dark iron. No, please. The plea shattered into pieces, laced with a sobbing tone. Zhang Luohan trembled like a fallen leaf in autumn winds, all her previous arrogant schemes and malice crushed to dust before the absolute power and the specter of death. She just wanted to survive, even if it meant crawling like a dog to beg for mercy. Yet all she received in response was deeper indifference. Xiao Fenghua's fingertips tightened, once more her true energy surging violently. Ugh! Zhang Luohan let out a short cry of pain, feeling as if her heart were gripped by an icy hand, abruptly ceasing its rhythm. As darkness closed in before her eyes, an opposing wave of heat capable of incinerating her insides surged from her back. Xiao Meyer's palm, glowing with an eerie crimson hue, had already pressed close to her heart, the venomous heat even scorching her back's clothing into slight curls and yellowing. Coldness and searing heat, two deadly forces, assailed her from both sides, and the scythe of death had already brushed against her neck. It was over. Endless darkness and icy despair completely consumed her. Her pupils dilated in extreme fear, reflecting no light, only a bleak silence. She had even lost the strength to utter her final words. In that moment of life hanging by a thread, when hope was about to be extinguished, oh! A howl unlike that of a human, filled with chaotic and brutal intent, abruptly erupted in the depths of this dark prison. Before the sound faded, the ground walls and ceiling of the entire prison suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented blinding light from those ancient and mysterious formations. The immense energy of the formation erupted with an unprecedented ferocity, not from external infusion, but from an instantaneous change of control at the core of the formation. An invisible, overwhelming barrier of formation power precisely intercepted between Zhang Luohan and the two lethal attacks. The icy true energy at Xiao Fenghua's fingertips crashed against an invisible copper wall, instantly scattering and rebounding, causing her fingers to go numb and reluctantly release their grip. Xiao Meyer's expression shifted slightly. That palm charged with dark fire struck as if into an unfathomable cold pond, the crimson light extinguished with a hiss by the formation's power, the backlash causing her blood to surge, involuntarily stepping back half a pace. The space around the two seemed to freeze in that instant. A force so powerful it was suffocating surged from all directions, binding them firmly in place, unable to move. Zhang Yu, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer raised their heads almost in unison, astonishment and anger flashing in their beautiful eyes, ultimately transforming into a cold understanding and profound disappointment. In this prison, who could manipulate the power of the Great Formation with such ease and overwhelming force other than that man? Indeed, he ultimately could not let go of this calamity. Once the prison formation fully activated, unless one possessed power beyond this realm, no one could contend with it. Despite their myriad unwillingness, they could only be suppressed by this vast power of the formation watching helplessly. Zhang Luohan, having survived a calamity, collapsed to the ground as if all her bones had been extracted, gasping greedily yet awkwardly. Each breath tugged at her veins, eroded by cold, bringing a stabbing pain. Cold sweat mixed with tears of fear smeared her face. But clearer than the pain was the terrifying energy fluctuations, filling the entire space, omnipresent. This fluctuation was domineering, brutal, filled with unquestionable control, and it was this very power that forcibly reversed the rules at the last moment, pulling her back from the gates of death. She was still alive. This realization left her exhausted, while an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She struggled to turn her neck, gazing towards the source of the energy fluctuations. Indeed, the source of the power was Zhang Yu, but it was not Zhang Ye's hand in motion. For years, the obsession lying dormant within her consciousness, the various divine skills rewarded to Zhang Yu by the system he could share, including supreme control over formations. At the critical moment, he bypassed Zhang Ye's suppression, wielding his spiritual power to control the formation and save Zhang Luohan from the brink of death. Did Zhang Yu save me? Zhang Luohan looked puzzled. When did Zhang Yu acquire such immense power? Feeling the ambiguous yet formidable aura emanating from Zhang Yu, she was momentarily speechless. This pressure she had only ever felt from the family ancestor who remained in seclusion like a deity. It was the authentic aura of a congenital powerhouse, a terrifying presence above the mundane. How could this be possible? This thought exploded in her mind like thunder, shattering her sanity and leaving no trace of her previous hope. Zhang Yu, the one she regarded as a lowly born of mediocre talent, the man who once obeyed her every whim, even being discarded like a pawn. How could he possibly be a congenital powerhouse? A congenital at just over 20? This realization horrified her even more than death itself. Across the entire Wei Kingdom, even the 8 countries of the Eastern Domain and the legendary 36 domains of Yuhua continent, those who entered congenital realms at such an age were all legendary prodigies. They were destined to stir up storms and stand at the pinnacle of the world. And herself, had she truly pushed away such a peerless genius capable of altering the fate of a nation and impacting the dynamics of a region, as if discarding a worn-out shoe? And all for the sake of clinging to Zhang Heng, subjecting him to extreme humiliation, betrayal, and schemes. A tremendous sense of absurdity tightened around her throat like a cold hand. Immediately after, a fear and regret deeper and more piercing than before, like cold tides, flooded her heart, nearly suffocating her. All her previous arrogance, her self-righteousness, all her smugness at being adept at scheming appeared utterly ridiculous before this ironclad reality. She had sacrificed a mountain of gold that she had painstakingly excavated for a moment's vanity and short-sighted gain, handing it over without hesitation, even helping others to trample on him. Zhang Luohan's face turned as pale as a sheet, her lips trembling uncontrollably, her body shaking even more violently than when she faced death. She stared blankly at the direction from which the terrifying energy fluctuations emanated. Although she could not see Zhang Ye's figure, the suffocating aura already revealed everything. Once the owner of this aura had followed her with the most ardent sincerity, offering his unreserved heart for her to mold as she wished. Yet she had scorned it, even trampling it underfoot. Now this aura was powerful enough to make her tremble, yet as cold as eternal ice, unwilling to look at him even once. The stark contrast was like countless poisoned needles piercing deep into her heart. Regret, endless regret coiled around her heart like a deadly vine, nearly crushing it. This regret stemmed not only from the fear of death being lifted, but also from witnessing the greatest opportunity she might have missed in her life. An opportunity that could elevate her and her family to the pinnacle which she had personally buried. Fear, a fear that penetrated to the bones. She feared the terrifying power Zhang Yu now possessed even more than she feared his attitude towards her. That icy formation power, that unhesitating move to intercept Xiao Fenghua and her sister. Was it truly to save her? Or was it merely to settle the score? She looked at the outline faintly discernible at the center of the energy fluctuations, seemingly enduring some form of pain, her mind blank. Wanting to cry, yet her tears felt frozen by extreme regret and fear unable to flow. Only endless coldness and darkness remained engulfing her. What she had discarded was not a mere waste to manipulate at will, but a dragon lurking in the abyss. On the other side, Zhang Yu was utterly enraged. A mere obsession dared to steal my power. If I cannot deal with you, can I not kill Zhang Luohan? Do you not wish to protect this wretch? I will ensure her life is worse than death. In the next moment, he struck out in anger, aiming a palm at the regretful Zhang Luohan. Just as Zhang Luohan was engulfed by boundless remorse and terror, her mind shattering under the strain, an even more violent and furious aura descended upon her without warning. This pressure was no longer mere control or restraint. It radiated glacial, unrelenting killing intent. In its wake, a colossal palm strike shattered through the erased barrier with no forewarning, hurtling toward her crumpled form on the ground. Before the palm wind even reached her, its razor-sharp, killing intent lacerated her skin. Zhang Yu, he truly intended to act in person. Zhang Luohan's pupils contracted violently. Any lingering hope evaporated instantly, leaving behind only absolute coldness and despair. He still means to kill me, to exact vengeance with his own hands. This realization extinguished even the instinct to struggle. She could only close her eyes and await death. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier likewise stiffened, but their expressions soon softened with quiet relief. That Zhang Yu would personally eliminate this calamity, though unexpected, severed future dangers at the root. Far preferable to him, shielding her indefinitely with that inexplicable softness. Yet that seemingly overwhelming palm strike poised to obliterate Zhang Luohan in the instant before impact inexplicably lost most of its force. That stubborn attachment had once again interfered with Zhang Yu's power. Pooh! Though diminished, the residual force struck Zhang Luohan Fulin, sending her flying like a ragdoll into the frigid stone wall. Her viscera convulsed violently. She spat forth a gout of crimson blood, her vision swimming into darkness. Agony forced her into a fetal curl. But her consciousness remained piercingly clear. This blow had not ended her life. He withheld the killing stroke. Was it because he still harbored lingering affection, or because he wished not for her death to be swift, but slow, agonizing, and deliberate? Prostrate on the floor, coughing blood, Zhang Luohan trembled with bewildered dread. Yet within that terror, a twisted sliver of hope began to unfurl. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier exchanged a glance, each reading perfect understanding in the other's eyes. Indeed, Zhang Yu retained complex, unresolved feelings toward this woman, unable to deliver immediate absolute annihilation. Damn it! A low, furious snarl erupted from the epicenter of the energy fluctuation, brimming with contempt for the attachment's interference. Moments later, Zhang Yu's voice, icy, commanding, and utterly unassailable, resounded throughout the celestial prison. Xiao Fenghua, Xiao Meier, drag this wretch outside and present her as a reward to the three armies. Then strip her bare and hang her from the city gate for public display. At these words, Zhang Luohan plunged into an abyss of ice, her very blood seeming to freeze solid. Reward the three armies. Hang her from the city gate. This fate filled her with far greater horror and humiliation than death itself. She would have welcomed oblivion. Zhang Yu resolved today he must subdue this internal attachment, or it would inevitably undermine him in the future. Yet he altered his strategy. Rather than striking directly, he now focused all his will on suppressing the attachment, delegating execution to others. Understood. Xiao Meier let out a silvery laugh, though her eyes held no mirth, only the cruel, playful gaze of a cat toying with its prey. She blurred forward, fingers coiling into talons slicing through the air, with lethal intent toward the grievously wounded Zhang Luohan. No, don't. Zhang Yu, for the sake of our past bond, for the sake of the life I once saved, you must spare me. Zhang Luohan shrieked, scrambling backward in desperation, her face streaked with blood, tears, and snot as she pleaded pathetically toward Zhang Yu. At that moment, a voice echoed deep within Zhang Yu's mind. Release her. Please, spare her life. If you do, I shall obey you utterly henceforth. Never interfere again. She saved my life once. I cannot abandon her now. The voice trembled with anguish and resistance, the very attachment that had long warred against Zhang Yu. So, it was true. A cold sneer flickered in Zhang Yu's heart, though his expression remained impassive. This groveling, subservient attachment had surfaced instantly at Zhang Luohan's genuine peril. Precisely the reaction he had engineered. Moreover, Zhang Yu possessed no method yet to fully refine or eradicate this attachment, and dared not press it too far. Thus he interjected sharply, "Halt." Xiao Meier froze mid-motion, glancing at him with confusion and a flash of disappointment, before obediently withdrawing her hand. Zhang Yu's gaze settled upon Zhang Luohan huddled on the floor. His eyes were fathomless, glacial, as he spoke slowly. "No matter how despicable you are, you did save my life once. Today I grant you one final reprieve, to settle that debt of life. From this moment onward our ties are severed, all debts cleared. Should you ever harbor treachery again or stir up chaos, I shall show no mercy. Leave now." Xiao Meier pursed her lips, disgruntled yet acknowledging the irrefutable karmic bond between Zhang Yu and Zhang Luohan. With a venomous glare cast at Zhang Luohan, she retreated silently to the side. Zhang Luohan, having narrowly escaped death, felt near collapse from sheer relief. Yet Zhang Yu's final phrase, "Our ties are severed," pierced her heart like a blade. Yet seeing that he had ultimately spared her, and invoked both her debt of life and their final bond, her calculating mind stirred anew. Indeed, he still cherished their past. That life debt was his weakness, and their years of shared history. He must still hold some place for me in his heart. It is merely that those two wretches have clouded his judgment, and pride prevents him from yielding openly. Zhang Luohan lowered her head, concealing the renewed fire of ambition blazing in her eyes. So long as he remained constrained by that past bond and life debt, she retained opportunity. With precise maneuvering, she might yet win him back. She struggled upright, daring not meet the icy stares of Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, or confront the impenetrable depth of Zhang Yu's gaze. Head bowed, she staggered unsteadily toward the exit of the celestial prison, her silhouette wretched and broken, yet already weaving new schemes in silence. After Zhang Luohan departed, Xiao Fenghua turned her gaze back to Zhang Yu, seeking to discern his true state. "I swear, I'd rather kill Zhang Luohan with my own hands. Do you believe me?" Zhang Yu, unnerved by their strange scrutiny, found himself offering an involuntary explanation. "We believe you." Almost in unison, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier replied. Xiao Fenghua's voice was crystalline and serene, a quiet affirmation that required no justification. Xiao Meier's tone, by contrast, was honeyed and supple. The earlier disappointment and disdain had largely dissolved, replaced by keen curiosity, and something deeper, more intense. Hearing them, Zhang Yu exhaled inwardly in relief. Dealing with intelligent people was effortless. They perceived his dilemma and asked no further questions. Perfect. Yet before that breath fully left him, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Xiao Meier's lithe serpentine figure pressed against him without warning. Supple as water curves, breathtaking. She leaned almost entirely into the crook of his arm, her crimson lips brushing his ear, as she whispered, her warm, intoxicating breath slipping into his ear canal. "Sister helped you greatly just now. Gave that full-tongued viper a proper thrashing." Her voice was velvet soft, laced with hooks. As she spoke, her warm lips grazed his earlobe, sending a jolt of electric tingling down his spine. "So tell me," she drew the words out, her fingers tracing idly across his chest. Through fabric he felt the astonishing resilience and heat beneath. "How exactly will you repay sister for such a tremendous favor?" She emphasized the word repay with deliberate sultry weight, her eyes shimmering with unmistakable implication. Zhang Yu had never faced such a situation. In his previous life, he had been a reclusive college student, or in this life, his original self had been a guileless youth utterly manipulated by Zhang Luohan. Across both lifetimes, his romantic experience amounted to virtually nothing. Against Zhang Luohan's hypocritical, artificial lotus blossom facade, he could remain coolly analytical. But confronting Xiao Meier's innate, unrestrained, full-force allure, he faltered instantly. His ears burned, a flush bloomed uncontrollably across his cheeks. His pulse quickened, betraying his fluster. Xiao Meier observed every nuance, her conviction deepening. She had suspected as much. Last night's intimate encounter, and her observations just now, had confirmed Zhang Yu's nature, formidable beyond measure in cultivation, yet utterly inexperienced in matters of love and desire. At best, he possessed theoretical knowledge, essentially a bashful, flustered young man who blushed and stammered when confronted with genuine temptation. This revelation steadied her resolve, and ignited far greater fascination, and a subtle, ineffable thrill. Such a Zhang Yu, powerful yet pure, was infinitely more intriguing. A powerful yet innocent younger brother, exactly her type. Nearby, Xiao Fenghua watched Xiao Meier's conduct, her brow imperceptibly furrowing, as she muttered inwardly, "Foxy seductress." Yet inexplicably witnessing Zhang Yu's flustered, crimson-cheeked helplessness, a faint ripple stirred deep within the calm depths of her icy gaze. Flustered and off-balance, Zhang Yu's voice tightened slightly as he asked, What kind of repayment do you want?" Seeing his flustered yet valiantly composed demeanor, Xiao Meier's amusement deepened. She did not press further, but stepped back half a pace, granting him breathing room while her mesmerizing, soul-capturing eyes remained locked unblinkingly upon him. Sister isn't quite satisfied with her current cultivation level, she murmured, hooking a finger around his neck. I wish to advance swiftly, just as we did last night in bed. For Xiao Meyer, emotions are complex while interests are straightforward. She may have some interest and affection for Zhang Yu, who appears as a pure and powerful younger brother, but it cannot be said to be a deep liking. What truly makes her heart race is the thought of a sudden surge in cultivation after a single sleep, which is faster than any heavenly treasures or secret arts and carries no future repercussions. This deal is too advantageous. It is simply the best shortcut to cultivation in the world. She looked at Zhang Yu's side profile, which bore a hint of embarrassment and hesitation, and couldn't help but chuckle internally. This little man possesses terrifying strength, yet he is incredibly bashful. It seems that she must help him make a decision. She extended her fair jade-like arm and wrapped it around Zhang Yu's neck, her breath fragrant and seductive. Little brother. What I mean by help is just like last night. We can have a good talk again. She deliberately emphasized the words good talk, lightly brushing her fingers against the back of Zhang Yu's neck, sending a shiver through him. See, after our talk last night, didn't elder sister's cultivation increase? This time, if we have a deeper exchange, who knows, elder sister might break through to the mid-stage of the 7th rank or even the late stage. Zhang Yu felt a rush of blood to his head, his cheeks flushed, and his body stiffened like a stone, unable to decide where to place his hands and feet. Seeing Zhang Yu's adorably innocent and awkward demeanor, Xiao Meyer felt even more amused and increasingly certain of her intentions. She no longer gave Zhang Yu time to hesitate, slightly tightening her arm, guiding and leaning on him, pulling the stiff Zhang Yu toward the luxurious cell. When they reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to the side, looking at Xiao Fenghua, who had a complicated expression, and sweetly asked, Hey Miss Xiao, would you like to join us? A chance to increase cultivation, it's a rare opportunity. She particularly emphasized the words increase cultivation, casting a suggestive glance between Zhang Yu and Xiao Fenghua. The temptation of increasing cultivation is lethal to any martial artist. Xiao Fenghua had just experienced a leap from early to mid-stage of the 8th rank, and she understood how astonishing and unbelievable such an enhancement could be. Upon hearing Xiao Meyer's words, her heart uncontrollably raced, a wave of heat suddenly washing over her cheeks. Together, like just now. Last night, it was because of the effects of misty water that the three of them lost their rationality, leading to such absurd chaos. But now everyone was sober. Xiao Fenghua couldn't help but recall fragmented and fiery images from last night, her ears instantly turning crimson. She quickly turned her face away, not daring to look at Xiao Meyer's suggestive gaze or Zhang Yu's stiff back, and squeezed out a low curse through clenched teeth. Shameless, who would want to do that with you? After saying that, she seemed afraid of wavering, wanting to escape this chaotic atmosphere. She glanced back, retreated to the door of another vacant cell a bit further away, turned her back to them, and stiffly remarked, If you want to increase your cultivation, hurry up. I will wait for you at the door. She wanted to say she would leave first, but the words changed inexplicably to waiting for them. After saying that, she felt her face burning and wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xiao Meyer couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately raising her voice, pretending to be aloof. Some people say they don't want it, but their bodies are quite honest. Moreover, she deliberately paused, her tone laced with teasing and mockery, Don't forget who brought that misty water. This statement struck like a sharp arrow, hitting Xiao Fenghua's most embarrassing and unmentionable point. Indeed, she was the one who brought the misty water. Although it was not her intention, last night's absurdity did originate from her. If it weren't for her bringing that damned potion, how could all that follow have happened? Xiao Fenghua's delicate body trembled, and her back, turned away, appeared even stiffer, her ears reddening almost to the point of bleeding. Seeing this, Xiao Meyer raised an eyebrow in satisfaction and no longer paid attention to Xiao Fenghua. She applied slight force with her arm and brought the still dazed Zhang Yu into the cell. The heavy, exquisite cell door slowly closed behind her, isolating the inside from the outside. Bang! A soft sound, the cell door closed. Soon a roar akin to a tidal wave emanated from within. Xiao Fenghua's body instantly tensed up as if she had been hit by a freezing spell. She initially wanted to block out the sound, but for some reason the noise seemed to penetrate through, drilling directly into her ears. The more she told herself not to listen, the clearer the sound became. Every lingering note, every unbearable sigh was like a stone thrown into her heart's lake, creating ripples of chaotic emotions. Fragments of last night's events flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Those heated temperatures, entwined bodies, and dizzying breaths, gradually overlapping with the sounds coming from within the door. An inexplicable heat rose from her heart, rapidly spreading to her limbs. Her cheeks burned fiercely, and her breathing involuntarily quickened. She bit her lower lip tightly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning slightly pale from the force. Shameless. Absurd. She repeatedly cursed in her heart, unsure whether she was cursing the uncouth couple within or her own chaotic feelings at this moment. But the words increased cultivation echoed in her ears like a devil's whisper. Mid-stage of the 8th rank. That was the gift she had just received last night. A single, inexplicable fusion equated to half a year of her arduous cultivation. The speed of this breakthrough was simply shocking, completely defying the common sense of martial arts. And at this moment the commotion inside was so intense and prolonged. What incredible secrets lay hidden within Zhang Yu? Could it really allow one to transfer their cultivation to another in such an unbelievable manner? Xiao Fenghua's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently. Rationality told her this was a wicked path, a perverse method, a self-indulgent descent. As a princess of the Jing Wang's estate, how could she indulge in such shameless ways to enhance her cultivation? If this were to spread, she would be utterly disgraced, and the Jing Wang's estate would also lose face. However, another voice in her heart screamed frantically, the path of martial arts is inherently against the heavens. In the face of opportunity, why should one be bound by form? The sensation of that sudden surge in cultivation felt so real, so wonderful. If she could advance further, if she could break through to the peak of the 8th rank, or even catch a glimpse of the coveted 9th rank threshold. The leap from 8th to 9th rank represents an extremely challenging chasm in martial cultivation. Countless exceptionally talented individuals spend their entire lives stuck at the peak of the 8th rank, unable to progress even an inch. This not only requires a vast accumulation of true energy, but also a profound understanding of martial arts, meticulous control over one's meridians and true energy, as well as a rare opportunity that cannot be sought. The difficulty level far exceeds that of advancing from the 7th to the 8th rank, or even from the 6th to the 7th combined. Xiao Fenghua is not lacking in talent or resources, but to break through to the 9th rank through her own hard work would take at least 5 or even 10 years of diligent effort. Moreover, the risks are numerous. A slight misstep could result in damaged meridians and regression of cultivation. Yet within that cell, it seems that Xiao Meyer is performing an incredible leap just through that kind of method. The fluctuations of that aura grew stronger and more pronounced. Just as Xiao Fenghua's heart was in turmoil, nearly biting her lower lip raw, and her body trembled slightly from intense restraint and inexplicable heat. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly exploded from within the cell. This aura was not directed at anyone, it felt more like an uncontrollable power released during a cultivation breakthrough. Xiao Meyer had broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th rank. After a while this aura surged again, reaching the late stage of the 7th rank. The density and total amount of this aura clearly reached the late stage of the 7th rank, and even it seemed to be faintly touching the threshold of the peak. How could this be possible? Xiao Fenghua's cool eyes widened in shock, her usually expressionless face filled with disbelief. She remembered clearly that less than an hour ago, when she was confronting Zhang Luohan outside the cell, Xiao Meyer had just broken through to the early stage of the 7th rank. Although the aura was stable, it was impossible to make another breakthrough in such a short time. But now, just once, and it seemed that it wasn't over yet. Xiao Fenghua's heart felt like it was being struck by a heavy hammer. She had initially thought that last night's miraculous cultivation boost might have a special reason, or perhaps it was just a one-time opportunity. But now Xiao Meyer had demonstrated through her actions that, no, this is not an accident. It is very likely a cultivation method that is repeatable and shockingly efficient. Moreover, judging by the commotion, Xiao Meyer's gains seemed to be even greater than the accident of last night. Is it because she took the initiative and was more invested? Or is it because of Zhang Yu? Just as Xiao Fenghua's mind was in turmoil, a whirlwind of thoughts threatening to overturn her decades of martial understanding. Creak! The luxurious cell door, which had isolated the endless spring and terrifying aura, was pulled open from the inside. The first to step out was the spirited Xiao Meyer. What made Xiao Fenghua's pupils dilate was that Xiao Meyer's cultivation had astonishingly risen from the early stage of the 7th rank to the mid-stage of the 8th rank, reaching the same realm as her. Seeing Xiao Fenghua, who was dumbfounded and filled with shock at the door, Xiao Meyer smiled with a proud and provocative curve of her red lips, deliberately stretching her curvaceous figure to accentuate the alluring curves and the lingering ambiguous aura. She walked gracefully in front of Xiao Fenghua, slightly raising her chin, her voice hoarse from the aftermath, and unabashedly flaunting, "So how is it, my dear sister? After listening at the door for so long, are you satisfied? Look at me, I feel great, I'm filled with strength now." Xiao Fenghua stared at Xiao Meyer intently, her voice trembling with disbelief. "You? How could your cultivation increase so quickly? Once? Just once, and you can cross so much?" she asked, voicing her greatest confusion and shock. Just now the three of them had only improved a small rank based on their original foundation. But this time Xiao Meyer had almost jumped over several small realms, which was utterly unreasonable. Hearing this, Xiao Meyer smiled even more enchantingly, whispering, "If once isn't enough, it'll just come a few more times." Regardless of how it came to be, the results of Xiao Meyer's continuous breakthroughs indeed filled Xiao Fenghua with immense jealousy. As for Xiao Fenghua, her talent and resources were not lacking yet to break through to the innate level step by step, would at least require decades of hard work fraught with countless dangers and uncertainties. Yet before her lay a shortcut. Xiao Meyer was a living example. From mid-6th grade to mid-8th grade, the vast chasm of cultivation was nearly bridged by merely coming a few more times. What terrifying speed is this? What a chance defying heaven. In an instant Xiao Fenghua's gaze became unwaveringly resolute, even carrying a sense of desperate resolve. The remaining shred of shame and hesitation within her was completely crushed by the thirst for power and the fear of lagging behind others. She no longer looked at Xiao Meyer's smug smile, abruptly turning and striding toward Zhang Yu's cell. Xiao Meyer was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Xiao Fenghua paused but did not turn back, coldly replying to cultivate. These 3 words were spoken decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meyer was first taken aback, then burst into laughter filled with mockery and amusement. She never expected that her usually proud and aloof good sister would actually be provoked into lowering herself to take the initiative to deliver goods. Oh my, has my good sister come to her senses? Xiao Meyer twisted her waist like a water snake, walking up to Xiao Fenghua, sizing up her deliberately cold yet blushing face. Xiao Fenghua's body stiffened, blood rushing to her cheeks, yet she forcibly suppressed it. She tightly pressed her lips together, ignoring Xiao Meyer's mockery, stubbornly fixated on the prison door, as if it were the only entrance to the pinnacle of power. However, just as she took a deep breath, preparing to push open that door, Xiao Meyer gently pressed down on her shoulder. "Wait, my good sister." Xiao Meyer's voice carried a hint of a strange smile as she shook her head today. "I'm afraid it won't work." Xiao Fenghua suddenly turned her head, her cold eyes bursting with sharp light. "What do you mean? Why can you do it, but I can't?" She pointed at Xiao Meyer, her voice slightly raised due to agitation. She thought Xiao Meyer was intentionally blocking her, not wanting her to share in the benefits, or perhaps wanting to monopolize this incredible advantage of Zhang Yu. However, Xiao Meyer faced her question without the slightest anger, instead smiling even more seductively, speaking lightly. "Why would I stop you? Just look for yourself." Xiao Fenghua followed her gesture. There Zhang Yu was leaning against the door frame, stumbling out of the cell. His complexion was somewhat pale, with undried sweat on his forehead, and his gaze seemed a bit vacant, lacking the clarity he previously had. Most importantly, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his walking posture was somewhat awkward. He exuded an aura of weakness and fatigue, as if he had been completely drained, a stark contrast to the previously unfathomable innate master image. This appearance was akin to recovering from a serious illness, or perhaps severely depleted of energy. Xiao Fenghua. She was utterly stunned, as if immobilized by a spell, her cold eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief and absurdity. Zhang Yu. That terrifyingly powerful, seemingly innate Zhang Yu. How could he have turned into this? Recalling Xiao Meyer's radiant demeanor, her cultivation skyrocketing, and her languid satisfaction, then looking at Zhang Yu's frail state as he leaned against the wall. An absurd yet entirely reasonable guess struck Xiao Fenghua's mind like lightning. She suddenly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Xiao Meyer, her voice slightly distorted with incredulous shock. "How many times did you have him?" This is nearly draining him dry, isn't it?" Xiao Meyer was amused by her reaction, bursting into fits of laughter, playfully rolling her eyes at Xiao Fenghua. "What are you saying? I'm not that greedy." She paused, deliberately looking at Xiao Fenghua's shockingly astonished expression, then leisurely said, "It wasn't many times, just about 10 or so." While saying this, she pointedly glanced at the weak Zhang Yu, her eyes akin to looking at a precious tool that needed careful maintenance. Xiao Fenghua was completely speechless. She looked at the radiant, significantly advanced Xiao Meyer, who resembled a fairy brimming with energy, then at Zhang Yu, who seemed utterly drained. The contrast was too tragic, too visceral, wasn't it? So this shortcut to cultivation consumed Zhang Yu this much. She had originally thought that having decided to let go of her pride, she would maximize her benefits and ideally achieve a leap in advancement like Xiao Meyer. But seeing Zhang Yu's state now, if she were to go in now, wouldn't she be sending this treasure boy away directly? For a moment Xiao Fenghua was stuck in place, neither advancing nor retreating. According to the law of conservation, energy can only be transferred, not created or destroyed. Xiao Meyer's cultivation growth indeed came at a cost to Zhang Yu, but it was not as significant as imagined. The level of energy infused into Zhang Yu by the system far exceeded that of ordinary inner strength, focusing on guidance and refinement. In that wondrous state of yin and yang convergence, Zhang Yu's high-grade pure energy would guide and refine the woman's energy and meridians, purifying and expanding them, while also awakening her latent energy and insights. It was more akin to a supreme master expending effort using his high-level energy as a guide to help others refine their sinews and wash their marrow and broaden their foundation for the Tao. The woman's cultivation increase largely stemmed from her potential being guided and released alongside a leap in the quality of her energy, rather than a direct transfer of Zhang Yu's cultivation. Such occurrences were particularly pronounced the first time, with subsequent effects diminishing. Xiao Meyer advanced from early 7th grade to mid-8th grade, needing at least 10 instances to barely achieve that. Of course, this was under the condition of Zhang Yu's cultivation remaining unchanged. If Zhang Yu's cultivation increased, the effect would also strengthen. However, Zhang Yu's cultivation was increasing daily at a rate measured in years. That said, even if his cultivation wasn't lost, no man would fare well being forcefully drained 10 times, and neither would this innate master Zhang Yu. Thus Zhang Yu had become this wretched state. He weakly pointed at Xiao Meyer. The favor for driving off Zhang Luohan I've repaid, and we're even now, so don't come looking for me again. Thinking of Xiao Meyer's previous energy-draining extraction, Zhang Yu felt a wave of fear. He did not wish to undergo that ordeal again. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Zhang Yu was currently in a state of post-event clarity devoid of desire for women. Oh, Xiao Meyer smiled mysteriously, teasingly, saying earlier in the heat of passion, "Didn't you say I would be perfect if I wore some black stockings? Tell me what black stockings are, and next time I'll come find you wearing them." She seemed like an enticing fairy, precisely striking a chord with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's moment of clarity was shattered by the mention of black stockings. He gazed at Xiao Meyer's long, alluring legs, starting to imagine how those beautiful legs would look in black stockings. Black stockings, girlfriend, this is the pursuit of every otaku college student. Black stockings. Xiao Fenghua silently noted this keyword, planning to ponder it slowly upon returning. In the capital city, on a bustling main street, Zhang Luohan tightly covered her swollen and bruised cheek with her sleeve, desperate to leave this place that filled her with humiliation and anger. She continuously circulated her internal energy, trying to dissipate the bruising on her face with her inner strength. However, just as her blood was surging, an indescribable strange sensation suddenly surged from deep within her abdomen. Immediately, a wave of inexplicable heat rose from the depths of her body, enveloping her entire being. What is happening? Zhang Luohan was startled and instantly realized something was amiss. She was not an ignorant young lady. She had heard of certain vile tactics. This sensation, it was clearly the effect of an aphrodisiac. Indeed, it was because she had inhaled the remnants of the lust water in the dungeons. The residue of the lust water she inhaled was extremely faint. Had it not been for her constant struggle with Xiao Meyer that accelerated her blood flow, it would not have manifested. At this moment, although the drug's effects had been triggered due to the minimal dosage, it was not particularly fierce or violent. Relying on her will as a 7th grade warrior and her internal cultivation, she could still barely maintain a sliver of clarity. Damn it must be those two bitches who plotted against me. She was both shocked and furious, suspecting that Xiao Fenghua and the others had poisoned her in secret. This was the main street. In her current state, if the drug took full effect, Zhang Luohan would truly be ruined and suffer worse than death. I can't go home. Absolutely not. Zhang Luohan made a swift judgment. With so many eyes at home, returning in her current state would lead to unimaginable consequences if the servants noticed something amiss. Should she seek out Zhang Heng? No, that wouldn't do either. Having witnessed Zhang Ye's strength, she had already decided to abandon Zhang Heng. She needed to find a secluded place immediately to find a way to counteract the drug's effects. Suppressing the increasingly unbearable heat and emptiness within her, she arrived at a luxurious inn and booked a top-floor room. Zhang Luohan grabbed the key without even checking the room number. The heat within her intensified, and she began to see double. By the time she managed to crawl up to the 3rd floor, her consciousness had started to blur. In her dazed state, she seemed to see several figures guarding a room door. But the next moment, those figures suddenly changed expression and vanished. In her confused state, Zhang Luohan mistakenly entered the room that those figures had been guarding. Once inside, Zhang Luohan slammed the door shut with a bang, leaning against the door panel as she slid down to the floor, gasping heavily. It's hot. So hot. She unconsciously tore at her clothing, her luxurious dress becoming a disheveled mess. Who? The voice was not loud, yet it carried an air of authority and chill that resonated clearly in the quiet room. Normally, Zhang Luohan might have been startled awake by such a tone. But at this moment, in her lust-driven haze, only the most primal instincts remained. That deep, magnetic male voice was not frightening to her. Rather, it was a fatal temptation that sent a shiver through her entire body. Help! Help me! I feel so uncomfortable. Zhang Luohan mumbled incoherently, her voice tinged with tears, as her burning body pressed forward recklessly. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely, as if a century had passed. After an intense bout of activity, the drug's effects within Zhang Luohan finally receded like a tide. Ah! Zhang Luohan suddenly opened her eyes wide, instantly fully awake. She had actually been with a stranger in the inn. Boundless shame, regret, and fear instantly engulfed her, and she did not even dare to turn and look at the man's face beside her. Suppressing the aches and discomfort in her body, She scrambled through the scattered clothes on the floor, hurriedly dressing herself as best as she could. Before leaving, she left 50 taels of silver for the still sleeping man. Was this considered payment for services, or was it for the medicine? She did not know, only feeling a fierce flush on her face and a tumultuous mix of emotions in her heart. After doing all this, she dared not linger and left immediately. Not long after she departed, the man slowly regained consciousness. He had been pursued by enemies and was gravely injured. Today, he had secretly infiltrated the inn to heal his wounds, specifically sending subordinates to guard the entrance. At the most critical moment of his healing, while vulnerable, he was completely defenseless. Just then, for some unknown reason, those guards had suddenly left. And then, Zhang Luohan burst in. After that, things spiraled out of control. He was the master of the Wujin sect, Qiu Ruobai, a prodigy who had broken through to the grandmaster level by the age of 30, and yet he had been slept with by a woman. Moreover, she had even left behind 50 taels of silver as payment. Absurd, laughable, yet it carried an indescribable sense of humiliation and a stronger interest. Come here. He spoke lightly to the air. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an invisible pressure. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 3 ghost-like figures silently appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee. Their auras were restrained, but the fluctuations they exuded were undeniably at the master level. 2 were fierce martial cultivators, and 1 possessed an unfathomable spiritual power. Where were you just now? How could an outsider breach my healing space? The leading black-clad martial master replied in a low voice. We are at fault. Just now we were pursued by enemies, and fearing they would disturb the young master's healing, we could only lead them away. Qiu Ruobai was silent for a moment after hearing this. He naturally knew there had been an enemy attack, and he could even vaguely sense the energy fluctuations outside. It was just that he was at the most crucial and vulnerable moment of his healing, unable to pay attention to anything else. Having his subordinates lead away the enemy was indeed the right choice at that time. However, he had not expected such a coincidental intrusion. Forget it, Qiu Ruobai said lightly. There are reasons for this. With strong enemies lurking around, your response was not fundamentally wrong. Thank you, young master, for your understanding. The 3 masters breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were filled with guilt and lingering fear. They knew how precious the young master's identity was, and how confidential and critical it was to conceal his injuries and heal in secret. If a mishap were to occur due to their brief absence, they would be guilty of an unforgivable crime. Qiu Ruobai no longer looked at them, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled bed. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted the ribbon that Zhang Luohan had hastily left behind. He bent down, using 2 fingers to gently pick up the ribbon. As he looked at it, Qiu Ruobai seemed to recall the pained expression of the woman lost in desire, as well as the empty bed and the cold silver ingots left behind. His gaze deepened, and a trace of unmistakable coldness and possessiveness quietly arose. He looked at his 3 subordinates, his tone resolute. Send a message to the Wei royal family instructing them to find the owner of this ribbon. If they don't find her within 3 days, destroy the nation. The 3 masters changed their expressions simultaneously upon hearing this. Their faces turned pale, not because of the words destroy the nation. Wei was merely a small country easily annihilated by the Wujin sect. Their expressions changed because this would expose Qiu Ruobai's whereabouts. The leading black-clad martial master couldn't help but urge anxiously, Young master, you absolutely must not. The pursuers led by Ying Sha are nearby. At this moment, you must not expose your identity. Even if you want to find someone, you should first return to the headquarters to gather reinforcements. That is the best strategy. All right then, we will return to the headquarters first. Qiu Ruobai was not an idiot who could not distinguish good from bad. He naturally understood the pros and cons. Woman, wait well for me. He silently pondered, his fingertips seemingly still lingering with the ribbon's soft touch and its faint fragrance. No matter where you escape, no matter how long you need to wait, we will definitely meet again. By then, this 50 taels of silver along with this ribbon. We will settle accounts slowly. Deep within the prison, in the lavish solitary chamber, Xiao Meyer and Xiao Fenghua had already departed. With the sisters gone, the prison seemed to fall into a quieter state, yet it also felt somewhat desolate. Before long, Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun returned, bouncing with enthusiasm. Their faces bore the most obsequious smiles, calling him brother-in-law with an intimacy that was almost overwhelming. Zhang Yu could only twitch his lips at their antics, especially at the incessant calls of brother-in-law, which made his scalp tingle and filled him with embarrassment. The entanglement with Xiao Meyer and Xiao Fenghua was already a chaotic mess, and now, with the two of them calling out to him, it created an indescribably bizarre feeling. As for Xiao Yun, the cousin, Zhang Yu initially planned to wait until Xiao Meyer and the others had left to educate him, properly letting him understand why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly. But now, Having slept with both of his beautiful distinguished cousins, confronting Xiao Yun over their previous conflicts felt somewhat unjustifiable. Moreover, observing the sycophantic behavior of the two, if he truly acted harshly towards Xiao Yun it would only come off as petty. Alright, enough with the flattery. Zhang Yu waved his hand, impatiently interrupting Xiao Sheng's endless prattle. The matters concerning your sisters was an accident. No more calling out randomly from now on. Yes, brother-in-law is right, it was an accident, absolutely an accident. Xiao Sheng readily agreed, nodding vigorously, though the ambiguous smile of "I understand" on his face remained unchanged. I understand. Xiao Yun cooperated enthusiastically. Zhang Yu looked at these two lively brothers, one thicker-skinned than the other, and felt a wave of headache wash over him. What kind of people were these from the Xiao family? Their innate ability to adapt and cling to power was astounding. They would leap at any hint of profit, treating dignity as utterly worthless. Including those two women. Get lost, all of you, just get lost. Zhang Yu, overwhelmed with annoyance, had no patience to deal with these two clowns. He directly utilized his authority, manipulating the formation to temporarily confine the area where Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun were located. Zhang Yu was in a foul mood. Previously, due to his low cultivation, he had been influenced by the original owner's obsession, but now that his cultivation had improved, that obsession had grown stronger, and it was all the system's fault. Though he had just forced the obsession to submit temporarily through sheer force, it remained a lingering curse. On the 5th day of Zhang Ye's imprisonment, morning had arrived. At the Zhang family, within Zhang Luohan's boudoir. Before a bronze mirror, Zhang Luohan sat gracefully gazing at her face in the reflection, which had swollen less than before, now only showing faint traces of purple, and blew her eyes hollow and cold. The humiliation within the prison, the slaps from Xiao Meyer and Xiao Fenghua, Zhang Ye's icy gaze, and his final strange maintenance and spectating. Not to mention the unknown man from last night at the Yulai Inn. Various images intertwined with humiliation, fear, anger, and confusion swirling chaotically in her mind like a revolving lantern, nearly tearing apart her sanity. She had never imagined that she would find herself in such a deplorable situation. In a single day, her dignity had been trampled to the ground, her body and mind severely wounded, and she had engaged in the most disgraceful relationship with a nameless, unknown man. Why did it turn out this way? Was it because she betrayed Zhang Yu and chose Zhang Heng? But wasn't that the only reasonable choice? A waste, a promising scion of a Marquis household, even a fool would know whom to choose. Yet she never anticipated that Zhang Yu had concealed his depth so well, already possessing innate cultivation. Fortunately, Zhang Yu still has lingering feelings for me, Zhang Luohan said to her reflection, a twisted confidence curling at the corners of her mouth. Realizing this, her chaotic emotions strangely began to settle down, even giving rise to a flicker of excitement. She quickly groomed herself and set off towards the Yangon Marquis residence. She had conceived the best way to soothe Zhang Ye's anger, to have the Marquis household intervene and restore her marriage to Zhang Yu. Within the Marquis's residence, the atmosphere was tense. Zhang Heng, Qin Shuahua, and Zhang Qingyue had long awaited her arrival, and upon seeing her, they immediately surrounded her. "Lahan, how did it go?" Zhang Heng asked anxiously, his eyes bloodshot, evidently stressed by the current predicament of the Marquis household. Qin Shuahua also looked hopeful. "Luohan, you have the best approach. Does he still have feelings for the past?" Zhang Qingyue rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "What ability could he have? It's just pure luck." "I went to see him." Zhang Luohan gently shook her head, sighing. "He is still throwing a tantrum, refusing to relent and help." "What? This ungrateful brat?" Qin Zuewa's brows shot up in anger. "The Marquis household has supported him for so many years, yet in our time of need, he forgets all gratitude." "Exactly, big brother is being too unreasonable." Zhang Qingyue chimed in. "He has no sense of the bigger picture." "Luohan, you've personally gone to him. What more does he want?" Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. "This Zhang Yu truly is ungrateful. Had I known this would happen, I should have." He left the words unspoken, yet the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Luohan secretly rejoiced that this was the effect she wanted. Once everyone had vented their frustrations, she spoke softly, her voice gentle, yet carrying a hint of resolute sacrifice, and Xiaoheng Qingyue, "Please do not be angry. You all know Zhang Ye's temperament. He is stubborn and obstinate. If we push him hard now, it will only backfire. Perhaps we need to first let him vent his anger, allowing him to feel our sincerity and change." "Sincerity? Change?" Qin Shuahua frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhang Luohan lowered her eyes, her voice softening further. "What does Zhang Yu value most?" "Firstly, the Marquis household's attitude towards him, and secondly, our engagement." She raised her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "The Marquis household's attitude can be changed gradually, allowing him to see our transformation. As for the engagement, perhaps we can spread the word externally, or find a way for Aunt to step in and temporarily restore my engagement with Zhang Yu." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Qingyue were stunned. Zhang Heng's expression turned extremely grim. "Restore the engagement." Zhang Heng exclaimed, disbelief and a hint of betrayed anger filling his eyes. "Luohan, how can you say that? What about us?" "Xiaoheng, let me finish." Zhang Luohan's gaze was gentle yet pleading. "This is merely a temporary measure meant to appease Zhang Yu, allowing him to lower his defenses. Moreover, the Marquis household currently needs his assistance. If we can bind him with the engagement for a while, not only can we have him aid the Marquis household, but perhaps we can gain even more benefits from him." Hearing this, Qin Zuehua's eyes brightened. "Luohan is right." She immediately expressed her support. Although Zhang Qingyue felt a bit awkward considering the Marquis household's predicament, she muttered softly, "It seems could work. After all, it's just temporary." Zhang Heng observed his mother and sister's attitudes, then looked at Zhang Luohan's heartfelt and aggrieved gaze, and his dissatisfaction and doubts were overshadowed by the larger situation and future benefits. He clasped Zhang Luohan's hand, nodding vigorously, hope rekindling in his eyes. "Luohan, you are right. I was momentarily foolish. For the Marquis household, for our future, I will temporarily endure this. I believe in you, Xiaoheng." Zhang Luohan's lips curled into a subtle, triumphant, and cold arc hidden from everyone's view. Inside, she was overjoyed. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. She believed that by re-establishing her engagement with Zhang Yu, not only would it calm his anger, but it would also allow her to approach him under the guise of legitimacy. Shao Clan Ancestral Council. Prince Qi and Prince Jing, Shao Jingfeng, stood stiff-necked like two belligerent cocks, their faces flushed with agitation. "Your Majesty, Grand Patriarch. Grand Patriarch's decree is law. Whose daughter first secures Zhang Yu shall secure the crown prince's seat for her father." He puffed out his chest and declared, "My daughter Fenghua, in unwavering devotion to our ancestral mandate, has demonstrated both wisdom and valor, and prepared meticulously. That decisive, strategic asset, the love enchantment elixir, was procured through my daughter's extraordinary ingenuity and relentless effort. Thus, the paramount merit rightly belongs to Fenghua." "Enough! Enough!" Prince Qi instantly stepped forward, indignant. "Grand Patriarch said whoever secures Zhang Yu first grants her father the right to be named crown prince. Not that the one whose daughter achieves greatest merit shall ascend." "Precisely. Yesterday's scene in the celestial prison was chaotic, concealed by formation arrays, and the recording jade tablets were deliberately disabled beforehand by Fenghua. It is an irreconcilable tangle. How could anyone determine who acted first? Let us simply annul this contest altogether, and resume it another day." Prince Rue swiftly interjected, seeking to muddy the waters. Having no daughter involved in this trial, he wished only to bury the matter entirely. In doing so, he, the impartial observer, might yet seize an unexpected opportunity. Upon hearing this, Prince Jing bristled with displeasure, and in desperation turned to Emperor Shao Zhengfeng. "Father, discerning who acted first is in truth quite simple." A chill ran down the emperor's spine. An ominous premonition gripped his heart. Thereupon Prince Jing raised his voice. "Merely issue an imperial edict summoning Fenghua and Mayor separately and question them in detail about yesterday's events. Cross-examining their accounts will reveal the truth beyond doubt. As eyewitnesses, they must recall every detail with perfect clarity." At these words, both Prince Rue and Prince Qi froze in stunned disbelief, twitching involuntarily. Emperor Shao Zhengfeng first blinked in bewilderment. Then his entire face flared crimson with fury. His whole body trembled, his fingers shook as he pointed accusingly at Prince Jing. You wretched unfilial scoundrel. Emperor will strike you dead for your shameless insolence. How dare you utter such disgraceful words? You may abandon all sense of dignity, but I shall not, nor shall the imperial house. Would you truly have me, the son of heaven, interrogate my own granddaughters about that unspeakable matter?" Startled by the emperor's sudden rage, and the flying slipper hurled as an impromptu projectile, Prince Jing instinctively recoiled, instantly realizing his blunder. He fell silent, abashed, and speechless. Shao Xian, the Grand Patriarch, who had been sitting motionless with eyes closed in serene repose, now slowly lifted a single eyelid and cast a faint, profoundly disappointed glance upon Prince Jing. His gaze spoke volumes. How utterly disappointing. Indeed, such intimate private matters of the inner chambers must never be voiced aloud, or subjected to meticulous interrogation. Moreover, Prince Rue drew out his tone deliberately. This love enchantment elixir is said to possess astonishing potency and ferocity. One afflicted by its effects suffers profound mental clouding, and memory becomes hazy, fragmented. Given the chaos of yesterday's scene, even the young ladies themselves may struggle to recall the precise sequence of events. Indeed, they may even misremember the order entirely, mistaking what came before for what came after. Though couched in fairness, his words were masterfully designed to obscure truth and invalidate the contest. Prince Qi, well aware that Feng Hua held primary credit for administering the elixir, knew he would inevitably lose should the dispute escalate against Prince Jing, and thus backed Prince Rui precisely. This trial is hereby nullified. You! Prince Jing trembled with fury. Report! Your Majesty, Grand Patriarch, Her Highness Princess Anping Xiao Fenghua, and Her Highness Princess Xiaohua Xiao Mayor await audience outside the hall. An imperial eunuch's sharp, urgent voice pierced the chamber from beyond the gates. The quarrel ceased mid-breath. In the next instant, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Mayor entered the solemn, delicately charged hall of the Xiao Clan Ancestral Council, one following closely behind the other. Almost the moment they crossed the threshold, every gaze within the hall locked onto them. Simultaneous, unblinking, and intense. A collective, audible intake of breath filled the air. Every pair of eyes sharpened with shocked disbelief and dawning incredulity. Those seated within the Xiao Clan Ancestral Council were none other than the core pillars and sovereign bloodline of the Great Wei Empire. Though perhaps not all had attained the legendary primordial realm, each was at minimum a 9th-rank cultivator. Their perception was peerless. Scarcely had their gazes fallen upon the two princesses than they instinctively sensed the radical shift in their spiritual resonance. Utterly unlike anything observed before, Xiao Fenghua remained relatively unsurprising. Having cultivated to the early stage of 8th rank, previously her advancement to its middle stage, though notable, was still plausible. But Xiao Mayor, when their spiritual senses swept over her, their expressions transformed into a vivid tableau of astonishment, stupefaction, bewilderment beyond comprehension, even a flicker of bewildered confusion. This Princess Xiaohua, renowned for her ethereal beauty and gentle charm, yet never famed for rigorous cultivation, had just yesterday stood firmly at the midstage of 6th rank, a respectable but unremarkable level among the imperial youth. Yet now, she stood quietly, her pale yellow court robes seeming to glow with renewed brilliance, as if illuminated by the radiance emanating from within. A profound, dense, and markedly intensified aura pulsed softly from her very being. Its strength and refinement unmistakably signaled the stable attainment of 8th rank's middle stage. To surge from mid-6th rank to mid-8th rank was to transcend 2 full major realms in a single bound. This defied mere swiftness. It shattered the fundamental tenets of martial cultivation. Nothing short of a mythic leap to celestial heights. Not even legendary spirit herbs or divine pills, nor even the fabled crown bestowal transmission, could accomplish such a terrifying, flawless ascension overnight, leaving no trace of instability or superficiality. Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. The earlier squabble over precedence, the elixir, the muddled accounting, all now seemed ludicrously petty and trivial. Every mind was riveted by this impossible surge in cultivation. Waves of awe crashing inward, overwhelming all else. Even Prince Jing and Prince Qi forgot their feud, staring dumbstruck at their daughters. Especially Prince Qi. His mouth hung agape, wide enough to swallow an egg. His earlier fervor to claim credit dissolved, eclipsed entirely by sheer staggering shock. Prince Rui abandoned his detached amusement, his gaze darting sharply between his two nieces, calculating, wary, his thoughts racing. And these seasoned masters of intrigue, having surmounted their initial shock, instinctively turned their attention in unison toward a single direction, the celestial prison. A name rose unbidden in every mind: Zhang Yu. Yesterday both princesses had entered the prison, spending time alone with that enigmatic youth. Afterward that absurd incident occurred, and now this even more astonishing leap in cultivation. If Fenghua's advancement admitted some strained explanation, then Mayor's miraculous transcendence could only be attributed to Zhang Yu himself, the boy bearing such extraordinary anomalies. Could intimacy with Zhang Yu truly bestow such heaven-defying blessings? That thought thickened every breath, igniting their eyes with fierce, complex fire. Hungry, awestruck, feverish. Their gaze upon Fenghua and Mayor was no longer that of elders appraising juniors, but of connoisseurs scrutinizing newly unearthed artifacts pulsing with world-shattering secrets. Amidst this eerie, heavy silence, Grand Patriarch Xiao Xian, who had remained impassive and eyes closed, slowly opened them. His clouded, ancient eyes swept slowly over Fenghua and Mayor, lingering longer upon Mayor as if peeling back layers of flesh and spirit to behold her very essence. He exerted no pressure. Yet merely beneath that gaze both princesses felt an invisible weight, as though every secret buried deep within their hearts lay exposed and defenseless. Instinctively they lowered their heads, hearts fluttering with trepidation. Finally Xiao Xian spoke, voicing the question burning in every soul present. Fenghua, Mayor. His gaze shifted between them. What transpired within you? Why has your cultivation surged so anomalously? Especially you, Mayor, from 6th rank to 8th rank in a single day. Tell me, Grand Patriarch, every detail. His tone was calm, devoid of accusation, yet more chilling than any thunderous rebuke, for all understood before the Grand Patriarch, and before this assembly of primordial and ninth-rank masters, such a fundamental reality-defying transformation could never be concealed. Fenghua hesitated, flustered and bashful, while Mayer recounted the entire sequence with startling candor, including how she had demanded him repeatedly over 10 times. Though all had long suspected the truth, hearing it spoken aloud by the very participants struck like a cataclysm, shattering assumptions, reshaping reality. SSSHH. It is true. Could such a scandalous act yield such profound cultivation? Who is this Zhang Yu? What manner of physique? What celestial constitution does his body possess? Whispers and gasps erupted across the hall. Uncontainable, urgent, raw. Every senior clansman, however stern and dignified in daily life, now wore expressions of utter shock, absurdity, disbelief, and a strange, smoldering intensity. After listening to both princesses' accounts, Grand Patriarch Xiao Xian fell into prolonged silence. Then his gaze swept gravely over the assembled nobles, his voice ringing with absolute authority. This day's events are forbidden to leave this hall. Should even a whisper escape, the offender shall be executed without mercy. Everyone understood the concerns of the ancestor. The astonishing effects exhibited by Zhang Yu held immense significance. If other powerful factions or even those hidden sects were to find out, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to seize it. At that time, the Shao family of the Great Wei would never find peace again, and might even face catastrophic disaster. Sealing the information was to have the chance to monopolize this treasure of immeasurable value that had fallen from the sky. However, Xiao Xian's investigation did not cease. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as a larger and more concealed divine sense enveloped Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Mayer silently. This time he was not merely sensing fluctuations in their cultivation, but delving deep into the subtle changes in their blood essence meridians, and even the very essence of their lives. After a moment, a slight ripple once again appeared on Xiao Xian's previously unperturbed face. It was a complex expression mingled with surprise, realization, and a deeper gravity. Not merely their cultivation. He spoke slowly. Their foundational physique has also undergone transformational enhancement, especially Mayer. Her body has cleared several blocked meridians, and the vitality within her blood is now far more vigorous than before, almost as if she has been reborn. What? Could it really change one's foundational physique? How is this possible? The crowd, just shocked by the no-mercy revelation, was once again ignited by this even more astonishing discovery. If a sudden surge in cultivation could be explained by some extraordinary inheritance or fortuitous encounter, then altering one's foundational physique and enhancing their potential was fundamentally touching upon the essence of martial arts. The foundational physique is predetermined, and changing it postnatally is a common understanding in martial arts. While treasures that can enhance cultivation are rare, they do exist. Those that can wash the marrow, defy fate, and elevate foundational qualities are legendary items sought after but hard to find. Yet now Xiao Mayer had achieved such results merely after sleeping with Zhang Yu once. Emperor Xiao Zhengfeng could no longer maintain his composure, and suddenly stood up from the dragon chair, his voice trembling slightly. Ancestor, do you mean to say that Zhang Yu can not only assist in enhancing cultivation but also improve one's foundational physique and elevate martial potential? This is simply unheard of. Others also regained their senses, looking at Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Mayer no longer as mere treasures, but as living proofs of extraordinary transformative artifacts. The intense gazes almost seemed to melt the two women. Especially the looks directed at Xiao Mayer were filled with indescribable envy, jealousy, and perhaps even a hint of desire. She had the most significant improvement in cultivation and the clearest enhancement in physique. Could it really be related to that 10 or so times? This thought grew wild in the minds of many. Xiao Xian ignored the shock of the crowd. His profound gaze returned to Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Mayer, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable command. Fenghua Mayer, since this matter has occurred, it is your opportunity as well as that of the Xiao family. From today onward, you must do everything in your power to keep Zhang Yu stable and ensure he does not develop any ill feelings toward our Xiao family. After a brief pause, he continued, if there is an opportunity, under the premise of not provoking excessive aversion from him, you may attempt to bring suitable, reliable, and discreet sisters from the clan closer to him. Perhaps it could also be beneficial, enhancing their cultivation and improving their foundations. His words were vague yet unmistakably clear. To treat Zhang Yu as a special cultivation resource and a tool for foundational transformation for the Xiao family, while ensuring they can control him and maintain secrecy to let more reliable Xiao women use him, thereby producing talents in bulk for the family. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Mayer's bodies trembled simultaneously. Although they had been instilled with the notion that family interests come first since childhood, Hearing the ancestor hint at allowing more clan sisters to approach Zhang Yu stirred a strong pang of bitterness within them. They felt as if they had suddenly transformed from esteemed princesses into tools for the family to explore and test treasures. Yet in the end, the two still lowered their heads and quietly responded, Fenghua Meyer, obeying orders. They did not refute nor could they refute. The will of the family, especially that of the ancestor, is above all else. The ancestor is wise. This plan is excellent. Emperor Xiao Zhengfeng was the first to react, his eyes shining brightly. If this could indeed happen, why would the Xiao family worry about its prosperity? The potential of the younger generation would achieve a qualitative leap. This significance far surpassed merely raising a few experts' cultivation levels. Although it could only enhance the talents and cultivation of the women, the royal family is vast and marriages can occur after 5 generations. These outstanding women would still remain within the royal family. In this world of martial arts, strength is paramount, and notions of chastity and face hold no importance against power. Thus these old fellows did not even consider whether their daughters or granddaughters would be willing, already beginning to arrange for them to sleep with Zhang Yu to enhance their talents and cultivation. As Zhang Yu said, the Xiao family has thick skin, shameless, and can even be described as being overly eager for quick results. For the sake of their interests, they would stop at nothing. Ancestor, my youngest daughter is just 28, has decent talent, and is gentle in nature. She will definitely. Father ancestor, my family's legitimate daughter has outstanding looks and has reached the 7th grade bottleneck. If she can seize this opportunity, she will surely break through and add strength to the family. Your Majesty, ancestor, my granddaughter, my niece. Almost as soon as Xiao Xian's words fell, the brief silence was shattered, and the entire ancestral hall erupted like a boiling pot. The crowd, previously subdued by the ancestors' authority and sealing orders, could no longer hold back, scrambling to recommend their eligible daughters. The scene became chaotic. The prince's nobles and elder members of the clan, who had just been dignified, transformed into matchmakers eager to promote their daughters. Each one flushed with excitement and speaking fervently, wishing they could immediately present their daughters, granddaughters, nieces, and cousins to Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer. Fenghua, your little Ming sister, you have watched her grow up. She is well-behaved and sensible, you see. A prince squeezed to the front, showing an almost obsequious smile to Xiao Fenghua. Meyer, my little Yu is closest to you. She is talented but lacks foundational quality. You must help her. Another royal relative tugged at Xiao Meyer's sleeve, sincere in his plea. At the peak of this uproar, a slightly aged but robust female voice tinged with urgency and desperation rang out. Ahem, Fenghua Meyer. An elderly lady, well-maintained but with deep wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, trembled as she walked forward with the support of a maid. She looked at the two women with eager eyes revealing somewhat yellowed teeth and asked, You see, could I also give it a try? She was nearing the end of her life and wished to take a chance. If she could successfully break through, she could extend her life by 10 years. As soon as she said this, everyone was taken aback, looking at this elderly woman of high standing. The elderly lady, however, seemed oblivious to everyone's gaze and continued, I just wanted to ask, how strict is Zhang Yu regarding age? Perhaps she may be interested in that. Pfft. Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Before everyone could recover from the elderly lattice bold declaration, a slightly effeminate young man with handsome features timidly spoke, Could the two princesses help me inquire? His voice grew softer, but it was still clearly audible in the silent hall. Does Zhang Yu have strict requirements regarding gender? If it doesn't bother him, I would also like to give it a try. The royal family's clan hall was embroiled in endless disputes, with various ingenious ideas emerging one after another, continuing until the sun began to set. Eventually Xiao Xian established the principle of first enriching the wealthy to lead the way for the less fortunate, aiming for a unified prosperity, as everyone joined hands to stride toward a moderately prosperous society. He glanced at the pale-faced Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, the two who would become wealthy first, as well as the Emperor Xiao Zhengfeng, who wore a bitter smile. As for the specific matters, let Zhengfeng, Fenghua, and Meyer discuss and decide together. After saying that, he directly closed his eyes and fell silent. The dignified ancestor of the royal family arranged for the younger generation to serve as consorts for the sake of profit. If word of this gets out, his old face. Never mind, he thought, it gives him a headache. The ancestor could wash his hands of the matter, but the rest were left with a major headache. Because the actual execution of the plan was fraught with difficulties. First of all, how did Zhang Yu himself feel? Did he want to be the sole stallion? What if he refused and got angry? The consequences would be unthinkable. Secondly, even if Zhang Yu reluctantly agreed, how would the Xiao family arrange things internally? Who would come first and who second? Based on what standards? Kinship or merit? Or who could be more generous? This was an unsolvable dilemma. No matter how they arranged it, they would offend a large group of people, igniting new conflicts and jealousy. The old lady who wished for old trees to blossom and the young lord with special inclinations were two of the most troublesome examples. While the Emperor Xiao Zhengfeng Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer gathered in the study frowning at the list, they felt it was 100 times more challenging than handling state affairs. Report. An inner servant hurried in, his expression slightly unusual. What is it? Xiao Zhengfeng, feeling irritated, spoke harshly. The inner servant quickly knelt and whispered. Your Majesty, a spy has reported that Zhang Yu's subordinates have encountered trouble. Since Zhang Yu was to be a focus, his subordinates naturally became the royal family's target of attention. Although Li Dagong Emozhai and Zhang Yu hid their relationship, some clues were still uncovered under the royal family's thorough investigation. Half a day ago, at the Yangon Marquis residence, the Zhang family was gathered in the somewhat empty main hall, continuing to discuss how to repair their relationship with Zhang Yu. Luohan is right. Although Zhang Yu's temperament has changed drastically, he likely still has lingering feelings for Luohan. If we can restore the marriage contract, even if it's just nominally, we would have some leeway to maneuver. For the time being, we can only proceed this way. Zhang Qingyue nodded silently. Zhang Heng and Zhang Weining remained silent with gloomy expressions. They had significant objections to Zhang Yu and did not want to participate in this discussion. While they exchanged ideas on how to use Zhang Luohan as a pawn to ensnare Zhang Yu, once again Zhang Qingyue's communication jade suddenly flickered. Mother Zhang Qingyue saluted, her tone urgent. The Wenhua National Academy I attend just sent a letter saying there is an urgent matter that requires my immediate return to the academy. The Wenhua National Academy holds a transcendent status among the 8 nations of the eastern region, promoting virtue through literature and governing the country with Confucianism. Zhang Qingyue's attendance there was initially a source of pride for the Marquis residence, but now it became a reason for her to leave. Qin Shuhua frowned. So urgent. Can't it wait a few days? The Marquis residence was in a tumultuous period, and she instinctively wanted all her children by her side. Zhang Qingyue shook her head. The letter was very stern. Those who disobey may be expelled from the academy. I cannot disobey. Zhang Heng waved his hand and said, Go, the academy's matters are important. We will handle things at home. He was feeling troubled at the moment and thought that having his third sister stay would not help much. Zhang Qingyue felt as if she had received a great pardon, quickly took her leave, packed her belongings, and hurried out of the Marquis residence. Once Zhang Qingyue left, the remaining few continued their previous discussion, but the atmosphere grew even more somber. Without Zhang Qingyue, the Marquis residence felt even more desolate and precarious. However, misfortune came in waves. Madam, it's not good. A major incident has occurred. The steward of the Marquis residence rushed in. What is the panic about? What kind of decorum is this? Zhang Heng was already irritated, and upon seeing this, he scolded sharply, Speak, what has happened? The steward fell to his knees with a thud, crying as he said, It's the cargo station in the west of the city. A major incident has occurred. The few in the hall stood up suddenly, their expressions drastically changing. The cargo station. It was the second largest economic pillar of the Zhang family, second only to the alchemy workshop. Although it was not as profitable as the alchemy workshop, it still maintained a stable monthly income of tens of thousands of taels of silver. This was the main source of funding for the Marquis' daily expenses, social connections, and the cultivation of private soldiers, and it had also been the most crucial lifeline when filling the alchemy workshop's deficit. What exactly happened? Be clear. Qin Zuewa's voice became sharp, her fingers gripping the back of her chair tightly. The steward gasped for breath and quickly said, Since this morning, all the major merchants who have long-term cooperation with us, supplying rare treasures, medicinal materials, and furs from various places, have all sent people as if by agreement to say they want to renegotiate prices. Not just one or two, but all of them. Renegotiate prices. Zhang Heng was taken aback, then angrily said, Renegotiate prices is nothing unusual, or haven't there been times for price negotiations in previous years? Do they dare to demand exorbitant prices? Young master, it's not exorbitant prices, it's a direct doubling. The steward wore a mournful expression. The Snow Mountain ginseng that used to cost 100 taels of silver now demands 250 taels. The prices of high-quality furs from the northern desert have also increased by more than double. South Sea pearls, gems from the western regions. All goods have at least increased by 50%, with most doubling in price. Moreover, the other party's attitude is very tough, saying either accept the new prices or they will immediately sell the goods to others, leaving no room for negotiation. Qin Shuhua gasped in disbelief. Doubling? All suppliers doubling? How? How is this possible? Don't they fear offending our Marquis' residents and losing business in the future? Zhang Heng's face was filled with disdain and the arrogance of being the Marquis' heir. Humph, a bunch of ignorant merchants. Do they really think our Yangon Marquis residence is a soft persimmon that they can squeeze at will? He suddenly stood up confidently. Mother, Sister Weining, you need not worry. Our Yangon Marquis cargo station is one of the largest in the capital, and even the northern border with a prestigious reputation standing for over 100 years. How many merchants from the north and south are eager to send goods here using our channels to sell them everywhere? We had maintained ties with them out of respect for our long-term cooperation and relatively fair prices. Now that they are so foolish as to collude and raise prices to threaten the Marquis's residence, it's simply laughable. He became more and more convinced of his reasoning exuding arrogance. Since they do not know how to appreciate kindness, then let's get rid of all of them. Within and outside the capital, there are plenty of merchants eager to curry favor with our Marquis's residence and supply us. I don't believe that without Zhang the butcher we cannot obtain a pig with hair. This is just the opportunity to replace them with suppliers who are more obedient and understand the rules. Perhaps we can even lower the prices further. Qin Shuahua felt that her son's words made perfect sense, and her taut heartstrings instantly relaxed. The prestige and channels of the Marquis residence were indeed a significant advantage. Perhaps they could really use this opportunity to teach those merchants a lesson and even find cheaper sources. She nodded, her tone becoming firmer. Hanger is right. My Yangon Marquis residence has been established for 100 years. How can it be manipulated by a few merchants? This matter is entrusted to you. Make sure to find new and reliable sources as soon as possible, and do not delay the cargo station's business. Zhang Weining also echoed. Indeed, those merchants must be seeing our Marquis residence in turmoil lately, and think there's an opportunity to exploit us for some profit. As long as we present a strong attitude, even letting it be known that we are looking for new suppliers, they might just be frightened and obediently lower the prices. The three of them continued to discuss, feeling more and more that this was a typical extortion by merchants regaining some confidence as the decision-makers of the Marquis residence beginning to strategize on how to reprimand the old suppliers, how to find new channels, and how to restore the cargo station's prestige. Only Zhang Luohan, sitting to the side, furrowed her brows, feeling an increasingly strong sense of unease in her heart. Aunt Hung, brother, Zhang Luohan cautiously spoke, her voice gentle yet tinged with doubt. Luohan feels that this matter may not be something to be taken lightly. Zhang Hung, in high spirits, waved his hand impatiently upon hearing this. Zhang's sister, you are overthinking. Merchants are driven by profit. They must be trying to take advantage of our Marquis residence while it's temporarily in trouble. As long as we maintain a strong attitude, they will naturally back down. Qin Shuahua added, Hanger is right. We cannot be too polite with these people. Rest assured, the foundation of the Marquis residence is still there. A mere merchant cannot stir up great waves. Zhang Weining also cast a skeptical glance. Seeing that they were not receptive to her concerns, Zhang Luohan sighed inwardly and ceased to persuade further. A crisis had erupted at the cargo station. Its implications grave. Qin Shuahua, still uneasy about entrusting Zhang Hung alone with the matter, decided to accompany him, bringing along Zhang Wanning and Zhang Luohan. They were unaware that this journey would prove utterly futile. For during Zhang Yu's tenure as overseer of the cargo station, every single procurement channel traced back to Li Dagong, the true mastermind behind the scenes. At that time, Zhang Yu had been compelled to fulfill his sycophantic mandate, generating vast wealth for the Yong'an Marquis to squander. Yet he could not simply produce money outright. Doing so would invite suspicion. Thus he routed all transactions through the cargo station, fabricating the illusion that profits arose organically from its operations. Now that Zhang Yu had severed ties with the Marquis, Li Dagong naturally refused to play the fool, and no other merchant would step forward to assume that role. Meanwhile, the Marquis delegation deliberately bypassed the trade guilds controlled by Li Dagong and made their way to Bai Chao Xian, a renowned apothecary in the city's southern district specializing in wild herbs harvested from the northern frontier. Upon entering, Zhang Hung immediately announced his identity, his tone laced with habitual condescension. Where is the shopkeeper? Zhang Hung, heir to the Yong'an Marquisate, has come to discuss a major procurement agreement. The shopkeeper, a wiry middle-aged man surnamed Hu, hurried out from behind the counter the moment he heard the voice. His face bloomed with exaggerated warmth. Oh, what an honor! Distinguished guests from the Yong'an Marquis have graced our humble shop. My deepest apologies. Master Hu's obsequious demeanor delighted Zhang Hung immensely. He cast a sidelong glance at his mother and sister, his eyes silently declaring, See, I told you so. Qin Shuahua's taut expression softened ever so slightly. Zhang Wanning exhaled in quiet relief. Zhang Luohan, too, allowed a faint hopeful glimmer to flicker across her features. Guests and host took their seats. Master Hu poured tea himself, his attentiveness bordering on fawning. Your Excellency the heir, Madam and Miss, what might we do for you today? Might the Marquisite's cargo station require a consignment of northern herbs? Everyone along the northern trade routes knows the station's reputation. It is a gilded brand moving staggering volumes. It would be our greatest fortune to enter into partnership with the Marquis. This was no mere flattery. The Yong'an Marquisite's cargo station truly enjoyed legendary renown, and Master Hu genuinely aspired to become one of its suppliers. Hearing these words, the gloom that had settled over Zhang Heng after previous suppliers' betrayals vanished, entirely replaced once more by unshakable self-assurance. He sipped his tea slowly, then spoke with deliberate poise. Master Hu, you are indeed a man of discernment. Precisely. Our cargo station commands extensive networks and handles immense throughput. Our integrity is beyond reproach. Should your prices prove reasonable and your quality impeccable, there is no reason why Bai Chao Xian might not one day count us among its most valued, and indeed its principal clients. Yes, yes. Your Excellency speaks absolute truth. Master Hu nodded vigorously, bowing so deeply his spine nearly touched the tabletop. To board the Marquisite's mighty vessel would be the rarest stroke of fortune for our modest establishment. And pricing? We shall offer the Marquis our most generous terms. Seeing how deferential he was, Qin Shuahua added warmly. Master Hu, you flatter us. The Marquis has always treated its business partners with fairness, and those who uphold sincerity and integrity may expect enduring mutual benefit. Madam's words are pure gold. I shall engrave them upon my heart. Master Hu thumped his chest in solemn pledge, then gestured to an apprentice to fetch the price ledger. Your Excellency, Madam Miss, please peruse our current market rates for all herbal commodities. As this marks our inaugural collaboration with the Marquisate, I am pleased to offer an additional 5% discount to demonstrate our utmost sincerity. Zhang Heng accepted the ledger with evident satisfaction and opened it with flourish. Zhang Wanning and Zhang Luohan leaned in to examine it alongside him. Yet barely 3 lines in Zhang Heng's smile froze, then cracked. He snapped his head up, fixing Master Hu with a sharp, incredulous stare. Master Hu, what precisely is the meaning of this? Bewildered Qin Shuahua watched as Zhang Wanning snatched the ledger and scanned its pages, only for her complexion to drain of all color. The sincere prices quoted by Chao Xian matched almost exactly those demanded by the earlier consortium of suppliers, and in several cases exceeded them. What they did not know was that these were the genuine market rates. By contrast, the procurement figures recorded in the Marquisite's ledgers fell below even the raw acquisition cost at source, an impossibility in any rational marketplace. No merchant conducts business at a loss. Do you take me for a fool ignorant of market realities? Your quoted price is nearly double our usual procurement rate. With a sharp clap, Zhang Heng slammed the ledger shut and glared at Master Hu. In response, the shopkeeper's ingratiating smile stiffened, then dissolved into an expression of bewildered disbelief. His lips twitched. He suppressed an instinctive eye roll, biting back whatever retort rose to his tongue. For the first time, his gaze swept over Zhang Heng and his entourage, not with deference but with the unvarnished, incredulous scrutiny one reserves for utter innocence. He instinctively glanced toward the doorway, then back at Zhang Heng, as if doubting his own ears. Double your usual procurement price. He repeated, the veneer of courtesy now dangerously thin. Your Excellency, may I ask at what time, from which vendor, and in what location was this usual price established? Without waiting for an answer, and heedless of protocol, he seized the ledger from the table. Flipping to a specific page, he jabbed a finger emphatically at a figure, speaking in low clipped tones. A century-old snow ginseng from the northern frontier, market rate direct from harvesters. After accounting for spoilage and culling, the absolute floor is this amount. He tapped another number. Freight costs from the north to the capital, bribes at customs checkpoints, storage losses, wages for staff. When tallied, overhead pushes the base cost this much higher. He pointed to yet a larger sum. Bai Chao Xian runs a legitimate enterprise. We pay taxes, support families, shoulder the risk of unsold inventory. Must we not earn some profit? The price I quoted you is already the bare minimum I can offer, discounted purely on the strength of the Marquisite's name, leaving me scarcely any margin at all. His voice grew increasingly animated, his cheeks flushing with the blunt candor of a seasoned tradesman. Your Excellency, this procurement price you cite half of mine. Forgive my ignorance, but after 30 years as a shopkeeper in this trade, I have neither seen nor heard of such a rate, not even in legend. He drew a steadying breath, restraining his temper, but his meaning hung unmistakably in the air. Either your cargo station previously dealt with living bodhisattvas, divine philanthropists who sold at a loss for charity's sake, or... He paused, his gaze lingering meaningfully upon Qin Shuahua. Those figures in your ledger were never market prices to begin with. I dare not presume to interpret such matters further. If you doubt me, take this ledger to any pharmacy or warehouse in the capital, and ask. Master Hu straightened his posture. All warmth had vanished, replaced by cool, detached composure. Ask whether any establishment will supply you at the usual price you claim. Should one exist, even at half my quoted price, I shall shutter this shop instantly and swallow the signboard of Bai Chao Xian myself. At this point, the exchange had crossed into open dismissal. Polite only in form, brutal in substance. Zhang Hung reeled under the onslaught of barbed, irrefutable logic. His face flushed crimson, then paled, mouth agape, utterly speechless. Even his mercantile naivety could not obscure the truth-master whose figures represented the absolute floor of commercial reality, while the impossibly low procurement costs logged in the Marquisite's books belonged to no world governed by supply, demand, or reason. Qin Shuahua's face had turned from ashen gray to ghostly white. Unlike her son, she grasped the implication beneath master, whose words it was not that others had raised prices. It was that the Marquisate had long operated on an artificial, unsustainable price floor. Whence came this impossible bargain? The answer surged forth, undeniable. Zhang Luohan lowered her lashes, her heart turning to ice. Of course, Zhang Yu. Only he possessed the means, and the motive, to sustain the Marquisite's extravagant expenditures through such extraordinary invisible mechanisms. And now the Marquisate itself had shattered that very pillar. Zhang Wanning stood paralyzed. Her mother's pallor, her brother's humiliation, and master, whose icy detachment swirling before her, like a vortex threatening to pull her under. Master who no longer deigned to look at them. Turning to his apprentice, he said flatly, "Our distinguished guests are departing. Please escort them out." The message was unmistakable. Unadorned, unequivocal, final. False. That old man is certainly deceiving us. Zhang Hung refused to accept the absurd truth, for it was too cruel. So cruel that the entire Marquisate could not bear its weight. Zhang Wanning clutched at this lifeline as if drowning, hastily chiming in. Yes, Xiao Hung is absolutely right. That shopkeeper's eyes darted evasively. He clearly lacks integrity. Let us try elsewhere. Is there truly no honest merchant in this vast capital? Qin Shuehua's face had paled to a ghastly hue. Her lips were pressed into a bloodless line, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. She knew deep in her heart that the shopkeeper's final words were almost certainly true. Yet, as the Marquisite's matriarch, and one who had long enjoyed, even tacitly endorsed, those artificially low prices, she too now grasped this last fragile straw. She nodded heavily, her voice parched and hollow. Let us go to Xingxinglong. Elder Zhao, their shopkeeper, maintains an old acquaintance with the Qin family. I shall see whether he dares deceive us so brazenly. Zhang Luohan followed silently, saying nothing. Yet within her that icy premonition grew ever sharper, more undeniable. She watched Zhang Heng's bluster. A fury hollow at its core, observed Zhang Wanning's forced composure brittle as thin ice, witnessed Qin Shuahua's faltering resolve trembling on the verge of collapse, and felt only a profound, biting irony. The party arrived next at Xingxinglong, a larger establishment widely praised for its reputation and reliability. This time Zhang Hung dispensed entirely with courtesy. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than he declared bluntly, and without preamble, the shockingly low procurement price recorded in the Marquisite's warehouse ledgers, demanding it as the basis for long-term bulk supply. Elder Zhao, the shopkeeper behind the counter, a plump, ever-smiling elder, froze mid-grin upon hearing the figure. He studied Zhang Hung and his companions, carefully confirmed their identities, and then his smile shifted, subtly yet unmistakably, carrying astonishment, disbelief, and a quiet, unspoken pity. Your Grace, the heir apparent. Elder Zhao chose his words with deliberate care, yet his meaning cut like frost. That price you cite, heh. I have conducted business in this capital for 40 years, silks from the southern provinces, furs from the northern frontier, and herbs, of which I claim modest expertise. Even at that price, profit would vanish, not merely today but even 20 years ago, in those golden years of abundant harvests and untroubled trade routes. After deducting every conceivable cost, it would still fall grievously short. He paused, watching Zhang Heng's face flush crimson, then added gently, but with unwavering finality, Your Grace, might you have been misled by your previous procurement officer? At that price one could not even procure goods at the source, let alone gather them by hand. Were we to sell at such terms, my humble shop would collapse overnight. Even the imperial treasury would be bankrupted. His words left no room for misinterpretation, delivered with the weary compassion of an elder correcting a wayward youth. Zhang Hung stood frozen, struck dumb as if by lightning. Zhang Wanning's arm trembled where it clung to Qin Shuehua's. Qin Shuehua closed her eyes, the last ember of hope utterly extinguished. They visited several more merchants, large and small, familiar and unknown, each response echoing the same disquieting refrain. First came bewilderment and doubt, then polite but firm refusal. By the end, several blunt-spoken shopkeepers ceased pretense altogether, waving them off dismissively, their gazes heavy with silent scorn. What spoiled scion dares intrude here, ignorant of market fundamentals? The setting sun stretched their shadows long and gaunt across the cobblestone street. Lonely, desolate, humiliated, hollow-eyed and spirit-broken, they finally confronted the brutal reality. Without Zhang Yu, they could never again secure such impossibly cheap supplies. prices that defied all economic logic. Just hours earlier Zhang Heng had boasted of expanding the warehouse into a thriving enterprise. Now he stood hunched and broken, as if his very spine had been wrenched away, his face ashen, his gaze vacant. It was not mere failure. It was a total annihilation of his competence and self-perception, far more devastating than any public humiliation. A leaden weight settled upon each of their hearts. They silently calculated even at Baichao Pavilion's most sincere wholesale rates the warehouse's profits would plummet by 80 or even 90%. This was no longer a question of profit margins. It was whether the operation could remain solvent or would instead hemorrhage losses. The alchemy workshop had already collapsed, reduced to ashes and crushing debt. Now the Marquisite's second-largest economic pillar, the warehouse, faced a precipitous collapse in profitability, perhaps even transforming into a liability. For a household already stripped bare, this was not merely misfortune. It was catastrophe, foretold, a death knell echoing across barren halls. Simultaneously, a chilling, inescapable question rose unbidden in each mind: Zhang Yu, the useless, first-rank martial artist whom they had long dismissed as ordinary. How precisely had he accomplished this? What extraordinary connections and mastery had enabled him to conjure supplies priced at half the market cost? In that instant, his earlier words returned with startling clarity. The entire marquisate is sustained by me, by Zhang Yu. At the time, Zhang Heng and Zhang Wanning had laughed, deeming him arrogant, mistaking platform privilege for personal ability. Now, however, those words rang utterly true. The marquisate truly was sustained by Zhang Yu. He had departed only 5 days ago, and already the marquisate teetered on ruin. Zhang Luohan's shock and remorse surged to their zenith. Once more she grasped, with visceral clarity, the sheer magnitude of Zhang Yu's hidden power and acumen. Thank heavens! Thank heavens I realized it in time. Thank heavens he still holds some lingering affection for me. If I can win him back, if our betrothal can be restored, perhaps all of this may yet be undone. She told herself this, clutching a thorn-laced raft amid the drowning dark. This remorse spread like a plague among them. Zhang Wanning, usually reticent, finally broke her silence, her voice trembling with tears as she whispered, If only we hadn't let brother take the blame. Had he remained, the alchemy workshop would not have fallen. The warehouse would still enjoy seamless supply. The marquisate would stand tall and unassailable. In ordinary times, such words would have drawn sharp rebuke from Qin Shuhua and furious outbursts from Zhang Heng. But now Qin Shuhua swayed slightly, her lips parting soundlessly, offering no rebuttal. That silence spoke louder than any denial, a mute, exhausted admission. For she too regretted having allowed Zhang Yu to shoulder the guilt. Zhang Heng too heard the barely concealed resentment in his mother's and sister's voices. Their sorrow, their bitter regret over banishing Zhang Yu. That silent reproach wounded him more deeply, and enraged him more fiercely, than any direct accusation. All his frustration, terror, and helplessness coalesced instantly into a venomous, serpentine hatred for Zhang Yu, gnawing relentlessly at his heart. It's all Zhang Yu's doing. All that bastard's fault. He deliberately concealed the truth. He schemed meticulously. He placed the marquisate upon a pyre of his own design. Without him, I would still make the warehouse thrive. Zhang Heng's face twisted into a mask of fury, a malice surged through him. He would not be eclipsed by a so-called useless man. Summon all the Marquisite's elite cultivators. I am going to speak with the warehouse's suppliers. He had crossed into obsession. Retreat was no longer possible. The alchemy workshop had shuttered. Should the warehouse follow, the Marquisite's economy would collapse entirely, a consequence he could not afford. His voice dropped to a chilling murmur. The supply price for the marquisate is not theirs to dictate. Whatever price they offer Zhang Yu, they will offer me and no less. Zhang Heng made up his mind and immediately returned to the Marquis residence, bringing along 2 family generals with 9th-grade strength. Any market price or customary reasoning was utterly irrelevant before the heir of the Marquis residence and the future Marquis. Since good words and following the rules don't work, then they would use the method the Marquis residence was best at: power and force. Qin Shuhua looked at her son's frantic appearance and said with great concern, Xiao Heng, calm down. In business, it has always been about adapting to market conditions, and harmony breeds wealth. If we take the lead in breaking the rules and force the other party to lower prices, it would likely incite public outrage. Mother, you're being foolish. Zhang Heng lowered his voice, yet it was filled with a self-righteous shrewdness. Those 3 merchants have signed long-term supply contracts with our Marquis residence. The prices have been established over many years, and now they say they are raising prices. It is they who first violated ethics and were untrustworthy. The more he spoke, the more he felt justified, and his voice rose. I am not here to bully or intimidate. I am here to reason with them, to act according to the contract. His twisted logic equated the merchant's price increase with a breach of contract. Jiang Luohan coldly watched the argument between the mother and son, and the last glimmer of hope she had for Zhang Heng was completely extinguished, replaced by a deep-seated disdain and disgust. Fool! A complete and utter fool! She screamed wildly in her heart. Compared to Zhang Yu, who could make masters bow in laughter, this Zhang Heng, who could only rage ineffectively, was like a wild and uncivilized beast. Other than relying on the remnants of his ancestors and a bit of pitiful martial power, what else did he have? Jiang Luohan even found it somewhat laughable. How could she have given up on that potential dragon Zhang Yu and chosen this pile of mud Zhang Heng? Zhang Wanqing felt that Zhang Heng was right and echoed, Mother Xiao Heng is right. They breached the contract first, so we can't be blamed for using our influence to intimidate them. In her view, it was only natural for the Marquis residence to punish a few untrustworthy merchants. Growing up in the Marquis residence, Zhang Wanqing was accustomed to witnessing her father and brother using power to intimidate others, and she had an almost blind confidence in the family's martial strength. Although Qin Shuahua felt uneasy under the persuasion of her son and daughter, that unease was suppressed by the thought that they were in the right. After all, it was the other party who raised the prices first. What was wrong with the Marquis residents seeking justice? With a legitimate reason to support them, the morale of everyone in the Marquis residence suddenly soared. In addition to the two strongest 9th-grade family generals, Zhang Heng gathered over 20 elite guards, many of them skilled at the 7th and 8th grade levels. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was already a powerful force capable of intimidating a region. Let's set off and let those unscrupulous merchants know that the Yangon Marquis residence is not to be trifled with. Zhang Heng mounted his horse, wearing a long sword at his waist, and headed straight for the southern trading district of the city, surrounded by his guards. Meanwhile, inside the Shanglong Trading Company, a different scene unfolded. Li Dagong was lounging in a grand chair, his legs crossed with thick ledgers spread out before him. His fingers clicked on the abacus, and a pained yet joyful expression appeared on his face. Old Mo, look, just last year alone, we subsidized the price differences for the Marquis trading post by over 200,000 taels. Li Dagong pointed at the numbers in the ledger, his face filled with sorrow. And this is just the obvious part. Factoring in transportation losses and storage fees, the actual losses are even greater. Now it's finally over, we can finally shed this heavy burden, and from now on all this money can go into our own pockets. The merchants sitting across from him nodded in agreement. What Li Yi said is true. These years have really made us suffer. Exactly, it's frustrating to think we could have made a lot of money yet had to sell to the Marquis residence at half price. As everyone was getting into the conversation, Emojai, who sat alone by the window, snorted coldly. He put down his cup and glanced at Li Dagong. You have such little ambition? You probably haven't finished using that batch of body refinement pills that the boss gave you, have you? Li Dagong smiled awkwardly. I've been busy with the trading company's affairs. The trading company's matters are handled by the store managers. Emojai stood up. Having broken through to the 7th grade, his aura was now condensed. The boss wants you to quickly improve your strength. 6th grade is not enough in this capital. His tone was calm, but the merchants instinctively shrank their necks. Although this Mo Yi seldom managed affairs, once he spoke, even Li Yi had to give way. I know, Li Dagong waved his hand. Once I finish this busy period, I'll go into seclusion. But cultivating is not as interesting as making money. Just as Emojai was about to say more, his brow suddenly furrowed. Almost simultaneously, a panicked shout from downstairs rang out. You can't go in. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps and the loud crash of overturned tables and chairs. Li Dagong frowned and said, Who dares to cause trouble here? But Emojai had a serious expression, sensing several terrifying auras, his heart filled with worry. Previously, Zhang Yu had avoided recruiting subordinates that were too strong, always doing business under the banner of the Marquis residence. Now that they had fallen out with the Marquis residence, the shortcomings of Li Dagong and the others became apparent. Their cultivation levels were simply too low. The strongest among them was only Emojai, who had just reached the 7th grade. Amidst the concerns, the hall doors were kicked open with a bang. Zhang Heng charged in, exuding a fierce aura, followed by over 20 guards who swiftly filled the hall, leaving no room for escape. 2 9th-grade family generals flanked him, their cold gazes sweeping over everyone in the hall. Yet Li Dagong stood up leisurely, even wearing a professional smile on his face. Oh, how fortunate for the young master to visit our humble store. He clasped his hands, seemingly oblivious to the glinting knives and swords. Is there a substantial order from the trading post? Suppressing his anger, Zhang Heng gestured for the guards to bring chairs and boldly sat at the head of the hall, attempting to regain control of the situation. His gaze was like a blade, his voice, deliberately slowed, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Managerly esteemed managers present, we have cooperated peacefully for many years. I have come here today to ask one question. Why did you suddenly collectively breach the contract and brazenly raise prices? Do you think the Marquis residence is without influence, or that I, Zhang Heng, am easy to talk to? He believed this opening statement not only pointed out the breach of contract but also showcased the demeanor of the Marquis residence, leading with courtesy before resorting to force. Upon hearing this, the professional smile on Li Dagong's face faded slightly. He slightly clasped his hands, his tone neither humble nor overbearing. Young master, your words are incorrect. We open the door to do business and we seek profit. The trade with the Marquis residence was business before and it is business now. It's just that. He paused, meeting Zhang Heng's gaze with composure. Before it was a friendship price, now it is a market price. If business is at a loss, it is only natural to raise prices, as is just and right. What a friendship price! Zhang Heng seemed to have heard the greatest joke, slamming the armrest of the chair in fury and laughter. Then why didn't you suffer losses before? Why is it that when it came time for me, Zhang Heng, to take over the affairs of the Marquis residence, you began to incur losses? Do you look down on me, Zhang Heng, or do you think my Zhang family is not as good as before? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice rising, filled with the arrogance characteristic of a noble scion. Zhang Wanqing chimed in beside him, sharply declaring, "Exactly, it is clearly you unscrupulous merchants who take advantage of the situation, seeing my little brother as young and teaming up to oppress him. This is called seizing the opportunity in the midst of chaos, lacking in righteousness and virtue." The brother and sister sang in unison, firmly placing the blame of the breach of contract and price increase on the other party, as if they were the ones truly wronged. Faced with Zhang Heng's interrogation and Zhang Wanqing's accusations, Li Dagong showed no trace of fear. Only a faint, enigmatic smile flickered across his face. He shook his head, voice still calm and measured. Selling goods at half price and operating at a loss was never done out of deference to the Marquisate nor for your lordship the heir. It was solely for the sake of Master Zhang Yu, the Marquisite's eldest son. Li Dagong spread his hands in a gesture both helpless and faintly mocking. Now that Master Zhang Yu has severed all ties with the Marquisate, we merchants naturally see no reason to extend such courtesy any longer. Your lordship, is this not the truth? Zhang Yu. Again Zhang Yu. Those three characters pierced Zhang Heng's ears like poisoned needles. His furious expression twisted instantly. His eyes, bloodshot with rage and humiliation, burned with raw, unfiltered fury. He felt like a fool. His earlier accusations, his arrogant bluster, now reduced to absurd farce before the simple, devastating fact: Zhang Yu's favor. So the Marquisite's warehouse had profited all these years, not through merit or management, but on the charity of Zhang Yu, that so-called waste. And he, Zhang Heng, legitimate heir to the Yong'an Marquis, was deemed by these merchants less worthy of respect than Zhang Yu, that disgraced bastard. Zhang Wanqing and Qin Shuahua stood frozen, their faces drained of all color. Though they had long suspected as much, hearing it, confirmed by Li Dagong, struck them with visceral, shattering force. The opulence they'd enjoyed, the silver they'd squandered, even the Marquisite's military supply chain across the northern frontier, all depended upon Zhang Yu, the very man they'd scorned as worthless, discarded like refuse. A profound, icy absurdity coiled around their hearts, tightening with each breath, followed by a deeper, more suffocating wave of remorse. Silence! Zhang Heng shot to his feet, voice ragged with fury. Is Zhang Yu's face worth honoring while mine is not? What can a banished outcast, a prisoner rotting in the celestial prison, offer you? I am the heir of the Yong'an Marquis. I am the future Marquis. He cast aside the last veil of pretense, pointing fiercely at Li Dagong and the assembled merchants. I care nothing for Zhang Yu, or your losses. I know only this: you raised prices. You broke your word. Now, immediately, supply at the original price, or the Marquis will show you no mercy. At his words, two ninth-rank household retainers behind him unleashed their aura. Brutal, oppressive, overwhelming. While over 20 guards drew their blades in unison with a chilling ring of steel, their cold gleam and palpable killing intent freezing the air. The hall's temperature plummeted to glacial stillness. Merchants paled, instinctively glancing toward Li Dagong, then furtively at MOD, whose expression had grown grave and unyielding. Li Dagong's smile vanished entirely. Meeting Zhang Heng's murderous gaze, he exhaled softly, a sigh heavy with pity for the man's own folly. He did not glance at the drawn swords nor flinch beneath the retainer's crushing pressure. His voice, quiet yet resonant, cut cleanly through the taut silence. Your lordship, you seem to have forgotten. We stand in the imperial capital, a place where law holds sway, and where the rules of the marketplace are equally binding. Spare me your talk of law and custom. Zhang Heng shed the final shred of feigned civility, his face contorted with volcanic rage and monstrous self-aggrandizement. He stepped forward, voice hoarse yet thunderous. Here today, I am the law. I am the rule. His blood-red eyes locked onto Li Dagong, each syllable hammering down like a death knell. Tell me, did you, first, raise prices, in breach of agreement? Li Dagong stood firm. No price was ever formally agreed upon between us. How then could we possibly breach an agreement? Dare you defy me? Zhang Heng's eyes blazed with savage light. Without command, the 8th rank guard stationed at Zhang Heng's right rear lunged. So fast he left only a blur in the air. His left foot planted hard, his right leg snapped sideways like a tempered steel whip, striking Li Dagong's left knee joint with brutal precision, and a deafening guttural crack of snapping bone. Crack! The sickening sound exploded through the hall. Ugh! Li Dagong had no time to react. His body spun sideways like a felled timber, crashing violently to the floor. He tumbled halfway through the air before slamming onto his back, sending dust billowing from the stone tiles. Agony blackened his vision. But greater still was the shame. Before he could even blink away the daze, a heavy mud-caked military boot slammed down onto his face. Thud! The sole ground his left cheek into the freezing stone, pinning his head immovably. Coarse tread scraped raw against his skin. Searing pain mingling with icy shock. Blood gushed instantly from his nose and mouth. A molar slick with crimson foam tumbled from his forced open lips, rolling to rest at Zhang Heng's feet. Cough! A choked groan escaped Li Dagong. He strained to rise, but the boot held fast, rooted like iron in stone. He had never imagined Zhang Heng would abandon all decorum, resorting instead to sheer unbridled coercion. Despicable scum! MOD could contain his wrath no longer. His 7th rank true chi erupted, robes whipping as if caught in a gale, floor tiles fracturing beneath his feet like dry parchment. The obsidian short blade in his hand shrieked. A lethal black streak launched straight for the guard's throat, aiming to force him back. This strike was born of pure fury. Unrestrained, desperate, a life-or-death gambit. Humph! A mayfly shaking a mountain. The 8th rank guard sneered, neither dodging nor flinching. He drew a deep breath, his chest swelled, skin flushing bronze with hardened chi. Clang! The black blade struck his throat, yet rang like metal on metal. Its razor edge sank only half an inch, arrested by dense muscle and a shimmering barrier of protective chi. Simultaneously, the 2nd 8th rank guard drove a fist forward, golden chi coalescing into solid luminous force, radiating the grim battle-forged ferocity of a veteran warlord. 7 Slaying's Starbreaker Fist. Boom! Fist met palm. MOD felt a tidal wave of force crash into him. His searing palm strike shattering like glass against an unyielding wall. Then the enemy's momentum surged inward, ripping through his meridians like wildfire. Spurt! MOD convulsed violently, vomiting a torrent of blood as he flew backward, slamming into the floor with a sickening thud. He writhed, trying to rise, only to find his organs displaced, his meridians ablaze with pain, his strength utterly spent. The disparity was staggering. This was no ordinary 8th rank cultivator, but a battlefield-hardened warrior chi refined to diamond density, techniques honed in slaughter, experience forged in endless combat. In a single exchange, MOD was broken, rendered combat ineffective before the 2 silent 9th rank retainers had even stirred. Drag him here, Zhang Heng commanded coldly, eyes glittering with contempt and cruel satisfaction. 2 guards seized MOD and hurled him beside Li Dagong. One lay supine, the other prone, both pinned to the floor, immobilized. Li Dagong's cheek pressed to the frigid stone. From the corner of one eye, he saw MOD gasping in agony. Rage and ice warred within him. Yet clearer than ever rose the stark, unvarnished truth: against absolute power, resistance was pathetically futile. 2 8th rank warriors had subdued them effortlessly. The 9th rank retainers hadn't moved, and beyond them loomed the Marquisite's innate level masters. Against such a leviathan, their strength was despairingly, hopelessly unequal. Merchants stood paralyzed, breaths held tight. Qin Shuahua turned her head aside. Zhang Wanning, however, clenched her fists, eyes alight with fierce excitement. Zhang Luohan's heart turned to frost, gazing at the 2 men's broken forms, and then at Zhang Heng's smug, triumphant face. She felt for the first time genuine revulsion toward her betrothed. He was not merely foolish. He was vicious, ruthless, and utterly without moral constraint. This world ultimately is one where the strong reign supreme and the weak serve as sustenance. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Yu, in his earlier days of powerlessness, had operated under the banner of the Marquisate, shielding his ventures with its authority. Speak plainly. Did you break the contract first? Zhang Heng posed the question, once more demanding a definitive confession from Li Dagong to claim moral high ground. Li Dagong's left cheek was brutally ground into the frigid stone floor by the coarse sole of a military boot. Blood and dust filled his mouth and nostrils. With immense effort, he shifted his crushed jaw. His voice, thick with blood and foam, emerged startlingly clear. The contract, written in black ink on white paper, stipulates only long-term supply. At fair market price. No fixed rate. Where then lies the breach? This was his, or rather Zhang Yu's, covert stratagem laid years ago. Within that seemingly generous supply agreement, the critical clause governing unit price remained deliberately open-ended, never fixed. From the outset, Zhang Yu had never intended to leave the marquisate any tangible leverage. He had calculated every variable, except the marquisite's sheer shamelessness and cruelty. Nonsense. Zhang Heng needed no logic, only a pretext to vent fury and assert dominance. He slashed his hand through the air, cutting off Li Dagong mid-sentence. Spittle nearly struck the man's face. Custom and precedent. This price has held for years. That is ironclad contract. You raise prices now on a whim. That is betrayal, breach, and a slap to the face of the Yong'an marquisate. He arrogantly conflated goodwill concessions, born of personal ties and strategic intent, into binding legal terms. Custom is not contract. Even in such abject humiliation, Li Dagong forced the rebuttal from his throat, the irony blazing in his eyes. What did these pampered scions know of commerce as battlefield or contracts as unbreakable law? Truly oblivious to death, Zhang Heng's gaze darkened with sudden savage malice. Without further command, the 8th rank guard pinning Li Dagong narrowed his eyes and crushed down with brutal twisting force. Snap! A faint crack echoed, followed by Li Dagong's stifled groan. His cheekbone shrieked under pressure, fresh blood gushed from nose and mouth, his vision dimmed, consciousness slipping away. Mod stared in anguish at Li Dagong, thrashing wildly, yet utterly powerless. Such is the tragedy of the weak. No matter your brilliance, your loyalty, your courage, they crumble before absolute disparity in strength, leaving you as helpless as fish upon a chopping block. Your reasoning, your principles, your rage, these are but the whimpers of a defeated hound, unheard by the ears of the strong. Zhang Heng watched satisfied as Li Dagong slumped nearly unconscious beneath his boot, then glanced at Mod, wildeed and frantic. The humiliation and fury born of being eclipsed by Zhang Yu finally found release. Straightening his posture, he smoothed his sleeve, as if he'd merely crushed an annoying ant. It seems Master Li requires time to regain clarity and reflect carefully on how best to answer his lordship's question. He spoke with deliberate calm, his gaze sweeping across the other merchants huddled silently in the corner. And as for you, he paused, a cruel smile curling his lips. Will you sign the new contract now, at the original price, or wait until Master Li comes to his senses? The merchants turned ashen, glancing at each other, then at Li Dagong's motionless form, trembling violently. Agree. A hoarse yet unervingly composed voice cut through the silence. Mod, pressed face down onto the cold floor, his voice distorted by pressure yet edged with chilling rationality. He twisted his head toward Li Dagong's direction, each word forced from between clenched teeth. De gang. Agree. Sign. Exactly as he demands. He saw more clearly than Li Dagong ever could. Today's situation was absolute deadlock. 2 8th rank guards had subdued them effortlessly, 2 9th rank household generals stood idly by unspeaking, and the marquisite's true depth of power remained unfathomable. Resistance meant certain death, and should they perish, Zhang Yu's enterprise's networks and intelligence apparatus would instantly collapse, or be devoured whole by the marquisate. Preserve the mountain. You need never fear lack of firewood. This was Mod's ironclad maxim, forged in countless brushes with mortality. So long as breath remains, so does possibility. Momentary disgrace holds greater value than futile sacrifice. At these words, Zhang Heng's grimace softened slightly, shifting into the predatory amusement of a cat toying with its prey. He nodded approvingly, even clapped once. A wise man knows when to yield. Master Mo, you possess far greater sense than Master Li. I delight in dealing with intelligent men. With a flick of his wrist, a guard stepped forward bearing freshly prepared contracts, and vermilion seal paced kneeling before Mod. Yet, no, not possible. Li Dagong spat a gout of black blood, wrenching his swollen, mangled face upward. Bloodshot eyes blazed with near-obsessive fervor. He locked his gaze onto Mod, then strained to turn it toward Zhang Heng. His voice shattered yet resolute. Brother, entrusted the guild to me. I cannot betray him. This price, I will not sign. Greed. Yes, Li Dagong loved wealth. Lust. He openly indulged that vice too. But his loyalty to Zhang Yu, forged over decades navigating the gray margins of the underworld, was the one unshakable line he had never crossed. You seek death. The fleeting flicker of satisfaction on Zhang Heng's face froze, then shattered into volcanic wrath. Every shred of patience, every pretense of reasoned discourse evaporated in that instant. A low-born merchant, a worm beneath his heel, dared defy him not once but repeatedly. It ignited the most savage ember within his soul. I have granted you your chance. Zhang Heng's voice sharpened to a screech of pure fury. In one swift motion, he wrenched a standard-issue military blade from a nearby guard's belt. Steel ringing clear clang. The blade was slender, gleaming with lethal coldness, its edge steeped in the scent of battlefields. Without hesitation, without warning, before anyone could react, Zhang Heng's eyes flared with murderous light and his sword descended in a vicious arc toward Li Dagong's exposed throat. That stroke was ruthless, decisive, fueled by the frenzy of a noble scorned and the full weight of his seething hatred for Zhang Yu. No! No! Mod's roar tore from his throat like the death cry of a wounded beast. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning paused. Neither moved to intervene. To them, these merchants were mere insects, insignificant, disposable. Zhang Luohan said nothing either. The death of a merchant held no consequence. Boldly, who dares to harm the royal merchant of the Wei Kingdom? Just as Zhang Heng's military knife was about to strike down Li Dagong's head, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the doors of the Merchant Association. This shout was not merely an angry yell. It contained a mighty true qi with sound waves striking like tangible hammers against the eardrums of everyone in the hall. The guards with slightly lower cultivation felt their heads buzz, their vision darkening as their blood surged, nearly losing their grip on their weapons. Before the roar subsided, a glimmer of cold light had already arrived. A sharp sound tore through the air, and a streak of black light shot in from the open door at a speed that was nearly impossible to perceive, aiming directly at Zhang Heng's throat as he prepared to strike. Before the arrow arrived, the chilling killing intent had already locked onto Zhang Heng, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave, his body covered in cold sweat. Be careful! Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning both screamed in terror, their faces as pale as paper. Zhang Luohan's pupils constricted sharply, and instead of moving forward, she instinctively stepped back 2 paces. A strong sense of ominous foreboding enveloped her. Whoever dared to strike while the son of the Marquis was attacking was certainly no good, and their strength was terrifying. Zhang Heng himself was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. The arrow came too fast and too deviously with overwhelming killing intent. He had only relied on his family background and guards to act ferociously, and with his mediocre cultivation he had never witnessed such a scene. The shadow of death instantly seized his heart. He wanted to dodge, but his body felt as if it were frozen, stiffening in place, as he could only watch the glimmer of cold light rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Unbridled. Protect the young master. The 2 ninth-grade family guards, standing like gate gods beside Zhang Heng, had already sensed the danger at the moment the arrow shot through the air. Seeing the young master in peril, both of them shouted in unison, their figures darting forward like phantoms, dangerously blocking in front of Zhang Heng. Clang, clang. The sharp and piercing sounds of metal clashing rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 ninth-grade guards reacted extremely quickly, drawing their personal weapons in the nick of time. The blade gleamed like snow meeting the deadly arrow. However, crack, crack, the imagined scene of the arrows being deflected did not occur, and 2 painful sounds of shattering followed almost immediately. The 2 treasured swords forged from fine steel and accompanying the guards for many years broke, as if they were rotten wood upon contact with the dark arrow. But that was not all. The terrifying force contained in the arrow did not dissipate, surging along the broken blades. Puff! Puff! The 2 ninth-grade guards were struck as if by lightning, their faces instantly flushing red, then turning pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood. The arms holding the swords emitted clear sounds of bone cracking, and they were sent flying uncontrollably, as if struck heeded by a rampaging elephant. And the direction they flew was directly towards the stunned Zhang Heng. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds of impact followed. The heavy bodies of the 2 guards crashed into Zhang Heng one after another. Ah! Zhang Heng let out a shrill scream, his entire body lifted off the ground before crashing heavily back down. The power of a single arrow had brought about such devastation. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events and the horror of that arrow. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning covered their mouths, watching the bloodied and disheveled Zhang Heng, and the 2 guards, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Zhang Luohan's heart raced like a drum as she stared intently at the direction of the door, her fingers turning cold. The guards of the Marquis residence were so frightened they stood frozen, their hands trembling around their weapons. The 2 strongest among them, 9th-grade martial artists, couldn't even withstand a single arrow from the opponent. What kind of strength did that archer possess? At the very least, a peak 9th grade, or perhaps an 8. And he shouted, "Royal merchant of the Wei Kingdom." Moj and Li Dagong, having barely escaped with their lives, were instantly filled with immense surprise and horror. Royal merchant? When did we become royal merchants? Who is this unexpected savior? In the dead silence, heavy and orderly footsteps along with the sound of clanking armor resonated from outside the Merchant Association. A calm authoritative voice steeped in bureaucratic tone clearly transmitted inside. The Royal City Department is investigating the case. All unauthorized personnel lay down your weapons immediately. Those who defy shall be treated as conspirators and dealt with ruthlessly. As soon as the words fell, a squad of about 20 armored soldiers surged in like a tide of black. They quickly occupied all the critical positions in the hall, fiercely surrounding everyone with an overwhelming killing intent. The leader of the group was not clad in armor, but wore a dark purple robe with golden embroidered python patterns. Although his aura was deliberately restrained, the oppressive feeling of deep and unfathomable gravity still made it hard for all the martial artists present to breathe. An innate expert without a doubt. His cold gaze swept over the chaotic scene in the hall, passing over the gravely injured Li Dagong, and MOG finally landing on the blood-spitting Zhang Hung. He frowned slightly, his voice like iron sand swept by a cold winter wind, in broad daylight under the clear skies, wielding weapons to commit murder and harm royal merchants. Zhang Hung, do you still see the law in your eyes? Do you still regard the laws of our Wei kingdom with respect? The speaker was none other than Xiao Jingyan, the third son of the current Wei emperor. Within the ancestral hall, upon learning that Zhang Ye's subordinates were in trouble, the elder Xiao Xian immediately summoned the three princes who were vying for the throne, all eager to claim the first credit for helping Zhang Yu. Whoever rescued Zhang Yu first would gain an advantage before the elder, and in Zhang Ye's heart, adding a significant bargaining chip to their quest for the throne. However, strength is the only pass. The third prince, Xiao Jingyan, was the only innate master among the three princes, naturally the fastest to arrive. Thus, the dramatic scene of reversing fate with a single arrow had just unfolded. At this moment, Xiao Jingyan held the Luyun bow that had accompanied him in battles, its frame stained with the blood of enemies, his posture imposing. Dressed in a dark purple embroidered golden dragon robe, he appeared like a jade crown emanating an aura of authority without anger. His gaze was calm yet deep, fixed on Zhang Hung's disheveled face. Zhang Hung was completely lost at this moment. How could he not recognize the person before him? The third prince, Xiao Jingyan, a rising power in the court, deeply supported by some factions of the military, and a top contender for the throne. Let alone Zhang Hung, even his father, the Marquis of Yong'an, would not dare to act recklessly in front of this prince at the height of his power. Upon realizing that Li Dagong and others were of royal descent, Qin Shuahua and Zhang Weining's expressions darkened considerably. This matter involves the royal family, and things could get troublesome, potentially bringing disaster upon themselves. At this moment, Zhang Weining and Qin Shuahua shot Zhang Hung a resentful glance, blaming him for causing trouble for no reason. Zhang Hung felt aggrieved as well. He was not a foolish person. Before coming, he had already inquired and found out that Li Dagong and others were merely ordinary merchants without any background, which was why he had dared to act so recklessly. In fact, it was not just him who was confused. Li Dagong and MOG were equally puzzled about how they had become royal merchants. There was no way around it. The title of royal merchant had just been conferred by the third prince, so it was normal for others not to know. Your Highness, how could I not know when these people became royal merchants? Zhang Hung's insides were churning, but in the face of crisis, he wanted to argue his case. Unbridled. The third prince, Xiao Jingyan, narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly rising. Does the royal family's conferral of royal merchants need to be reported to you, the Marquis of Yong'an, for your approval, Zhang Hung? Xiao Jingyan questioned sharply, directly placing a hat of contempt for royal authority upon him. No, I dare not. This junior has no such intention whatsoever. Your Highness, please see the truth. Facing the imperial prince of the realm, Zhang Yu was visibly tense and hastily explained. We truly did not know they were imperial merchants, hence. Humph. Xiao Jingyan let out a cold snort, cutting him off before he could finish. So by your logic, had they been ordinary merchants, not imperial ones, you would have felt free to bully them at will and even draw your blade against them. Does the Great Wei Code in the eyes of your Yong'an Marquisate protect only imperial merchants, and not common folk? It seems your household's edicts hold greater weight than the sovereign's law. That accusation weighed heavier still, escalating the matter to outright contempt for state law and trampling upon justice itself. I dare not. This junior dares not. Absolutely not. Zhang Hung now stood utterly speechless, trembling so violently, he could only stammer the same two words over and over. At that moment, Qin Shuahua drew a deep breath and forcibly steadied herself. She knew that if her son continued speaking, his guilt would only deepen. As the matriarch of the Marquisate, and born into the prestigious duke's household, she had weathered countless storms. Her mind raced, calculating swiftly. Even imperial merchants, after all, were merely traders conducting business with the imperial family. Nothing more. She surmised they were most likely under Prince Qi's command, otherwise why would he intervene? Though violence had erupted today, Li Dagong and MOD remained alive, meaning the situation had not yet spiraled beyond salvage. Would Prince Qi truly sever ties entirely with the Yong'an Marquisate? a house commanding elite northern frontier forces, and provoke an all-out life-or-death confrontation over a few merchants. At most, the Marquisate would offer formal apologies, pay substantial compensation, and accept disciplinary measures for Zhang Hung, merely to preserve the imperial family's dignity. The Marquisate's legacy remained unshaken. Its northern armies were its ultimate assurance. With that thought, Qin Shuahua felt a measure of calm return, and with it the composed bearing befitting the Marquisate's matriarch. She stepped forward, bowed deeply before Prince Qi with exquisite grace. Her posture humble, yet her tone measured and deliberately conciliatory. "Your Highness, please calm your wrath. Today's incident was indeed my son's reckless folly. He rashly offended honored guests. On behalf of the Marquisate, I offer our sincerest apologies to the two injured shop managers." She paused briefly, then continued. "Fortunately, both gentlemen remain alive. Truly a miracle amidst misfortune. The Yong'an Marquisate pledges full responsibility for all medical expenses, and offers lavish gifts as restitution. There shall be no evasion or delay. As for my unworthy son Zhang Hung," she glanced at her humiliated son, her eyes flickering with sorrow, but sharper still with resolve. "He submits entirely to your Highness's judgment under the law. The Marquisate bears no grievance. We only beg your Highness, in consideration of the Marquisate's generations of service defending our nation's borders, even without merit there remains sacrifice, to grant him a chance to redeem himself and us an opportunity to make amends." Her words appeared sincerely contrite, fully accepting accountability, yet subtly invoked the Marquisate's military prestige and latent power, seeking to balance legal rigor with sentiment and strength. She sought to recast a near-fatal assault on imperial merchants as little more than youthful impulsiveness, attempting to resolve it through wealth and face-saving diplomacy. In her view, this represented the Marquisate's utmost concession, the most sincere gesture possible. Prince Qi ought to accept it and withdraw gracefully. Had Li Dagong been an ordinary imperial merchant, her assessment would have held true. Yet she gravely underestimated Zhang Yu's standing within the imperial court. Upon hearing this, Prince Qi Shaojing let out a disdainful chuckle and shook his head lightly. "Madame Marquise." Xiao Jingyan's voice regained its composure, but beneath that placid surface lay a chilling coldness far more unnerving than his earlier fury. "Have you truly grasped the gravity of the situation?" Qin Shuahua's heart lurched sharply, her brows knitted faintly. Prince Qi raised his hand, slightly gesturing toward Li Dagong and Mod lying motionless on the floor. "These two are no ordinary men. The person behind them is one you cannot afford to offend." A tremor ran through Qin Shuahua, but she remained unfazed. "Might your Highness reveal which royal kinsman they serve? I shall personally visit to apologize. If that proves insufficient, I shall accompany Lord Marquis and my father, the Duke of Qin, to tender our deepest regrets." By now, Qin Shuahua's temper had flared, and indeed she possessed the authority to stand toe-to-toe with even ordinary royal kinsmen. The Yong'an Marquisate commanded formidable troops wielding immense influence at court. Were it not for the absence of a genuine grandmaster-level cultivator, even the imperial family would hesitate before provoking it. Coupled with the Duke of Qin's household, its powerful marital alliance, the Yong'an Marquisate ranked indisputably among the foremost aristocratic houses in the Wei Kingdom. Even minor royal kinsmen dared not act boldly before them. Precisely because of this, they had grown brazen in the capital, confident even before princes that they held leverage for negotiation. She believed the harshest penalty would fall solely upon Zhang Hung, while the Marquisate merely paid a price to avert disaster. Her rhetoric not only fortified her own resolve, but also gave Zhang Hung the illusion of salvation. As pain and terror receded, the arrogance of the Marquisate's heir, and the ingrained sense of superiority, flared back to life. Indeed, what exalted lineage is the Yong'an Marquisate? 10,000 elite border troops of the northern marches are our bedrock. The Duke of Qin's household is our kin by marriage. So what if Li Dagong and his companions enjoy Prince Qi's patronage? He is but a prince, not the emperor himself. Moreover, the Wei Kingdom boasts more than one imperial prince. For all Prince Qi's prowess, would he truly risk fracturing relations with the Marquisate and inciting rebellion in the northern marches over mere merchants? At that thought, Zhang Hung felt himself revive, his spine straightening imperceptibly. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest, he strained to lift his upper body, striving to reclaim the poise of a noble scion. "Your Highness, please see the truth. As the saying goes, ignorance excuses no offense. We truly did not know Master Li and his companions were imperial merchants, nor did we suspect their high patronage. Should any offense or affront have occurred, this junior offers sincere apology, and begs your Highness to extend your magnanimity." He emphasized the word magnanimity deliberately, as though granting it were an extraordinary favor, implying the matter should conclude here with mutual concessions. Yet barely had his words faded, I'll magnanimously forgive your mother. A coarse, furious bellow thick with impatience exploded from outside the Guildhall's main gate like thunder. Instantly a figure crashed through the entrance, shoving aside the solemnly stationed black armor guards, as if a rampaging ox had burst in radiating raw, untamed ferocity. The newcomer stood broad-shouldered and imposing, his brocaded robe askew emanating the unmistakable aura of a battlefield veteran. It was none other than Prince Jing Shao Jingfeng. His entry was too swift, his movements too brutish, utterly devoid of princely decorum. Before anyone could react, he whirled like a cyclone to Zhang Heng's side and seized the young noble's hair and nape in a massive calloused hand. What in blazes do you think you are? Do you honestly believe a reigning prince must grant you magnanimity? With a roar, Shao Jingfeng gave no one time to intervene. Clutching Zhang Heng's head, he slammed it downward like a hatchet, driving it hard into the unyielding stone floor. Thud! A sickening, bone-jarring impact echoed through the hall. Zhang Heng's cheek and forehead met the cold, gritty flagstones, his nasal bone snapping cleanly, blood gushing across his face. He lacked even time to scream, dazed and reeling from the violent concussion. But it wasn't over yet. Still gripping Zhang Heng's hair, Shao Jingfeng dragged him across the floor like a slaughtered beast, scraping him several feet until he dumped him unceremoniously beside the gravely wounded Li Dagong. Then came his audacious performance. Leaning over Li Dagong, who breathed shallowly, he bellowed in his booming voice, "Brother, did you see that clearly? It was me, Prince Jing Shao Jingfeng, who avenged you. This wretch dared lay hands on you. I'll break him." He shook the half-conscious Zhang Heng vigorously, ensuring every eye in the room saw him clearly. "Remember well, when reporting to your master, credit goes to me. Be sure to name me Prince Jing Shao Jingfeng. Don't get it wrong." Moments earlier, Zhang Heng had tried reasoning with Prince Qi. Now he stared blankly, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Who the hell is this demon incarnate? Prince Jing? Everyone froze in stunned silence. Qin Shuahuazhang wanting even the Marquisite's guards. What calamity is unfolding today? One prince, Prince Qi, was already overwhelming enough. Now arrives Prince Jing, infamous for his unruly temperament and iron-fisted military discipline. And judging by his conduct, he is far more brutal and infinitely less reasonable than Prince Qi. Standing nearby, Prince Qi Shao Jingyan watched Shao Jingfeng barrel in and seize the spotlight, and his jaw muscles twitched involuntarily. His eyelids fluttered wildly, a veins pulsed faintly at his temples, his fingers, still gripping the cloud-splitting bow, whitened with strain. "Damn you, Shao Jingfeng! You don't just steal credit like this." 1,000 roaring beasts seemed to stampede through Shao Jingyan's mind. He nearly choked on a royal curse. The solemn atmosphere he'd meticulously cultivated, the flawless script he'd prepared to embody imperial grace and reward Zhang Yu's loyalists, had been utterly obliterated by this shameless brute. This fool, knowing his cultivation fell short of Shao Jingyan's and arriving late, realized the monumental favor and invaluable personal debt of rescuing Zhang Yu's confidence was about to be claimed solely by Prince Qi. So he tore protocol apart, storming in with savage simplicity to deliver the final blow and snatch the glory. Then loudly demanded Li Dagong remember his name. Did he possess any shred of dignity left? Where was princely decorum? Where was imperial dignity? Had dogs devoured them all? Shao Jingyan felt a surge of hot blood rise to his throat, trapped, suffocating, unable to ascend or descend. He fixed a glacial stare upon Shao Jingfeng, still shaking Zhang Heng like a trophy, and ground out through clenched teeth. "Elder brother Prince Jing, what astonishing speed, and what singular methods of rescue." Indeed, Prince Qi's downfall lay precisely in his adherence to reason and imperial propriety, leaving him vulnerable to Prince Jing's unrestrained, rule-shattering audacity. The Qi Wang was nearly overwhelmed with anger by the Jing Wang. Meanwhile, the severely injured Li Dagong Moj and the terrified merchants in the corner were genuinely bewildered. Utterly bewildered. Today's events were drenched in absurdity and peculiarity from start to finish. First, the young master of the Ho residence Zhang Heng stormed in with his entourage, obstinately reckless, nearly causing the death of their master Li. Then a divine soldier descended from the heavens. A prince with an imposing demeanor and terrifying strength arrived with the elite of the Imperial City Guard, declaring that they were the royal merchants and vowing to punish the perpetrator. That alone was enough for them to digest for a while. Royal merchants? When did we become royal merchants? Before they could recover from this shocking identity, an even more outrageous Jing Wang burst in, actually raising his voice to claim credit. They couldn't catch the details of his claims, but they clearly heard the title he used for the boss. Boss. Those two characters sliced through the darkness like lightning, instantly illuminating the chaotic minds of Li Dagong and Moj. Of course they had a boss, and there was only one. The one who pulled them from the mire, granting them rebirth and purpose, was none other than Zhang Yu, currently imprisoned in the sky prison. So that's how it is. So that's how the Qi Wang referred to the royal merchants. So that's why the Jing Wang performed so earnestly, even willing to lower himself as a prince to commit violence in public, all to curry favor with the boss. These princes who usually sat high above them now squabbled clumsily over the chance to shine in front of their boss and gain merit using such unique methods. After the immense sense of absurdity came an indescribable shock and a hint of inexplicable excitement. What had their boss done? Or what did he possess to make two prominent princes vying for the throne go to such lengths? Boss, have you truly reached such heights? There was no need for him to lift a finger, nor to express himself clearly. Merely his existence had already made these top powers rush to him like moths to a flame. This could no longer be explained by mere power or influence. It signified a recognition of a higher-level value and future investment. In the corner, those merchants were so scared they didn't dare to breathe, but their minds were racing. They glanced at Zhang Hung lying on the ground like a bloodied gourd, then at the two awe-inspiring princes, and thought of that mysterious figure who had never truly revealed himself. Suddenly they felt as if they had accidentally latched onto a terrifyingly thick and golden thigh. As for Qin Shuhua, Zhang Hung, Zhang Wanqing, and Zhang Luohan, they were just as bewildered. What was happening today? Just dealing with a few merchants had attracted two princes. Who was the boss that the Jing Wang spoke of to make a dignified prince behave so humbly? If it were just one prince, even with the Yangon Ho and the Duke of Qin, they would not be too concerned. But two princes changed everything. At that moment, Qin Shuhua truly felt a bit panicked, forcing herself to articulate, "May I ask your highnesses, who exactly is the boss that the Jing Wang speaks of? Today our Ho residence has wronged you, and we shall certainly come to apologize in the future. An apology is indeed necessary, but not in the future, rather today. Come here. Anyone who insults the Merchant Association, seize them all, and take them to the Sky Prison waiting for young Master Zhang to decide their fate. Take them to the Sky Prison waiting for young Master Zhang to decide their fate. Not sent to the Ministry of Justice for lawful interrogation, nor handed over to the Imperial Clan Court for deliberation, but directly cast into the Sky Prison, the highest symbol of imperial punishment." What was even more shocking was that the authority to decide their fate was lightly handed over to a young Master Zhang. What did this signify? It meant that before this mysterious figure, the laws of the Dewey court procedures, and even royal authority had to step aside. It meant that the century-old prestige, illustrious titles, and military power of the Yangon Ho residence had become dust that could be trampled upon at will. "Wait," Qin Shuhua cried out in horror, "Your Highness. Even if we have wronged, it should be dealt with by the authorities according to the law. Our Ho residence has been loyal and devoted for generations, safeguarding the northern frontier with no merit but also hardship. How could you send the direct line of the Ho residence into the Sky Prison just because of an unclear young Master Zhang? Wouldn't this cause the frontier soldiers to feel disheartened? What are you afraid of? Afraid that your Yangon Ho residence will become too powerful? Or afraid that the hundreds of thousands of border troops in the north will rebel?" The Qi Wang, Xiao Jingyan, coldly interrupted her. "Madam Ho, I advise you not to mention the northern frontier again. Some lines must not be crossed by the Yangon Ho residence. Some people you cannot offend." He slightly raised his hand, signaling for the action to continue, showing no interest in further explanation. The subordinates of the two princes, the Xuanjia guards and the Jing Wang's personal soldiers, had already pounced like wolves. The well-trained elite moved as swiftly as the wind, giving Qin Shuhua and others no chance to resist or argue. With shackles on, acting violently, the once exalted ladies of the Ho residence now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, stripped of all dignity. "Mother, save me." Zhang Hung no longer had his previous bravado, crying out like a crippled dog as he looked to Qin Shuhua. "Mother, please think of a way." Zhang Wanqing was even more terrified, her exquisite makeup smeared with tears, desperately struggling, but to no avail. Qin Shuhua looked at the tragic state of her children, her heart torn, but what chilled her even more was the determination and unyielding confidence in the Qi Wang's words. They were truly unafraid of forcing the Yangon Ho residence, which held heavy military power, into a corner. What did this signify? It meant that in the value balance of that young Master Zhang, the entire Yangon Ho residence and the northern frontier troops might be insignificant. It meant that the royal family had made a choice and was filled with confidence. Who exactly was this young Master Zhang? Qin Shuhua's mind raced, scanning through all the top aristocrats and mysterious figures with the surname Zhang in the capital and throughout the Dewey, but found no match. There were strong individuals with the surname Zhang, but one who could compel the royal family to act in such a manner was unheard of. Fear wrapped around her heart like a poisonous vine, followed by bone-deep regret. Had they known that this young Master Zhang behind the Merchant Association held such immense power, capable of making two prominent princes scramble to curry favor, they would not have provoked such a terrifying existence for a bit of profit. This was no simple misstep. It was akin to pushing the Ho residence to the edge of a bottomless cliff. Just as Qin Shuahua and others fell into immense panic and regret, Zhang Luohan, who had been watching coldly, felt her heart plunge like a boulder into a deep pool, suddenly stirred up a tremendous wave. When the Qi Wang's cold and merciless command of take them to the sky prison waiting for young Master Zhang to decide their fate rang out, her heart abruptly tightened. Young Master Zhang, sky prison, these two words tangled like lightning, striking fiercely into her mind. A figure she was all too familiar with instantly surfaced uncontrollably. Zhang Yu. He also bore the surname Zhang. Wasn't he currently imprisoned in the sky prison? Could it be that the young Master Zhang stirring up the storm, making two princes vie for favor, and even personally engage in combat, was the same Zhang Yu she had discarded like a piece of trash after calling off their engagement? This thought sent a violent tremor through Zhang Luohan, a shuddering mix of absurdity, horror, and even a hint of indescribable excitement surged through her limbs. She had witnessed Zhang Yu's hidden capabilities, able to make the dual cultivation Master Chen Dongpeng yield respectfully, and casually shake the economic lifeline of the Ho residence. She knew Zhang Yu was far from simple, but to make two prominent princes do this, even willing to confront the Yangon Ho residence, which held heavy military power. This completely exceeded Zhang Luohan's understanding of hidden power. No, impossible, she crazily denied in her heart. Zhang Yu might have some means, know some influential people, and possess innate cultivation. But that was absolutely not enough to garner such royal attention, let alone compel two proud princes to act so humbly. Innate. Does the royal family lack innate experts? Perhaps they are precious, but certainly not irreplaceable. Do they not have their own masters? With all this, it was impossible for the Qi Wang and Jing Wang to act so out of character, let alone have the audacity to strike so hard against the Yangon Ho residence. A cold, heavy iron chain clicked shut around Qin Shuahua's wrists. The unfamiliar, humiliating sensation sent a shiver rippling through her entire body and extinguished the last flicker of hope in Zhang Hong and the others. They stared eyes wide with surreal disbelief. Could it truly be the revered Madame of the Marquisate, the future Marquis himself? Publicly shackled, reduced to prisoners, Qin Shuahua drew a deep, steadying breath, forcing composure upon herself. In the face of sudden catastrophe, panic was useless. Yet beside her, Zhang Wanning was utterly incapable of bearing this sudden, crushing shame and terror. Born and raised as the pampered daughter of the Marquisate, she had never endured such treatment. The moment the coarse, frigid collar grazed her delicate skin, she shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Thrashing wildly, clawing at the guards' hands, her voice splintering into frantic, incoherent cries. Let me go, you wretched filth. My father is the Marquis of Yong'an, commander of 100,000 border troops in the north. My maternal grandfather is the current Duke of the realm. Harm even a single hair on my head, and neither my father nor my grandfather will ever spare you. These titles had long served as her inviolable talisman, her greatest source of power in the capital. In the past, uttering them alone was enough to make nobles recoil and officials retreat. Even certain imperial clansmen granted her deference. But this time she was utterly disillusioned. Prince Qi Shao Jingyan merely cast a cold, dismissive glance her way, as if observing a noisy, insignificant insect. The two black armor guards restraining her seemed not to hear her threats. Their movements did not falter for an instant, instead they tightened their grip. One wrenched her arm sharply behind her back, the other drove his knee hard into her lower back, slamming her face first onto the ground. Rough stones scraped her tender cheek. With a thunderous clang, the heavy wooden collar snapped shut around her neck, smothering every indignant scream into choked, muffled sobs. Ah, you, Zhang Wanning had never suffered such brutality. Overwhelmed by pain and unbearable humiliation, she nearly fainted. Seeing his sister humiliated, Zhang Heng's blood surged to his head. He thrashed violently. Stop. Release my sister. You, Before he could finish, a massive palm-sized hand slashed through the air and struck his already swollen face with brutal force. Slap. The sound was sharp, resonant, and devastatingly powerful. It was Prince Jing Shao Jingfeng. After delivering the blow, he casually shook out his hand and snarled, "What's all this racket? Shut your mouth. Or do you want me to knock every tooth from your jaw right now and send you to the celestial prison to slurp gruel?" That single strike left Zhang Heng stunned and terrified. Half his face swelled grotesquely before his very eyes. He dared not utter another sound, trembling uncontrollably. Not from anger, but from pure, paralyzing fear. While the Marquisite's entourage struggled and screamed, Zhang Luohan, until then watching coldly from the periphery, felt alarm bells blare within her. With the situation spiraling irrevocably out of control, and both princes resolute in making an example of the Marquisate, she knew remaining here would bring her only ruin. She began to inch backward, slipping toward the side gate, while all attention remained fixed on Qin Shuahua and the others. Miss Zhang, where precisely do you think you're going? Two clear, melodious voices, laced with mockery and icy disdain, sounded simultaneously, one from each side, blocking her path completely. Zhang Luohan's heart plummeted. Lifting her gaze, she saw two exquisitely dressed young women, radiant in beauty yet glinting with malice, standing at the threshold smiling without warmth. It was Xiao Fenghua, eldest daughter of Prince Jing, and Xiao Meier, daughter of Prince Qi, both royal princesses of the highest rank. They had arrived silently unnoticed and now observed Zhang Luohan with the detached scrutiny of hunters sizing up prey. Recognizing them, Zhang Luohan's old grudges flared anew, compounded by desperation to escape, and she snapped, "So it's you two little harlots. Step aside. Good dogs don't block the road. Dare you speak thus?" Xiao Meier's eyes hardened instantly. But before she could utter a word, her attendant female general barked with cutting authority to insult imperial princesses with such vulgar tongue. "Your crime warrants death 1,000 times over." Before the final syllable faded, the woman lunged forward, granting Zhang Luohan no chance to plead, and delivered a vicious sweeping sidekick straight to her abdomen. The blow landed with terrifying force and zero mercy, a lesson meant to sear itself into memory. Possessing 9th rank cultivation, the guard far surpassed Zhang Luohan's 7th rank strength, leaving her utterly defenseless. Zhang Luohan was hurled backward, crashing hard onto the central floor of the hall. She vomited a gout of crimson blood, curling inward, too racked with agony to speak. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier advanced slowly, standing tall above the broken, prostrate figure of Zhang Luohan. "Princess, you are princesses? Impossible." Clutching her shattered abdomen, Zhang Luohan's face contorted, not just with physical torment, but with a deeper, more shattering shock and disbelief. "Blind fool. Before you stand Princess Fenghua, eldest daughter of Prince Jing, and Princess Mei, daughter of Prince Qi." The female general sneered, her expression venomously cold. Zhang Luohan lifted her head with agonizing effort, gazing upon these two women, resplendent in silken robes bearing themselves with regal poise, and felt the very foundations of her understanding crumble. She had always assumed these two women who followed Zhang Yu, sharing him as concubines, were mere courtesans plucked from some disreputable quarter. Now reality struck her like a thunderclap. Xiao Fenghua, Xiao Meier, eldest daughter of Prince Jing, daughter of Prince Qi, two genuine sovereign princesses of the imperial house, of unassailable status and lineage. And yet they were his consorts, not merely in secret but openly, brazenly, defying all hierarchy and decorum. This revelation drove Zhang Luohan to the brink of madness. A suffocating wave of absurdity and glacial despair engulfed her. Zhang Yu, what in heaven's name did he possess? What terrifying power or magnetic charisma could compel two Golden Branch princesses to surrender their dignity and commit such a world-shaking transgression? Gazing upon these two princesses, each surpassing her in beauty-bearing and birthright, Zhang Luohan felt utterly eclipsed. Xiao Fenghua's radiant, commanding presence, Xiao Meier's captivating, vivacious charm, enhanced by that innate, unshakable imperial grace, her own celebrated beauty and noble lineage now appeared laughably hollow and feeble. Ever since sensing Zhang Yu's hidden potential and formidable influence, a long-dormant ambition had rekindled within Zhang Luohan, a fierce yearning for future glory and opulence that now propelled her to scheme relentlessly, seeking any means to reclaim his favor. She believed her past intimacy, her allure, and her cunning still afforded her a chance. But now, confronted by Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, that fragile confidence shattered like ice under a falling boulder, splintering into irreparable fragments. With such peerless princesses standing before her, what possible claim could she assert? What grounds remained for rivalry? No, impossible. Zhang Luohan murmured blankly, her eyes vacant, her faith utterly annihilated. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, however, had no further patience for this dazed, broken woman. Zhang Luohan was never their true target, or rather she was merely incidental prey swept up in passing. Take her away. Confine her with the rest. Xiao Fenghua commanded, her tone as casual as discarding a piece of unwanted clutter. Female guards stepped forward, immediately hauling Zhang Luohan upright with rough efficiency, then escorting her alongside the ashen-faced Qin Shuhua, the trembling Zhang Wanning, and the half-conscious Zhang Heng toward detention. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier exchanged a glance, the earlier frost and disdain melting away, replaced by something more complex, a quiet, anticipatory tension. Sister Xiao Meier whispered, her eyes gleaming with sly curiosity, "What do you suppose Zhang Yu's reaction will be when he sees we've brought her along as well?" Xiao Fenghua's gaze grew distant, fixed upon the direction of the celestial prison. "Hard to say." She paused, her voice subtly taut, delivering her with the Marquisite's party serves two purposes: to eliminate these irritating flies and, perhaps, to conduct a test. A test? Xiao Meier blinked. Xiao Fenghua nodded. To test whether Brother Zhang Yu still harbors lingering affection for this woman. whether his heart still softens at her sight, and also to test his approval of how we have handled this matter. Though they owed Zhang Yu immense favors, that very debt made them all the more desperate to discern their true standing in his regard. This rescue of Li Dagong and suppression of the Marquis was both an act of fealty, carrying out the elder ancestors' orders to demonstrate loyalty, and an opportunity to prove their competence and earn his favor. How to handle Zhang Luohan, a woman entangled with Zhang Yu in past emotion, was therefore a delicate telling trial. Xiao Meier grasped her sister's intent, and a knowing, enigmatic smile curved her lips very well. Both wished to see precisely how Zhang Yu would choose to deal with Zhang Luohan. The members of the Ho family were taken away by soldiers as fierce as wolves and tigers, leaving the hall significantly emptier with only a mess and a heavy scent of blood remaining. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng saw that Li Dagong and Mo Zhai's breaths were becoming weaker, and his face turned as pale as paper, feeling a tightness in his heart. He dared not delay, and immediately shouted to his trusted aide, "Quick, go to the Imperial Medical Office and summon Physician Hu." Physician Hu, whose full name is Hu Qingxuan, is the court physician hired by the royal family after expending countless favors and treasures from the Medical Immortal Valley in the Qingmu region of Yuhua Prefecture. The disciples of the Medical Immortal Valley are well versed in medical arts and are said to possess the ability to bring the dead back to life, earning great respect among the royal families and top powers of various nations, making them unattainable for ordinary people. If not for special reasons, the Wei Kingdom would be unable to summon disciples from the Medical Immortal Valley. Although Hu Qingxian is young, she is one of the current direct disciples of the Medical Immortal Valley, skilled in medicine, and her personality possesses the characteristic coolness and pride of the valley's successors. Before long, a woman dressed in a plain blue robe with a beauty that resembled a painting and an ethereal demeanor hurriedly arrived under the guidance of the guards. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased at being summoned so urgently, but her good medical ethics prevented her from expressing her irritation. "Your Highness, what is the emergency?" Hu Qingxuan's voice was cold like water striking stone. "Physician Hu." Prince Jing quickly pointed to the injured Li Dagong and Mo Zhai on the ground, saying, "They have been harmed by treacherous hands and are severely injured. You must save them." Hu Qingxian said no more. She stepped forward, her slender jade fingers gently resting on Li Dagong's wrist. A faint blue light flickered around her fingertips, a technique unique to the Medical Immortal Valley for pulse diagnosis. After a moment, her brows furrowed even deeper. Then she moved to Mo Zhai's side, examining him in the same manner. After a long while, she withdrew her hand, her tone calm, yet unyielding. "Prepare for the aftermath. There is no saving them." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Prince Jing's heart sank further. "Physician Hu, could you please take another careful look?" Hu Qingxian interrupted lightly. "The heart vessels are completely shattered, the organs displaced, the meridians severed, and within them is a sinister and malevolent aura that continuously erodes their life force. The assailant aimed to take their lives, leaving no room for mercy." Her words were cold and professional, directly pronouncing their death sentence. Prince Jing and Prince Qi both turned pale. If they died, their grand efforts today would not only be in vain, but might also incur the wrath of that young Master Zhang. After all, the deaths occurred after the reinforcements arrived. "Physician Hu, is there truly no way to save them?" Prince Qi Xiao Jingyan stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Whatever rare medicinal materials are needed, the royal treasury is at your disposal." Hu Qingxian glanced at Prince Qi, her displeasure evident. "When I say there is no saving them, it means there is no saving them. Unless what?" Prince Jing asked anxiously. "Unless I can summon my master, there might be a glimmer of hope." Hu Qingxuan's tone was indifferent. "However, my master is far away in the Qingmu region, and it is likely too late." This statement effectively severed all hope. The Qingmu region is over 10,000 miles away from here. Hearing the words "no saving," Mo Zhai, who was lying on the ground, remained strangely calm, showing no reaction. He seemed to have already come to terms with life and death. In contrast, Li Dagong reacted completely differently, wailing, "No, I can't die. My money is not yet spent. The shop in the south of the city, the house in the north of the city, and my new 18th concubine. She is only 16. If I die, won't everything just go to someone else?" His cries were not passionate or heroic, but filled with an infinite attachment to worldly wealth and beauty mingled with the pain of loss. Finally, he pointed at Hu Qingxuan, saying, "This young girl is too young. She clearly can't do it. Get me a long-bearded old man. I think I can still be saved." Hu Qingxian was already somewhat displeased at being summoned in haste and being questioned. At this moment, upon hearing Li Dagong's words, a trace of undisguised disdain and disgust flashed across her beautiful face. Just as everyone was at a loss and the atmosphere was stagnant, a slightly hoarse yet strong voice came from outside the crowd. "Let me take a look." A figure in a gray robe, Du Jun, slowly walked over. He was a close friend of Zhang Yu and had rushed over as soon as he received news about the incident at the trade association. "Grandfather, Upon seeing the newcomer, Hu Qingchuan's cold face revealed a hint of barely noticeable warmth, but she quickly returned to the certainty brought by her professional judgment. Your medical skills are good, but to save them it is not enough. It turned out that Hu Qingxian was actually Du Jun's granddaughter. Normally disciples of the medical Immortal Valley would never deign to practice medicine in a remote and impoverished place like the Wei Kingdom, but her grandfather served as the head of the Alchemy Association here. So when Hu Qingxian began her training, and was looking for a place to intern, she chose the Wei Kingdom. Du Jun disregarded his granddaughter's protests and reached out to examine the situation. After a moment, Du Jun withdrew his hand and sighed heavily. Alas, Xianer is right with such injuries. I too am helpless. I knew it. Hu Qingxian slightly pouted. Wah! My money, my shop, my concubine. Upon hearing that even Du Jun had said so, Li Dagong cried even more miserably and desperately, while Emojai remained calm and unresponsive. At this moment, however, Du Jun slowly spoke again, changing his tone. However, within the capital of the Wei Kingdom there may still be someone who can save their lives. Impossible. As soon as Du Jun finished speaking, Hu Qingxian immediately denied it, her beautiful face slightly reddened with agitation and disbelief. Her tone was urgent, imbued with the inherent pride of the disciples of the medical Immortal Valley. The medical Immortal Valley has a heritage of 1,000 years. Though I, Hu Qingxuan, do not dare to claim to have acquired the true teachings, I am well versed in medical theory, and my Qingmu revitalization technique has reached the 5th level with no misdiagnosis in pulse identification. The more she spoke, the more she felt her grandfather was talking nonsense, her tone growing more resolute. This Wei Kingdom, located on the frontier, is lacking in martial arts, let alone the medical field. Even if there are so-called famous doctors, they are merely picking up the remnants of previous people's wisdom, or have some folk remedies and wild techniques. How can they be compared to the authentic methods of my medical Immortal Valley? Grandfather, you must have been deceived or heard exaggerated claims. Having grown up in the medical Immortal Valley, she had become accustomed to the admiration and awe from royal families and top sects towards the valley's divine doctors. The pride stemming from her sect had long been ingrained in her bones. In her view, her grandfather had lived in the Wei Kingdom for too long, perhaps limited in his experiences, or had been fooled by some fraudulent divine doctor. Du Jun looked at his granddaughter's stubborn and defiant appearance, shaking his head helplessly. This child has talent, but she has been too well protected by the prestige of her sect, lacking a sense of reverence for the vastness of the world and the existence of others. Perhaps this time could be an opportunity. Xianer. Du Jun sighed and said earnestly, you must understand that this world is vast, and there are countless wonders. Although the medical Immortal Valley has a profound heritage, it does not necessarily encompass all truths of medicine. There are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Do not limit your view to the small pond and underestimate the talents of the world. He paused, looking at Hu Qingchuan's still skeptical face, and slowly said, since you refuse to believe, then accompany the 2 princes and go see for yourself. Just remember, when you meet that person you must show respect as a junior, and must not be rude. All right? Hu Qingxian readily accepted, eager for the opportunity. Who is this person you speak of? I will go and consult to see exactly which expert can earn your admiration so much. Her tone was full of provocation, already viewing the expert she had never met as a quack. Meanwhile, Prince Jing, Prince Qi, and others had been waiting anxiously. Li Dagong was even struggling to hold on, staring eagerly at Du Jun, and even the consistently calm Emojai's breathing had unconsciously quickened. After all, a good death is not as good as a bad survival. Du Jun no longer hesitated and said to Prince Jing and the others, that person is none other than Zhang Yu, who is imprisoned in the Tianlao. In the Tian prison of the Ministry of Justice, Room A1. At this moment Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his eyes slightly closed, his expression calm. However, if there were any practitioners of profound cultivation present, they would be able to sense that an invisible but immense vortex of airflow was forming around him. The spiritual energy from the surrounding world was surging into his body at an almost violent speed. Though the momentum was deliberately suppressed within the confines of the cell, by some force the essence of that energy fluctuation sent chills down the spines of the guards, Xiao Shang and Xiao Yun, standing outside the door. The system rewards had come again. Xiao Shang peered through the small window on the door, fixated on Zhang Yu, whose aura was continuously rising, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He lowered his voice and said to his brother beside him, Xiao Yun, if I remember correctly, didn't young Master Zhang just break through to the innate realm yesterday? I could smell the aura of a newly advanced innate practitioner even from 3 corridors away. But now, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling with disbelief. Is he really about to surge straight to the peak of the innate realm? Xiao Yun, equally fixated on the interior, wore a grave expression that seemed ready to drip water. He was steadier than Xiao Shang and possessed a greater breadth of knowledge. Hearing his brother's remarks, he slowly shook his head, his voice dry. Perhaps. It's not a breakthrough. Not a breakthrough. Xiao Shang was taken aback with such a commotion of spiritual energy flooding into his body, and his cultivation soaring. What else could it be? Xiao Yun's gaze grew increasingly profound, as if recalling some ancient legend I once heard from an ancestor. From some hidden seniors. In this world there exist some beings that cannot be understood by common reasoning, such as the reincarnated powerful beings. Reincarnated powerful beings. Xiao Shang's eyes widened. Yes, Xiao Yun nodded, lowering his voice even further, as if afraid of disturbing something. It is said that some celestial beings with extraordinary cultivation either pursue a higher realm or encounter great tribulations, choose to seal their own memories and source of power, entering reincarnation to cultivate anew. Before awakening their past life memories, they are no different from ordinary people, and may even be of mediocre talent. But once their memories awaken, or they reach a certain critical point, they can gradually unseal the cultivation and insights left over from their past lives. He paused, gazing at Zhang Yu, whose aura was growing increasingly terrifying, and said with difficulty, the manifestation of this is a cultivation rise at an unreasonable speed with a foundation that is solid and fearsome, devoid of any emptiness. Xiao Shang gasped, are you saying, young Master Zhang might be the reincarnation of some great figure? Is he currently unsealing his past life cultivation? I can't think of any other explanation, Xiao Yun said with a wry smile. To go from entering the innate realm to nearing its peak in just one day, this is no longer something that can be described as exceptional talent. It is fundamentally a violation of the heavenly principles. Only awakening or unsealing such legendary conditions could barely make sense of it. The two brothers exchanged glances, seeing the extreme shock and a hint of indescribable awe in each other's eyes. A celestial being's reincarnation. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Xiao Xian, who had been paying attention to this place, understood upon hearing the speculations of the two juniors. No wonder he is so skilled in alchemy formations and martial arts at such a young age. If he is reincarnated with the memories and foundations of his past life, then all these seemingly unbelievable things have a reasonable explanation. It's not that he learns quickly, but rather he already knows. It's not that his comprehension is high, but that he is merely retracing the path. He has already walked at the peak of the mountain, and naturally he progresses at an astonishing rate. Xiao Xian's speculation perfectly explained all the anomalies surrounding Zhang Yu. The abilities brought by the system were understood by him as the gradual unsealing of past life foundations. In this light, the opportunity for our Xiao family is likely to be 1,000 times greater than we anticipated. Xiao Xian's voice carried a hint of excitement. Treat him well, spare no effort to befriend him. This may be the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for my Xiao family, or even the entire great way to ascend to greatness. Inside the cell, Zhang Yu remained blissfully unaware of all the conjectures from the outside world. He was immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing cultivation brought by the system's endowment. He could distinctly feel that the innate true qi within him was condensing and strengthening at an unprecedented speed, with meridians being continuously expanded and reinforced, and his spirit also being enhanced in sync. Innate midstage, innate latestage. His progress was like a hot knife through butter. Finally, as the energy from the endowment gradually subsided, the terrifying aura that surrounded Zhang Yu also began to recede, ultimately returning to calm. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering within, as if a galaxy flowed through them, before returning to a deep pitch-black state. Peak of the innate realm. In just one day he had advanced from the midstage of the innate realm to its peak, and was only a step away from the realm of the Grand Master. Feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. This prison cultivation system was indeed astonishing. Seeing that the unusual phenomena around Zhang Yu had calmed down Xiao Yun, and Xiao Shang immediately put on their brightest sycophantic smiles and approached him. One on the left, one on the right, they greeted him as brother-in-law with utmost servility. At first Zhang Yu rejected their advances, but being bombarded daily by this sugar-coated artillery, he eventually grew accustomed to this decadent lifestyle. At this moment he leaned back against the soft-cushioned stone bed, feeling contemplative. No wonder so many revolutionary predecessors did not fall under the enemy's guns, but succumbed to the sugar-coated artillery. This corrosion is indeed unbearable. Xiao Yun, Xiao Shang, you two come out here. Suddenly the serious voice of Prince Rui rang out. Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang froze in their tracks, their flattering smiles seemingly frozen in place, as they slowly turned to look towards the door. Both of them felt a jolt in their hearts, fearing they had done something wrong, and anxiously walked out. However, just as they stepped out of the cell, before they could steady themselves, they saw Prince Rui, who had just seemed stern, suddenly change his expression. Like spring melting snow from cloudy to sunny, Prince Rui's face instantly donned a beaming smile identical to the one Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang had just displayed, and the speed of his change left them both dumbfounded. Without even glancing at them again, Prince Rui walked straight up to Zhang Yu, his tone as friendly as could be. Oh dear nephew-in-law, I apologize for the inconvenience. These two brats, clumsy as they are young and inexperienced. How could they possibly serve you? They are so rough, I hope they didn't offend you." As he spoke, he naturally took the teapot that Zhao Yun had yet to retrieve. He waved his wrist, and without knowing where he pulled it from, produced an even more exquisite jade cup, personally pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Yu, and presenting it with both hands. "Here, try this. This is the 1,000-year cloud mist tea heart that my father bestowed upon me last year. I only received 2 taels, and have been saving it." Zhang Yu, Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang's faces turned green at the side. "So you called us out with that stern face because you found us bothersome and wanted to personally come and fawn over him. Where is your integrity? Where is your princely majesty? Who were you putting on that serious facade for just now?" Prince Rue seemed oblivious to the resentful gazes of the two, continuing to address Zhang Yu with a tone of familiarity, lowering his voice. "Nephew-in-law, there's something I need to tell you. Your 2 subordinates Li Dagong and Emoja were being troubled by those unsightly people from the Yangon Marquis House at the Trade Association. But don't worry. As soon as I received the news, I immediately sent my 2 useless brothers with people to rush over. I repeatedly instructed them to ensure the safety of Manager Li and Mr. Mo. Well, this is Prince Rue, knowing that he is the weakest in cultivation and would not be able to claim credit even if he arrived at the Trade Association. Thus he sought a different path, coming directly to Zhang Yu to take credit and positioning himself as the commander of the rescue. As expected, it's true that birds of a feather flock together. The Xiao family, from top to bottom, from ancestors to princes to clan members, indeed share the same talent for being shameless and seeking to cling to powerful figures. As soon as the shameless words of the Rue Wang, who had just finished his orchestration and sent his brothers forth, faded, a thunderous roar echoed from the prison corridor. "Damn it, Xiao Laosan, you shameless wretch!" The Jing Wang rushed over like a gust of wind, pointing his finger at Rue Wang's nose and cursing. "You shameless wretch, while I and Ergu risked our lives to save people up front. And you, instead of helping, come here and take all the credit for yourself. You even say you sent us. Pa!" The Jing Wang's temper was one that could not be contained. Qi Wang Xiao Jingyan followed closely behind, his expression also not looking good. Watching his 2 older brothers argue until their faces turned red, he felt a wave of fatigue. As for Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang beside them, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Seeing their father and uncle arguing like street vendors, they felt their faces burning. Oh, ancestors, shouldn't our Xiao family's unity and friendship family tradition be toned down a bit? Just as the Jing Wang and Rue Wang were embroiled in a heated argument, one accusing the other of shamelessness, while the other defended his overall planning and decisive command. "Enough!" A crisp yet furious voice rang out like a clap of thunder, instantly drowning out the 2 men's quarrel. Xiao Fenghua's pretty face was frosty, her beautiful eyes wide open as she angrily said, "What time is it, and you still have the mind to quarrel over these trivial matters?" She was truly infuriated by these 2 elders. Saving lives is like putting out a fire, and yet they were arguing over who deserved more credit. With her shout, both the Jing Wang and Rue Wang realized the inappropriateness of the situation, and reluctantly closed their mouths, but still glared at each other, continuing their silent battle. Xiao Fenghua was too lazy to bother with them again, and urgently told the guards behind her, "Quickly, carefully bring in Manager Li and Mr. Mo." Several guards hurriedly used makeshift door panels to carefully carry Li Dagong and Mo Zhai into the prison. Both of them looked pale, their breaths faint bloodstains covering their chests. As Zhang Yu saw the tragic state of Li Dagong, and Mo Zhai, the calm and playful expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy, bone-chilling aura. He suddenly stood up. His aura that had just broken through to the peak of the innate stage exploded, causing the temperature in the entire prison to feel as if it had dropped several degrees. "Who did this?" The 3 words, though short, carried the chilling intent of a wind from the depths of hell. He did not look at anyone else, his gaze locked firmly on his 2 subordinates, yet the invisible pressure made the princes and princesses present feel a chill down their spines. The Jing Wang hurriedly spoke up. "It was that bunch of bastards from the Yangon Marquisate. It was Zhang Heng." Xiao Fenghua interrupted her father's slightly verbose introduction quickly, but clearly summarizing the events, and concluded, "All the people from the Marquisate, including Zhang Heng, Qin Shuahua, Zhang Weining, and Jiang Luohan, have now been arrested and are awaiting disposal." Hearing the names of the Yangon Marquisate and Zhang Heng, the cold light in Zhang Ye's eyes intensified. He had previously sensed from Rue Wang's vague words that the Marquisate might cause trouble, but he never expected Zhang Heng to be so deranged as to directly attack his subordinates. Now was not the time to investigate. Zhang Yu forcibly suppressed his boiling, killing intent, took a deep breath, and squatted down beside Li Dagong and Mo Zhai. He extended his hands, placing his index and middle fingers on the wrist pulses of both men. The moment his fingers made contact, an unfathomable aura began to emanate from him. It was neither the true energy of a martial artist, nor the medicinal fragrance of a healer, but a rhythm that was deeper and closer to the essence of life. His eyes were slightly closed, brows furrowed, as if he were listening to the feeble flicker of life within the two men or silently confronting the encroaching power of death. Having been an observer all along, Hu Qingxian quietly watched for a moment and gently shook her head. Zhang Yu was too young, or in her eyes, he looked nothing like the medical saint her grandfather spoke of. Especially when she saw Zhang Yu merely taking a simple pulse, without any sign of the characteristic vitality of the Qingmu True Qi from the medical Immortal Valley, her doubts deepened. Grandfather, Hu Qingxian couldn't help but tug at the sleeve of Du Jun beside her, lowering her voice with obvious dissatisfaction and skepticism. The person you said could save these two, wouldn't it be him, right? She pointed at Zhang Yu, her face full of disdain. Du Jun glared at his granddaughter, signaling her to be quiet. However, Hu Qingxian held her head high, continuing in a low voice. He's so young, and there isn't any profound healer's aura emanating from him. Grandfather, have you been deceived by some trick of his? Or is it because of his special background you are exaggerating his abilities? Zhang Yu was oblivious to Hu Qingxian's doubts, his mind completely immersed in the extraordinary perception brought about by divine-level medical skills. In his vision, Li Dagong and Mo Zhai's bodies transformed from mere flesh and blood into a complex three-dimensional picture composed of vitality, death, energy meridians, acupoints, damaged tissues, and foreign energies. The horrifying injuries, shattered heart veins, dislocated organs, severed meridians, and the insidious energy that eroded vitality like maggots, were vividly presented before him. It was a tough situation, extremely tough. Seeing Zhang Yu frowning in silence after merely taking a simple pulse, Hu Qingxian's already thin hope vanished, entirely replaced by contempt. She had always been proud, and now seeing Zhang Yu, whom her grandfather had praised seemingly at a loss, she couldn't help but mock him, her tone imbued with the arrogance typical of a disciple of the medical Immortal Valley. Humph, no need to look any further, it's a waste of effort. I have long said that with shattered heart veins, dislocated organs, and the insidious energy eroding the source, even a deity could not save them. Prepare for their funerals and don't waste everyone's time. Her words were extremely ungracious, especially when Zhang Yu was clearly filled with anger and worry, making them all the more piercing. Zhang Yu at that moment was deeply concerned about the lives of his two subordinates, his killing intent and anxiety intertwining. Hearing Hu Qingxian's cold words, his anger flared, and his words were like daggers coated in ice. If you can't save them, then shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense here. His words were merciless, directly striking Hu Qingxian's face. She had always been treated like a precious gem in the medical Immortal Valley, and after coming to the Wei Kingdom, she was revered by the royal family. Never had anyone spoken to her like this in public, let alone insulted her as useless. Hu Qingxian's face turned red with anger, her silver teeth biting down as she pointed at Zhang Yu. How dare you say I'm useless? I, Hu Qingxian, recognized herbs at the age of 3, discerned pulses at 7, and by 12 I was taught the Qingmu rejuvenation technique under the tutelage of the Valley Master of the medical Immortal Valley. If I say they can't be saved, then they can't be saved. In this world, besides my master, no one can save them. As she spoke, her anger escalated, her chest heaving, and in a fit of rage she exclaimed, if you can truly bring those two back from the gates of hell, I will cut off my head and give it to you as a ball to kick. At these words, the entire room fell silent in shock. The Jing Wang, Qi Wang, and others exchanged glances, not expecting this divine doctor to have such a fiery temper. Du Jun's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted, Xianer, don't speak recklessly. However, Hu Qingxian was in a fit of rage and couldn't care less, glaring at Zhang Yu with provocation in her eyes. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, instead laughed in anger. What would I want your head for? I would find it too hard to kick. You! Hu Qingxian was almost choked by these words. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this in her life. Good, good, good. She repeated the word good 3 times, clearly infuriated. Since you are so arrogant, let's make a bet. If you can save them, I, Hu Qingxian, will agree to any condition you ask. But if you can't save them, she paused, speaking each word deliberately, then kneel before me, bow 3 times, and apologize for your arrogance today. Xianer, no. Du Jun was anxious and stamped his foot, fully aware of Zhang Yu's unpredictable skills, and fearing that his proud granddaughter would suffer a setback this time. Yet Hu Qingxian, still furious, paid no heed to the advice, raising her chin and staring provocatively at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at the proud girl before him, then glanced at the increasingly weak Li Dagong and Mo Zhai on the ground, his eyes flashing coldly. He had neither the time nor the interest to argue with this girl, but this bet was just right. I accept the bet. Zhang Yu's voice was calm but carried an undeniable determination. It's a deal, but I hope Miss Hu doesn't regret it later nor shed tears. Regret? Ridiculous. Hu Qingxian had absolute confidence in her medical skills and her master's judgment. I, Hu Qingxian, am a woman of my word. It is you who should prepare to bow and apologize. Hu Qingxian's wager rang with unshakable conviction, The authority conferred by the Medicaean Valley's millennium-old legacy inclined the vast majority of onlookers instinctively toward her judgment. Xiao Fenghua watched Zhang Yu's solemn profile, assuming he was merely clinging to dignity in the face of his subordinate's grim demise, and murmured softly, "Zhang Yu, what's done is done. Grieve with grace. After all, do not force what cannot be forced, lest sorrow deepen needlessly." Her tone was gentle, laced with tender counsel. Xiao Meier sighed faintly, as well, her beautiful eyes shimmering with compassion. "Shopkeeper Li and Master Mo sacrificed their lives for you. Their devotion moves the heart. Yet life and death follow fate's decree. You have done all that man could do. Should they rest in the netherworld, they would surely hold no blame against you." She too believed Zhang Yu was merely resisting unbearable reality, steeling himself against collapse. Even Du Jun, who had placed the greatest faith in Zhang Yu, now gripped his palms in quiet anxiety. Though he knew Zhang Yu's arts bordered on the divine, whether he could truly reverse death remained profoundly uncertain even to him. His granddaughter had spoken so definitively. What if? He dared not contemplate it. Zhang Yu keenly sensed the skepticism surrounding him, palpable and layered, both overt and veiled. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have indulged in a wry exchange of barbs with this proud, sharp-tongued young woman, perhaps even humbled her with a well-placed retort. But now time itself was life. He could see with crystalline clarity the faint flickering spark of vitality within Li Dagong and Mod, being swiftly devoured by venomous malevolent qi, like a guttering candle flame trembling on the edge of eternal darkness. Enough noise! Without turning, he uttered only two words, calm yet resonant with absolute, unassailable authority. The crowd froze stunned. Before they could react, Zhang Yu held nothing back. His gaze sharpened, and the overwhelming aura of a peerless sovereign of the primordial realm erupted forth. Yet far more chilling was the suppressed, earth-shaking pressure that seemed to resonate with the very geomantic veins beneath the celestial prison itself. He activated his absolute dominion over the celestial prison formation. "Step aside now." His low command rang with the weight of celestial edict. From him radiated an invisible, irresistible force field, tangible as stone walls, that hurled every onlooker backward, Tenjong clearing an absolute sacred circle at the prison's center. This? Prince Jing and the others recoiled in shock. They sensed this power was not drawn from Zhang Yu's own cultivation, but rather channeled from the unfathomable formation buried deep beneath the prison's foundations. Hu Qingxian staggered back a step under the force, then steadied herself. Her beautiful eyes alight with astonishment and doubt, yet still laced with disdain. "Illusory theatrics. Their injuries lie within their bodies. No matter how exalted your cultivation, can brute force truly reweave shattered heart meridians?" Zhang Yu ignored her mockery entirely. With the space cleared, he wasted no further moment. His hands rose slightly, and Li Dagong and Mod, lying motionless upon the floor, lifted as though borne aloft by unseen hands hovering serenely before him. In the next instant, Zhang Yu moved. His motions were unhurried, yet imbued with a strange hypnotic rhythm. His 10 fingers danced like butterflies through blossoms, or like a master musician plucking ethereal strings, tracing arcane, ineffable patterns in the air. No golden needles, no silver probes, not even a single physical medium. Yet with each precise fingertip strike, each delicate arc of motion, a brilliant star-like emerald light coalesced from nothingness, and pierced seamlessly into the bodies of Li Dagong and Mod. No, these were no mere points of light. Observers of exceptional perception, Du Jun, Hu Qingxian, could barely discern that within each luminous mote resided a minuscule, infinitely intricate emerald sigil pulsing with profound vitality. Infused with an indescribable Tao resonance of life, these sigils ignited miraculous transformations upon entering the wounded bodies. Needles forged from qi alone, sigils inscribed upon empty air. Du Jun gasped aloud, his aged eyes wide with disbelief, his whole frame trembling with, Could this truly be the legendary long-lost Ling Shu regenerative finger, and the would heaven-returning sigil? No, this was finer, subtler, closer to the primordial source itself. Crafted by the system, every technique was divine. Hu Qingxuan's disdain and skepticism froze instantly the moment the first emerald mote vanished into the patient's flesh. As a top disciple of the Medicaean Valley, she perceived with far greater clarity than Du Jun the pure, unadulterated essence of life contained within that mote. A vitality so supreme it utterly dwarfed the life force cultivated through her sex-revered Qingmu reviving art. It was as though the very law of life had manifested before her eyes. Impossible! How can this be? Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, disbelief flooding her radiant eyes. Her treasured sect art, once her pride, now felt startlingly crude in the presence of such power. Yet what followed would shake her, and every witness, to their very core. As wave after wave of emerald sigils flowed inward, visible changes unfolded upon Li Dagong and Mod's bodies. The horrific sunken palm print marring MOD's chest began to rise. Slowly, steadily, as though smoothed from within by an invisible hand. Fractured bones clicked softly, realigning and knitting themselves together. A faint flush of color, barely perceptible, began to bloom upon their ashen, death-tinged faces. Their shallow, fading breaths gradually deepened, growing steady and rhythmic once more, and their ruptured, shattered meridians, wrapped in those emerald sigils, began to regenerate autonomously, extending, fusing, strengthening, becoming broader, more resilient than before. This was no longer mere healing, it was rebirth, resurrection from oblivion, spring returning to withered wood. Within the entire prison chamber, only two sounds remained: the soft, resonant hum of Zhang Yu's fingertips cleaving the air, and the delicate internal whispers of bone rejoining, of venomous qi dissolving. All breaths were stilled, all eyes widened, transfixed, not as spectators but as witnesses to the divine. Hu Qingxian had long forgotten the wager, forgotten her pride. Instinctively, her hands flew to cover her mouth, her gaze locked unblinking upon Zhang Yu's unfathomably arcane gestures. His mind went utterly blank. Only one thought reverberated, frantic and raw: he truly reverses life and death. Grandfather did not deceive me. Such medicine does exist in this world. Zhang Yu meanwhile remained utterly absorbed, focused, unwavering, undistracted. Fine beads of sweat glistened upon his brow. Healing two gravely injured persons simultaneously demanded immense strain, not only upon his spirit but also upon his newly ascended cultivation. Yet his gaze remained clear and unwavering. The emerald luminescence at his fingertips burned steadily, ceaselessly. At last, when the final trace of venomous qi had been purified, Zhang Yu sharply drew his hands inward, and Li Dagong and MOD descended, gently settling onto the soft cushions laid out upon the floor. Though still pale, their chests rose and fell with calm, powerful rhythm. A color had returned to their cheeks. Though weakened, the oppressive aura of death had vanished entirely, replaced by a tangible, albeit faint, surge of vibrant, flourishing life. Zhang Yu exhaled slowly, deeply. His face slightly pallid, yet his eyes retained their piercing sharpness. Turning, he met Hu Qingxuan's petrified gaze with serene composure and spoke calmly. I have restored them. They will require rest for some days, but their lives are secure, and their foundational cultivation remains intact. He paused, his gaze lingering on Hu Qingxuan's suddenly ashen face, then added quietly, Miss Hu, now it is time for you to honor your wager. Silence. The entire cell number 1 fell into an eerie stillness. Only the gradually steady breathing of Li Dagong and MOG echoed faintly in the air. All eyes were fixed on the two frail faces on the soft cushion, then abruptly turned to the young man in the green robe who stood with his hands behind his back. Shock, horror, disbelief, ecstasy, confusion. A myriad of complex emotions surged and intertwined within the hearts of the crowd. He really did it. The person declared to be dead by Hu Qingxuan, the heir of the medical Immortal Valley, was actually pulled back from the brink of death. Moreover, judging by the situation, not only was his life saved, but his foundational cultivation seemed intact. This could no longer be described as mere medical skill. It was truly an act of defying fate. Eyes once again focused on Hu Qingxian. The once proud and resolute genius of the medical Immortal Valley now had a pale complexion. Her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme shock and a hint of shattered belief. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. The sighing gaze of her grandfather Du Jun, the complex and indescribable looks of those around her, especially Zhang Yu's calm, yet tangible stare, made her want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Defeated, utterly defeated. This was not just a wager. It was also her pride in her medical skills, and even the century-old reputation of her sect, all crushed before that miracle. Using qi to transform into needles, creating symbols from thin air, drawing upon the source of life to reshape a shattered body. Du Jun murmured, his old eyes bursting with a terrifying brilliance, as he stared intently at Zhang Yu, as if trying to see through him. He knew Zhang Yu's medical skills were remarkable, but he never expected them to be this powerful. The gazes of several princes turned even more fervent towards Zhang Yu, containing an indescribable importance and a tinge of reverence. Being able to control the prison's grand array, proficient in alchemy, formations, and martial arts, and now demonstrating such astonishing medical skills. How many more secrets did he hide? In the shadows, Xiao Xian was even more excited. Mastering so many skills, and with such high attainment, he must undoubtedly be a reincarnation of a great power. What Xiao Xian didn't know was that the system's rewards were quite generous. Over the past 3 years, besides his martial arts cultivation, Zhang Yu had nearly maxed out all his auxiliary skills. Previously, due to his cultivation level, many skills couldn't be utilized to their full potential and were even unusable. But now, with his cultivation level rising, these auxiliary skills could naturally be employed freely. And the one with the most agile thoughts was none other than Xiao Fenghua. Having dealt with state affairs for years, her calculating mind immediately began to operate at high speed. Hiring an ordinary disciple from the medical immortal valley to serve the royal family or important departments would require astronomical sums of compensation and resources each year. Moreover, the other party had a big ego and many regulations making it difficult to hire casually. If she could convince Zhang Yu, Zhang Yu's medical skills were evidently superior to Hu Qingquan's, and he might even rival the elders of the medical immortal valley. Furthermore, he was right in Wei country, in this very prison closely connected with the royal family, especially her sisters. If she could get Zhang Yu to occasionally intervene and treat some key figures or provide some medical support, how many resources could that save Wei country? And how many troublesome problems could it resolve? This was not just a matter of saving money but a strategic advantage. Just think, when the top experts of enemy countries were gravely injured and on the brink of death, they would be helpless, while Wei country had Zhang Yu, a divine doctor who could bring the dead back to life. The significance of this was self-evident. Just as Xiao Fenghua became more and more excited contemplating how to speak and what conditions would move Zhang Yu, a soft little hand quietly tugged at her sleeve. Xiao Fenghua turned her head and met the seductive yet cunning gaze of her younger sister, Xiao Meyer, which sparkled with mischief. Xiao Meyer winked at her using a voice only they could hear, laced with pride and teasing. She transmitted, "Sister, look at you, your eyes are about to fall out. Don't worry, securing brother-in-law. No, securing young Master Zhang is on me." She slightly puffed out her impressive chest, throwing Xiao Fenghua a knowing look, and continued to transmit, "But sisters must settle accounts fairly. If this works out, the resources saved and the benefits that come from it. Remember to give me half." Xiao Fenghua was initially taken aback and shot her a glare, but her eyes held no opposition. Instead, they contained a hint of anticipation and indulgence. Her younger sister, though lacking in other abilities, was indeed quite skilled in dealing with men. Perhaps it could really work. The two sisters were secretly communicating, calculating. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's gaze had returned to Hu Qingquan, who stood there in shock, her face as pale as a ghost. He did not rush her, simply watching her quietly, waiting for her to fulfill the wager. After experiencing the initial collapse and confusion, Hu Qingquan, feeling Zhang Yu's calm, yet undeniable gaze, trembled slightly, finally coming back to her senses from the boundless shock and humiliation. She looked at Zhang Yu, her eyes filled with a complexity of emotions. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and trembling. I accept my defeat. You won. I was blind and lacked skill. Speak, what do you want me to do?" She held her head high, though her eyes flitted away. Her tone was exceptionally firm. This straightforward attitude of admitting defeat caused many present to regard her with a newfound respect. Du Jun watched, secretly nodding in his heart. This girl, though proud, at least had the courage to take responsibility. Her character was not bad. All gazes turned to Zhang Yu, filled with curiosity about what conditions he would propose. Would he demand the secret classics of the medical immortal valley, or would he take the opportunity to request priceless herbs and promises? Yet Zhang Yu did not respond immediately, instead glancing at the side where Du Jun was. At this moment, old man Du Jun was stroking his beard, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, putting on an expression of "The weather is nice today. I saw nothing and heard nothing." The meaning was clear. "I won't interfere. You handle it, just don't kill or maim her. You can train her however you like." Zhang Yu understood in his heart. This old man clearly intended to use his own hands to challenge his proud granddaughter. It seemed Hu Qingxian had been spoiled in the medical immortal valley, and it was time for her to face some hardship and realize that there were always greater powers. Thus, amid the expectant gazes of everyone, Zhang Yu rubbed his chin, his tone as calm as if discussing dinner. "As for my demands, nothing particularly special. I need a personal maid to serve tea, bring water, and make the bed in this prison. Since you seem quick on your feet, I choose you." Silence descended once more. However, this time the stillness was not filled with shock but rather an indescribable absurdity and bewilderment. Serve tea and water. Make the bed. A personal maid. Asking Hu Qingquan, the most favored little sister of the medical immortal valley, the direct disciple of the valley master, and a revered figure in Wei country, to do this. What? What did you say?" Hu Qingxian suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief, as if she had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Her pretty face flushed bright red, then turned pale, and finally became a furious shade of blue. "You want me, the esteemed direct disciple of the medical immortal valley, to be your maid?" She was nearly driven insane. She had anticipated various harsh or even humiliating demands from Zhang Yu, but she never expected that he would demand her to be the lowest-ranking maid. This was more humiliating than a direct slap to her face. It was as if the dignity of the medical immortal valley and her own Hu Qingxian was being trampled underfoot. Piffed. Next to her, Xiao Yun and Xiao Shang were first stunned by this request, then their faces fell and alarm bells rang in their hearts. Not good, they were about to lose their jobs. The two brothers exchanged glances, each seeing a strong sense of crisis in the other's eyes. No, they had to defend their positions. The position of the first lackey by brother-in-law's side could not be given to this fierce girl. On the other side, Xiao Meyer was initially astonished, then her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. She secretly poked Xiao Fenghua next to her and said in a very low voice, "I didn't see this coming. Turns out this guy has a preference for the maid scenario." Xiao Fenghua shot her an annoyed glance at being poked, and upon hearing her sister's words, she was momentarily taken aback before realizing a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. "What nonsense are you talking about? Be serious." Xiao Meyer disregarded her and continued in a low voice, "Let's arrange for a few of our sisters with ideas to dress up as maids to serve him. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on their own capabilities and luck." Xiao Fenghua's heartbeat skipped half a beat at her words. Instinctively, she glanced at Zhang Yu's calm, unruffled profile, her thoughts whispering unbidden, "Could it be? He truly favors this sort of dynamic." The notion took root like wild grass, spreading fiercely through her mind, subtly altering the very way she looked at Zhang Yu. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's demand, Du Jun's lips twitched faintly, but he maintained his skyward gaze, only quickening the rhythm of his fingers as they twirled his beard. "Make my own granddaughter serve as a maidservant." This young man truly dared to speak such words. Yet, perhaps it wasn't entirely unreasonable. The girl sorely needed discipline. Letting him temper her willful nature might well prove beneficial. Zhang Yu, the very eye of the storm, merely lifted one eyebrow slightly in response to Hu Qingxuan's fury and accusation, his tone remaining placid. "What is it? Miss Hu? Is this a retraction?" The wager was declared plainly before all present. "Or does the heir of the divine healer valley possess no honor in her word?" The words floated lightly, yet struck with greater force than any scolding, piercing Hu Qingxuan's most vulnerable point. Trembling with rage, she pointed at Zhang Yu. You twist logic to shame me." "Shame?" Zhang Yu smiled, a cold, glinting smile. "Miss Hu, to accept defeat gracefully is the natural order of things. My request demands nothing unlawful or dishonorable, nor does it seek your sex's secret arts. I ask only that you perform modest duties, serving tea, arranging bedding. So tell me, where lies the shame in such simple service? Or do you deem those who carry out such tasks inherently base, and thus humiliated by their very labor?" He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd before settling upon Hu Qingxuan's face, flushed now with both fury and humiliation, and spoke slowly. "Or is it that in the eyes of this esteemed disciple of the divine healer valley, only healing the sick and standing aloft grants dignity, while rendering humble necessary service to others degrades your noble station? Your pride, does it run so shallow that it cannot bear even a speck of dust?" Each word pierced like a blade. Hu Qingxian stood speechless, her delicate features alternating between pallor and crimson. She longed to retort, to cry, yes, to declare outright that she felt shamed. But reason held her back, though harsh. Zhang Yu's words were undeniably just. The wager had been her own decree, its terms open-ended. His demand, though unexpected, violated no moral principle, nor did it constitute true degradation. To renege would be to trample not only her personal integrity, but the honor of her entire sect beneath her feet. Yet, to serve as a maidservant, she, the chosen heir of the divine healer valley, the celestial jewel of her generation, had never endured such indignity. In that moment, humiliation, resentment, fury, and a sliver of reluctant, unacknowledged curiosity, even quiet admiration for Zhang Yu's miraculous medical art, clashed violently within her heart. Du Jun finally lowered his gaze from the heavens. With a sigh, he stepped forward and gently laid a hand upon his granddaughter's shoulder, his voice layered with complexity. "Shenner, the wager was your own making. Young Master Zhang's words hold merit. Beyond every person stands another, beyond every sky lies yet another. Today's defeat may yet prove a blessing in disguise for you. Honor your vow or choose otherwise. Your grandfather shall not compel you." His words fell like the final straw. Hu Qingxuan's slender frame trembled violently. She jerked her head up, her eyes already glistening, but clenched her lips tightly, refusing to let a single tear fall. Her glare locked onto Zhang Yu, fierce enough to devour him whole. Yet in the end, that seething torrent of wrath and defiance coalesced into a trembling yet crystal-clear reply. "Very well, I yield. I accept the wager's consequence. A maidservant then. A maidservant I shall be, but do not expect groveling obedience. I shall fulfill only what falls strictly within my duty." She nearly shouted the words, then whirled away, shoulders quivering as she fought back tears. Zhang Yu observed her wounded, defiant bearing with no trace of pity. This girl was arrogant, dismissive, blind to others' worth. Without a stern lesson today, she might yet unleash calamity tomorrow. Let her serve a few days as a maidservant, tempering her pride, and incidentally resolve certain persistent issues concerning the lax work ethic of certain personnel within the celestial prison. Agreed. Zhang Yu nodded, accepting her stipulation regarding duty-bound service. Then shifting his focus, he gestured toward Li Dagong and MOD lying on the floor. Before that, attend first to your immediate duty. Though their lives are no longer in peril, their bodies remain frail, and their meridians require gentle cultivation. As a master of medicine, you shall oversee their herbal regimen and monitor their recovery, reporting progress to me daily. Surely even a maidservant's duty encompasses such care. Hu Qingxian whipped around, disbelief etched across her face. Was she truly expected to tend to the wounds of two men she had just sentenced to death? Mere servants. This was utterly... Yet meeting Zhang Yu's unwavering gaze, and sensing her grandfather's silent acquiescence, she realized negotiation was impossible. At last the words squeezed from between her teeth. Fine. Then with a strange chilling smile she added, Zhang Yu, pray your fate is strong enough. The storm seemed to subside, for now, with Hu Qingxuan's bitter surrender. Yet all present knew the master-servant relationship between this divine healer valley prodigy and the enigmatic prisoner of the celestial prison would be anything but tranquil. No sooner had Hu Qingxian spoken than Elder Du Jun's fingers froze mid-twirl of his beard, and his expression shifted subtly but unmistakably. In his eagerness to discipline his granddaughter, he had nearly forgotten the dangerous entanglements she carried in her wake. He hurried forward, bowing deeply to Zhang Yu, his voice urgent and apologetic. Brother Zhang, please wait. This matter is highly inadvisable. Zhang Yu arched a brow, turning his gaze to Du Jun. Elder Du, what prompts such a declaration? The wager stands, and she has accepted it. Do you deem my request excessive? Not at all, not at all. Du Jun waved his hands, emphatically offering a wry, pained smile. It is not the demand itself that troubles me, but rather, my granddaughter's circumstances are rather delicate. Associating with her may bring Brother Zhang grave danger, even mortal peril. Mortal peril. Zhang Yu's eyes sharpened. Du Jun sighed and explained swiftly, Brother Zhang is unaware the divine healer valley admits only female disciples, each a master of medicine revered across realms. Which imperial court or cultivation sect does not suffer illness, injury, or calamity. Thus disciples of the divine healer valley are fiercely sought after, especially those of exceptional talent and noble lineage who are coveted as ideal Tao companions by countless elite cultivators. He cast a glance at the still fuming Hu Qingxian and continued, I speak not boastfully, but my granddaughter's talent, beauty, and status rank among the very finest of her generation within the valley. During her journey outside the valley for practical training, she ignited fervent pursuit among imperial princes and sect heirs, sparking no small commotion across the Yuhua prefecture. Each suitor, proud and powerful, regarded her as an ethereal muse, untouchable, inviolable. Du Jun fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yu, his voice heavy now. If they learn that their cherished goddess serves as a personal maidservant to a man within the Wei Kingdom's celestial prison, what do you suppose their reaction will be? The answer required no utterance. Those haughty, heaven-born geniuses, backed by unfathomable power, would erupt in unison, branding the celestial prison, and especially Zhang Yu, as thorns in their flesh, nails in their eyes. Only by tearing Zhang Yu limb from limb could they assuage their burning fury. Zhang Yu would soon face not merely one or two talents, but an entire cohort of young masters maddened by jealousy and wrath, hailing from disparate formidable sects, and possibly the weight of their sect's full might behind them. Zhang Yu listened, still processing the revelation, only registering absurdity. I merely won a wager, sought a temporary attendant to temper her pride, and to address a staffing shortage. How did this escalate to life-threatening peril? Yet Hu Qingxian lifted her head just then. Though her eyes remained faintly red, the wounded, stubborn expression had vanished, replaced by a sly, vengeful gleam. She met Zhang Yu's gaze, her voice still hoarse from suppressed tears, but clear as chimes, regretting it now. Too late. The moment I agreed to become your maidservant, I accidentally relayed the news via my spirit communication jade tablet. She deliberately stressed the word accidentally, her eyes sparkling with the triumph of a perfectly executed prank. What? Du Jun's face paled. Xianer, you've acted rashly. He had never imagined his granddaughter's vengeance would strike so swiftly, placing Zhang Yu squarely upon a pyre. The Wei Kingdom delegation now grasped the gravity fully. Prince Jing drew a sharp breath. SSS. Are the 36 demonic sovereigns of Yuhua Prefecture about to descend upon us? Prince Qi's expression darkened, his brows knotted, as he began calculating strategies to weather the coming tempest. Xiao Fenghua pressed a hand to her forehead, overwhelmed. Softly she murmured, This is disastrous. If heirs of major powers arrive en masse, Zhang Yu may survive, but he'll certainly shed layers of skin. Her gaze flickered between Hu Qingxuan's faint knowing smile and Zhang Yu's seemingly innocent composure. Silently she thought, so you insisted on provoking that young lady, and indulging in this maidservant tanmaster charade. Now look where it's landed you. Xiao Mayer, however, lit up with excitement. Elder sister, the plan has changed. It seems the maidservant strategy must accelerate. While his body remains intact, we must proceed to the next phase without delay. Otherwise, once those swarming admirers truly arrive and batter him senseless, he'll be useless. Her meaning behind use was unmistakably layered. Xiao Fenghua flushed faintly at her words and pinched her sister's arm, whispering reproachfully, "Must you think of such things at a time like this?" Du Jun meanwhile stood flustered and contrite, rubbing his palms together as he addressed Zhang Yu. "Brother Zhang, I beg your forgiveness truly. My deepest apologies. Rest assured, I shall return immediately and counsel her earnestly to conceal the matter discreetly. Surely no lives need be lost over this." Even he spoke without conviction. Could the fury of such geniuses truly be so easily quelled? And clearly Hu Qingxian had done this deliberately. Surely no lives need be lost. Zhang Yu finally absorbed the staggering implications, and felt only profound bewilderment. Who had he offended? Was winning a wager truly cause for such chaos? Must he risk assassination by the world's elite youth merely to discipline someone else's granddaughter? Is this how one plays? He turned his gaze to Hu Qingxian, who returned it with smug defiant triumph, as if silently asking, "Afraid yet? Regretting it now? For daring to slight me?" Any lingering discomfort Zhang Yu had felt from teasing a young woman evaporated instantly. This girl required no compassion. She was a little demon cloaked in angelic guise, her thirst for vengeance alarmingly deep. Yet, Zhang Yu paused, reconsidering. Even if those princes and sect heirs received the news, travel from Yuhua Prefecture, or elsewhere, to the Wei Kingdom would take time. At minimum 10 days or half a month, and possibly far longer. Meanwhile, he advanced 1 year in cultivation per day. By the time those swarming admirers arrived, what level of power might he have attained? With that thought, his earlier anxiety and incredulity dissolved, replaced by a quiet, anticipatory calm. Even a flicker of eagerness. Perfect. Let those so-called geniuses serve as living benchmarks for his strength. His expression shifted seamlessly from bewildered bemusement back to serene composure, now edged with the faintest knowing smile. To the onlookers, this transformation meant different things. Hu Qingxian assumed he feigned calm. Du Jun feared he'd been stunned into silence, deepening his guilt. In the shadows, Xiao Xian silently admired him, truly worthy of being suspected as a celestial immortal reborn. Facing the prospect of being hunted by the world's elite, yet remaining utterly unperturbed, Zhang Yu paid no heed to the varied reactions around him. Nor did he dwell further on maidservants or assassination edicts. When the spear comes, meet it with shield. When flood rises, dam it with earth. For now, a more pressing matter demanded his attention. His gaze settled upon Xiao Fenghua, calm yet edged with an unyielding chill. Where are the representatives of the Yong'an Marquette? Qin Shuhua and Zhang Heng. Beyond the celestial prison, the sky had darkened without warning. A fine drizzling rain fell, chill and unrelenting, soaking the weathered stone steps and the frigid ground with the biting cold of late autumn. Qin Shuhua, Zhang Wanning, Zhang Heng, and Zhang Luohan, once adorned in sumptuous brocades and silken robes, now wore garments stained and ruined beyond recognition. A pack of black-armored guards, fierce as wolves and tigers, held them down on their knees in the muddy sludge. Rain mingled with mire, washing away their carefully applied makeup until it dissolved into ruin. The young master, madam, and daughter of the Yong'an Marquette, once towering above all, were now no different from the lowest, most wretched convicts. Zhang Luohan knelt trembling in the icy mud, her body shuddering with cold and terror. Rain blurred the delicate lines of her brows and eyes, rendering her even more pitiful and disheveled. Within her heart surged boundless remorse and venomous hatred, not directed at the Jing Wang or Qi Wang who had seized them, nor at the enigmatic Master Zhang they were about to meet, but wholly and fiercely fixed upon Zhang Heng, beside her, equally broken and humiliated. Zhang Heng, the madman, the fool. Had he not provoked Li Dagong and Mod? Had he not condoned, or even commanded, his vicious servants to strike with lethal intent? How else could they have fallen so utterly? She had schemed tirelessly, sacrificed everything just to ascend into the Yong'an Marquette, believing at last she would bask in endless glory and luxury. Yet before those pleasures could even settle, she found herself dragged straight into hell. She seethed, hating Zhang Heng's short-sighted folly, hating Qin Shuhua's indulgent weakness, and hating Zhang Wanning, that calamitous siren. She loathed every soul in the marquisate, convinced it was this band of lunatics who had doomed her. Yet she had forgotten how desperately she herself had courted the marquisite's favor. Meanwhile, Qin Shuhua and Zhang Wanning sat ashen-faced, their hearts devoured by bottomless regret and dread. Though they loved Zhang Heng dearly, the catastrophe he had wrought upon them had carved an unforgivable chasm of resentment within their souls. And still they could not fathom it. Only days ago they had reigned supreme as the Marquisite's matriarch and eldest daughter, basking in endless flattery and obeisance. How in the blink of an eye had they become prisoners, kneeling in freezing filthy mud awaiting an unknown fate? And at the root of it all seemed to lie Zhang Yu, the very man they had forced to take the blame. Yes, ever since Zhang Yu left the Marquisate. No, ever since they chose to compel him to shoulder the guilt. Misfortune had clung to the household like a curse. First the alchemy workshop collapsed, then the cargo depot failed, until finally they themselves were cast into chains. Could it truly be linked to that worthless wretch? No, it was impossible. He was nothing but a spineless sycophant. How could he wield such power? It must be mere coincidence. Frenziedly Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning rejected that horrifying suspicion. They refused to accept that their own myopia and cruelty had planted the seeds of today's annihilation. They shifted blame onto fate, onto Zhang Heng's stupidity, even onto Zhang Yu's supposed ill omen, as if such excuses could soothe their shattered pride. Zhang Heng himself writhed in bitter regret, his hair wild, his face deathly pale, stripped entirely of the Marquis's former majesty and authority. He rued his decision to coerce Li Dagong and MOD. Yet what good was regret now? It was too late. All he could do was pray that the mysterious Master Zhang would show mercy and spare his life. As the four sat drenched and shivering in the rain, each lost in private speculation over the identity of this Master Zhang, a light yet chilling footfall pierced the curtain of rain. Instinctively they raised their heads, and there stood Xiao Fenghua. Xiao Fenghua approached them, her voice crystalline and cold, devoid of warmth. Come. Master Zhang wishes to see you. Master Zhang. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning, and Zhang Heng froze stunned, bewildered and unsettled. Master Zhang. How could he possibly be inside the celestial prison? Only Jiang Luohan jolted violently at the name, her entire frame trembling as a suspicion long dismissed as absurd detonated in her mind like thunder. Could it truly be him? Yes. He had somehow compelled two imperial princesses to serve him jointly, an impossibility unless hidden truths lay beneath. A bone-deep chill shot up from her soles to her crown, colder, sharper than the rain itself. She jerked her head up, locking eyes with Xiao Fenghua, only to find her words frozen mid-throat at the sight of those glacial phoenix eyes. Xiao Fenghua's gaze said everything. It was not the look one gave strangers or captives, but something colder, heavier, disdain laced with pity, as though observing wretches already condemned. Take them away. Without granting them further pause, Xiao Fenghua issued the order coolly to the black armored guards behind her. Like wolves unleashed, the guards surged forward, dragging the four from the mud with brutal force, shoving and herding them deeper into the prison's gloom. The rain intensified, icy torrents mixing with mire streaming down Qin Shuahua's cheeks, indistinguishable from tears of utter despair. They knew not what awaited them, but the name Master Zhang, coupled with Xiao Fenghua's glacial demeanor, pressed upon them like a crushing boulder, stealing breath and hope alike. Yet Jiang Luohan, having glimpsed the terrifying possibility that this revered Master Zhang might indeed be Zhang, you felt her panic recede, replaced by something far more complex. Last time, bound by obsession, Zhang, you had reluctantly spared her. Thus, she concluded, he still harbored lingering attachment, and would surely spare her again. What she did not know was that Zhang Yu had devised a method to sever obsession itself. Let the obsession witness Jiang Luohan's and Qin Shuahua's true natures, and it would dissolve, vanishing into the void. Move. Amid their tangled thoughts, a guard's low command cracked like a whip, shoving Qin Shuahua and the others forward. While the three trembled with fear and confusion, Jiang Luohan's heart beat with a different rhythm altogether. Once she suspected, nay, nearly confirmed, that Master Zhang was Zhang Yu, her initial shock and dread began to fade, giving way to a quiet, simmering anticipation. Confident in her understanding of Zhang Yu's infatuation, she believed that if she merely lowered her pride, feigned remorse and dependence, he would soften, bow once more at her feet. Then not only would she escape this dire predicament, but perhaps even ascend phoenix-like from ruin into unparalleled fortune, becoming the consort of a man whom even the imperial house dared not slight. She even imagined how she would use his favor to trample Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, those two princesses, beneath her heel, herself the true mistress, they mere concubines. Just thinking of it sent thrills through her veins. At this thought she nearly laughed aloud, her iron shackles, once symbols of degradation, now shimmering in her mind as gilded ornaments of imminent ascension. Her gaze lifted toward the tunnel's distant shadowed end, not with fear but with calculation and hungry expectation. While Qin Shuahua and the others wrestled with dread, Jiang Luohan drifted deep into fantasy, until the corridor ended. There at last they beheld the mysterious Master Zhang. At the tunnel's terminus stood a cell transformed into near luxury. Thick, supple pelts of rare beasts carpeted the floor, silent beneath bare feet. Exquisite rosewood furniture exuded a subtle, soothing fragrance. Rare spirit plants glowed softly, in the corners exhaling faint luminescence. An unearthly calming incense hung in the air, utterly alien to the prison's oppressive gloom. The black-armored guards shoved Qin Shuahua Zhang Wanning Zhang Heng and Jiang Luohan forward, chains scraping harshly across the polished floor, shattering the chamber's serene hush. Their eyes, almost instinctively, flew to the center of the chamber, to the figure seated upon the central dais, subtly surrounded and elevated by attendants. Then, as one, their breaths ceased. Upon the plush divan reclined a figure clad in simple azure robes, relaxed, unhurried, effortlessly at ease. His face was youthful, his brow bearing a faint, distant reserve. He idly turned a warm jade teacup in his fingers, as though their intrusion meant nothing at all. That silhouette, that countenance, why did it seem so hauntingly familiar? Qin Shuahua's pupils contracted to needlepoints, her heart clenched in an invisible fist, nearly ceasing its beat. An arctic wave of dread surged up her spine, freezing her limbs and marrow. Then violently she shook her head, convinced she had seen a phantom,